Cantos 1 to 3 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. Cantos 1 to 3. Canto 1. The Heir Apparent. So Bharat to his grandsire went, obedient to the message sent, and for his fond companion chose Satrugna, slayer of his foes. There Bharat for a time remained, with love and honor entertained, King Asapati's constant care, beloved as a son and heir. Yet ever, as they lived at ease, while all around combined to please, the aged sire they left behind was present to each hero's mind. Nor could the king's fond memory stray from his brave children far away, dear Bharat and Satrugna dear, each Varun's match or Indra's peer. To all the princes young and brave, his soul with fond affection clave. Around his loving heart they clung, like arms from his own body sprung. But best and noblest of the four, good as the God whom all adore, Lord of all virtues undefiled, his darling was his eldest child. For he was beautiful and strong, from envy free, the foe of wrong, with all his father's virtues blessed, and peerless in the world confessed. With blessed soul he softly spoke, no harsh reply could taunts provoke. He ever loved the good and sage, revered for virtue and for age, and when his martial tasks were o'er, sat listening to their peaceful lore. Wise, modest, pure, he honored eld, his lips from lying tales withheld. Due reverence to the Brahmans gave, and ruled its passion like a slave. Most tender, prompt at duty's call, loved by all men, he loved them all. Proud of the duties of his race, with spirit meet for warrior's place, he strove to win by glorious deed, throned with the gods a priceless meed. With him, in speech and quick reply, Brihaspati might hardly vie, but never would his accents flow for evil or for empty show. In art and science duly trained, his student vow he well maintained. He learned the law for princes' feet, the Vedas and their holy rite. And with his well-drawn bow at last, his mighty father's fame surpassed, of birth exalted, truthful, just, with vigorous hand, with noble trust, well taught by aged twice-born man, who gain and right could clearly can. Full well the claims and bounds he knew, of duty, gain, and pleasure too. Of memory keen, of ready tact, in civil business prompt to act. Reserved, his features never disclosed, what counsel in his heart reposed. All idle rays and mirth controlled, he knew the times to give and hold. Firm in his faith, of steadfast will, he sought no wrong, he spoke no ill. Not rashly swift, not idly slow, his faults and others keen to know. Each merit by his subtle sense, he matched with proper recompense. He knew the means that wealth provide, and with keen eye expense could guide. Wild elephants could he reclaim, and mettled steeds could mount and tame. No arm like his the bow could wield, or drive the chariot to the field. Skilled to attack, to deal the blow, or lead a host against a foe. Yea, even infuriate gods would fear, to meet his arm in full career. As the great sun in noontide blaze is glorious with his world of rays, so Rama with these virtues shone, which all men love to gaze upon. The aged monarch fain would rest, and said within his very breast, "Oh, that I might, while living yet, my Rama over the kingdom set, and see before my course be run, the hallowed drops anoint my son. See all this spacious land obey, from side to side, my firstborn sway. And then, my life and joy complete, obtain in heaven a blissful seat." In him the monarch saw combined the fairest form, the noblest mind, and counselled how his son might share the throne with him as regent heir. For fearful signs in earth and sky, and weakness warned him death was nigh. But Rama, to the world endeared, by every grace his bosom cheered. The moon of every eye, whose ray drove all his grief and fear away. So duty urged that hour to seize himself, his realm, to bless and please. From town and country, far and near, he summoned people, prince and peer. To each he gave a meet abode, and honoured all and gifts bestowed. Then, splendid in his king's attire, he viewed them as the general sire, in glory of a god arrayed, looks on the creatures he has made. But Kaikeya's king he called not then, for haste, nor Janak, lord of man. For after to each royal friend the joyful tidings he would send. Meet crowds from distant countries met, the king upon his throne was set. Then honoured by the people all, the rulers thronged into the hall. On thrones assigned, each king in place looked silent on the monarch's face. Then guarded by lords of high renown, and throngs from hamlet and from town, he showed in regal pride, as honoured by the radiant band of blessed gods that round him stand, Lord Indra thousand-eyed. Canto 2. The People's Speech. Then to the full assembly bowed the monarch, and addressed the crowd, with gracious speech in accents loud, as heavenly drum or thunder cloud. Needs not to you who know declare, however with paternal care, my fathers of Ikshaku's line have ruled the realm which now is mine. I too have taught my feet to tread the pathway of the mighty dead, and with fond care that never slept, have as I could my people kept. So toiling still and never remiss, for all my people's will and bliss, beneath the white umbrella shade, old age is come and strength decayed. Thousands of years have over me flown, and generations round me grown, and passed away. I crave at length repose and ease for broken strength. Feeble and worn I scarce can bear the ruler's toil, the judge's care, with royal dignity a weight that tries the young and temperate. I long to rest, my labour done, and in my place to set my son. If too the twice born gathered here, my counsel wise and good appear. For greater gifts than mine adorn Rama my son, my eldest born. Like Indra brave, before him fall the foeman's cities, tower and wall. Him prince of man for power and might, the best maintainer of the right. Fair as the moon when nothing bars his glory close to Pushya's stars. Him with tomorrow's light I fain throne the consort of my reign. Ye worthy lord, for you I win, marked as her own by fortune's queen. The triple world itself would be well ruled by such a king as he. To such high bliss and happy fate will I the country dedicate, and my sad heart will cease to grieve if he the precious charge receive. Thus is my careful plan matured, thus for myself is rest secured. Lieges, approve the words I say, or point ye out some wiser way. Devise your prudent plan, my mind is fondly to this thought inclined. But man by keen debating move, some middle course which all approve. The monarch ceased, in answer came the joyous princess' glad acclaim. So peacocks in the rain rejoice, and hail the cloud with lifted voice. Murmurs of joy from thousands round shook the high palace with the sound. Then when the gathered throng had learned his will, who right and gain discerned, pageant and townsman, priest and chief, all met in consultation brief, and soon agreed with one accord, gave answer to their sovereign lord. King of the land, we know thee old, thousands of years have over thee rolled. Rama thy son we pray anoint, and at thy side his place appoint. Our gallant prince, so brave and strong, riding in royal state along, our eyes with joyful pride will see, screened by the shade that shelters thee. Then spake the king again, as though their heart's true wish he sought to know. These prayers for Rama's rule suggest one question to my doubting breast. This thing, I pray, with truth explain, why would ye, while I justly reign, that he, mine eldest son, should bear his part with me as ruling heir? Then all the people made reply, pageant and townsmen, low and high. Each noblest gift of form and mind, O monarch, in thy son we find. Do thou the godlike virtues hear, which Rama to our hearts endear. So richly blessed with graces, none in all the earth excels thy son. Nay, who to match with him may claim, in truth, in justice, and in fame. True to his promise, gentle, kind, unenvious, of grateful mind, versed in the law, and firm of soul, he keeps each sense with strict control. With duteous care he loves to sit by Brahmans skilled in holy rite. Hence brightest glory never to end, and matchless fame his youth attend. Skilled in the use of spear and shield, and arms which heavenly warriors wield. Supreme in war, unconquered yet, by man find God in battle met. Whenever in pomp of war he goes, against the town or city of the foes, he ever comes with Lakshman back, victorious from the fierce attack. Returning homeward from afar, borne on his elephant or car, he ever to the townsmen bends, and greets them as beloved friends. Asks how each son, each servant tribes, how fair our pupils' offerings wipes. And like a father bids us tell, each for himself, that all is well. If pain or grief the city tries, his heart is swift to sympathize. When festive scenes our thoughts employ, he like a father shares the joy. High is the fate, O king, that gave thy Rama born to bless and save. With filial virtues fair and mild, like Kashyap, old Marichi's child. Hence to the kingdom's distant ends, our general prayer for him ascends. Each man in town and country prays for Rama's strength, health's length of days. With hearts sincere, their wish the same, the tender girl, the aged dame, subject and stranger, patient hind, one thought impressed on every mind. At evening and at dawning day, to all the gods for Rama pray. Do thou, O king, of grace comply, and hear the people's longing cry, and let us on the throne by thee the lotus-tinted Rama see. O thou, who givest boons, attend, a gracious ear, O monarch, lend, and for our weal install, consenting to our earnest prayer, thy godlike Rama, recent heir, who seeks the good of all. Canto 3. The Sarat's Precepts. The monarch with the prayer complied, of suppliant hands on every side, uplifted like a lotus bed. And then these gracious words he said: Great joy and mighty fame are mine, because your loving hearts incline, in full assembly clearly shown, to place my Rama on the throne. Then to Vasistha, standing near, and Baumadev loud and clear, the monarch spoke that all might hear. It is pure and lovely Chaitra now, when flowers are sweet on every bough. All needful things with haste prepare, that Rama be appointed heir. Then burst the people's rapture out, in loud acclaim and joyful shout. And when the tumult slowly ceased, the king addressed the holy priest. Give order, saint, with watchful heed, for what the coming rite will need. This day let all things ready wait, mine eldest son to consecrate. Best of all men of second birth, Vasistha heard the Lord of earth, and gave commandment to the bands of servitors with lifted hands, who waited on their master's eye. Now by tomorrow's dawn supply rich gold and herbs and gems of price, and offerings for the sacrifice, wreaths of white flowers and roasted rice, and oil and honey separate, new garments and a car of state, an elephant with lucky signs, a fourfold host in ordered lines, the white umbrella and a pair of chowries and a banner fair, 100 vases row on row to shine like fire in splendid glow, a tiger's mighty skin, a bull with gilded horns most beautiful. All these at dawn of coming day around the royal shrine array, where burns the fire's undying ray, each palace door, each city gate, with wreaths of sandal decorate. And with the garland's fragrant scent, let clouds of incense smoke be blent. Let food of noble kind and taste be for 100,000 placed. Fresh curds with streams of milk bedewed, to feed the Brahman multitude. With care be all their wants supplied, and mid the twice-born chiefs divide rich largesse with the early morn, and oil and curds and roasted corn. Soon as the sun has shown his light, pronounced a prayer to bless the right, and then be all the Brahmans called, and in their ordered seats installed. Let all musicians skilled to play, and dancing girls in bright array, stand ready in the second ring, within the palace of the king, each on a tree, each holy shrine, with leaves and flowery wreaths entwine. And here and there, beneath the shade, be food prepared and presents laid. Then brightly clad in warlike guise, with long swords girt upon their thighs, let soldiers of the nobler sort march to the monarch's splendid court. Thus gave command the twice-born pair to active servants stationed there. Then hastened to the king and said that all their task was duly sped. The king to wise Sumantra spake, "Now quick, my lord, thy chariot take, and hither with thy swiftest speed my son, my noble Rama, lead." Sumantra, ere the word was given, his chariot from the court had driven, and Rama, best of all who ride in cars, came sitting by his side. The lords of man had hastened forth from east and west and south and north, Aryan and stranger, those who dwell in the wild wood and on the fell. And as the gods to Indra, they showed honor to the king that day. Like Basav, when his glorious form is circled by the gods of storm, God in his hall by kings he saw his car-born Rama near him draw. Like him who rules the minstrel band of heaven, whose valor filled the land, of mighty arm and stately pride, like a wild elephant in stride, as fair in face as that fair stone, dear to the moon of moonbeams grown, with noble gifts and grace that took the hearts of all and changed its look, world cheering as the Lord of rain, when floods relieved the parching plain. The father, as the son came nigh, gazed with an ever thirstier eye. Sumantra helped the prince alight from the good chariot passing bright, and as to meet his sire he went, followed behind him reverent. Then Rama clomb the king to seek that terrace like Kailasha's peak, and reached the presence of the king, Sumantra closely following. Before his father's face he came, raised suppliant hands and named his name, and bowing lowly as is meet, paid reverence to the monarch's feet. But as soon as the Sarat viewed the prince in humble attitude, he raised him by the hand in haste, and his beloved son embraced, then signed him to a glorious throne, jam-decked and golden, near his own. Then Rama, best of Raghu's line, made the fair seat with lustre shine, as when the orient sun upsprings, and his pure beam on Meru flings. The glory flashed on roof and wall, and with strange sheen suffused the hall, as when the moon's pure rays are sent through autumn's starlit firmament. Then swelled his breast with joy and pride, as his dear son the father eyed, even as himself more fair arrayed, in some clear mirror's face displayed. The aged monarch gazed awhile, then thus addressed him with a smile, as Kashyap, whom the worlds revere, speaks for the Lord of gods to hear. O thou of all my sons most dear, in virtue best thy father's peer, child of my consort first in place, mine equal in her pride of race, because the people's hearts are bound to thee by graces in thee found, be thou in Pushya's favouring hour made partner of my royal power. I know that thou by nature's bent both modest art and excellent, but though thy gifts no counsel need, my love suggests a friendly rede. Mine own dear son, be modest still, and rule its sense with honest will. Keep thou the evils far away that spring from love and anger's sway. Thy noble cause alike pursue, in secret as in open view, and every nerve the love to gain of ministers and subjects train. The happy prince who sees with pride his striving people satisfied, whose arsenals with arms are stowed, and treasury with golden hoard. His friends rejoice as joyed the blest, when Amrit crowned their eager quest. So well, my child, thy course maintain, and from all ill thy soul refrain. The friends of Rama gathered nigh, longing their lord to gratify, ran to Kaushalya's bower to tell the tidings that would please her well. She, host of dames, with many a gem and gold and kine rewarded them. Then Rama paid the reverence due, mounted the chariot and withdrew, and to his splendid dwelling drove, while crowds to show him honour strove. The people, when the monarch's speech their willing ears had heard, were wild with joy as though on each great gifts had been conferred. With meek and low salute each man turned to his home away, and there with happy heart began to all the gods to pray. End of Cantos 1 to 3. Cantos 4, 5, and 6 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 4, Rama Summoned. The crowd dismissed to hide debate, the monarch called his peers of state, and counsel from their lips obtained. Firm in his will explained. Tomorrow with auspicious ray, the moon in Pushya's sign will stay. Be that the time with happy fate, mine eldest son to consecrate. And let my Rama, load aside, as regent over the state preside. He sought within his charioteer, and cried, again bring Rama here. To Rama's home Sumantra hied, again to be the prince's guide. He is coming, told to Rama's ear, suggested anxious doubt and fear. He bade the messenger be led, that instant in, and thus he said, tell me the cause, omitting not, why thou again my house hast sought. The envoy answered, Prince, thy sire, has sent thy presence to require. My sender known, it is thine to say, if thou wilt go or answer nay. Then Rama, when he heard his speech, made haste the royal court to reach. Soon as the monarch was aware, his dearest son was waiting there. Eager the parley to begin, he bade them lead the prince within. Soon as he passed the chamber door, the hero bent him to the floor, and at a distance from his seat raised his joined hands his sire to greet. The monarch raised him from the ground, and loving arms about him owned. Then pointed to a seat that shone, with gold for him to rest upon. Aged am I, he said, and worn. In life's best joys my share have borne. Rites to the gods in hundreds paid, with gifts of corn and largesse made. I yearned for sons, my life is blessed, with them and thee of sons the best. No debt to saints or Brahmans know, nor spirits, gods, or self I owe. One duty now remains alone, to set thee on thy father's throne. Now therefore, Rama, hear my rede, and mark my words with duteous heed. This day the people's general voice elects the king of love and choice, and I, consenting to the prayer, will make thee, darling, regent heir. Dread visions each returning night, with evil omens scare my sight. Red meteors with a fearful sound shoot wildly downward to the ground, while tempests slash the troubled air, and they who read the stars declare that leagued against my natal sign, Rahu, the sun, and Mars combine. When portents dire as these appear, a monarch's death or woe is near. Then while my senses yet are spared, and thought and will are unimpaired, be thou my son, anointed king. Man's fancy is a fickle thing. Today the moon, in order due, entered the sign Punarbasu. Tomorrow, as the wise foretell, in Pushya's favouring stars will dwell. Then on the throne shalt thou be placed, my soul prophetic counsels haste. Thee, O my son, tomorrow I, as regent heir, will sanctify. So till the coming night be past, do thou and Sita strictly fast. From worldly thoughts thy soul refrain, and couched on holy grass remain. And let thy trusted lords attend, in careful watch upon their friend. For unexpected check and bar, our weightiest counsels often mar. While Bharat too is far away, making with royal kin his stay, I deem the fittest time of all, thee chosen regent to install. It may be Bharat still has stood true to the counsels of the good, faithful to thee with tender trust, with governed senses pure and just. But human minds, too well I know, will sudden changes undergo, and by their constant deeds alone the virtue of the good is shown. Now Rama, go, my son, good night. Fixed is tomorrow for the ride. Then Rama paid the reverence due, and quickly to his home withdrew. He passed within, nor lingered there, but sought his mother's mansion, where the dame in linen robes arrayed devoutly in the chapel prayed to Fortune's queen with utterance checked, that she her Rama would protect. There was Sumitra too, and there was Lakshman led by loving care. And when the royal choice they knew, Sita in haste was summoned too. Absorbed with half-shut eyes, the queen, attended by the tree, was seen. She knew that Pusya's lucky hour would raise her son to royal power. So fixed with bated breath it start, on God supreme by all men sought. To her, as thus she knelt and prayed, Rama drew near, due reverence paid. And then to swell his mother's joy, thus spoke her own beloved boy. O mother dear, my sire's decree entrusts the people's will to me. Tomorrow I, for so his will, anointed king the throne shall feel. The few last hours till night shall end, Sita with me must fasting spend. For so my father has decreed, and holy priests with him agreed. What vows soever thou mayst deem, my consecrations if beseem, do thou, sweet mother, for my sake, and for beloved Sita's make. When the glad news Kausalya heard, so long desired, so long deferred, while tears of joy her utterance broke, in answer to her son she spoke. Long be thy life, my darling, now thy prostrate foes before thee bow. Live long and with thy bright success, my friends and dear Sumitras bless. Surely the stars were wondrous fair, when thee, sweet son, thy mother bare, that thy good gifts such love inspire, and win the favour of thy sire. With thee I travailed not in vain, those lotus eyes reward my pain, and all the glory of the line of old Ikshako will be thine. He smiled, and on his brother gazed, who sat with reverent hands upraised, and said, My brother, thou must be joint ruler of this land with me. My second self thou, Lakshman, art, and in my fortune bearest part. Be thine, Sumitra's son, to know the joys from regal power that flow. My life itself, the monarch's seat, for thy dear sake to me are sweet. Thus Rama to his brother said, to both his mothers bowed his head, and then with Sita by his side, to his own house the hero hied. Canto 5. Rama's Fast. Then Saint Vasistha to the king came ready at his summoning. Now go, exclaimed the monarch, thou, and reached by fervent rite and vow, for Rama and his wife ordain the fast, that joy may bless his reign. The best of those who Scripture know said to the king, My lord, I go to Rama's house, Vasistha hied, the hero's fast by rule to guide, and skilled in sacred texts to tell, each step to him instructed well. Straight to Prince Rama's high abode, that like a cloud pale tinted showed. Borne in his priestly car he rode, 2 courts he passed, and in the third he stayed his car. Then Rama heard the holy sage was come, and flew to honor him with honor due. He hastened to the car and lent his hand to aid the priest's descent. Then spoke Vasistha words like these, pleased with his reverent courtesies, with pleasant things his heart to cheer, who best deserved glad news to hear. Prince, thou hast won thy father's grace, and thine will be the regent's place. Now with thy Sita, as is right, in strictest fasting spend the night. For when tomorrow's dawn is fair, the king will consecrate his heir. So Nahus, as the wise relate, Jajati joyed to consecrate. Thus having said, Vasishtha next ordained a fast by rule and text. For Rama faithful to his vows, and the Vedahan dame his spouse, then from the prince's house he hied, with courteous honours gratified. Round Rama gathered every friend, in pleasant talk a while to spend. He bade good night to all at last, and to his inner chamber passed. Then Rama's house shone bright and gay, with men and maids in glad array, as in the morning some fair lake, when all her lotuses awake, and every bird that loves the flood flits joyous round its opening bud. Forth from the house Vasishtha drove, that with the kings in splendour strove, and all the royal street he viewed, filled with a mighty multitude. The eager concourse blocked each square, each road and lane and thoroughfare, and joyous shouts on every side rose like the roar of ocean's tide, as streams of men together came, with loud hujja and glad acclaim. The ways were watered, swept, and clean, and decked with flowers and garlands green, and all Ayodhya shone arrayed, with banners on the roofs that played. Men, women, boys with eager eyes, expecting when the sun should rise, stood longing for the herald ray of Rama's consecration day. To see, a source of joy to all, the people-honoured festival. The priest advancing slowly through the mighty crowd he cleft in two, near to the monarch's palace drew. He sought the terrace by the stair, like a white cloud peak high in air, the reverend king of man to meet, who sate upon his splendid seat. Thus will Brihaspati arise, to meet the monarch of the skies. But when the king his coming knew, he left his throne and near him drew. Questioned by him, Vasishtha said that all his task was duly spared. Then all who sat there, honouring Vasishtha, rose as rose the king. Vasishtha bade his lord adieu, and all the peers dismissed withdrew. Then, as a royal lion seeks his cave beneath the rocky peaks, so to the chambers where abode his consorts the Sarat strode. Full thronged were those delightful bowers, with women richly dressed, and splendid as the radiant towers where Indra loves to rest. Then brighter flashed 1,000 eyes, with delight his presence lent, as when the moon begins to rise, the star-thronged firmament. Canto 6. The City Decorated. Then Rama bade it in order due, his mind from worldly thoughts withdrew, and with big large-eyed wife besought Narayan as a votary art. Upon his head the brimming cup of holy oil he lifted up, then placed within the kindled fire the offering to that heavenly sire. And as he sipped the remnant prayed to him for blessing and for aid. Then with still lips and tranquil mind, with his Bidehan he reclined in Vishnu's chapel on a bed where holy grass was duly spread, while still the princess every thought to God supreme Narayan sought. One watch remained the night to close, when Rama from his couch arose, and bade the men and maids adorn his palace for the solemn morn. He heard the birds and heralds raise auspicious strains of joy and praise, and breathed devout with voice restrained the hymn for morning rites ordained. Then with his head in reverence bowed, praised Madhu's conquering foe aloud, and in pure linen robes arrayed, the priests to raise their voice prayed. Obedient to the summons they proclaimed to all the festal day. The Brahmins' voices, deep and sweet, resounded through the crowded street, and echoed through Ayodhya went by many a loud-toned instrument. Then all the people joyed to hear that Rama with his consort dear had fasted till the morning light in preparation for the rite. Swiftly the joyful tidings through Ayodhya's crowded city flew, and soon as dawn appeared, each man to decorate the town began. In all the temples bright and fair, as white clouds towering in the air, in streets and where the crossways met, where holy fig trees had been set, in open square, in sacred shade, where merchants' shops their wealth displayed, on all the mansions of the great, and householders of wealth and state, wherever the people loved to meet, wherever a tree adorned the street, gay banners floated to the wind, and ribbons round the steeps were twined. Then clear the singers' voices rang, as charming mind and ear they sang. Here players shone in bright attire, their dancing women swelled the choir. Each with his friend had much to say of Rama's consecration day. Yea, even children, as they played at cottage doors beneath the shade, the royal street with flowers was strewn, which loving hands in heaps had thrown, and here and there rich incense lent its fragrance to the garland's scent, and all was fresh and fair and bright in honor of the coming rite. With careful foresight to illume, with borrowed blaze the midnight gloom, the crowds erected here and there trees in each street gay lamps to bear. The city thus from side to side in festal guise was beautified. The people of the town who longed to view the rite together thronged, and filling every court and square, praised the good king in converse there. Our high-souled king, he throws a grace on old Ikshaku's royal race. He feels his years increasing weight, and makes his son associate. Great joy to us the choice will bring of Rama for our Lord and King. The good and bad to him are known, and long will he protect his own. No pride his prudent breast may swell, most just he loves his brothers well. And to us all that love extends, cherished as brothers and as friends. Long may our Lord in life remain, good Sarat, free from stain, by whose most gracious favour we, Rama, anointed king, shall see. Such were the words the townsman spoke, heard by the gathering country folk, who from the south, north, east, and west, steered by the joyful tidings, pressed. For by their eager longing led, to Rama's consecration sped, the villagers from every side, and filled Ayodhya city wide. This way and that way strayed the crowd, while rose a murmur long and loud, as when the full moon floods the skies, and ocean's waves with thunder rise. That town, like Indra's city fair, while pageants thronged her ways, tumultuous roared like ocean, where its flood-born monster plays. End of Cantos 4, 5, and 6. Cantos 7 to 9 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 7, Manthara's Lament. It chanced a slave-born handmaid, bred with Queen Kaikeyi fancy led, mounted the stair and stood upon the terrace like the moon that shone. Thence Manthara at ease surveyed Ayodhya to her eyes displayed, where water cooled the royal street, where heaps of flowers were fresh and sweet, and costly flags and pennons hung on roof and tower their shadow flung, with covered ways prepared in haste, and many an awning newly placed, with sandal-scented streams bedewed, thronged by a new-bedded multitude, whose streets were full of Brahman bands, with wreaths and sweetmeats in their hands. Loud instruments their music raised, and through the town, wherever she gazed, the doors of temples glittered white, and the maid marvelled at the sight of Rama's nurse, who, standing by, gazed with a joy-expanded eye. In robes of purest white attired, the wondering damsel thus inquired: Does Rama's mother give away rich largesse to the crowds today, on some dear object fondly bent, or blessed with measureless content? What mean these signs of rare delight, on every side that meet my sight? Say, will the king with joy elate some happy triumph celebrate? The nurse, with transport uncontrolled, her glad tale to the humpback told: Our lord the king tomorrow morn will consecrate his eldest born, and raise in Pushya's favouring hour Prince Rama to the royal power. As does the nurse her tidings spoke, raised in humpback's breast awoke, down from the terrace like the head of high Kailasha's hill she sped. Sin in her thoughts, her soul aflame, where Queen Kaikeyi slept she came. Why sleepest thou? She cried, arise, peril is near, unclose thine eyes. Ah, heedless queen, too blind to know what floods of sin above thee flow. Thy boasts of love and grace are over, thine is the show and nothing more. His favour is an empty cheat, a torrent dried by summer's heat. Thus by the artful maid addressed, in cruel words from raging breast, the queen, sore troubled, spoke in tongue. What evil news have I to learn? That mournful eye, that altered cheek, of sudden war or danger speak. Such were the words Kaikeyi said, then Mantra her eyeballs read, with fury, skilled with treacherous art, to grieve yet more her lady's heart. From Rama in her wicked hate, Kaikeyi's love to alienate, upon her evil purpose bent, began again most eloquent. Peril awaits thee swift and sure, and art a war defying cure. King Sarat will create, Prince Rama heir associate. Plunged in the depths of wild despair, my soul a prey to pain and care, as though the flames consumed me chill, has brought me for my lady's will. Thy grief, my queen, is grief to me, thy gain my greatest gain would be. Proud daughter of a princely line, the rights of consort queen are thine. How art thou born of royal race, blind to the crimes that kings debase? Thy lord is gracious to deceive, and flatters but thy soul to grieve. While thy pure heart, that thinks no sin, knows not the snares that hem thee in. Thy husband's lips on thee bestow soft soothing word and empty show. The wealth, the substance and the power, this day will be Kaushalya's dower. With crafty soul thy child he sends, to dwell among thy distant friends. And every rival far from sight, to Rama gives the power and might. Ah me, for thou, unhappy dame, deluded by a husband's name, with more than mother's love hast pressed a serpent to thy heedless breast, and cherished him who works thee woe, no husband but a deadly foe. For like a snake unconscious queen, or enemy who stabs unseen, King Sarat all untrue has dealt with thee and Bharat too. Ah, simple lady, long beguiled by his soft words who falsely smiled. Poor victim of the guileless breast, a happier fate thou meritest. For thee and thine destruction waits, when he Prince Rama consecrates. Up, lady, while there yet is time, preserve thyself, prevent the crime. Up from thy careless ease, and free thyself, O queen, thy son and me. Delighted at the words she said, Kaikeyi lifted from the bed, like autumn's moon, her radiant head, and joyous at the tidings gave a jewel to the humpbacked slave. And as she gave the precious toy, she cried in her exceeding joy, take this, dear maiden, for thy news, most grateful to mine ear, and choose what grace beside most featly may the welcome messenger repay. I joy that Rama gains the throne, Kaushalya's son is as mine own. Canto 8. Manthara's Speech. The damsel's breast with fury burned. She answered, as the gift she spurned, what time, O simple queen, is this for idle dreams of fancied bliss? Hast thou not sensed thy state to know, engulfed in seas of whelming woe? Sick as I am with grief and pain, my lips can scarce a laugh restrain. To see thee hail with ill-timed joy, a peril mighty to destroy. I mourn for one so fondly blind. What omen of a prudent mind would welcome, even as thou hast done, the lordship of a rival son? Rejoiced to find her secret foe, empowered like death to launch the blow. I see that Rama still must fear thy Bharat to his throne too near. hence is my heart disquieted, for those who fear are those we dread. Lakshman, the mighty bow who draws, with all his soul serves Rama's cause, and chains as strong to Bharat bind, Shatrugna with his heart and mind. Now next to Rama, lady fair, thy Bharat is the lawful heir, and far remote I ween the chance that might the younger to advance. Yes, queen, it is Rama that I dread, wise, prompt, in warlike science bred. And oh, I tremble when I think of thy dear child on ruin's brink. Blessed with a lofty fate is she, Kaushalya, for her son will be placed when the moon and Pushya meet, by Brahmans on the royal seat. Thou, as a slave in suppliant guise, must wait upon Kaushalya's eyes, with all her wealth and bliss secured, and glorious from her foes assured. Her slave, with us who serve thee thou wilt see thy son to Rama bow, and Sita's friends exult over all, while Bharat's wife shares Bharat's fall. As thus the maid in wrath complained, Kaikeyi saw her heart was pained, and answered eager in defence of Rama's worth and excellence. Nay, Rama, born the monarch's heir, by holy fathers trained with care, virtuous, grateful, pure and true, claims royal sway as rightly due. He, like a sire, will long defend each brother, minister, and friend. Then why, O humpback, art thou pained to hear that he the throne has gained? Be sure, when Rama's empire ends, the kingdom to my son descends, who, when 100 years are flown, shall seat upon his father's throne. Why is thine heart thus sad to see the joy that is and long shall be? This fortune by possession sure, and hopes which we may count secure. Dear as the darling son I bore, is Rama, yea, or even more. Most duteous to Kaushalya, he is yet more dutiful to me. What though he rule, we need not fear, his brethren to his soul are dear. And if the throne Prince Rama fill, Bharat will share the empire still. She ceased, the troubled damsel sighed, sighs long and hard, and thus replied, What madness has possessed thy mind, to warnings deaf, to dangers blind? Canst thou not see the floods of war, that threaten over thine head to flow? First Rama will the throne acquire, then Rama's son succeed his sire, while Bharat will neglected pine, excluded from the royal line. Not all his sons, O lady fair, the kingdom of a monarch share, all ruling when a sovereign dies, while tumult in the state would rise. The eldest, be he good or ill, is ruler by the father's will. Know, tender mother, that thy son, without a friend and all undone, far from the joyous ease of home, and alien from his race will roam. I sped to thee for whom I feel, but thy fond heart mistakes my cheer. Thy hand a present would bestow, because thy rival triumphs so. When Rama once begins his sway, without a foe, his will to stay, thy darling Bharat he will drive to distant lands if left alive. By thee the child was sent away, beneath his grandsire's roof to stay. Even in stocks and stones perforce will friendship spring from intercourse. The young Shatrugna too would go with Bharat, for he loved him so. As Lakshman steel to Rama cleaves, he his dear Bharat never leaves. There is an ancient tale that tell, a tree the foresters would fell was saved by reeds that round it stood, for love that sprang of neighborhood. So Lakshman Rama will defend, and each on each for aid depend. Such fame on earth their friendship wins, as that which binds the heavenly twins. And Rama never will purpose wrong to Lakshman, for their love is strong. But Bharat, oh, of this be sure, must evil at his hands endure. Come, Rama from his home expel, and exile in the woods to dwell. The plan, O queen, which I advise, secures thy will, if thou be wise. So we and all thy kith and kin advantage from thy gain shall win. Shall Bharat meet for happier fate, born to endure his rival's hate? With all his fortune ruined cower, and dread his brother's mightier power. Up, queen, to save thy son, arise, prostrate at Rama's feet he lies. So the proud elephant who leads his trooping consorts through the reeds falls in the forest's shade beneath the lion's spring and murderous teeth. Scorned by thee in thy bliss and pride, Kausalya was of old defied. And will she now forbear to show the vengeful rancor of a foe? O queen, the darling is undone, when Rama's hand has once begun Ayodhya's realm to sway. Come, win the kingdom for thy child, and drive the alien to the wild in banishment today.
Canto 9. The Plot. As fury lit Kaikeyi's eyes, she spoke with long and burning sighs. This day my son enthroned shall see, and Rama to the woods shall flee. But tell me, damsel, if thou can, a sudden way, a skilful plan, that Bharat may the empire gain, and Rama's hopes be nursed in vain. The lady ceased, the wicked maid, the mandate of her queen obeyed, and darkly plotting Rama's fall, responded to Kaikeyi's call. I will declare, do thou attend, how Bharat may his throne ascend. Dost thou forget what things befell, or dost thou feign remembering well? Or wouldst thou hear my tongue repeat a story for thy need so meet? Gay lady, if thy will be so, now hear the tale of long ago. And when my tongue has done its part, ponder the story in thine heart. When gods and demons fought of old, thy lord with royal saints enrolled, sued to the war with thee to bring his might to aid the immortal's king. Far to the southern land he sped, where Dandak's mighty wilds are spread. To Vijayantha's city swayed by Sambhar, whose flag displayed the hugest monster of the sea. Lord of 100 wilds was he. With might which gods could never blame, against the king of heaven he came. Then raged a battle wild and dread, and mortal warriors fought and bled. The fiends by night with strength renewed charged, slew the sleeping multitude. Thy lord King Sarat long stood fighting with the demon throng, but long of arm, unmatched in strength, fell wounded by their darts at length. Thy husband, senseless by thy aid, was from the battlefield conveyed, and wounded nigh to death thy lord was by thy care to health restored. Well pleased, the grateful monarch sware to grant thy first and second prayer. Thou for no favour then wouldst sue, the gifts reserved for season due. And he, thy high-souled lord, agreed to give the boons when thou shouldst need. Myself I knew not what befell, but of the tale have heard thee tell, and close to thee in friendship neat, deep in my heart have treasured it. Remind thy husband of his oath, recall the boons and claim them both, that Bharat on the throne be placed, with rites of consecration graced, and Rama to the woods be sent, for twice 7 years of banishment. Go, queen, the mourner's chamber seek, with angry eye and burning cheek, and with disordered robes and hair, on the cold earth lie prostrate there. When the king comes, still mournful lie, speak not a word nor meet his eye, but let thy tears in torrent flow, and lie enamoured of thy woe. Well do I know thou long hast been, and ever art his darling queen. For thy dear sake, O well-loved dame, the mighty king would brave the flame, but never would anger thee or brook to meet his favourite's wrathful look. The loving lord would even die, thy fancy, queen, to gratify, and never could he arm his breast to answer nay to thy request. Listen and learn, O dull of sense, thine all resistless influence. Gems he will offer, pearls and gold, refuse his gifts, be stern and cold. Those proffered boons at length recall, and claim them till he grants thee all. And O my lady, high in bliss, with heedful thought forget not this. When from the ground his queen he lifts, and grants again the promised gifts, bind him with oaths he cannot break, and thy demands unflinching make. That Rama travelled to the wild, 5 years and 9 from home exiled, and Bharat, best of all who reign, the empire of the land obtain. For when this storm of years has fled over the banished Rama's head, the royal son to vigour grown, and rooted firm will stand alone. The king, I know, is well inclined, and this the hour to move his mind. Be bold, the threatened right prevent, and force the king from his intent. She ceased, so counselled to her bane, disguised beneath a show of gain. Kaikeyi, in her joy and pride, to Mantra again replied, Thy sense I envy, prudent maid, with sagest lore thy leads persuade. No humpback maid in all the art, for wise resolve can match thy word. Thou art alone with constant cheer, devoted to thy lady's will. Dear girl, without thy faithful aid, I had not marked the plot he laid. Full of all guile and sin and spite, misshapen humpback shocked the sight. But thou art fair and formed to please, bent like a lily by the breeze. I look thee over with watchful eye, and in thy frame no fault can spy. The chest so deep, the waist so trim, so round the lines of breast and limb. Thy cheeks with moon-like beauty shine, and the warm wealth of youth is thine. Thy legs, my girl, are long and neat, and somewhat long thy dainty feet, while stepping out before my face, thou seemest like a crane to pace. The thousand wiles are in thy breast, which some other find possessed, and countless others all thine own, O damsel says, to thee are known. Thy very hump becomes thee too, O thou whose face is fair to view, for there reside in endless store plots, wizard wiles, and warrior lore. A golden chain I will round it fling, when Rama's flight makes Bharat king. Yea, polished links of finest gold, when once the wished-for prize I hold, with naught to fear and none to hate, thy hump, dear maid, shall decorate. A golden frontlet wrought with care, and precious jewels shalt thou wear. 2 lovely robes around thee fold, and walk a goddess to behold. Bidding the moon himself compare his beauty with a face so fair, with scent of precious sandal sweet, down to the nails upon thy feet. First of the household thou shalt go, and pay with scorn its battle foe. Kaikeyi praised the damsel heard, and thus again her lady steered, who lay upon her beauteous bed, like fire upon the altar fed. Dear queen, they build the bridge in vain, when swollen streams are dry again. Arise, thy glorious task complete, and draw the king to thy retreat. The large-eyed lady left her bower, exulting in her pride of power, and with the humpback sought the gloom and silence of the mourner's room. The string of priceless pearls that hung around her neck to earth she flung, with all the wealth and lustre lent by precious gem and ornament. Then, listening to her sleep's advice, lay like a nymph from paradise. As on the ground her limbs she laid, once more she cried unto the maid, Soon must thou to the monarch say, Kaikeyi's soul has passed away. Or Rama banished as we plan, my son made king, shall rule the land. No more for gold and gems I care, for brave attire or dainty fare. If Rama should the throne ascend, that very hour my life will end. The royal lady, wounded true, the bosom of the darts that flew, launched from the humpback's tongue, pressed both her hands upon her side, and over again she cried, with wildering fury's tongue, Yes, it shall be thy task to tell, that I have hurried hence to dwell in Yama's realms of woe, or happy Bharat shall be king, and doomed to years of wandering. Kaushalya's son shall go, I heed not dainty viands now, fair wreaths of flowers to twine my brow, soft balm of precious scent. My very life I count as naught, nothing on earth can claim my thought, but Rama's banishment. She spoke these words of cruel ire, then stripping off her gay attire, the cold bare floor she pressed, so falling from her home on high, some lovely daughter of the sky upon the ground might rest. With darkened brow and furious mien, stripped of her gems and wrath the queen, in spotless beauty lay, like heaven obscured with gathering cloud, when shades of midnight darkness shroud its star's expiring ray. End of Canto 7 to 9. Cantos 10 to 12 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 10. The Sarat Speech. As Queen Kaikeyi thus obeyed the sinful counsel of her maid, she sank upon the chamber floor, as sinks in anguish wounded sore an elephant beneath the smart of the wild hunter's venomed dart. The lovely lady in her mind resolved the plot her maid designed, and prompt to gain and risk to scan, she step by step approved the plan. Misguided by the humpback's guile, she pondered her resolve a while, as the fair path that bliss secured, the miserable lady lured. Devoted to her queen and swayed by hopes of gain and bliss, the maid rejoiced her lady's purpose known, and deemed a prize she sought her own. Then bent upon her purpose dire, Kaikeyi with her soul on fire, upon the floor lay, languid down, her brows contracted in a frown. The bright hued wreath that bound her hair, chains, necklets, jewels rich and rare, stripped off by her own fingers lay, spread on the ground in disarray. And to the floor a lustre land, as stars light up the firmament. Thus prostrate in the mourner's cell, in garb of war the lady fell, her long hair in a single braid, like some fair nymph of heaven dismayed. The monarch, Rama to install, with thoughtful care had ordered all, and now within his home withdrew, dismissing first his retinue. Now all the town was heard, thought he, what joyful rite the morn will see. So turned he to her bower to cheer, with the glad news his darling's ear. Majestic as the lord of night, when threatened by the dragon's might, bursts radiant on the evening sky, pale with the clouds that wender by. So Sarat, great in fame, to Queen Kaikeyi's palace came. There parrots flew from tree to tree, and gorgeous peacocks wandered free, while ever and anon was heard the note of some glad water bird. Here loitered dwarf and humpbacked maid, their lute and here sweet music played. Here, rich in blossom, creepers twined over grots with wondrous art designed. There champak and asoka flowers hung glorious over the summer bowers, and mid the waving verdure rose gold, silver, ivory porticos. Through all the months in ceaseless tour the trees both fruit and blossom bore. With many a lake the grounds were graced, seeds gold and silver here were blazed. Here every viand would the taste, it was a garden meet to vie, even with the home of gods on high. Within the mansion rich and vast, the mighty Sarat passed, not there was his beloved queen, on a fair couch reclining seen. With love his eager pulses beat, for the dear wife he came to meet, and in his blissful hopes deceived. He sought his absent love and grieved, for never had she missed the hour of meeting in her sumptuous bower, and never had the king of man entered the empty room till then. Still urged by love and anxious thought, news of his favourite queen he sought, for never had his loving eyes found her or selfish or unwise. Then spoke at length the warder maid, with hands upraised and sore afraid. My lord and king, the queen has sought the mourner's cell with rays distraught. The words the warder maiden said, he heard with soul disquieted, and thus as fiercer grief assailed, his troubled senses well nigh failed. Consumed by torturing fires of grief, the king, the world's imperial chief, his lady lying on the ground, in most unqueenly posture found. The aged king, all pure within, saw the young queen resolved on seeing, low on the ground his own sweet wife, to him far dearer than his life, like some fair creeping plant uptorn, or like a maid of heaven forlorn, a nymph of air or goddess sent from Swarga down in banishment. as some wild elephant who tries to soothe his consort as she lies, struck by the hunter's venomed dart, so the great king, disturbed in heart, strove with soft hand and fond caress to soothe his darling queen's distress, and in his love addressed with sighs the lady of the lotus eyes. I know not, queen, why thou shouldst be thus angered to the heart with me. Say, who has alighted thee, or whence has come the cause of such offence, that in the dust thou liest low, and rendest my fond heart with woe, as if some goblin of the night had struck thee with a deadly blight, and cast foul influence on her whose spells my loving bosom steer. I have physicians famed for skill, each trained to cure some special ill. My sweetest lady, tell thy pain, and they shall make thee well again. Whom, darling, wouldst thou punished see, or whom enriched with lordly fee? Weep not, my lovely queen, and stay this grief that wears thy frame away. Speak, and the guilty shall be freed, the guiltless be condemned to bleed, the poor enriched, the rich abased, the low set high, the proud disgraced. My lords and I thy will obey, all slaves who own thy sovereign sway, and I can never my heart incline to check in aught one wish of thine. Now by my life I pray thee tell the thoughts that in thy bosom dwell, the power and might thou knowest well, should from thy breast all doubt expel, I swear by all my merit won, speak and thy pleasure shall be done. Far as the world's wide bounds extend, my glorious empire knows no end. Mine are the tribes in eastern lands, and those who dwell on Sindhu's sands. Mine is Saurashtra far away, Savira's realm admits my sway. My best the southern nations fear, the Angas and the Vagas here, and as Lord Paramount I reign over Magadh and the Machia's plain, Koshal and Kasi's wide domain, all rich in treasures of the mine, in golden corn, sheep, goats, and kine. Choose what thou wilt, Kaikeyi, dance, but tell me, O my darling, whence arose thy grief, and it shall fly like hoar frost when the sun is high. She, by his loving words consoled, longed her dire purpose to unfold, and sought with sharper pangs to wring the bosom of her lord the king. Canto 11. The Queen's Demand. To him, enthralled by love, and blind, pierced by his darts, who shakes the mind, Kaikeyi with remorseless breast her great purpose thus expressed: O king, no insult or neglect have I endured or disrespect. One wish I have, and fate would see that longing granted, Lord, by thee. Now pledge thy word if thou incline to listen to this prayer of mine. Then I with confidence will speak, and thou shalt hear the boon I seek. Ere she had ceased, the monarch fell, a victim to the lady's spell, and to the deadly snare she set, sprang like a roebuck to the net. Her lover raised her drooping head, smiled, playing with her hair, and said, Hast thou not learnt, wild dame, till now, that there is none so dear as thou? To me thy loving husband save, my Rama, bravest of the brave. By him, my race's high-souled heir, by him, whom none can match, I swear. Now speak the wish that on thee weighs, by him whose right is length of days, whom if my fond paternal eye saw not 1 hour, I needs must die. I swear by Rama, my dear son, speak, and thy bidding shall be done. Speak, darling, if thou choose request to have the heart from out my breast. Regard my words, sweet love, and name the wish thy mind thinks fit to frame. Nor let thy soul give way to doubt, my power should drive suspicion out. Yea, by my merits won, I swear. Speak, darling, I will grant thy prayer. The queen, ambitious, overjoyed to see him by her plot decoyed, more eager still her aims to reach, spoke her abominable speech. A boon thou grantest, nothing loath, and swearest with repeated oath. Now let the 30 gods and 3 my witnesses with Indra be. Let sun and moon and planets hear, heaven, quarters, day and night give ear. The mighty world thou art outspread, with birds of heaven and demons dread, the ghosts that walk in midnight shade, and household gods our present aid, every being great and small, to hear and mark the oath I call. One thus the archer king was bound, with treacherous arts and oaths announed. She to her bounteous lord subdued, by binding love her speech renewed. Remember, king, that long past day of gods and demons' battle fray, and how thy foe in doubtful strife had nigh bereft thee of thy life. Remember it was only I preserved thee when about to die, and thou for watchful love and care wouldst grant my first and second prayer. Those offered boons pledged with thee then, I now demand, O King of man. Of thee, O monarch, good and just, whose righteous soul observes each trust. If thou refuse thy promise sworn, I die despised before the morn. These rites in Rama's name began, transfer them and enthrone my son. The time is come to claim at last the double boon of days long past, when gods and demons meet in fight, and thou wouldst fain my care requite. Now forth to Dandaka's forest drive, thy Rama for 9 years and 5, and let him dwell a hermit there, with deerskin coat and matted hair. Without a rival let my boy the empire of the land enjoy, and let mine eyes ere morning see thy Rama to the forest flee. Canto 12. The Sarat's Lament. The monarch, as Kaikeyi pressed with cruel words her dire request, stood for a time absorbed in thought, while anguish in his bosom wrought. Does some wild dream my heart assail, or do my troubled senses fail? Does some dire portent scare my view, or frenzy stroke my soul subdue? Thus as he thought his troubled mind, in doubt and dread, no rest could find, distressed and trembling like a deer, who sees the dreaded tigress near. On the bare grounds his limbs he threw, and many a long deep sigh he drew. Like a wild snake, with fury blind, by charms within a ring confined. Once as the monarch's fury woke, shame on thee from his bosom broke, and then in sense bewildering pain, he fainted on the ground again. At length, when slowly strength returned, he answered as his eyeballs burned, with the wild fury of his ire, consuming her, as it were, with fire. Fell traitress, thou whose thoughts design the utter ruin of my line, what wrong have I or Rama done? Speak, murderess, speak, thou wicked one. Seeks he not evermore to please thee with all sun-like courtesies? By what persuasion art thou led to bring this ruin on his head? Ah me, that fondly unaware I brought thee home my life to share, called daughter of a king in truth, a serpent with a venomed tooth. What fault can I pretend to find in Rama, praised by all mankind, that I my darling should forsake? No, take my life, my glory take, let I the queen be from it on, but not my well-loved eldest born. Him but to see his highest bliss, and death itself his face to miss. The world may sunless stand, the grain may thrive without the genial rain, but if my Rama be not nigh, my spirit from its frame will fly. Enough, thy impious plan forego, O thou who plottest sin and war. My head before thy feet I kneel, and pray thee some compassion feel. O wicked dame, what can have led thy heart to dare a plot so dread? Perchance thy purpose is to sound the grace thy son with me has found. Perchance the words that, all these days, thou still hast said in Rama's praise, were only feigned, designed to cheer with flatteries a father's ear. Soon as thy grief, my queen, I knew, my bosom felt thy anguish too. In empty halls art thou possessed, and subject to another's hest. Now on Ikshaku's ancient race falls foul disorder and disgrace. If thou, O queen, whose heart so long has loved the good, should choose the wrong, not once, O large-eyed dame, hast thou been guilty of offence till now, nor said a word to make me grieve. Now will I now thy sin believe. With thee my Rama used to hold like place with Bharat lofty souled, as thou so often, when the pair were children yet, wouldst fain declare. And can thy rigorous soul endure that Rama glorious, pious, pure, should to the distant wilds be sent for 14 years of banishment? Yea, Rama Bharat's self exceeds in love to thee and son-like deeds, and for deserving love of thee, as Bharat even so is he. Who better than that chieftain may obedience, love, and honor pay? Thy dignity with care protect, thy slightest word and wish respect. Of all his countless followers none can breathe a word against my son. Of many thousands not a dame can hint reproach or whisper blame. All creatures feel the sweet control of Rama's pure and gentle soul. The pride of Manu's race he binds, to him the people's grateful minds. He wins the subjects with his truth, the poor with gifts and gentle ruth. He teaches with his docile will, the foeman with his archer skill. Truth, purity, religious zeal, the hand to give, the heart to feel, the love that never betrays a friend, the rectitude that naught can bend. Knowledge and meek obedience grace, my Rama, pride of Raghu's race. Canst thou thine impious plot design against him in whom these virtues shine, whose glory with the sages vies, peer of the gods who rule the skies? From him no harsh or bitter word to pain one creature have I heard, and how can I my son address for thee with words of bitterness? Have mercy, O Queen, some pity show, to see my tears of anguish flow, and listen to my mournful cry, a poor old man who soon must die. Whatever this sea-god land can boast, of rich and rare from coast to coast, to thee, my Queen, I give it all, but oh, thy deadly words recall. O sea, my suppliant hands retreat, again my lips are on thy feet. Save Rama, save my darling child, nor kill me with this scene defiled. He grovelled on the ground and lay, to burning grief a senseless prey, and ever and anon assailed by floods of woe, he wept and wailed, striving with eager speed to gain the margent of his sea of pain. With fiercer words, she fiercer yet, the hapless fathers pleading met. O monarch, if thy soul repent the promise and thy free consent, how wilt thou in the world maintain thy fame for truth unsmirched with stain? When gathered kings with thee converse, and bid thee all the tale rehearse, what wilt thou say, O truthful king, in answer to their questioning? She, to whose love my life I owe, who saved me smitten by the foe, Kaikeyi, for her tender care, was cheated of the oath I sware. Thus wilt thou answer, and forsworn will draw on thee the prince's scorn. Learn from the tale, the hawk and dove, how strong for truth was Saive's love. Pledged by his word the monarch gave his flesh the suppliant bird to save. So King Alarka gave his eyes, and gained a mansion in the skies. The sea himself his promise keeps, and never beyond his limit sweeps. My deeds of old again recall, nor let thy bond dishonored fall. The rights of truth thou wouldst forget, thy Rama on the throne to set, and let thy days in pleasure glide, fond King Kaushalya by thy side. Now call it by what name thou wilt, justice, injustice, virtue, guilt, thy word and oath remain the same, and thou must yield what thus I claim. If Rama be anointed, I this very day will surely die. Before thy face will poison drink, and lifeless at thy feet will sink. Yea, better far to die than stay, alive to see one single day the crowds before Kaushalya stand, and hail her queen with reverent hand. Now by my son, myself I swear, no gift, no promise whatsoever, my steadfast soul shall now content, but only Rama's banishment. So far she spake by rage impelled, and then the queen deep silence held. He heard her speech full fraught with ill, but spoke no word, bewildered still. Gazed on his love, once held so dear, who spoke unlovely reed to hear. Then as he slowly pondered over The queen's resolve and oath she swore. Once sighing forth, our Rama, he fell prone as falls a smitten tree, his senses lost like one insane, faint as a sick man, weak with pain, or like a wounded snake dismayed. So lay the king whom art obeyed. Long burning sighs he slowly heaved, as conquered by his war he grieved, and thus with tears and sobs between, his sad faint words addressed the queen. By whom, Kaikeyi, wast thou taught this flattering hope with ruin fraught? Have goblins seized thy soul, O dame, who thus canst speak and feel no shame? Thy mind with sin is sicklied over, from thy first youth never seen before. A good and loving wife wast thou, but all, alas, is altered now. What terror can have seized thy breast, to make thee frame this dire request, that Bharat over the land may reign, and Rama in the woods remain? Turn from evil ways, O turn, and thy perfidious counsels spurn, if thou would fain a favour do, to people, lord and Bharat too. O wicked traitress, fierce and vile, who lovest deeds of sin and guile, what crime or grievance dost thou see, what fault in Rama or in me? Thy son will never the throne accept, if Rama from his rights be kept, for Bharat's heart more firmly yet than Rama's is on justice set. How shall I say, go forth and brook, upon my Rama's face to look, see his pale cheek and ashy lips, dimmed like the moon in sad eclipse? How see the plan, so well prepared, when prudent friends my counsel shared, all ruined like a host laid low, beneath some foeman's murderous blow? What will this gathered princess say, from regions near and far away? Over long and yours the monarch's reign, or now he is a child again, when many a good and holy sage, in scripture versed, revered for age, shall ask for Rama, what shall I, unhappy, what shall I reply? By Queen Kaikeyi long distressed, I drove him forth and dispossessed. All to him the truth I speak, they all will hold me false and weak. What will Kausalya say when she demands her son exiled by me? Alas, what answer shall I frame, or how console the injured dame? She like a slave on me attends, and with a sister's care she blends a mother's love, a wife's, a friend's. In spite of all her tender care, her noble son, her face most fair, another queen I could prefer, and for thy sake neglected her. But now, O queen, my heart is grieved, for love and care by thee received, even as the sickening wretch repents his dainty meal and condiments. And how will Queen Sumitra trust the husband whom she finds unjust, seeing my Rama-driven hands dishonored and for no offense? After by the hand bride will hear a double woe, a double fear, two whelming sorrows at one breath, her lord's disgrace, his father's death. My naked bosom she will wring, and kill me with her sorrowing, sad as a fair nymph left to weep, deserted on Himalaya's steep. For short will be my days, I ween, when I with mournful eyes have seen my Rama wandering forth alone, and heard dear Sita sob and moan. Ah me, my fond belief I rue, vile traitress, loved as good and true, as one who in his thirst has quaffed, deceived by looks, a deadly draught. Ah, that hast slain me, murderess, while soothing my soul with words of guile. As the wild hunter kills the deer, lured from the brake his song to hear. Soon every honest tongue will fling reproach on the dishonest king. The people's scorn in every street the seller of his child will meet, and such dishonor will be mine as whelms a Brahman drunk with wine. Ah me, for my unhappy fate, compel thy words to tolerate such voice sent to scourge a crime committed in some distant time. For many a day with sinful care I cherished thee, thou sin and snare, kept thee, unwitting like a cord, destined to bind its hapless lord. Mine hours of ease I spent with thee, nor deemed my love my death would be, while like a heedless child I played, on a black snake my hand I laid. A cry from every mouth will burst, and all the world would hold me crushed, because I saw my high-souled son unkinged, unfathered, and undone. The king, by power of love beguiled, is weaker than a foolish child, his own beloved son to make an exile for a woman's sake. By chaste and holy vows restrained, by reverent teachers duly trained, when he his virtue's fruit should taste, he falls by sin and woe disgraced. To words will all his answer be, when I pronounced a stern decree, hence Rama to the woods sway. All he will say is, I obey. Oh, if he would my will withstand, when banished from his home and land, this were a comfort in my war, but he will never do this, I know. My Rama to the forest fled, and curses take upon my head, grim death will bear me hence away, his world abominated prey. When I am gone, and Rama too, how wilt thou those I love pursue? What vengeful scene will be designed against the queens I leave behind? When thou hast slain her son and me, Kaushalya soon will follow. She will sink beneath her sorrow's weight, and die like me disconsolate. Exist, Kaikeyi, in thy pride, and let thy heart be gratified, when thou my queens and me hast hauled, and children to the underworld. Soon wilt thou rule as empress over my noble house unvexed before, but then to wild confusion left, of Rama and of me bereft, if Bharat to thy plan consent, and long for Rama's banishment. Never let his hands presume to pay the funeral honours to my clay. Vile foe, thou cause of all mine ill, obtain at last thy cursed will, a widow soon shalt thou enjoy the sweets of empire with thy boy. O princess, sure some evil fate first brought thee here to devastate, in whom the night of ruin lies, veiled in a consort's fair disguise. The scorn of all and deepest shame will long pursue my hated name, and dire disgrace on me will press, misled by thee to wickedness. How shall my Rama, whom before his elephant or chariot bore, now with his feet a wanderer tread, the forest wilds around him spread? How shall my son, to please whose taste the deftest cooks with earrings graced, with rivalry and jealous care, the dainty meal and cates prepare, how shall he now his life sustain, with acid fruit and woodland grain? He spends his time unvexed by cares, and robes of precious texture wears. How shall he, with one garment round, his limbs recline upon the ground? Whose was this plan, this cruel thought, unheard till now, with ruin fraught, to make thy son Ayodhya's king, and send my Rama wandering? Shame, shame on women, vile, untrue, their selfish ends they still pursue. Not all of womankind I mean, but more than all this wicked queen. O worthless, cruel, selfish dame, I brought thee home, my plague and woe. What fault in me hast thou to blame, or in my son who loves thee so? Fond wives may from their husbands flee, and fathers may their sons desert, but all the world would rave to see my Rama touched with deadly heart. I joy his very step to hear, as though his godlike form I viewed, and when I see my Rama near, I feel my youth again renewed. There might be life without sun, yea, even if Indra sent no rain, but were my Rama banished, none would, so I think, alive remain. A foe that longs my life to take, I brought thee here, my death to be, caress thee long, a venom snake, and through my folly die, ah me! Rama and me and Lakshman slay, and then with Bharat rule the state. So bring the kingdom to decay, and found on those thy lord who hate. Plotter of war, for evil bred, for such a speech why do not all thy teeth from out thy wicked head, split in 1,000 pieces, fall? My Rama's words are ever kind, he knows not how to speak in ire. Then how canst thou presume to find a fault in him whom all admire? Yield to despair, go mad or die, or sink within the rifted earth, thy fell request will I deny, thou shamer of thy royal birth. Thy longer life I scarce can bear, thou ruin of my home and race, who wouldst my heart and heartstrings tear, keen as a razor, false and base. My life is gone, Why speak of joy? For what without my son were sweet? Spare, lady, him thou canst destroy, I pray thee as I touch thy feet. He fell, and wept with wild complaint, heart-struck by her presumptuous speech, but could not touch, so weak and faint, the cruel feet he strove to reach. End of Cantos 10 to 12. 10 to 12. 10 to 12. 10 to 12. 10. Cantos 13 to 15 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 13. The Sarat's Distress. Unworthy of his mournful fate, the mighty king unfortunate lay prostrate in unseemly guise, as banished from the blissful skies Yayati in his evil day. His merit all exhausted lay. The queen, triumphant in the power won by her beauty's fatal dower, still terrible and unsubdued, her dire demand again renewed. Great monarch, it was thy boast till now, to love the truth and keep the vow. Then wherefore would thy lips refuse the promised boon it is mine to choose? King Dasarat, thus addressed, with anger raging in his breast, sank for a while beneath the pain, then to Kaikeyi spoke again. Childless so long, at length I won, with mighty toil from heaven a son. Rama, the mighty armed, and how shall I desert my darling now? A scholar wise, a hero bold, of patient mood, with wrath controlled, how can I bid my Rama fly, my darling of the lotus eye? In heaven itself I scarce could bear, when asking of my Ram there, to hear the gods his griefs declare, and oh, that dare to take me hence, before I wrong his innocence. As thus the monarch wept and wailed, and maddening grief his heart assailed. The sun had sought his resting place, and night was closing round apace. But yet the moon-crowned night could bring no comfort to the wretched king, as still he mourned with burning sighs, and fixed his gaze upon the skies. O night, whom starry fires adorn, I long not for the coming morn. Be kind and show some mercy. See, my suppliant hands are raised to thee. Nay, rather fly with swifter pace. No longer would I see the face of Queen Kaikeyi, cruel, dread, who brings this war upon mine head. Again with suppliant hands he tried to move the queen, and wept and sighed. To me, unhappy me inclined, to good, sweet dame, thou shouldst be kind, whose life is well nigh fled, who cling to thee for succor, me thy king. This, only this, is all my claim. Have mercy, O my lovely dame. None else have I to take my part. Have mercy, thou art good at heart. Here, lady of the soft black eye, and in a name that never shall die, let Rama rule this glorious land, the gift of thine imperial hand. O lady of the dainty waist, with eyes and lips of beauty graced, please Rama me, each saintly priest, Bharat, and all from chief to least. She heard his wild and mournful cry, she saw the tears his speech that broke, saw her good husband's reddened eye, but cruel still no word she spoke. His eyes upon her face he bent, and sought for mercy, but in vain. She claimed his darling's banishment. He swooned upon the ground again. Canto 14. Rama summoned. The wicked queen her speech renewed, when rolling on the earth she viewed Ikshaku's son, Ayodhya's king, for his dear Rama sorrowing. Why, by a simple promise bound, liest thou prostrate on the ground, as though a grievous sin dismayed thy spirit? Why so sore afraid? Keep still thy word, the righteous deem that truth 'mid duties is supreme. And now in truth and honour's name I bid thee own the binding claim. Saviour, a king, whom art obeyed, once to a hawk a promise made, gave to the bird his flesh and bone, and by his truth made heaven his own. A lurker, when a Brahman famed for scripture law his promise claimed, tore from his head his bleeding eyes, and unreluctant gave the prize. His narrow bounds prescribed restrain, the river's law the mighty main, who, though his waters boil and rave, keeps faithful to the word he gave. Truth all religion comprehends, through all the world its might extends. In truth alone is justice placed, on truth the words of God are based. A life in truth unchanging past will bring the highest bliss at last. If thou the right would still pursue, be constant to thy word and true. Let me thy promise fruitful see, for boons, O King, proceed from thee. Now to preserve thy righteous fame, unyielding to my earnest claim, thrice I repeat it, send thy child, thy Rama, to the forest wild. But if the boon thou still deny, before thy face forlorn I die. Thus was the helpless monarch stung by Queen Kaikeyi's fearless tongue, as Bali strove in vain to loose his limbs from Indra's fatal noose. Dismayed in soul and pale with fear, the monarch, like a trembling steer, between the chariot's wheel and yoke, again to Queen Kaikeyi spoke, with sad eyes fixed in vacant stare, gathering courage from despair. That hand I took, thou sinful dame, with texts before the sacred flame. Thee and thy son I scorn and hate, and all at once repudiate. The night is fled, the dawn is near, soon will the holy priests be here, to bid me for the rite prepare, that with my son the throne will share, the preparation made to grace my Rama in his royal place. With this, even this, my darling for my death the funeral blood shall pour. Thou and thy son at least forbear, in offerings to my shade to share. For by the plot thy guile has laid, his consecration will be stayed. This very day how shall I brook, to meet its subjects' altered look, to mark its gloomy joyless brow, that was so bright and glad but now. While thus the high-souled monarch spoke, to the stern queen the morning broke, and holy night had slowly fled, with moon and stars engarlanded. Yet once again the cruel queen spoke words in answer fierce and keen, still on her evil purpose bent, wild with her rays and eloquent. What speech is this? Such words as these seem sprung from poison-sown disease. Quick to thy noble Rama send, and bid him on his sire attend. When to my son the rule is given, when Rama to the woods is driven, why not a rival copes with me? From chains of duty thou art free. Thus goaded, like a generous steed, urged by sharp spurs to double speed, my senses are astray, he cried, and duty's bonds my hands have tied. I long to see mine eldest son, my virtuous, my beloved one. And now the night had passed away, outshone the Maker of the day, bringing the planetary hour, and moment of auspicious power. Vasistha, virtuous, far renowned, whose young disciples girt him round, with sacred things without delay, through the fair city took his way. He traversed where the people thronged, and all for Rama's coming longed, the town as fair in festive show as he is who lays proud cities low. He reached a palace where he heard the mingled notes of many a bird, where crowded thick high-honored bands of guards with truncheons in their hands. Beguiled by many a sage elate, Vasistha reached the royal gate, and standing by the door he found Sumantra, for his form renowned, the king's illustrious charioteer, and noble counsellor and peer. To him, well skilled in every part of his hereditary art, Vasistha said, O charioteer, inform the king that I am here. Here ready by my side behold these sacred vessels made of gold, which water for the rite contain from Ganga and each distant main. Here for installing I have brought the seed prescribed of figured wrought, all kinds of seed and precious scent, and many a gem and ornament. Grain, sacred glass, the garden spoil, honey and curds and milk and oil, 8 radiant maids, the best of all, war elephants that feed in stall, a 4-horse car, a bow and sword, a litter, man to bear their lord, a white umbrella bright and fair, that with the moon may well compare, 2 chowries of the whitest air, a golden beaker rich and rare, A bull high-humped and fair to view, girt with gold bands and white of hue, a four-toothed steed with flowing mane, a throne which lions carved sustain, a tiger's skin, the sacred fire, fresh kindled which the rites require, the best musicians skilled to play, and dancing girls in raiment gay. Kind Brahmans, teachers, fill the court, and bird and beast of purest sort, from town and village, far and near, the noblest men are gathered here. Here merchants with their followers crowd, and manning joyful converse loud, and kings from many a distant land to view the consecration stand. The dawn is come, the lucky day. Go bid the monarch haste away, that now Prince Rama may obtain the empire and begin his reign. Soon as he heard the high behaste, the driver of the chariot pressed within the chambers of the king, his lord with praises honouring, and none of all the warders checked his entrance for their great respect, of him well known in place so high, still fain their king to gratify. He stood beside the royal chief, unwitting of his deadly grief, and with sweet words began to sing the praises of his lord and king. As when the sun begins to rise, the sparkling sea delights our eyes. Wake, come with gentle soul, and thus give rapture, mighty king, to us. As Matali, this self-same hour, sang louds of old to Indra's power, when he the Titan hosts overthrew, so he, my dear, with praises due. The Vedas with their kindred lore, Brahman their soul-born Lord adore, with all the doctrines of the wise, and bid him, as I bid thee, rise. As with the moon the Lord of day wakes with the splendour of his ray, prolific art, who neath him lies, so, mighty king, I bid thee rise. With blissful words, a lord of man, rise, radiant in thy form, as when the sun ascending darts his light from Meru's everlasting height. May Siva, Agni, sun and moon bestow on thee each choicest boon. Kuver, Barun, Indra bless Kakutstha's son with all success. Awake, the holy night is fled, the happy light abroad is spread. Awake, O best of kings, and share the glorious task that claims thy care. The holy sage Vasistha waits with all his Brahmans at the gate. Give thy decree without delay to consecrate thy son today. As armies by no captain led, as flocks that feed unshepherded, such is the fortune of a state without a king and desolate. Such were the words the bard addressed, with weight of sage advice impressed, and as he heard the hapless king felt deeper yet his sorrow sting. At length all joy and comfort fled, he raised his eyes with weeping red, and mournful for his Rama's sake, the good and glorious monarch spake. Why seek with idle praise to greet the wretch for whom no praise is meet? Thy words mine aching bosom tear, and plunge me deeper in despair. Sumatra heard the sad reply, and saw his master's tearful eye. With reverent palm to palm applied, he drew a little space aside. Then, as the king, with misery wake, with vain endeavour strove to speak, Kaikeyi, skilled in plot and plan, to sage Sumatra thus began. The king, absorbed in joyful thought, for his dear son no rest has sought. Sleepless to him the night has passed, and now overwatched he sinks at last. Then go, Sumatra, and with speed the glorious Rama heed a lead. Go, as I pray, no longer wait, no time is this to hesitate. How can I go, O lady fair, unless my lord his will declare? Fain would I see him, cried the king. Quick, quick, my beauteous Rama bring. Then rose the happy thought to cheer the bosom of the charioteer. The king, I ween, of pious mind, the consecration has designed. Sumatra, for his wisdom famed, delighted with the thought he framed, from the calm chamber, like a bay of crowded ocean, took his way. He turned his face to neither side, but forth he hurried straight. Only little while he eyed the guards who kept the gate. He saw in front a gathered crowd of men of every class, who parting as he came allowed the charioteer to pass. Canto 15. The Preparations. There slept the Brahmans deeply read in scripture till the night had fled. Then with the royal chaplains they took each his place in long array. There gathered fast the chiefs of trade, nor peer nor captain long delayed, assembling all in order due, the consecrating rite to view. The morning dawned with cloudless ray, on Pusya's high auspicious day, and Cancer with benignant power looked down on Rama's natal hour. The twice-born chiefs with jealous heed made ready what the rite would need, the well-wrought throne of holy wood, and golden urns in order stood. There was the royal car whereon a tiger's skin resplendent shone. There water, brought for sprinkling dance, where in their sacred confluence blend Yamuna's waves with Ganga's tide, from many a holy flood beside, from brook and fountain far and near, from pool and river, sea and mere. And there were honey, curd, and oil, parched rice and grass, the garden spoil, fresh milk, 8 girls in bright attire, an elephant with eyes of fire, an ounce of gold and silver made, with milky branches overlaid, all brimming from each sacred flood, and decked with many a lotus bud, and dancing women fair and free, gay with their gems, were there to see, who stood in bright apparel by, with lovely brow and witching eye. White flashed the jewelled chowry there, and shone like moonbeams through the air, the white umbrella overhead, a pale and moonlike lustre shed. Wont in pure splendor to precede, and in such rites the pomp to lead, there stood the charger by the side of the great bull of snow-white hide. There was all music soft and loud, and birds and minstrels swelled the crowd. For now the monarch bade combine each custom of his ancient line, with every rite Ayodhya's state observed her kings to consecrate. Then, summoned by the king's behest, the multitudes together pressed, and missing still their royal sire, began impatient to inquire, who to our lord will tidings bear, that all his people throng the square? Where is the king? The sun is bright, and all is ready for the ride. As thus they spoke, Sumantra tried, in counsel to the chiefs replied, gathered from lands on every side, to Rama's house I swiftly drave, for so the king his mandate gave. Our aged lord and Rama too, in honor high hold all over you. I in your wards belong your days, will ask him why he thus delays. Thus spoke the peer in scripture read, and to the lady's bower he sped, quick through the gates Sumantra hied, which access never to him denied. Behind the curtain screen he drew, which veiled the chamber from the view. In benediction loud he raised his voice, and thus the monarch praised. Sun, moon, Kuvera, Siva bless, Kakutstha's son with high success. The lords of air, flood, fire decree the victory, my king, to thee. The holy night has passed away, auspicious shines the morning's ray. Rise, Lord of man, thy part to take in the great rite. Awake, awake! Brahmans and captains, chiefs of trade, all wait in festive garb arrayed. For thee they look with eager eyes. O Raghu's son, awake, arise! To him in holy scripture read, who hailed him thus, the monarch said, upraising from his sleep his head, Go, Rama, heed the lad as thou wast ordered by the queen but now. Come, tell me why my mandate laid upon thee thus is disobeyed. Away, and Rama heeder bring. I sleep not, make no tarrying. Thus gave the king command anew. Sumantra from his lord it drew, with head in lowly reverence bent, and filled with thoughts of joy he went. The royal street he traversed where waved flag and pennon to the air, and as with joy the car he drove, he let his eyes delighted rove. On every side, wherever he came, he heard glad words, their theme the same, as in their joy the gathered folk of Rama and the throning spoke. Then saw he Rama's palace bright, and vast as Mount Kailasha's height, that glorious in its beauty showed, as Indra's own supreme abode. With folding doors, both high and wide, with 100 porches beautified, where golden statues towering rose, over gemmed and coralled porticos, bright like a cave in Maru's side, or clouds through autumn sky that ride, festooned with length of bloomy twine, flashing with pearls and jewels shine. While sandalwood and aloe lent the mingled riches of their scent, with all the odorous sweets that fill the breezy heights of Dardar's hill. There by the gate the Sarat screamed, and shrill-toned peacock's plumage gleamed, its floors with deftest art inlaid, its sculptured warps in gold arrayed. With its bright sheen the palace took the mind of man and changed the look, for like the sun and moon it glowed, and marked Kubera's loved abode. Circling the walls a crowd he viewed, who stood in reverent attitude, with throngs of countrymen who sought acceptance of the gifts they brought. The elephant was stationed there, appointed Rama's self to bear, adorned with pearls his brow and cheek, were sandal dyed in many a streak, while he in stature, bulk, and pride with Indra's own Arab vied. Sumantra, borne by coursers fleet, flashing a radiance over the street, to Rama's palace flew, and all who lined the royal road, or thronged the prince's rich abode, rejoiced as near he drew. And with delight his bosom swelled, as onward still his course he led, through many a sumptuous court, like Indra's palace nobly made, where peacocks revelled in their shade, and beasts of silver sought. Through many a hall and chamber wide, that with Kailasa's splendour vied, are mansions of the blest. While Rama's friends, beloved and tried, before his coming stepped aside, still on Sumantra pressed. He reached the chamber door, where stood around his followers young and good, bard, minstrel, charioteer, well skilled the tuneful chords to sweep, with soothing strain to lull to sleep, or laud their master dear. Then like a dolphin darting through unfathomed depths of ocean blue, with store of jewels decked. Through crowded halls that rock like rose, or as proud hills where clouds repose, Sumantra sped unchecked. Halls like the glittering domes on high, reared for the dwellers of the sky by heavenly architect. End of Cantos 13, 14, and 15. Cantos 16, 17, and 18 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 16. Rama Summoned. So through the crowded inner door, Sumantra, skilled in ancient lore, on to the private chambers pressed, which stood apart from all the rest. There youthful warriors true and bold, whose ears were ringed with polished gold, all armed with trusty bows and darts, watched with devoted eyes and hearts. And weary men, a faithful train, whose aged hands held staves of cane. The ladies god, apparel fair, in red attire were stationed there. Soon as they saw Sumantra nigh, each longed his lord to gratify, and from his seat beside the door up sprang each ancient servitor. Then to the warders quickly cried the skilled Sumantra, void of pride, "Tell Rama that the charioteer Sumantra waits for audience here." The ancient men with one accord, seeking the pleasure of their lord, passing with speed the chamber door, to Rama's ear the message bore. Forthwith the prince with duteous heed called in the messenger with speed, for it was his sire's command he knew that sent him for the interview. Like Lord Kubera, well arrayed, he pressed a couch of gold, wherefrom a covering of brocade hung down in many a fold. Oil and the sandal's fragrant dust had tinged his body over, dark as the stream the spearman's thrust drains from the wounded boar. Him Sita watched with tender care, a chowry in her hand, as Chitra, ever fond and fair, beside the moon will stand. Him glorious with unborrowed light, a liberal lord of sunlike might, Sumantra hailed in words like these, well skilled in gentle courtesies. As with joined hands in reverence raised, upon the beauteous prince he gazed. Happy Kaushalya, blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Now rise, O Rama, speed away, go to thy sire without delay, for he and Queen Kaikeyi seek an interview with thee to speak. The Lion Lord of man, the best of splendid heroes, thus addressed, to Sita spake with joyful cheer, "The king and queen, my lady dear, touching the throning for my sake, some salutary counsel take. The lady of the full black eye would fain her husband gratify, and all his purpose understood, counsels the monarch to my good. A happy fate is mine, I ween, when he, consulting with his queen, Sumandra on this charge intent, upon my gain and good has sent. An envoy of so noble sort well suits the splendor of the court. The consecration rite this day will join me in imperial sway, to meet the Lord of Art, for so his order bids me I'll go. Thou, lady, here in comfort stay, and with thy maidens rest or play. Thus Rama spake. For meet reply, the lady of the large black eye attended to the door her lord, and blessings on his head implored. The majesty and royal state which holy Brahmans venerate, the consecration and the rite which sanctifies the ruler's might, and all imperial powers should be thine by thy father's high decree, as he, the worlds who formed and planned, the kingship gave to Indra's hand. Then shall mine eyes my king adore, while lustral rites and fast are over, and black deer skin and roebuck's horn thy lordly limbs and hand adorn. May he, whose hands the thunder wield, be in the east thy guard and shield. May Yama's care the south befriend, and Barun's arm the west defend, and let Kuvera, lord of gold, the north with firm protection hold. Then Rama spoke a kind farewell, and hailed the blessings as they fell from Sita's gentle lips, and then, as a young lion from his den descends the mountain's stony side, so from the hall the hero hied. First Laxman at the door he viewed, who stood in reverent attitude. Then to the central court he pressed, where watched the friends who loved him best. To all his dear companions there he gave kind looks and greeting fair. On to the lofty car that glowed like fire the royal tiger strode. Bright as himself with silver shone, a tiger skin was laid thereon. With cloud-like thunder as it rolled, it flashed with gems and burnished gold, and like the sun's meridian blaze, blinded the eyes that none could gaze. Like youthful elephants, tall and strong, fleet coursers whirled the car along. In such a car the thousand-eyed, borne by swift horses, loves to ride. So like Parjanya, when he flies, thundering through the autumn skies, the hero from the palace paid, as leaps the moon some cloud overhead. Still close to Rama Lakshman kept, behind him to the car he leapt, and watching with fraternal care, waved the long chowrie's silver hair. As from the palace gate he came, uprose the tumult of acclaim, while loud hujah and jubilant shout pealed from the gathered myriads out. Then elephants, like mountains vast, and steeds who all their kind surpassed, followed their lord by hundreds, nay, by thousands, led in long array. First matched a band of warriors trained, with sandal dust and aloe stained, well armed was each with sword and bow, and every breast with hope aglow. And ever, as they onward went, shouts from the warrior train, and every sweet-toned instrument prolonged the minstrel's strain. On passed the tamer of his foes, while well-clad dames in crowded rows, each chamber ladies thronged to view, and chaplets on the hero trio. Then all, of peerless face and limb, sang Rama's praise for love of him, and blent their voices soft and sweet, from palace high and crowded street. Now sure Kaushalya's heart must swell, to see the son she loved so well. Thee, Rama, thee, her joy and pride, triumphant over the realm preside. Then, for they knew his bride most fair, of all who part the soft dark hair, his love, his life, possessed the whole, over her young hero's heart and soul. Be sure the lady's fate repays some mighty vow of ancient days, for blessed with Rama's love is she, as with the moon's sweet Rohini. Such were the witching words that came from lips of many a peerless dame, crowding the palace roofs to greet the hero as he gained the street. Canto 17. Rama's Approach. As Rama, rendering blithe and gay, his loving friends pursued his way, He saw on either hand a press of mingled people numberless. The royal street he traversed where incense of aloe filled the air, where rose high palaces that vied with pally clouds on either side, with flowers of myriad colors graced, and food for every varied taste. Bright as the glowing path overhead, which feet of gods celestial tread. Loud benedictions, sweet to hear, from countless voices soothed his ear, while he to each gave due salute, his place and dignity to suit. Be thou, the joyful people cried, be thou our guardian, Lord and guide, throned and anointed King today, thy feet set forth upon the way, wherein each honored as a god, thy fathers and forefathers trod. Thy sire and his have graced the throne, and loving care to us have shown. Thus blessed shall we and ours remain, yea still more blessed in Rama's reign. No more of dainty fare we need, and but one cherished object heed, that we may see our prince today invested with imperial sway. Such were the words and pleasant speech that Rama heard, unmoved from each of the dear friends around him spread, as onward through the street he sped. For none could turn his eye or thought from the dear form his glances sought, with fruitless ardor forward cast, even when Raghu's son had passed. And he who saw not Rama nigh, nor caught a look from Rama's eye, a mark for scorn and general blame, reproached himself in bitter shame. For to each class his equal mind, with sympathy and love inclined, most fully of the princely four, so greatest love to him they bore. His circling course the hero bent, round shrine and altar reverent, round homes of gods, where crossroads met, where many a sacred tree was set. Near to his father's house he drew, like Indra's beautiful to view, and with delight his glory gave, within the royal palace drave. Through 3 broad courts, where bowmen kept their watch and ward, his coursers swept. Then through the 2 remaining went, on foot the prince preeminent. Through all the courts the hero passed, and gained the lady's bower at last. Then through the door alone withdrew, and left without his retinue. When thus the monarch's noble boy had gone his sire to meet, the multitude, elate with joy, stood watching in the street, and his return with eager eyes expected at the gates, as for his darling moon to rise the king of rivers waits. Canto 18. The Sentence. With hopeless eye and pallid mien, there sat the monarch with the queen. His father's feet with reverence due he clasped, and touched Kaikeyi's too. The king, with eyes still brimming over, cried Rama, and could do no more. His voice was choked, his eye was dim, he could not speak or look on him. Then sudden fear made Rama shake, as though his foot had roused a snake. Soon as his eyes had seen the change, so mournful, terrible, and strange. For there his reason well nigh fled, sighing with soul disquieted, to torturing pangs a prey, dismayed, despairing, and distraught, in a fierce whirl of weltering thought, the hapless monarch lay, like ocean web engarlanded, storm-driven from his tranquil bed, then sun-god in eclipse, or like a holy seer, heart-stirred with anguish when a lying word has passed his heedless lips. The sight of his dear father, pained with woe and misery unexplained, filled Rama with unrest, as ocean's pulses rise and swell, when the great moon he loved so well shines full upon his breast. So grieving for his father's sake, to his own heart the hero spake, "Why will the king my sire to-day no kindly word of greeting say? At other times, though wroth he be, his eyes grow calm that look on me. Then why does anguish wring his brow to see his well-beloved now?" Sick and perplexed, distraught with woe, to Queen Kaikeyi bowing low, while pallor over his bright cheek spread, with humbled reverence he said, "What have I done unknown amiss, to make my father wroth like this? Declare it, O dear Queen, and win his pardon for my heedless sin. Why is the sire I ever find filled with all love today unkind, with eyes cast down and pallid cheek, this day alone he will not speak. Or lies he prostrate amid the blow of fierce disease or sudden war? For all our bliss is dashed with pain, and joy unmixed is hard to gain. The stroke of evil fortune smite dear Bharat, charming to the sight, or on the brave Shatrugna fall, or consorts, for he loves them all. Against his words when I rebel, or fail to please the monarch well, when deeds of mine his soul offend, that hour I pray my life may end. How should a man to him who gave his being and his life behave? The sire to whom he vows his birth should be his deity on earth. Hast thou by pride and folly moved, with bitter taunt the king reproved? Has scorn of thine or cruel jest to passion stirred his gentle breast? Speak truly, queen, that I may know what cause has changed the monarch so. Thus by the high-souled prince addressed, of Raghu's sons the chief and best, she cast all ruth and shame aside, and bold with greedy words replied. Not wrath, O Rama, steers the king, nor misery stabs with sudden sting. One thought that fills his soul has he, but dares not speak for fear of thee. Thou art so dear, his lips refrain from words that might his darling pain. But thou, as duty bids, must still the promise of thy sire fulfill. He who to me in days gone by vouchsafed a boon with honours high, dares now a king his word regret, and caitiff-like disowns the debt. The Lord of man his promise gave, to grant the boon that I might crave, and now a bridge would idly throw, when the dried stream has ceased to flow. His faith the monarch must not break, in wrath or even for thy dear sake. From faith, as well the righteous know, our virtue and merits flow. Now be they good or they be ill, do thou thy father's words fulfill. Swear that his promise shall not fail, and I will tell thee all the tale. Yes, Rama, when I hear that thou hast bound thee by thy father's vow, then, not till then, my lips shall speak, nor will he tell what boon I seek. He heard, and with a troubled breast this answer to the queen addressed. Of me, dear lady, canst thou deem that words like these thy lips beseem? I, at the bidding of my sire, would cast my body to the fire, a deadly draught of poison drink, or in the waves of ocean sink. If he command, it shall be done, my father and my king in one. Then speak, and let me know the thing so longed for by my lord the king. It shall be done, let this suffice, Rama never makes a promise twice. He ended, to the princely youth, who loved the right and spoke the truth. Cruel, abominable came the answer of the ruthless dame. When gods and tyrants fought of yore, transfixed with darts and battered in gore, two boons to me thy father gave, for the dear life it was mine to save. Of him I claim the ancient debt, that Bharat on the throne be set, and thou, O Rama, go this day to Dandak forest far away. Now, Rama, if thou wilt maintain thy father's faith without a stain, and thine own truth and honour clear, then, best of men, my bidding hear. Do thou thy father's word obey, nor from the pledge he gave me stray. Thy life in Dandak forest spend, till 9 long years and 5 shall end. Upon my Bharat's princely head let consecrating drops be shed, with all the royal pomp for thee, made ready by the king's decree. Seek Dandak forest and resign rites that would make the empire thine. For twice 7 years of exile wear the coat of bark and matted hair, then in thy stead let Bharat reign, lord of the royal sire's domain. Rich in the fairest gems that shine, cars, elephants, and steeds and kine, the monarch mourns thy altered faith, and veils his brow compassionate. Bowed down by bitter grief he lies, and dares not lift to thine his eyes. Obey his word, be firm and brave, and with great truth the monarch save. While thus with cruel words she spoke, No grief the noble youth betrayed, but forth the father's anguish broke, and his dear Rama's lot dismayed. End of Cantos 16, 17, and 18. Cantos 19 to 21 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 19, Rama's Promise. Calm and unmoved by threat and war, the noble conqueror of the foe answered the cruel words she spoke, nor quailed beneath the murderous stroke. Yea, for my father's promise sake, I to the wood my way will take, and dwell a lonely exile there, in hermit dress with matted hair. One thing alone I fain would learn, why is the king this day so stern? Why is the scourge of foes so cold, nor gives me greeting as of old? Now let not anger flush thy cheek, before thy face the truth I speak. In hermit's coat with matted hair, to the wild wood will I repair. How can I fail his will to do? Friend, master, grateful sovereign too. The only pang consumes my breast, that his own lips have not expressed his will, nor made his longing known, that Bharat should ascend the throne. To Bharat I would yield my wife, my realm and wealth, mine own dear life. Unasked I fain would yield them all, more gladly at my father's call, more gladly when the gift may free his honor and bring joy to thee. Thus, lady, his sad heart release from the sore shame and give him peace. But tell me, oh, I pray thee, why the Lord of man with downcast eye lies prostrate thus, and one by one down his pale cheek the teardrops run. Let couriers to thy father speed, on horses of the swiftest breed, and by the mandate of the king thy Bharat to his presence bring. My father's words I will not stay to question, but this very day to Dandak's pathless wild will fare, for twice 7 years an exile there. When Rama thus had made reply, Kaikeyi's heart with joy beat high. She, trusting to the pledge she held, the youth's departure thus impelled. It is well, be messengers despatched, on coursers never for fleetness matched, to seek my father's home and lead my Bharat back with all their speed. And Rama, as I ween that thou wilt scarce endure to linger now, so surely it were wise and good this hour to journey to the wood. And if, with shame cast down and weak, no word to thee the king can speak, forgive, and from thy mind dismiss a trifle in an hour like this. But till thy feet in rapid haste have left the city for the waste, and to the distant forest fled, you will not bade nor call for bread. War, war, from the sad monarch burst, in surging floods of grief immersed, then swooning with his wits astray, upon the gold-wrought couch he lay. And Rama raised the aged king, but the stern queen unpitying, checked not her heedless words, nor spared the hero for all speed prepared, but urged him with her bitter tongue, like a good horse with lashes stung. She spoke her shameful speech, serene, he heard the fury of the queen, and to her words so vile and dread, gently unmoved in mind, he said, I would not in this world remain, a grovelling thrall to paltry gain, but duty's path would fain pursue, true as the saints themselves are true. From death itself I would not fly, my father's wish to gratify. What deed soever his loving son may do to please him, think it done. Amid all duties, queen, I count this duty first and paramount, that sons obedient I fulfil their honored father's word and will. Without his word, if thou decree, forth to the forest will I flee, and there shall 14 years be spent, mid lonely wilds in banishment. Methinks thou couldst not hope to find one spark of virtue in my mind, if thou, whose wish is still my lord, hast for his grace the king implored. This day I go, but ere we part, must cheer my Sita's tender heart. To my dear mother bid farewell, then to the woods a while to dwell. With thee, O Queen, the care must rest, that Bharat hear his sire's behest, and guard the land with righteous sway, for such the law that lives for aye. In speechless woe the father heard, wept with loud cries, but spoke no word. Then Rama touched his senseless feet, and hers, for honour most unmeet. Round both his suckling steps he bent, then from the bower the hero went. Soon as he reached the gate he found his dear companions gathered round. Behind him came Sumitra's child, with weeping eyes so sad and wild. Then saw he all that rich array of vases for the glorious day. Round them with reverent steps he paced, nor veiled his eye, nor moved in haste. The loss of empire could not dim the glory that encompassed him. So will the Lord of cooling rays, on whom the world delights to gaze, through the great love of all retain sweet splendor in the time of wane. Now to the exile's lot resigned, he left the rule of earth behind, as though all worldly cares he spurned, no trouble was in him discerned. The chariots that for kings are used, and white umbrella he refused, dismissed his chariot and his man, and every friend and citizen. He ruled his senses, nor betrayed the grief that on his bosom weighed, and thus his mother's mansion sought, to tell the mournful news he brought. Nor could the gay-clad people there, who flocked round Rama true and fair, one sign of altered fortune trace upon the splendid hero's face. Nor had the chieftain, mighty armed, lost the bright look all hearts that charmed, as even from the autumn moons is thrown a splendor which is all their own. With his sweet voice the hero spoke, saluting all the gathered folk. Then righteous souled and great in fame, close to his mother's house he came. Lakshman the brave, his brother's pair, in princely virtues followed near, sore troubled, but resolved to show no token of his secret war. Thus to the palace Rama went, where all were gay with hope and joy, but well he knew the dire event, that hope would mar, that bliss destroy. So to his grief he would not yield, lest the sad change their hearts might rend, and the dread tiding unrivelled, spared from the blow its faithful friend. Canto 20. Kausalya's Lament. But in the monarch's palace when sped from the bower that lord of men, up from the weeping women went a mighty wail and wild lament. Ah, he who ever freely did his duty ere his sire could bid, our refuge and our sure defence this day will go an exile hence. He on Kausalya loves to wait, most tender and affectionate, and as he treats his mother, thus from childhood has he treated us. On themes that sting he will not speak, and when reviled he is calm and meek. He soothes the angry, heals offence, he goes today an exile hence. Our lord the king is most unwise, and looks on life with darting eyes, who in his folly casts away the world's protection, hope, and stay. Thus in their war, like kine bereaved of their young calves, the ladies grieved, and ever as they wept and wailed, with keen reproach the king assailed. Their lamentation mixed with tears smote with new grief the monarch's ears, who bound with woe too great to bear, fell on his couch and fainted there. Then Rama, smitten with the pain his heaving heart could scarce restrain, groaned like an elephant and strode with Lakshman to the queen's abode. A warder there, whose weary eld in honour high by all was held, guarding the mansion sat before the portal, guard with many more. Swift to their feet the warder sprang, and loud acclamation rang. Hailed Rama as to him they bent, of Vic the chiefs preeminent. One court he passed, and in the next saw masters of each Veda text, a crowd of Brahmins good and sage, dear to the king for lore and age. To these he bowed his reverent head, thence to the court beyond he sped. Old dames and tender girls their care to keep the doors were stationed there. And all, when Rama came in view, delighted to the chamber flew, to bear to Queen Kausalya's ear the tidings that she loved to hear. The queen, on rites and prayer intent, in careful watch the night he'd spent, and at the dawn her son to aid, to Vishnu holy offerings made. Firm in her vows, serenely glad, in robes of spotless linen clad, as texts prescribe with grace implored, her offerings in the fire she poured. Within her splendid bower he came, and saw her feet the sacred flame. There oil and grain and vases stood, with wreaths and cards and cakes and wood, and milk and sesame and rice, the elements of sacrifice. See, worn and pale with many a fast, and midnight hours in vigil past, in robes of purest white arrayed, to Lakshmi, queen, drink offerings paid. So long away she flew to meet the darling of her soul, so runs a mare with eager feet to welcome back her foal. He with his firm support upheld the queen, as near she drew, and by maternal love impelled, her arms around him threw. Her hero son, her matchless boy, she kissed upon the head, she blessed him in her pride and joy, with tender words and said, Be like thy royal sires of old, the nobly good, the lofty souled, their lengthened days and fame be thine, and virtue as beseems thy line. The pious king thy father see, true to his promise made to thee, that truth thy sire this day will show, and reason's power on thee bestow. She spoke, he took the proffered seed, and as she pressed her son to eat, raised reverent hands, and touched with shame, made answer to the royal dame, Dear lady, thou hast yet to know that danger treats and heavy woe, a grief that will with sore distress on Sita thee and Lakshman press. What needs of seeds have such as I? This day to Dandak would I fly. The hour is come, a time unmeet, for silken couch and gilded seat. I must to lonely wilds repair, abstain from flesh and living there. On roots, fruit, honey, hermit's food, pass twice 7 years in solitude. To Bharat's hand the king will yield the risen power I thought to wield, and me a hermit will he send, my days in Dandak wood to spend. As when the woodman's axe has lopped a sal branch in the grove, she dropped, so from the skies a goddess falls, ejected from her radiant halls. When Rama saw her lying low, prostrate by too severe a blow, around her form his arms he wound, and raised her fainting from the ground. His hand upheld her like a mare, who feels her load too sore to bear, and sank upon the way overtoiled, and all her limbs with dust assoiled. He soothed her in her wild distress, with loving touch and soft caress. She, made for highest fortune eyed, the hero watching by her side, and thus, while Lakshman bent to hear, addressed her son with many a tear. If, Rama, thou had never been born, my child, to make thy mother mourn, though reft of joy a childless queen, such woe as this I never had seen. Though to the childless wife there clings one sorrow armed with keener stings, no child have I, no child have I, no second misery prompts the sigh. When long I sought, alas, in vain, my husband's love and bliss to gain, in Rama all my hopes I set, and dreamed I might be happy yet. I, of the consorts first and best, must bear my rival's taunt and jest, and brook, though better far than they, the soul distressing words they say. What woman can be doomed to pine in misery more sore than mine, whose hopeless days must still be spent in grief that ends not and lament? They scorn me when my son was nigh, when he is banished I must die. Me, whom my husband never prized, Kaikeyi's retinue despised, with boundless insolence, though she tops not in rank nor equals me. And they who do me service yet, now old Elysians quite forget, whenever they see Kaikeyi's son, with silent lips my glances shun. How, O my darling, shall I brook its meanness of Kaikeyi's look, and listen, in my low estate, to taunts of one so passionate? For 17 years, since thou wast born, I sat and watched, ah me forlorn, hoping some blessed day to see deliverance from my woes by thee. Now comes this endless grief and wrong, so dire I cannot bear it long, sinking with age and sorrow worn, beneath my rival's taunts and scorn. How shall I pass in dark distress my long, long days of wretchedness, without my Rama's face as bright as the full moon to cheer my side? Alas, my cares thy steps to train, and fasts and vows and prayers are vain. Hard, hard a wind must be this heart, to hear this blow nor burst apart, as some great river bank when first the floods of rain time on it burst. No, fate that speeds not will not slay, nor Yama's horse vouchsafe me room, or like a lion sweeping prey, that now had borne me to my doom. Hard is my heart and wrought of steel, that breaks not with the crushing blow, or in the pangs this day I feel, my lifeless frame hath sunk below. That waits his hour, nor takes me now, but this sad thought augments my pain, that prayer enlarges, fast and vow, and heavenward service are in vain. Ah me, with fruitless toil, of rites austere a child I sought, the seed cast forth on barren soil, still lifeless lies and comes to naught. If ever wretch by anguish grieved, before his hour to death had fled, I, mourning like a cow bereaved, had been this day among the dead. Canto 21. Kausalya calmed. While thus Kausalya wept and sighed, with timely words sad Lakshman cried, O honoured queen, I like it ill, that subject to a woman's will, Rama his royal state should quit, and to an exile's doom submit. The aged king, fond, changed, and weak, will as the queen compels him speak. But why should Rama thus be sent to the wild woods in banishment? No least offence I find in him, I see no fault his fame to dim, not one in all the world I know, not outcast wretch, nor secret foe, whose whispering lips would dare assail his spotless life with slanderous tale. Godlike and bounteous, just, sincere, even to his very foeman dear, who would without a cause neglect the right and such a son reject. And if a king such order gave, in second childhood passion's slave, what son within his heart would lay the senseless order and obey? Come, Rama, ere this plot be known, stand by me and secure the throne. Stand like the king who rules below, stand aided by thy brother's bow. How can the might of meaner man resist thy royal purpose then? My shafts, if rebels court their fate, shall lay Ayodhya desolate. Then shall her streets with blood be dyed of those who stand on Bharat's side. None shall my slaughtering hand exempt from gentle patience earns contempt. If by Kaikeyi's counsel changed our father's heart be thus estranged, no mercy must our arm restrain, but let the foe be slain, be slain. For should the guide respected long, no more discerning right and wrong, turn in forbidden paths to stray, it is meet that force his steps should stay. That power sufficient can he see, what motive for the wish has he, that to Kaikeyi would resign the empire which he justly died? Can he, O conqueror of thy foes, thy strength and mine in war oppose? Can he entrust in our despite to Bharat's hand thy royal right? I love this brother with the whole affection of my faithful soul. Yea, queen, by vow and truth I swear, by sacrifice and gift and prayer. If Rama to the forest goes, or where the burning furnace glows, first shall my feet the forest tread, and flames shall first surround my head. My might shall chase thy grief and tears, as darkness flies when morn appears. Do thou, dear queen, and Rama too, behold what power like mine can do. My aged father I will kill, the vessel of Kaikeyi's will, old yet a child, the omen's thrall, infirm and base, the scorn of all. Thus Lakshman cried, the mighty souled, down her sad cheeks the torrents rolled, as to her son Kausalya spake. Now thou hast heard thy brother, take his counsel if thou hold it wise, and do the thing his words advise. Do not, my son, with tears I pray, my rival's wicked word obey. Leave me not here consumed with war, nor to the wood an exile go. If thou to virtue ever true, thy duty's path would still pursue, the highest duty bids thee stay, and thus thy mother's voice obey. Thus Kashyap's great ascetic son, his seed among the immortals won, in his own home subdued his state, and honor to his mother paid. If reverence to thy sire be due, thy mother claims like honor too. And thus I charge thee, O my child, thou must not seek the forest wild. Ah, what to me were life and bliss, condemned my darling son to miss. But with my Rama near to eat, the very grass itself were sweet. But if thou still wilt go and leave thy helpless mother here to grieve, I from that hour will food abjure, nor life without my son endure. Then it will be thy fate to dwell in depth of world detested hell, as ocean in the olden time was guilty of an impious crime, that marked the lord of each fair flood, as one who spills a Brahman's blood. Thus spake the queen, and wept and shied. Then righteous Rama thus replied, I have no power to slight or break commandments which my fathers spake. I bent my head, dear lady, low. Forgive me, for I needs must go. Once Kandu, mighty saint, who made his dwelling in the forest shade, a cow and duty's claims he knew, obedient to his father's lieu. And in the line from which we spring, one ordered by their sire the king, through art the sons of Sagar cleft, and countless things of life bereft. So Jamadagni's son obeyed his sire, when in the wood he laid his hand upon his axe and smote through Renuka his mother's throat. The deeds of this and more beside, pairs of gods my steps shall guide, and resolute will I fulfill my father's word, my father's will. Nor I, O queen, unsanctioned tread this righteous path by duty led. The road my footsteps journey over was traversed by the great of yore. This high command which all accept shall faithfully by me be kept, for duty never will him forsake who fears his sire's command to break. Thus to his mother, wild with grief, then thus to Lakshman spake the chief of those by whom the bow is bent, mid all who spake most eloquent. I know what love for me thou hast, what fond devotion unsurpassed, thy valor and thy worth I know, and glory that appals the foe. Blessed youth, my mother's woe is great, it bends her beneath its matchless weight, no claims will she, with blinded eyes, of truth and passions recognize. For duty is supreme in place, and truth is duty's noblest base. Obedient to my sire's behest, I serve the cause of duty best. For man should truly do whatever to mother, Brahman, sire he swear, he must in duty's path remain, nor let his word be pledged in vain. And oh, my brother, how can I obedience to this charge deny? Kaike's tongue my purpose part, but it was my sire who gave the word. Cast his unholy thoughts aside, which smack of war and warrior's pride. To duty's call not wrath attend, and tread the path which I command. Rama by fond affection moved, his brother Lakshman thus reproved, then with joined hands and reverent head, again to Queen Kaushalya said, I needs must go, do thou consent, to the wild wood in banishment. Oh, give me by my life, I pray, thy blessing ere I go away. I, when the promised years are over, shall see Ayodhya's town once more. Then, mother dear, thy tears restrain, nor let thy heart be wrung by pain. In time, my father's will obeyed, shall I return from greenwood shade. My dear Videhan, thou and I, Lakshman, Sumitra, feel this tie, and must my father's word obey, as duty bids that rules for aye. Thy preparations now forego, and lock within thy breast thy woe, nor be my pious wish withstood, to go on exile to the wood. Calm and unmoved the prince explained his duty's claim and purpose high. The mother life and sense regained, looked on her son and made reply. If reverence be thy father's due, the same by right and love is mine. Go not, my charge I thus renew, nor leave me here in war to pine. What were such lonely life to me, rides to the shades or deathless lot? More dear, my son, 1 hour with thee, than all the world where thou art not. As bursts to view when brands blaze high, some elephant concealed by night, So when he heard his mother's cry, burnt Rama's grief with fiercer might. Thus to the queen, half senseless still, and Lakshman, burnt with heartfelt pain, true to the right with steadfast will, his duty speech he spoke again. Brother, I know thy loving mind, thy valour and thy truth I know, but now to claims of duty bind, thou and my mother swell my woe. The fruits of deeds in human life make love, gain, duty manifest, dear when they meet as some fond wife, with her sweet babes upon her breast, but man to duty first should turn, whenever the three are not combined. For those who heed but gain with scorn, and those to pleasure all resigned, shall then the virtuous disobey hosts of an aged king and sire, though favorous joy that farther sway, or senseless love or causeless ire. I have no power, commanded thus, to slight his promise and decree. The honored sire of both of us, my mother's lord and life is he. Shall see, while yet the holy king is living on the right intent, shall see, like some pure widowed thing, go forth with me to banishment. Now, mother, speed thy parting son, and let thy blessing soothe my pain, that I may turn, mine exile done, like King Ayati home again. Fair glory, and the fruit she gives, for lust of sway I never will slide. What for the span immortal lives, where rule of fate without the right? He soothed her thus, firm to the last, his counsel to his brother told, then round the queen in reverence passed, and held her in his loving hold. End of Cantos 19, 20, and 21. Cantos 22 to 24 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 22. Lakshman calmed. So Rama kept unshaken still, his noble heart with iron will. To his dear brother next he turned, whose glaring eyes with fury burned. Indignant, panting like a snake, and thus again his counsel spake. Thine anger and thy grief restrain, and firm in duty's path remain. Dear brother, lay thy scorn aside, and be the right thy joy and pride. Thy ready chill and thoughtful care, to aid what rights should grace the heir. These it is another's now to ask. Come, guard thee for thy noble task, that Bharat's throning rights may be graced with the things prepared for me. And with thy gentle care provide that her fond heart, now sorely tried with fear and longing for my sake, with doubt and dread may never ache. To know that thoughts of coming ill, one hour the tender bosom feel with agony and dark despair, is grief too great for me to bear. I cannot, brother, call to mind one wilful fault or undersigned, when I have pained in anything my mother's or my sire the king. The right my father keeps in view, in promise, word, and action true. Let him then all his fear dismiss, nor dread the loss of future bliss. He fears his truth herein will fall, hence bitter thoughts his heart assail. He trembles lest the rites proceed, and at his pangs my heart should bleed. So now this honest wish is mine, the consecration to resign, and from this city turn away to the wild wood with no delay. My banishment to-day will free Kaikeyi from her cares, that she, at last contented and elate, may Bharat's throning celebrate. Then will the lady's trouble cease, then will her heart have joy and peace, when wandering in the wood I wear deerskin and bark and matted hair. Nor shall by me his heart be grieved, whose choice approved, whose mind conceived this counsel which I follow. No, forth to the forest will I go. It is fate, Sumitra's son, confess, that sends me to the wilderness. It is fate alone that gives away to other hands the royal sway. How could Kaikeyi's purpose bring on me this pain and suffering, were not her change of heart decreed by fate, whose will commands the deed? I know my filial love has been the same throughout for every queen, and with the same affection she has treated both her son and me. Her shameful words of cruel spite, to stay the consecrating rite, and drive me banished from the throne, these I ascribe to fate alone. How could she, born of royal race, whom nature decks with fairest grace, speak like a dame of low degree before the king to torture me? But fate, which none may comprehend, to which all life must bow and bend, in her and me its power has shown, and all my hopes are overthrown. What man Sumitra's darling may contend with fate's resistless sway, whose all-commanding power we find our former deeds alone can bind? Our life and death, our joy and pain, anger and fear, and loss and gain, its thing that is in every state, all is the work of none but fate. Even saints, inspired with rigid chill, when once the stroke of fate they feel, in sternest vows no more engage, and fall enslaved by love and rage. So now the sudden stroke whose weight descends unlooked for comes of fate, and with unpitying might destroys the promise of commencing joys. Weigh this true counsel in thy soul, with thy firm heart thy heart control. Then, brother, thou wilt cease to grieve for hindered rights which now I leave. So cast thy needless grief away, and strictly my commands obey. Those preparations check with speed, nor let my throning rites proceed. Those arms that stand prepared to shade king-making drops upon my head shall with their pure lustrations now inaugurate my hermit's vow. Yet what have I to do with things that touch the state and pomp of kings? These hands of mine shall water take to sanctify the vow I make. Now, Lakshman, let thy heart no more my fortune changed and lost deplore. A forest life more joys may bring than those that wait upon a king. Now through her art successful mar my consecrating rite. Let not the youngest queen too far thy jealous fear excite. Nor let one thought suggesting ill upon our father fall, but let thy heart remember still that fate is lord of all. Canto 23. Lakshman's Anger. Thus Rama to his brother said, and Lakshman bent his drooping head, in taunts by grief and pride impelled, a middle course of thought he held. Then in a frown of anger bent his brows that chief most excellent, and like a serpent in his hole, breathed fierce and fast in wrath of soul. His threatening brows so darkly frowned, his eyes so fiercely glanced around, they made his glare, which none might brook, like some infuriate lion's look. Like some wild elephant full aloft, he raised and shook his head aloft, now turned his neck to left and right, now bent, now raised its stately height. Now in his rage that sword he felt, with mangling wounds to foemen dealt, with sidelong glance his brother eyed, and thus in burning words replied. Thy rash resolve, thy eager haste, thy mighty fear are all misplaced. No room is here for duty's claim, no cause to dread the people's blame. Can one as brave as thou consent to use a coward's argument? The glory of the warrior race, with craven speech his lips debase. Can one like thee so falsely speak, exalting fate confessed so weak? Canst thou, undoubting, still restrain suspicions of those sinful twain? Canst thou, most duteous, fail to know their hearts are set on duty's show? They with deceit have set their trains, and now the fruit rewards their pains. Had they not long ago agreed, O Rama, on this treacherous deed? That promised boon, so long retained, he asked had given and she had gained. I cannot, O my brother, bear to see another throned as heir, with rights which all our people hate. Then, O, this passion tolerate. This vaunted duty, which can guide thy steps from wisdom's path aside, and change the counsel of thy breast, O lofty-headed, I detest. Wilt thou, when power and might are thine, submit to this abhorred design, thy father's impious hest fulfill, that vessel of Kaike's will. But if thou still wilt shut thine eyes, nor see the guile herein that lies, my soul is sad, I deeply mourn, and duty seems a thing to scorn. Canst thou one moment think to please this pair, who live for love and ease, and against thy peace as foes allied, with tenderest names their hatred hide? Now if thy judgment still refers to fate, this plot of his and hers, my mind herein can never agree, and oh, in this be ruled by me. Weak, void of manly pride are they, who bend to fate's imputed sway, the choicest souls, the nobly great, disdain to bow their heads to fate. And he who dares his fate control, with vigorous act and manly soul, through threatening fate his hopes assail, unmoved through all, need never quail. This day mankind shall learn aright the power of fate and human might, so shall the gulf that lies between a man and fate be clearly seen. The might of fate, subdued by me, this hour the citizens shall see, who saw its intervention stay thy consecrating rites today. My power shall turn this fate aside, that threatens as with furious stride an elephant who scorns to feel, in race unchecked, the driver's heel. Not the great lords whose sleepless might protects the walls shall stay the riot, though earth, hell, heaven combine their powers, and shall fear this sire of ours. Then if their minds are idly bent to doom thee, king, to banishment, through twice 7 years of exile they shall in the lonely forest stay. I will consume the hopes that fire the Queen Kaike and our sire, that to her son this check will bring advantage, making Bharat king. The power of fate will never withstand the might that arms my vigorous hand. If danger and distress assail, my fearless strength will still prevail. 1,000 circling years shall flee, the forest then thy home shall be, and thy good sons succeeding hold the empire which their sire controlled. The royal saints of old who reigned, for aged kings this rest ordained. These to their sons their realm commit, that they, like sires, may cherish it. O pious soul, if thou decline the empire which is justly thine, lest while the king distracted lies, disorder in the state should rise. I, or no mention may I find, in walls to hero souls assigned, the guardian of thy realm will be, as the sea bank protects the sea. Then cast thine idle fears aside, with prosperous rites be sanctified. The lords of art may strive in vain, my power shall all their force restrain. My pair of arms, my warrior's bow, are not for pride or empty show. For no support these shafts were made, and binding up ill suits my blade. To pierce the foe with deadly breach, this is the work of all and each. But small, methinks, the love I show, for him I count my mortal foe. Soon as my trenchant steel is bare, flashing its lightning through the air, I heed no foe, nor stand aghast, though Indra's self the Labin cast. Then shall the ways be hard to pass, where chariots lie in ruinous mass, when elephant and man and steed, crushed in the murderous onslaught bleed. And legs and heads fall, heap on heap, beneath my sword's tremendous sweep. Struck by my keen brand's trenchant blade, thine enemies shall fall dismayed. Like towering mountains rent in twain, or lightning clouds that burst in rain. When armed with brace and glove I stand, and take my trusty bow in hand, who then shall vaunt his might, who dare count him a man to meet me there? Then will I loose my shafts and strike, man, elephant, and steed alike. At one shall many an arrow fly, and many a foe with one shall die. This day the world my power shall see, that none in arms can rival me. My strength the monarch shall abase, and set thee lord in lordliest place. These arms, which breathe the sandal's scent, which golden bracelets ornament, these hands, which precious gifts bestow, which guard the friend and smite the foe, a nobler service shall essay, and fight in Rama's cause today, the robbers of thy rights to stay. Speak, brother, tell thy foeman's name, whom I, in conquering strife, may strip of followers and fame, of fortune or of life. Say, how may all his sea-god land be brought to own thy sway? Thy faithful servant here I stand, to listen and obey. Then strove the bride of Raghu's race, sad Lakshman's heart to cheer, while slowly down the hero's face, unchecked, there rolled a tear. The orders of my sire, he cried, my will shall never oppose. I follow still, whatever betide, the path which duty shows. Canto 24. Kaushalya calmed. But when Kaushalya saw that he resolved to keep his sire's decree, while tears and sobs her utterance broke, her very righteous speech she spoke. Can he, a stranger yet to pain, whose pleasant words all hearts unseen, son of the king and me the queen, live on the grain his hands may glean? Can he, whose slaves and menials eat the finest cakes of sifted wheat, can Rama in the forest live on roots and fruit which woodlands give? Who will believe, who will not fear, when the sad story smites his ear, that one so dear, so noble held, is by the king his sire expelled? Now surely none may fate resist, which orders all as it may list. If Rama, in thy strength and grace, the earth become thy dwelling place. A childless mother, long I grieved, and many a sigh for offspring heaved, with wishful longing weak and worn, till thou at last, my son, wast born. Fanned by the storm of that desire, deep in my soul I felt the fire, whose offerings flowed from weeping eyes, which feel feed of groans and sighs. While round the flame the smoke grew hot, of tears, because thou camest not. Now left of thee, to fiery fears, the flame of war my heart will pierce, as when the days of spring return, the sun's hot beams the forest burn. The mother cow still follows near, the wanderings of a youngling deer, so close to thine my feet shall be, wherever thou goest, following thee. Rama, the noblest lord of man, heard his fond mother's speech, and then, in soothing words like these replied, to the sad queen who wept and sighed. Nay, by Kaikeyi's art beguiled, when I am banished to the wild, if thou, my mother, also fly, the aged king will surely die. When wedded dames their lords forsake, long for the crime their souls shall ache, thou must, not even in thought to dim, thy bosom frame so dire a sin. Long as Kakutsta's son, who reigns, lord of the earth, in life remains, thou must with love his will obey, this duty claims, supreme for aye. Yes, mother, thou and I must be submissive to my sire's decree. King, husband, sire, is he confessed, the lord of all, the worthiest. I in the wilds my days will spend, till twice 7 years have reached an end, then with great joy will come again, and faithful to thy hests remain. Kaushalya, by her son addressed, with love and passion sore distressed, afflicted, with her eyes bedewed, to Rama thus her speech renewed. Nay, Rama, but my heart will break, if with these queens my home I make. Lead me too with thee, let me go, and wander like a woodland roar. Then while no tear the hero shed, thus to the weeping queen he said, Mother, while lives the husband he is woman's lord and deity. O dearest lady, thou and I, our lord and king must never deny. The Lord of art himself have we, our guardian wise and friend to be. And Bharat, true to duty's call, whose sweet words take the hearts of all, will serve thee well and never forget the virtuous path before him set. Be this, I pray, thine earnest care, that the old king, my father, never, when I have parted hence, may know, grieved for his son, a pang of woe. Let not this grief his soul distress, to kill him with the bitterness. With duteous care in everything, love, comfort, cheer the aged king. Thou, best of womankind, espouse, keeps firmly all her fasts and vows, nor yet her husband's will obeys. She treads in sin's forbidden ways. She to her husband's will who bends, goes to high bliss that never ends. Yea, though the gods have found in her no reverential worshipper, bent on his will, a woman still must seek to do her husband's will. For Scripture, custom, law uphold this duty heaven revealed of old. Honor true Brahmans for my sake, and constant offerings daily make, with fire oblations and with flowers, to all the host of heavenly powers. Look to the coming time and eon, for the glad hour of my return, and still thy duteous course pursue, abstemious, humble, kind, and true. The highest bliss shalt thou obtain, when I from exile come again, if, best of those who keep the right, the King Messiah still see the light. The Queen, by Rama thus addressed, still with a modest grief oppressed, while her long eyes with tears were dim, began once more unanswered hymn. Not by my pleading may be stayed the firm resolve thy soul has made. My hero, thou wilt go, and none the stern commands of fate may shun. Go forth, dear child, whom naught can bend, and may all bliss thy steps attend. Thou wilt return, and that dear day will chase mine every grief away. Thou wilt return, thy duty done, thy vows discharged, high glory won. From filial debt wilt thou be free, and sweetest joy will come on me. My son, the will of mighty fate at every time must dominate. If now it drives thee hence to stray, heedless of me who bid thee stay. Go strong of arm, go forth, my boy, go forth again to come with joy, and thine expectant mother cheer with those sweet tones she loves to hear. Oh, that the blessed hour were nigh, when thou shalt glad this anxious eye, with matted hair and hermit dress, returning from the wilderness. Kaushalya's conscious soul approved, as a proud glance she bent on Rama, constant and unmoved, resolved on banishment. Such words, with happy omens fraught, to her dear son she said, invoking with each eager thought a blessing on his head. End of Cantos 22, 23, and 24. Cantos 25 to 27 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 25. Kaushalya's Blessing. Her grief and woe she cast aside, her lips with water purified, and thus her benison began, that mother of the noblest man. If thou wilt hear no words of mine, go forth, thou pride of Raghu's line. Go, darling, and return with speed, walking where noble spirits lead. May virtue on thy steps attend, and be her faithful lover's friend. May those to whom thy vows are paid, in temple and in holy shade, with all the mighty saints combine, to keep that precious life of thine. The arms wise Vishwamitra gave, thy virtuous soul from danger save. Long be thy life, thy sure defence shall be thy truthful innocence. And that obedience naught can tire, to me thy mother and thy sire. My fanes where holy fires are fed, altars with gross and feeble spread. Its sacrificial ground, its tree, rock, lake, and mountain prosper thee. Let old Viras and him who made the universe combine to aid. Let Indra and each guardian lord who keeps the worlds their help afford, and be thy constant friend the sun, Lord Pusha, Vaga, Aryaman. Fortnights and seasons, nights and days, years, months, and hours protect thy ways. Brihaspati shall still be nigh, the war god, and the moon on high, and Narad and the sainted seven shall watch thee from their starry heaven. The mountains and the seas which ring, the world and Varun the king, sky, ether, and the wind, whatever moves not or moves, for thee shall care. Each lunar mansion be benign, with happier light the planets shine. All gods, its light in heaven that glows, protect my child wherever he goes. The twilight hours, the day and night, keep in the wood thy steps aright. Watch, minute instant, as they flee, shall all bring happiness to thee. Celestials and the Titan brood protect thee in thy solitude, and haunt the mighty wood to bless the wanderer in his hermit dress. Fear not, by mightier guardians screened, the giant or night-roving fiend, nor let the cruel race who tear man's flesh for food thy bosom scare. Far be the ape, the scorpion's sting, fly, gnat and worm and creeping thing. Thee shall the hungry lion spare, the tiger, elephant and bear. Safe from the furious might repose, safe from the horned buffaloes. Each savage thing the forest's breed, that love on human flesh to feed, shall for my child its race abate, when thus its wrath I deprecate. Blessed be thy ways, may sweet success the valor of my darling bless. To all that fortune can bestow, go forth, my child, my Rama, go. Go forth, O happy in the love of all the gods below, above, and in those guardian powers confide thy paths who keep, thy steps who guide. May Sukra, Yama, sun and moon, and he who gives each golden boon, won by mine honest prayers, be good to thee, my son, in Dandak Wood. Fire, wind, and smoke, its text and spell, from mouths of holy seers that fell. God Rama, when his limbs he dips, or with the stream makes pure his lips. May the great saints and he, the Lord, who made the worlds by worlds adored, and every god in heaven beside, my banished Rama keep and guide. Thus with due praise the long-eyed dame, ennobled by her spotless fame, with wreaths of flowers and precious scent, worshipped the gods most reverent. A high-souled Brahman lit the fire, and offered at the queen's desire the holy oil ordained to burn for Rama's will and safe return. Kaushalya, best of dames, with care set oiled wreaths fuel mastered there. Then, when the rites of fire had ceased, for Rama's bliss and health, the priest, standing without, gave what remained in general offering as ordained, dealing among the twice-horned train honey and curds and oil and grain. He bade each heart and voice unite to bless the youthful anchorite. Then Rama's mother, glorious dame, bestowed, to meet the Brahman's claim, a lordly fee for duty done, and thus again addressed her son. Such blessings as the gods overjoyed poured forth when Britra was destroyed. On Indra the thousand eyes attend, my child, thine enterprise. Yea, such as Vinata once gave to King Suparna, swift and brave, who sought the drink that cheers the skies. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Yea, such as, when the Amrit rose, and Indra slew his Daitya foes, the royal Aditi bestowed on him, whose hand with slaughter glowed, of the dire brood of monstrous size. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Even such as peerless Vishnu graced, when with his triple step he paced, outbursting from the dwarf's disguise. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Floods, isles, and seasons as they fly, worlds, Vedas, quarters of the sky, combine, O mighty arm, to bless the destined heir of happiness. The long-eyed lady ceased. She shed pure scent and grain upon his head, and that prized herb whose sovereign power preserves from dark misfortune's hour, upon the hero's arm she set, to be his faithful amulet. While holy texts she murmured low, and spoke glad words, though crushed by war, concealing with obedient tongue the pangs with which her heart was wrung. She bent, she kissed his brow, she pressed her darling to her troubled breast. Firm in thy purpose go, she cried, go, Rama, and may bliss betide. Attain, returning safe and well, triumphant in Ayodhya dwell. Then shall my happy eyes behold the empire by thy will controlled. Then grief and care shall leave no trace, joy shall light up thy mother's face, and I shall see my darling reign in moonlight glory come again. These eyes shall fondly gaze on thee, so faithful to thy sire's decree, when thou the forest wild shalt quit, on thine ancestral throne to sit. Ere thou shalt turn from exile back, nor choicest blessings ever lack, then fill with rapture ever now my bosom and thy consorts too. To Siva and the heavenly host my worship has been paid, to mighty saint, to godlike ghost, to every wandering shade. Forth to the forest thou wilt hie, therein to dwell so long. Let all the quarters of the sky protect my child from wrong. Her blessings thus the queen bestowed, then round him fondly paced, and often, while her eyes overflowed, her dearest son embraced. Kaushalya's honored feet he pressed, as round her steps she bent, and radiant with her prayers that blessed, to Sita's home he went. Canto 26. Alone with Sita. So Rama, to his purpose true, to Queen Kaushalya bade adieu, received the benison she gave, and to the path of duty clave. As through the crowded street he passed, a radiance on the way he cast, and its fair grace by all approved, the bosoms of the people moved. Now of the woeful change no word, the fair Videhan bride had heard. The thought of that imperial rite still filled her bosom with delight. With grateful heart and joyful thought, the gods in worship she had sought, and well in royal duties learned, sat longing till her lord returned. Not all unmarked by grief and shame, within his sumptuous home he came, and hurried through the happy crowd, with eye dejected, gloomy browed. Up Sita sprang, and every limb trembled with fear at sight of him. She marked that cheek where anguish fed, those senses care disquieted. For when he looked on her no more, could his heart hide the load it bore, nor could the pious chief control the paleness over his cheek that stole. He altered cheer, his brow bedewed, with clammy draughts his grief she viewed, and cried, consumed with fires of woe, "What, O my lord, hath changed thee so?" Brihaspati looks down benign, and the moon rests in Pushya's sign. As Brahman says this day declare, then whence, my lord, this grief and care? Why does no canopy like foam for its white beauty shade thee home, its 100 wreaths spread wide to throw splendor on thy fair head below? Where are the royal fans to grace the lotus beauty of thy face, fair as the moon or wild swan's wing, and waving round the new-made king? Why do no sweet-toned birds rejoice to hail thee with triumphant voice? No tuneful heralds love to raise loud music in their monarch's praise? Why do no Brahmans scripture read pour cards and honey on thy head, anointed, as the laws ordain, with holy rites supreme to reign? Where are the chiefs of every guild, where other myriads should have filled the streets and followed home their king, with merry noise and triumphing? Why does no gold-wrought chariot lead, with 4 brave horses best for speed? No elephant precede the crowd, like a huge hill or thunder cloud, marked from his birth for happy fate, whom signs auspicious decorate? Why does no henchman young and fair precede thee and delight to bear, entrusted to his reverend gold, the burden of thy throne of gold? Why, if the consecrating rite be ready, why this mournful plight? Why do I see this sudden change, this altered mien so sad and strange? To her, as thus she weeping cried, Raghu's illustrious son replied, Sita, my honored sire's decree commands me to the woods to flee. O high-born lady, nobly bred, in the good paths thy footsteps tread. Hear, Janak's daughter, while I tell the story as it all befell. Of old my father, true and brave, 2 boons to Kaikeyi gave. Through these the preparations made for me today by her are stayed, for he is bound to disallow this promise by that earlier vow. In Dandak forest wild and vast must 14 years by me be passed. My father's will makes Bharat heir, the kingdom and the throne to share. Now, ere the lonely wild I seek, I come once more with thee to speak. In Bharat's presence, O my dame, never speak with pride of Rama's name. Another's eulogy to hear is hateful to a monarch's ear. Thou must with love his rule obey, to whom my father yields the sway. With love and sweet observance learn his grace and more the king's to earn. Now that my father may not break the words of promise that he spake, to the drear wood my steps are bent. Be firm, good Sita, and content. Through all that time my blameless spouse, keep well thy fasts and holy vows, rise from thy bed at break of day, and to the gods due worship pay. With meek and lowly love revere the Lord of man, my Father dear, and reverence to Kausalya show, my mother worn with eld and woe. By duty's law, O best of dames, high worship from thy love she claims, nor to the other queens refuse observance, rendering each her dues. By love and fond attention shown, they are my mothers like mine own. Let Bharat and Satrughna bear in thy sweet love a special share. Dear as my life, oh let them be like brother and like son to thee. In every word and deed refrain from aught that Bharat's soul may pain. He is Ayodhya's king and mine, the head and lord of all our line. For those who serve and love them much, with weariless endeavour touch, and win the gracious hearts of the kings, while wrath from disobedience springs. Great monarchs from their presence send their lawful sons who still offend, and welcome to the vacant place, good children of an alien race. Then, best of women, rest thou here, and Bharat's will with love revere. Obedient to thy king remain, and still thy vows of truth maintain. To the wide wood my steps I bend, make thou thy dwelling here. See that thy conduct never offend, and keep my words, my dear. Canto 27. Sita's Speech. He sweetly speaking bride, who best deserved her lord, he thus addressed. Then tender love bade passion wake, and thus the fair Videhan spake. What words are these that thou hast said? Contempt of me the thought has bred. O best of heroes, I dismiss with bitter scorn a speech like this. Unworthy of a warrior's fame, it taints a monarch's son with shame, never to be heard from those who know the signs of the sword and bow. My lord, the mother, sire, and son receive their lots by merit won. The brother and the daughter find the portions of their deeds assigned. The wife alone, whatever await, must share on earth her husband's fate. So now the king's command, which sends thee to the wild, to me extends. The wife can find no refuge, none, in father, mother, self, or son. Both here, and when they vanish hence, her husband is her sole defence. If, Raghu's son, thy steps are led where Dandak's pathless wilds are spread, my foot before thine own shall pass through tangled thorn and matted grass. Dismiss thine anger and thy doubt, like refuse water cast them out, and lead me, O my hero, hence. I know not sin, with confidence. Whatever his lot, it is far more sweet to follow still a husband's feet than in rich palaces to lie, or roam at pleasure through the sky. My mother and Messiah have taught what duty bids, and trained its start, nor have I now mine ear to turn, the duties of a wife to learn. I'll seek with thee the woodland dell, and pathless wild where no man dwell, where tribes of sylvan creatures roam, and many a tiger makes his home. My life shall pass as pleasant there as in my father's palace fair. The world shall wake no care in me, my only care be truth to thee. There, while thy wish I still obey, true to my vows with thee I'll stray, and there shall blissful hours be spent, in oats with honey redolent. In forest shades thy mighty arm would keep a stranger's life from harm. And how shall Sita think of fear, when thou, O glorious Lord, art near? Heir of high bliss, my choice is made, nor can I from my will be stayed. Doubt not, the earth will yield me roots, these will I eat, and woodland fruits, and as with thee I wander there, I will not bring thee grief or care. I long when thou, wise Lord, art nigh, all fearless, with delighted eye, to gaze upon the rocky hill, the lake, the fountain, and the rill, to sport with thee, my limbs to cool, in some pure lily-covered pool, while the white swans and mallards' wings are plashing in the water springs, so 1,000 seasons flee, like one sweet day if spent with thee. Without my Lord I would not prize a home with gods above the skies. Without my Lord my life to bless, where could be heaven or happiness? Forbid me not, with thee I go, the tangled wood to tread. There will I live with thee as though this roof were over my head. My will for thine shall be resigned, thy feet my steps shall guide. Thou, only thou art in my mind, I heed not all beside. Thy heart shall never by me grieved, do not by prayer deny. Take me, dear Lord, O thee bereaved, thy Sita swears to die. These words the duteous lady spake, nor would he yet consent his faithful wife with him to take, to share his banishment. He soothed her with his gentle speech, to change her will he strove, and much he said the woes to teach of those in wilds who rove. End of Cantos 25, 26 and 27. Cantos 28 to 30 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 28. The Dangers of the Wood. Thus Sita spake, and he who knew his duty to his orders true, was still reluctant as the wars of forest life before him rose. He sought to soothe her grief, to dry the torrent from each brimming eye, and then her firm resolve to shake. These words the pious hero spake: O daughter of a noble line, whose steps from virtue never decline, remain, thy duties here pursue, as my fond heart would have thee do. Now hear me, Sita, fair and weak, and do the words that I shall speak. Attend and hear while I explain each danger in wood, each pain. Thy lips have spoken, I condemn the foolish words that fell from them. This senseless plan, this wish of thine, to live a forest life resign. The names of trouble and distress sweet well the tangled wilderness. In the wild wood no joy I know, a forest life is naught but woe. The lion in his mountain cave answers the torrents as they rave, and forth his voice of terror throws. The wood, my love, is full of woes. There mighty monsters fearless play, and in their maddened onset slay the hapless wretch who near them goes. The wood, my love, is full of woes. It is hard to ford its treacherous flood, so thick with crocodiles and mud, where the wild elephants repose. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Or far from streams the wanderer strays, through thorns and creeper-tangled ways, while round him many a wild cock crows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. On the cold ground, upon a heap of gathered leaves, condemned to sleep, toil-wearied, will his eyelids close. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Long days and nights must he content his soul with scanty aliment. What fruit the wind from branches blows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. O Sita, while his strength may last, the ascetic in the wood must fast, coil on his head his matted hair, and bark must be his only wear. To gods and spirits day by day the ordered worship he must pay, and honor with respectful care each wandering guest who meets him there. The bedding rites he never must shun, at dawn, at noon, at set of sun. Obedient to the law he knows, the wood, my love, is full of woes. To grace the altar must he brought the gift of flowers his hands have sought, the debt each pious hermit vows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. The devotee must be content to live severely abstinent on what the chance of fortune shows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Hunger afflicts him evermore, the nights are black, the wild winds roar, and there are dangers worse than those. The wood, my love, is full of woes. There creeping things in every form infest the earth, the serpents swarm, and each proud eye with fury glows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. The snakes that by the rivers hide, in sinuous course like rivers glide, and line the path with deadly foes. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Scorpions and grasshoppers and flies disturb the wanderer as he lies, and wake him from his troubled doze. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Trees, thorny bushes, intertwined, their branch ends together bind, and dense with grass the thicket grows. The wood, my dear, is full of woes. With many ills the flesh is tried, when these and countless fears beside vex those who in the wood remain. The wiles are naught but grief and pain. Hope, anger must be cast aside, to penance every thought applied. No fear must be of things to fear, hence is the wood for ever drear. Enough, my love, thy purpose quit, for forest life thou art not fit. As does I think on all I see, the wild wood is no place for thee. Canto 29. Sita's Appeal. Thus Rama spake, her lord's address. The lady heard with deep distress, and as the tear bedimmed her eye, in soft low accents made reply. The perils of the wood and all, the wars thou countest to appall, led by my love I deem not pain, its war a charm, its loss a gain. Tiger and elephant and deer, bull, lion, buffalo in fear, soon as thy matchless form they see, with every sylvan beast will flee. With thee, O Rama, I must go, my sire's command ordains it so. Bereft of thee, my lonely heart must break, and life and I must part. While thou, O mighty Lord, art nigh, not even he who rules the sky, though he is strongest of the strong, with all his might can do me wrong. Nor can a lonely woman left by her dear husband live bereft. In my great love, my Lord, I win. The truth of this thou mayst have seen. In my sire's palace long ago I heard the chief of those who know the truth declaring Brahmans tell my fortune in the wood to dwell. I heard they promise who divine the future by each mark and sign, and from that hour have longed to lead the forest life their lips decreed. Now, mighty Rama, I must share thy father's doom which sends thee there. In this I will not be denied, but follow, love, where thou shalt guide. O husband, I will go with thee, obedient to that high decree. Now let the Brahman's words be true, for this the time they had in view. I know full well the woods has wars, but they disturb the lives of those who in the forest dwell, nor hold their rebel senses well controlled. In my sire's halls, ere I was wed, I heard a dame who begged her bread. Before my mother's face relate what griefs a forest life await. And many a time in sport I prayed to seek with thee the greenwood shade, for oh, my heart on this is set, to follow thee, dear anchoret. May blessings on thy life attend, I long with thee my steps to bend, for with such hero as thou art, this pilgrimage enchants my heart. Still close, my Lord, to thy dear side, my spirit will be purified, love from all sin my soul will free, my husband is a God to me. So love, with thee shall I have bliss, and share the life that follows this. I heard a Brahman, dear to fame, this ancient scripture text proclaim. The woman, whom on earth below, her parents on a man bestow, and lawfully their hands unite, with water and each holy rite, she in this world shall be his wife, he is also in the afterlife. Then tell me, O beloved, why thou wilt this earnest prayer deny, nor take me with thee to the wood, thine own dear wife, so true and good? But if thou wilt not take me, dear, thus grieving in my wild despair, to fire or water I will fly, or to the poisoned draught and die. So thus, to share his exile, she besought him with each earnest plea, nor could she yet her lord persuade to take her to the lonely shade. The answer of the strong-armed chief smote to the Videhan's soul with grief, and from her eyes the torrents came, bathing the bosom of the dame. Canto 30. The Triumph of Love. The daughter of Videha's king, while Rama strove to soothe the sting of her deep anguish, thus began once more in furtherance of her plan. And with her spirit sorely tried by fear and anger, love and pride, with keenly taunting words addressed her hero of the stately breast. Why did the king my sire, who reigns over fair Videha's wide domains, hail Rama's son with joy unwise, a woman in a man's disguise? Now falsely would the people say, by idle fancies led astray, that Rama's own are power and might, as glorious as the Lord of Light. Why sinkest thou in such dismay? What fears upon thy spirit weigh, that thou, O Rama, fain wouldst flee from her who thinks of naught but thee? To thy dear will am I resigned, in heart and body, soul and mind, as Savitri gave all to one, Satyavan, Dumatsena's son. Not even in fancy can I brook to any god save thee to look. Let me no wives their houses shame, to go with thee is all my claim. Like some low actor deem'st thou fit thy wife to others to commit. Thine own, espoused in maiden field, thy wife so long unblamed for truth, do thou, my lord, his will obey, for whom thou losest royal sway. To whom thou wouldst thy wife confide, not me, but thee, his wish may guide. Thou must not here thy wife forsake, and to the wood thy journey make. Why dost haunt penance, grief, and care, or rule or heaven await thee there, nor shall fatigue my limbs distress, when wandering in the wilderness. Each path which near to thee I tread shall seem a soft luxurious bed. The reeds, the bushes where I pass, the thorny trees, the tangled grass, shall feel, if only thou be there, soft to my touch as skeins of deer. When the rude wind in fury blows, and scattered dust upon me throws, that dust, beloved Lord, to me shall as the precious sandal be. And what shall be more blessed than I, when gazing on the earth I lie, in some green glade upon a bed, with sacred grass beneath us spread? The root, the leaf, the fruit which thou shalt give me from the earth or bough, scanty or plentiful to eat, shall taste to me as Amrit sweet. As there I live on flowers and roots, and every season's kindly fruits, I will not for my mother grieve, my sire, my home, or all I leave. My presence, love, shall never add one pain to make the heart more sad. I will not cause thee grief or care, nor be a burden hard to bear. With thee is heaven, wherever the spot, its place is hell, where thou art not. Then go with me, O Rama, this is all my hope and all my bliss. If thou wilt leave thy wife who still entreats thee with undaunted will, this very day shall poison close the life that spawns the rule of foes. How after can my soul sustain the bitter life of endless pain, when thy dear face, my lord, I miss? No, that is better far than this. Not for an hour could I endure the deadly grief that knows not cure. Far less a woe I could not shun, for 10 long years and 3 and 1. While fires of woe consumed her, such her sad appeal, lamenting much, then with a wild cry anguish wrung, about her husband's neck she clung. Like some she-elephant who bleeds, struck by the hunter's venomed reeds, so in her quivering heart she felt the many wounds his speeches dealt. Then as the spark from wood is gained, down rolled the tears so long restrained, the crystal moisture sprung from war, from her sweet eyes began to flow, as runs the water from a pair of lotuses divinely fair. And Sita's face with long dark eyes, pure as the moon of autumn skies, faded with weeping, as the buds of lotuses when sink the floods. Around his wife his arms he strained, who senseless from her woe remained, and with sweet words that bade her wake, to life again the hero spake. I would not with thy war, my queen, by heaven and all its blissful sheen, void of all fear am I as he, the self-existent God can be. I knew not all thy heart till now, dear lady of the lovely brow, so wished not thee in woods to dwell, yet there mine arm can guard thee well. Now surely thou, dear love, wast made to dwell with me in greenwood shade, and as a hyacinth's tender mind clings to its love for all mankind, so I to thee will ever cling, sweet daughter of Videha's king. The good of old, O soft of frame, honored this duty's sovereign claim, and I its guidance will not shun, true as light's queen is to the sun. I cannot, pride of Janak's line, this journey to the wood decline. My sire's behest, the oath he sware, the claims of truth, all lead me there. One duty, dear the same for I, is sire and mother to obey. Should I their orders once transgress, my very life were weariness. If glad obedience be denied to father, mother, holy guide, what rights, what service can be done, then stern fate's favour may be won. These 3 the triple world comprise, O darling of the lovely eyes, art has no holy thing like these, whom with all love men seek to please. Not truth or gift or bended knee, not honour, worship, lordly fee,
Storms heaven and winds a blessing dance, like sunly love and reverence. Heaven, riches, grain, and varied lore, with sons and many a blessing more, all these are made their own with ease, by those their eldest souls who please. The mighty souled, who never forget, devoted sons, their filial debt, win worlds where gods and minstrels are, and Brahma's pair more glorious far. Now as the orders of my sire, who keeps the way of truth require, so will I do, for such the way of duty that endures for aye. To make thee love, to Dundas wild, my heart at length is reconciled, for thee such honest thoughts impel, to follow and with me to dwell. O faultless form from feet to brows, come with me, as my will allows, and duty dear with me pursue, trembler, whose bright eyes thrill me true. In all thy days, come good, come ill, preserve unchanged such noble wail, and thou, dear love, wilt ever be the glory of thy house and me. Now, beauteous armed, begin the tasks the woodland life of hermits asks. For me, the joys of heaven above have charms no more without thee, love. And now, dear Sita, be not slow, food on good mendicants bestow, and for the holy Brahmans bring thy treasures and each precious thing. Thy best attire and gems collect, the jewels which thy beauty decked, and every ornament and toy prepared for hours of sport and joy. The beds, the cars wherein I ride, among our followers next divide. She, conscious that her lord approved her going, with great rapture moved, hastened within without delay, prepared to give their wealth away. End of Cantos 28, 29, and 30. Cantos 31 to 33 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 31. Lakshman's Prayer. One Lakshman, who had joined them there, had heard the converse of the pair. His mien was changed, his eyes overflowed, his breast no more could bear its load. The son of Raghu, sore distressed, his brother's feet with fervour pressed, while thus to Sita he complained, and him by lovely vows enchained. If thou wilt make the woods thy home, where elephant and roebuck roam, I too this day will take my bow, and in the path before thee go. Our way will lie through forest ground, where countless birds and beasts are found. I heed not homes of gods on high, I heed not life that cannot die, nor would I wish, with thee away, over the three worlds to stretch my sway. Thus Lakshman spake, with earnest prayer, his brother's woodland life to share. As Rama still his prayer denied, with soothing words again he cried, One leave at first thou didst accord, why dost thou stay me now, my lord? Thou art my refuge, oh, be kind, leave me not, dear my lord, behind. Thou canst not, brother, if thou choose, that I still live, my wish refuse. The glorious chief his speech renewed to faithful Lakshman as he sued, and on the eyes of Rama gazed, longing to lead with hands upraised. Thou art a hero just and dear, whose steps to virtue's path adhere. Loved as my life till life shall end, my faithful brother and my friend. If to the woods thou take thy way, with Sita and with me today, who for Kaushalya will provide, and guard the good Sumitra's side. The Lord of art, of mighty power, who sends good things in plenteous shower, as Indra pours the grateful rain, a captive lies in passion's chain. The power imperial for her son has Aswati's daughter won, and she, proud queen, will little heed her miserable rival's need. So Bharat, ruler of the land, by Queen Kaikeyi's side will stand, nor of those two will ever think, while grieving in despair they sink. Now, Lakshman, as thy love decrees, or else the monarch's heart to please, follow this counsel and protect my honored mother from neglect. So thou, while not to me alone thy great affection will be shown, to highest duty wilt adhere,
by serving those thou shouldst revere. Now, son of Raghu, for my sake, obey this one request I make, or of her darling son bereft, Kaushalya has no comfort left. The faithful Lakshman thus addressed, in gentle words which love expressed, to him in law of language learned, his answer eloquent returned. Nay, through thy might its queen will share attentive Bharat's love and care. Should Bharat, raised as king to sway this noblest realm, his trust betray, nor for their safety well provide, seduced by ill-suggesting pride, doubt not my vengeful hand shall kill the cruel wretch who counsels ill, kill him and all who lend him aid, and the three wars in league arrayed. And good Kaushalya well can fee 1,000 champions like to me, 1,000 hamlets rich in grain, the station of that queen maintain. She may, and my dear mother too, live on the ample revenue. Then let me follow thee herein, is not that may resemble seem, so shall I in my wish succeed, and aid perhaps my brother's need. My bow and quiver well supplied, with arrows hanging at my side, my hands shall spade and basket bear, and for thy feet the way prepare. I will bring thee roots and berries sweet, and woodland fare which hermits eat. Thou shalt with thy Bedouin spouse recline upon the mountain's brows. Be mine the toil, be mine to keep watch over thee waking or sleep. Filled by his speech with joy and pride, Rama to Lakshman thus replied: Go then, my brother, bid adieu to all thy friends and retinue, and those to bows of fearful might, celestial, which at that formed rite Lord Varun gave to Janak king, of fair Videha with thee bring, with heavenly coats of sword-proof mail, quivers whose arrows never fail, and golden-hilted swords so keen, the rivals of the sun in sheen. Tendered with care, these arms are all preserved in my preceptor's hall. With speed, O Lakshman, go produce, and bring them hither for our use. So on a woodland life intent, to see his faithful friends he went, and brought the heavenly arms which lay by Rama's teacher stored away. And Raghu's son to Rama showed those wondrous arms which gleamed and glowed, well kept, adorned with many a wreath of flowers on case and hilt and sheath. The prudent Rama at the sight addressed his brother with delight: Well art thou come, my brother dear, for much I long to see thee here. For with thine aid, before I go, I would my golden wealth bestow upon the Brahman sage whose school their lives by stern devotions rule. And for all those who ever dwell within my house and serve me well, devoted servants true and good, will I provide a livelihood. Quick, go and summon to this place the good Vasistha's son, Suyagnya, the Brahman's race, the first and holiest one. To all the Brahmans wise and good will I thee reverence pay, then to the solitary wood with thee will take my way. Canto 32. The Gift of the Treasures. That speech so noble which conveyed his friendly wish the chief obeyed. With steps made swift by anxious thought, the wise Suyagnya's home he sought. Him in the hall of fire he found, and bent before him to the ground. O friend, to Rama's house return, who now performs a task most stern. He, when his noonday rites were done, went forth with fair Sumitra's son, and came to Rama's bride abode, rich in love which Lakshmi showed. The son of Raghu, with his dame, with joined hands met him as he came, showing to him who Scripture knew the worship that is Agni's due, with armlets, bracelets, collars, rings, with costly pearls on golden strings, with many a gem for neck and limb, the son of Raghu honored him. Then Rama, at his wife's request, the wise Suyagnya thus addressed: Accept a necklace too to deck with golden strings thy spouse's neck, and Sita here, my friend, were glad a girdle to her gift to add, and many a bracelet wrought with care, and many an armlet rich and rare, my wife to thine is fain to give, departing in the wood to live. A bed by skilful workmen made, with gold and various gems inlaid, this too, before she goes, would say, present, O saintly friend, to thee. Thine be my elephant so famed, my uncle's present, victor named, and let 1,000 coins of gold, great Brahman, with the gift be told. Thus Rama spoke, nor he declined the noble gifts for him designed. On Rama, Lakshman, Sita he invoked all high felicity. In pleasant words then Rama gave his best to Lakshman, prompt and brave, as Brahma speaks for him to hear, who rules the gods' celestial sphere. To the two best of Brahmans run, Agastya bring and Kushik's son, and precious gifts upon them rain, like fostering floods upon the grain. O long-armed prince of Raghu's line, delight them with 1,000 kind, and many a fair and costly gem, with gold and silver give to them. To him so deep in scripture who, to Queen Kaushalya ever true, serves her with blessing and respect, chief of the Taittiriya sect. To him with women slaves present, a chariot reeks with ornament, and costly robes of silk beside, until the sages be satisfied. On Chitrarath, true and dear, my tuneful bird and charioteer, gems, robes, and plenteous wealth confer, mine ancient friend and minister. And these, who go with staff in hand, grammarians trained, a numerous band, who their deep study only prize, nor think of other exercise, who toil not, loving dainty fare, whose praises even the good declare, on these be 80 cars be bestowed, and each with precious treasures load. 1,000 bulls for them suffice, 200 elephants of prize, and let 1,000 kind beside, the deities of its meal provide. The throng whose sacred girdles wear, and on Kaushalya wait with care, 1,000 golden coins shall please, son of Sumitra each of these. Let all dear Lakshman of the train these special gifts of honor gain. My mother will rejoice to know how Brahmans have been cherished so. Then Raghu's son addressed the crowd, who round him stood and wept aloud, when he to all who thronged the court had dealt his wealth for their support. In Lakshman's house and mine remain, and guard them till I come again. To all his people, sad with grief, in loving words thus spoke their chief, then bade his treasure keeper bring gold, silver, and each precious thing. Then straight the servants went and bore back to their chief the wealth in store. Before the people's eyes it shone, a glorious pile to look upon. The Prince of Man with Lakshman's aid parted the treasures there displayed, gave to the poor, the young, the old, and twice-born man the gems and gold. A Brahman, long in evil case, named Trijat, born of Garga's race, and ever toiling in a wood, with spade and plough his livelihood. The youthful wife, his babes who bore, their indignance felt more and more. Thus to the aged man she spake, Hear this my word, my counsel take. Come, throw thy spade and plough away, to virtuous Rama go to-day, and somewhat of his kindness pray. He heard the words she spoke. Around his limbs his ragged cloth he wound, and took his journey by the road that led to Rama's fair abode. To the 5th court he made his way, nor met the Brahman check or stay. Vrigu, Angiras could not be brighter with saintly light than he. To Rama's presence on he pressed, and thus the noble chief addressed. O Rama, poor and weak am I, and many children round me cry. Scant living in the woods I on me thine eye of pity turn. And Rama, bent on sport and jest, the suppliant Brahman thus addressed. O aged man, 1,000 kind, yet undistributed are mine. The cows on thee will I bestow, as far as thou stiff canst throw. The Brahman heard, in eager haste, he bounded his cloth around his waist, then round his head his stuff he whirled, and forthwith with mightiest effort hurled. Cast from his hand it flew, and sank to earth on Saryu's farther bank, where herds of kine in thousands fed, near to the well-stocked bullock shed, and all the cows that wandered over the meadow far as Saryu's shore. At Rama's word the herdsman drove to Trijat's cottage in the grove. He drew the Brahman to his breast, and thus with coming words addressed. Now be not angry, sir, I pray. This jest of mine was meant in play. These thousand kind, but not alone, their herdsmen too are all thine own. And dwelt beside, I give thee, speak, thine shall be all thy heart can seek. Thus Rama spake, and Trijat prayed for means to his sacrifice to aid, and Rama gave much wealth required to speed his offering as desired. Canto 33. The People's Lament. Thus Sita and the princess brave much wealth to all the Brahmans gave. Then to the monarch's house the three went forth the aged king to see. The princess from two servants took those heavenly arms of glorious look, adorned with garland and with band by Sita's beautifying hand. On each high house a mournful throng had gathered ere they passed along, who gazed in pure unselfish woe from turret, roof, and portico. So danced the crowd that blocked the ways, the rest unable there to gaze, were fain each terrace to ascend, and danced their eyes on Rama bend. Then, as the gathered multitude on foot their well-loved Rama viewed, no royal shade to screen his head, such words disturbed in grief they said. Oh look, our hero wont to ride, leading a host in perfect pride. Now Lakshman, soul of all his friends, with Sita on his steps attends. Though he has known the sweets of power, and poured his gifts in liberal shower, from duty's path he will not swerve, but still his father's truth preserve. And she, whose form so soft and fair was veiled from spirits of the air, now walks unsheltered from the day, seen by the crowds who throng the way. Ah, for the gently nurtured form! How will it fade with sun and storm? How will the rain, the cold, the heat, mar fragrant breast and tinted feet? Surely some demon has possessed his sire and speaks within his breast. Or how could one that is a king thus send his dear son wandering? It were a deed unkindly done to banish even a worthless son. But what, when his pure life has gained the hearts of all by love enchained? 6 sovereign virtues joined to grace Rama, the foremost of his race. Tender and kind and pure is he, docile, religious, passion-free. Hence misery strikes not him alone, in bitterest grief the people mourn. Like creatures of the stream when dry, in the great heat the channels lie, the world is mournful with the grief that falls on his beloved chief. Else when the root is hewn away, tree, fruit and flower, and bud decay, the soul of duty bright to see, he is the root of you and me. And all of us who share his grief, his branches, blossom, fruit and leaf. Now like the faithful Lakshman we will follow and be true as he. Our wives and kinsmen call with speed, and hasten where our Lord shall lead. Yes, we will leave each well-loved spot, the field, the garden and the cot, and sharers of his weal and woe behind the pious Rama go. Our houses, empty of their stores, with ruined courts and broken doors, with all their treasures borne away, and gear that made them bright and gay, overrun by rats with dust overspread, shrines when the deities have fled, when not a hand the water pours, or sweeps the long neglected floors, no incense loads the evening air, no Brahmans chant the text and prayer, no fire of sacrifice is bright, no gift is known, no sacred rite. Wood floors which broken vessels strew, as if our wars had crushed them too, of these be stern Kaikeyi queen, and rule over homes where we have been. The wood, where Rama's feet may roam, shall be our city and our home, and this fair city we forsake, our flight a wilderness shall make. Each serpent from his hole shall hie, the birds and beasts from mountain fly, lions and elephants in fear shall quit the woods when we come near. Yield the broad wilds for us to range, and take our city in exchange. With Rama will we hands content, if where he is our days be spent. Such were the varied words the crowd of all conditions spoke aloud, and Rama heard their speeches yet changed not his purpose firmly set. His father's palace soon he neared, that like Kailasha's hill appeared. Like a wild elephant he strode right onward to the bright abode. Within the palace court he stepped, where ordered bands their station kept, and saw Sumatra standing near, with downcast eye and gloomy cheer. End of Cantos 31 to 33. Cantos 34 to 36 are Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 34. Rama in the Palace. The dark incomparable chief, whose eye was like a lotus leaf, cried to the mournful charioteer, "Go tell my sire that I am here." Sumantra, sad and all dismayed, the chieftain's order swift obeyed. Within the palace doors he hid, and saw the king, who wept and sighed. Like the great sun, when wrapped in shade, like fire by ashes overlaid, or like a pool with waters dried, so lay the world's great lord and pride. Awhile the wise Sumantra gazed on him whose senses war has dazed. Grieving for Rama, near he drew, with hands upraised in reverence due. With blessing first his king he hailed, then with a voice that well nigh failed, in trembling accents soft and low, addressed the monarch in his woe. "The Prince of Men, thy Rama waits before thee at the palace gates. His wealth to Brahmans he has dealt, and all who in his home have dwelt. Admit thy son, his friends have heard his kind farewell and parting word. He longs to see thee first, and then will seek the wilds, O King of Man. He, with each princely virtue's blaze, shines as the sun angered by rays." The truthful king, who loved to keep the law profound as ocean's deep, and stainless as the dark blue sky, thus to Sumantra made reply: "Go then, Sumantra, go and call my wives and ladies one and all. Drawn round me shall they feel the place, when I behold my Rama's face." Quick to the inner rooms he sped, and thus to all the women said: "Come at the summons of the king, come all, and make no tarrying." Their husband's word by him conveyed, soon as the heart the dames obeyed, and following his guidance all, came thronging to the regal hall. In number half 700 they, all lovely dames in long array, with their bright eyes for weeping red, to stand round Queen Kaushalya's bed. They gathered, and the monarch viewed one moment all the multitude, then to Sumantra spoke and said: "Now let my son be hither led." Sumantra went, then Rama came, and Lakshman and the Maids dame, and as he led them on, their guide, straight to the monarch's presence hied. When yet far off the father saw his son with raised palms toward him draw, guarded by his ladies sick with woes, swift from his royal seat he rose. With all his strength the aged man to meet his darling Rama ran, but trembling, wild with dark despair, fell on the ground and fainted there. And Lakshman, wont in his cars to ride, and Rama drew them by the side of the poor miserable king, half lifeless with his sorrow's sting. Throughout the spacious hall upwent 1,000 women's wild lament. Ah Rama, thus they wailed and wept, and anklets tinkled as they stepped around his body, weeping, threw their loving arms the brothers too. And then with Sita's gentle aid, the king upon a couch was laid. At length the earth's imperial lord, when life and knowledge were restored, though seas of war went over his head, with suppliant hand thus Rama said: "Lord of us all, great king thou art, bid me farewell before we part. To Dandakot this day I go, one blessing and one look bestow. Let Lakshman my companion be, and Sita also follow me. With truthful pleas I sought to bend their purpose, but no ear to lend. Now cast this sorrow from thy heart, and let us all, great king, depart. As Brahma sends his children so, let Lakshman, me, and Sita go." He stood unmoved, and watched intent, until the king should grant consent. Upon his son his eyes he cast, and thus the monarch spake at last: "O Rama, By hearts enslaved, I gave the boons Kk craved. Unfit to reign, by her misled, be ruler in thy father's stead. Thus by the Lord of man addressed, Rama of virtue's friends the best, in law of language duly learned, his answer reverent thus returned. 1,000 years, O king, remain, over this our city still to reign. I in the woods my life will lead, the lust of rule no more I heed. 9 years and 5 I there will spend, and when the portioned days shall end, will come, my vows in exile over, and clasp thy feet, my king, once more. A captive in the snare of truth, weeping, distressed with war and root, thus spake the monarch, while the queen, Kaikeyi, urged him on unseen. Go then, O Rama, and begin thy course unvexed by fear and sin. Go, my beloved son, and earn success and joy and safe return. So fast the bonds of duty bind, O Raghu's son, thy truthful mind, that naught can turn thee back or guide thy will so strongly fortified. But oh, a little longer stay, nor turn thy steps this night away, that I one little day, alas, one only, with my son may pass. Me and thy mother do not slide, but stay, my son, with me to-night. With every dainty please thy taste, and seek to-morrow mourn the waste. Hard is thy task, O Raghu's son, dire is the toil thou wilt not shun, far to the lonely wood to flee, and leave thy friends for love of me. I swear it by my truth, believe, for thee, my son, I deeply grieve, misguided by the traitorous dame, with hidden guile like smouldering flame. Now by her wicked counsel steered, thou fain wouldst keep my plighted word. No marvel that my eldest born would hold me true when I have sworn. Then Rama, having calmly heard his wretched father speak each word, with Lakshman standing by his side, thus humbly to the king replied: If dainties now my taste regale, to-morrow must those dainties fail. This day departure I prefer to all that wealth can minister. Over this fair land no longer mine, which I, with all her realms, resign. Her multitudes of men, her grain, her stores of wealth, let Bharat reign. And let the promised boon which thou wast pleased to grant the queen I now be hers in full, be true, O king, kind giver of each precious thing. Thy spoken word I still will heed, obeying all thy lips decreed, and 14 years in woods will dwell, with those who live in glade and dell. No hopes or power my heart can touch, no selfish joys attract so much, as son of Raghu to fulfill, with heart and soul, my father's will. Dismiss, dismiss thy needless war, nor let those drowning torrents flow. The Lord of rivers in his pride keeps to the banks that bar his tide. Here in thy presence I declare, be thy good deeds, thy truth I swear. Nor lordship, joy, nor lands I prize, life, heaven, all blessings I despise. I wish to see thee still remain most true, O king, and free from stain. It must not, sire, it must not be. I cannot rest 1 hour with thee. Then bring this sorrow to an end, for naught my settled will can bend. I give a pledge that binds me to, and to that pledge I still am true. Kaikeyi bade me speed away. She prayed me, and I answered yea. Pine not for me, and weep no more. The wood for us has joy in store, filled with the wild deer's peaceful hearts, and voices of 1,000 birds. If Father is the God of each, yea, even of gods, so Scriptures teach. And I will keep my sire's decree, for as a God I honor thee, O best of men. The time is nigh, the 14 years will soon pass by, and to thine eyes thy son restore. Be comforted, and weep no more. Thou, with thy firmness, shouldst support these weeping crowds who throng the court. Then why, O chief of high renown, so troubled, and thy soul cast down? Canto 35. Kaikeyi reproached. With the rage he could not come, Sumantra grinding palm on palm. His head in quick impatience shook, and sighed with war he could not brook. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes were red, from his changed face the colour fled. In rage and grief that knew no law, the temper of the king he saw. With his war arrows swift and keen, he shook the bosom of the queen. with scorn, as though its lightning stroke would blast her body, thus he spoke. Thou who, of no dread, seen afraid, hast Sarat's self betrayed, Lord of the world, whose might sustains its sting that moves or fixed remains, what direr crime is left thee now? Death to thy lord and house art thou, whose cruel deeds the king distress, Mahendra's peer in mightiness, firm as the mountain's rooted steep, enduring as the ocean's deep. Despise not Dasarat, he is a kind lord and friend to thee, a loving wife in what outruns the mother of 10,000,000 sons. Kings, when their sires have passed away, succeed by birthright to the sway. Ikshaku's son still rules the state, yet thou this rule wouldst violate. Yea, let thy son Kaikeyi reign, let Bharat rule his sire's domain. Thy will, O queen, shall none oppose, we all will go where Rama goes. No Brahman scorning thee will rest within the realm thou governest, but all will fly indignant hence, so great thy trespass and offence. I marvel when thy crime I see, Artians not quick to swallow thee, and that the Brahman saints prepare no burning scores thy soul to scare, with cries of shame to smite thee bent upon our Rama's banishment. The mango tree with axis fell, and tanned instead the neem tree well, still watered with all care the tree will never sweet and pleasant be. Thy mother's faults to thee descend, and with thy borrowed nature blend. Through his ancient soul the neem can never distill a honeyed stream. Taught by the tale of long ago, thy mother's hateful sin we know. A bounteous saint, as all have heard, a boon upon thy sire conferred, and all the eloquence revealed that fills the wood, the flood, the field. No creature walked or swam or flew, but he its very language knew. One morn upon his couch he heard the chattering of a gorgeous bird, and as he marked its close intent, he laughed aloud in merriment. Thy mother, furious with her lord, and fain to perish by the cord, said to her husband, I would know, O monarch, why thou laughest so? The king in answer spake again, If I this laughter should explain, this very hour would be my last, for death, be sure, would follow first. Again thy mother, flushed with ire, to Kaikeyi spake, thy royal sire, Tell me the cause, then live or die, I will not brook thy love, not I. Thus by his darling wife addressed, the king, whose might all art confessed, to that kind saint his story told, who gave the wondrous gift of old. He listened to the king's complaint, and thus in answer spoke the saint. King, let her quit thy home or die, but never with her prayer comply. The saint's reply his trouble stilled, and all his heart with pleasure filled. Thy mother from his home he sent, and days like Lord Kuvera spent. So thou wouldst force the king misled by thee in evil paths to tread, and bent on evil wouldst begin. Through folly, this carrier of sin, most true methinks in thee is shown. The ancients are so widely known, the sons their father's word declare, and girls their mother's nature share. So be not thou, for pity's sake, accept the word the monarch spake. Thy husband's will, O queen, obey, and be the people's hope and stay. Oh, do not, urged by folly, draw the king to tread on duty's law. The Lord, who all the world sustains, bright as the God over the gods who reigns, our glorious King, by sin unsustained, will never grant what fraud obtained. No shade of fault in him is seen. Let Rama be anointed, queen. Remember, queen, undying shame will through the world pursue thy name, if Rama leave the king his sire, and banish to the wood retire. Come from thy breast this fever fling, of his own realms be Rama king. None in this city ever can dwell, to tend and love thee half so well. When Rama sits in royal place, true to the custom of his race, our monarch of the mighty bow, a hermit to the woods will go. Sumantra thus, palm joined to palm, poured forth his words of bane and balm, with keen reproach, with pleading kind, striving to move Kaikeyi's mind. In vain he prayed, in vain reproved, she heard unsoftened and unmoved, nor could the eyes that watched her view one yielding look, one change of hue. Canto 36. Siddharth's Speech. Iksaku's son, with anguish torn, for the great oath his lips had sworn, with tears and sighs of sharpest pain, thus to Sumandra spake again: Prepare thou quick a perfect force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse, to follow Raghu's scion hence, equipped with all magnificence. Let traders with the wealth they sell, and those who charming stories tell, and dancing women fair of face, the prince's ample chariots grace. On all the train who throngs his courts, and those who share his family sports, great gifts of precious wealth bestow, and bid them with their master go. Let noble arms and many a wain, and townsmen swell the prince's train, and hunters best for woodland skill their places in the concourse fill. While elephants and deer he slays, drinking wood honey as he strays, and looks on streams each fairer yet, his kingdom he may chance forget. Let all my gold and wealth of corn with Rama to the wilds be borne, for it will suit the exile's lot to sacrifice in each pure spot. Deal ample lodges fought and meet, each hermit in his calm retreat. The wealth shall Rama with him bear, Ayodhya shall be Bharat's share. As thus Kakuchta's offspring spoke, fear in Kaike's breast awoke, and freshness of her face was dried, her trembling tongue was terror-tied. Alarmed and sad, with bloodless cheek, she turned to him and scarce could speak. Nay, sir, but Bharat should not gain an empty realm where none remain. My Bharat shall not rule a waste, reft of all sweets to charm the taste. The wine cup's dregs, all dull and dead, whence the light foam and light are fled. Thus in her rage the long-eyed dame spoke her dire speech untouched by shame. Then answering, Dasarath spoke: Why, having bowed me to the yoke, dost thou must cruel spurn and goad me, who am struggling with the load? Why didst thou not oppose at first this hope vile queen, so fondly nursed? Scarce could the monarch's angry speech the ears of the fair lady reach, when thus, with double wrath inflamed, Kaikeyi to the king exclaimed: Sagar, from whom thy line is traced, drove forth his eldest son disgraced, called Asamanj, whose fate we know. Thus should thy son to exile go. Fie on thee, dame, the monarch said. Each of her people bent his head, and stood in shame and sorrow mute. She marked not, bold and resolute. Then great Siddharth, inflamed with rage, the good old counsellor and sage, on whose wise rede the king relied, to Queen Kaikeyi thus replied: But Asamanj the cruel laid his hands on infants as they played, cast them to Sarayu's flood, and smiled for pleasure when he drowned a child. The people saw and furious sped straight the king, his sire, and said: Choose us, O glory of the throne, choose us, or Asamanj alone. Whence comes this dread? The monarch cried, and all the people thus replied: In folly, king, he loves to lay fierce hands upon our babes at play, casts them to Sarayu's flood, and joys to murder our bewildered boys. With heedful ear the king of men heard each complaining citizen. To please their troubled minds he strove, and from the state his son he drove. With wife and gear upon a car he placed him quick and sent him far, and thus he gave commandment: he shall all his days an exile be. With basket and with plough he strayed over mountain heights, through pathless shade, roaming all lands a weary time, an outcast wretch defiled with crime. Sagar, the righteous path who held his wicked offspring, thus expelled. But what has Rama done to blame? Why should his sentence be the same? No sin his stainless name can deem. We see no fault at all in him. Pure as the moon, no darkening blot on his sweet life has left a spot. If thou canst see one fault, even one, to deem the fame of Raghu's son, that fault this hour, O lady, show, and Rama to the wood shall go. To drive the guiltless to the wild, truth's constant lover, undefiled, would, by defiance of the right, the glory even of Indra blight. Then cease, O lady, and dismiss thy hope to ruin Rama's bliss, or all thy gain, O fair of face, will be man's hatred and disgrace. End of Cantos 34, 35 and 36.
Cantos 37 to 39 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 37, The Coats of Bark. Thus spake the virtuous sage, and then Rama addressed the king of man. In laws of meek behavior bred, thus to his sire he meekly said, King, I renounce all earthly care, and live in woods on woodland fair. What that to joys have I to do with lordly tread and retinue? Who gives his elephant and yet upon the gods his heart will set? How can a court attract his eyes, who gives away the nobler prize? Best of the good, with me be led, no host, my king, with banners spread. All wealth, all lordship I resign, the hermit's dress alone be mine. Before I go, have here conveyed a little basket and a spade. With these alone I go, content, for 14 years of banishment. With her own hands Kaikeyi took the hermit coats of bark, and, look, she cried with bold unblushing brow, before the concourse, dressed enow. That lion leader of the brave took from her hand the dress she gave, cast his fine raiment on the ground, and round his waist the vesture bound. Then quick the hero Lakshman too, his garment from his shoulders drew, and in the presence of his sire, endued the ascetic's rough attire. But Sita, in her silks arrayed, threw glances, trembling and afraid, on the bark coat she had to wear, like a shy doe that eyes the snare. Ashamed and weeping for distress, from the queen's hand she took the dress, the fair one by her husband's side, who matched heaven's minstrel monarch, cried, How bind they on their woodland dress those hermits of the wilderness? There stood the pride of Janak's race, perplexed, with sad appealing face. One coat the lady's finger grasped, one round her neck she feebly clasped, but failed again, confused by the wild garb she never had used. Then quickly hastening Rama, pride of all who cherish virtue, tied the rough bark mantle on her over the silken raiment that she wore. Then the sad women, when they saw Rama the choice bark round her draw, rained water from each tender eye, and cried aloud with bitter cry, Oh, not on her, beloved, not on Sita falls thy mournful lot. If, faithful to thy father's will, thou must go forth, leave Sita still. Let Sita, still remaining here, our hearts with her loved presence cheer. With Lakshman by thy side to aid, seek thou, dear son, the lonely shade. Unmeet, one good and fair as she, should dwell in woods a devotee. Let not our prayers be prayed in vain, let beauteous Sita yet remain, for by thy love of duty tied, thou wilt not here thyself abide. Then the king's venerable guide, Vasishtha, when he saw its coat, and closed the lady's waist and throat, her chill with gentle words repressed, and Queen Kaikeyi thus addressed, O evil-hearted sinner, shame of royal Kaikeyi's race and name, who matchless in thy sin couldst cheat the lord, the king, with vile deceit. Lost to all sense of duty now, Sita to exile shall not go. Sita shall guard, as it were her own, the precious trust of Rama's throne. Those joined by wedlock's sweet control have but one self and common soul. Thus Sita shall our empress be, for Rama's self and soul is she. Or if she still to Rama cleave, and for the woods the kingdom leave, if not her loving heart debtor, we and this town will follow her. The warders of the queen shall take their wives and go for Rama's sake. The nation with its stores of grain, the city's wealth, shall swell his train. Bharat, Shatrugna, both will wear bark mantles and his lodging share. Still with their elder brother dwell in the wildwood and serve him well. Rest here alone and rule thy state, unpeopled, barren, desolate. Be empress of the land and trees, thou sinner, whom our sorrows please. The land which Rama reigns not over shall bear the kingdom's name no more. The woods which Rama wanders through shall be our home and kingdom too. Bharat, be sure, will never deign over realms his father yields to reign. Nay, if the king's true son he be, he will not son-like dwell with thee. Nay, shouldst thou from the earth arise, and send a message from the skies, to his forefathers' custom true, no erring course would he pursue. So hast thou, by thy grievous fault, offended him thou wouldst exalt. In all the world none draws his breath, who loves not Rama true to death. This day, your queen, shalt thou behold, birds, deer, and beasts from lea and fold, turn to the woods in Rama's train, and naught save longing trees remain. Canto 38. Care for Kaushalya. Then when the people wrought and said, saw Sita in bark vesture clad, though wedded like some widowed thing, they cried out, Shame upon thee, king! Grieved by their cry and angry look, the Lord of Earth at once forsook all hope in life that still remained, in duty, self, and fame unstained. Ikshaku's son, with burning sighs, on Queen Kaikeyi bent his eyes, and said, But Sita must not flee in garments of a devotee. My holy guide has spoken truth. Unfit is she in tender youth, so gently nurtured, soft and fair, the hardships of the wood to share. How has she sinned, devout and true, the noblest monarch's child, that she should garb of bark in dew, and journey to the wild? That she should spend her youthful days amid a hermit band, like some poor mendicant who strays, sore troubled, through the land. Ah, let the child of Janak throw her dress of bark aside, and let the royal lady go, with royal wealth supplied. Not such the pledge I gave before, unfit to linger here. The oath which I the sinner swore is kept and leaves her clear. Won from her childlike love this too, my instant death would be, as blossoms on the old bamboo destroy the parent tree. If aught amiss by Rama done, offend thee, O thou wicked one, what less transgression canst thou find in her, thou worst of womankind? What shade of fault in her appears, whose full soft eye is like the deer's? What canst thou blame in Janak's child, so gentle, modest, true, and mild? Is not one crime complete that sent my Rama forth to banishment? And wilt thou other sins commit, thou wicked one, to double it? This is the pledge and what I swore, what thou besoughtest, and no more, of Rama, for I heard thee, dame, when he for consecration came. Now with this limit not content, in hell should be thy punishment, who fain the metal bride wouldst press, to clothe her limbs with hermit dress. Thus spake the father in his woe, and Rama, still prepared to go, to him who sat with drooping head, spake in return these words, and said, Just king, here stands my mother dear, Kaushalya, one whom all revere. Submissive, gentle, old is she, and keeps her lips from blame of thee. For her, kind lord, of me bereft, a sea of whelming woe is left. Oh, show her in her new distress still fonder love and tenderness. Well honoured by thine honoured hand, her grief for me let her withstand, who wrapped in constant thought of me, in me who live a devotee. Piya of Mahendra, oh, to her be kind, and treat, I pray, my gentle mother so, that when I dwell afar, her life resigned, she may not pass to Yama's realm for awe. Canto 39. Counsel to Sita. Scarce had the sire, with its dear queen, heard Rama's pleading voice and seen his darling in his hermit dress, ere failed his senses for distress. Convulsed with woe, his soul that shook, on Raghu's son he could not look, or if he looked with failing eye, he could not to the chief reply. By pangs of bitter grief assailed, the long-armed monarch wept and wailed, half dead a while and sore distraught, while Rama filled his every thought. This hand of mine in days ere now has reft her young from many a cow, all living things has idly slain, hence comes, I ween, this hour of pain. Not till the hour is come to die can from its shell the spirit fly. Death comes not, and Kaikeyi's steel torments the wretch she cannot kill, who sees his son before him quit the fine soft robes his rank that feet, and glorious as the burning fire in hermit grab his limbs attire. Now all the people grieve and groan, True Queen Kaike's deed alone, who having dared this deed of sin, strives for herself the gain to win. He spoke, with tears his eyes grew dim, his senses all deserted him. He cried, O Rama once, then weak, and fainting could no farther speak. Unconscious there he lay, at length, regathering his sense and strength, while his full eyes their torrents shed. To wise Sumatra thus he said: Yoke the light car and heed your lead, fleet coursers of the noblest breed, and drive this heir of lofty fate beyond the limit of the state. This seems the fruit that virtues bear, the meed of what which texts declare, the sending of the brave and good by sire and mother to the wood. He heard the monarch and obeyed, with ready feet that never delayed, and brought before the palace gate the horses and the car of state. Then to the monarch's son he sped, and raising hands of reverence, said, that the light car, which gold made fair, with best of steeds was standing there. King Sarat called in haste, the Lord over all his treasures placed, and spoke, well skilled in place and time, his will to him devoid of crime. Count all the years she has to live afar in forest wilds, and give to Sita robes and gems of price, as for the time may well suffice. Quick to the treasure room he went, charged by that king most excellent, brought the rich stores and gave them all to Sita in the monarch's hall. The metal dame of high descent received its robe and ornament, and tricked those limbs whose lines foretold her destiny with gems and gold. So well adorned, so fair to view, a glory through the hall she threw. So when the Lord of Light upsprings, his radiance over the sky he flings. Then Queen Kaushalya spake at last, with loving arms about her cast, pressed lingering kisses on her head, and to the high-souled lady said, Ah, in this faithless world below, when dark misfortune comes and woe, wives, loved and cherished every day, neglect their lords and disobey. Yes, woman's nature still is this, after long days of common bliss, when some light grief her spirit tries, she changes all her love or flies. Young wives are thankless, false in soul, with roving hearts that spurn control. Brooding on sin and quickly changed, in one short hour, their love estranged, not glorious deeds or lineage fair, not knowledge, gift or tender care, in chains of lusting love can bind a woman's light inconstant mind. But those good dames who still maintain what right, truth, scripture, rule ordain, no holy thing in their pure eyes with one beloved husband vies. Nor let thy Lord, my son, condemned to exile, be by thee contemned, for be he poor or wealthy, he is as a god, dear child, to thee. When Sita heard Kaushalya's speech, her duty and her gain to teach, she joined her palms with reverent grace, and gave her answer face to face. All will I do, forgetting not, which thou, O honored queen, hast taught. I know have heard and deep have stored the rules of duty to my lord. Not me, good queen, shouldst thou include among the faithless multitude. Its own sweet light the moon shall leave, ere I to duty cease to cleave. The stringless lute gives forth no strain, the will-less car is urged in vain. No joy a lordless dame, although blessed with 100 sons, can know. From father, brother, and from son, immediate share of joy is won. Who would not honor, love, and bless her lord, whose gifts are measureless? Thus trained to think, I hold in awe Scripture's command and duty's law. Him can I hold in slight esteem, her Lord is woman's God, I deem. Kaushalya heard the lady's speech, nor failed those words her heart to reach. Then pure in mind, she gave to flow the tear that sprang of joy and woe. Then duteous Rama forward came, and stood before the honored dame, and joining reverent hands addressed the queen in rank above the rest. O mother, from these tears refrain, look on my sire and still thy pain. To thee my days afar shall fly, as if sweet slumber closed thine eye, and 14 years of exile seem to thee, dear mother, like a dream. On me returning safe and well, guarded by my friends, thine eyes shall dwell. Thus for their deep affection's sake the hero to his mother spake, then to the 702 wives of his sire paid reverence due. Thus the Sarat's son addressed the crowd of matrons sore distressed. If from these lips, while here I dwelt, one heedless taunt you ever felt, forgive me, pray, and now adieu, I bid good-bye to all of you. Then straight, like Kali's cries, upwent the voices of their wild lament, while as bade farewell, the crowd of royal women wept aloud, and through the ample hall's extent, where erst the sound of tabor blent with drum and shrill-toned instrument, in joyous concert rose, now rang the sound of wailing high, the lamentation and the cry, the shriek, the choking sob, the sigh, that told the ladies' woes. End of Cantos 37, 38, and 39. Cantos 40 to 42 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 40, Rama's Departure. Then Rama, Sita, Lakshman bent at the king's feet and sadly went round him with slow steps reverent. When Rama of the duteous heart had gained his sire's consent to part, with Sita by his side he paid due reverence to the queen dismayed. And Lakshman with affection meet bowed down and clasped his mother's feet. Sumitra viewed him as he pressed her feet, and thus her son addressed: Neglect not Rama wandering there, but tend him with thy faithful care. In hours of wealth, in time of war, him, sinless son, thy refuge know. From this good law the just never swerve, that younger sons the eldest serve, and to this righteous rule incline all children of thine ancient line. Freely to give, reward each right, nor spare their bodies in the fight. Let Rama the Sarat be, look upon Sita as on me, and let the cart wherein you dwell be thine Ayodhya, fare thee well. Her blessings thus Sumitra gave to him whose soul to Rama clave, exclaiming when her speech was done, Go forth, O Lakshman, go, my son. Go forth, my son, to win success, high victory and happiness. Go forth thy foemen to destroy, and turn against at last with joy. As Matali, his charioteer, speaks for the Lord of gods to hear, Sumantra, palm to palm applied, in reverence trained, to Rama cried, O famous prince, my car ascend, may blessings on thy course attend, and swiftly shall my horses flee, and place thee where thou biddest me. The 14 years thou hast to stay, far in the wilds begin today, for Queen Kaikeyi cries away. Then Sita, best of womankind, ascended with a tranquil mind. Soon as her toilet task was done, that chariot brilliant as the sun. Rama and Lakshman, true and bold, sprang on the car adorned with gold. The king those years had counted over, and given Sita robes and store of precious ornaments to wear, when following her husband there. The brothers in the car found place for nets and weapons of the chase. Their warlike arms and mail they laid, a leaden basket and a spade. Soon as Sumantra saw the tree, where seated in the chariot he urged on each horse of noble breed, who matched the rushing wind in speed. As thus the son of Raghu went forth for his dreary banishment, chill-numbing grief the town assailed, all strength grew weak, all spirit failed. Ayodhya, through her wide extent, was filled with tumult and lament. Steeds neighed and shook the bells they bore, each elephant returned a roar. Then all the city, young and old, wild with their sorrow uncontrolled, rushed to the car, as from the sun the panting hearts to water run. Before the car, behind, they clung, and there as eagerly they hung, with torrents streaming from their eyes, called loudly with repeated cries. Listen, Sumantra, draw thy rein, drive gently, and thy steeds restrain. Once more on Rama will we gaze, now to be lost for many days. The queen his mother has, be sure, a heart of lion to endure, to see her godlike Rama go, nor feel it shattered by the blow. Sita, well done, with a heart's pride, still like his shadow by his side, rejoicing in thy duty still, as sunlight cleaves to Meru's heel. Thou, Lakshman, too hast well deserved, who from thy duty hast not served, tending the peer of gods above, whose lips speak not but words of love. Thy firm resolve is nobly great, and high success on thee shall wait. Yea, thou shalt win a priceless meed, thy path with him to heaven shall lead. As thus they spake, they could not hold the tears that down their faces rolled, while still they followed for a space their darling of Ikshaku's race. There stood surrounded by a ring of mournful wives the mournful king. For I will see once more, he cried, mine own dear son, and fought he hied. As he came near, there rose the sound of weeping as the dames stood round. So the she-elephants complain when their great lord and guide is slain. Kakutsta's son, the king of man, the glorious sire, looked troubled then. As the full moon is when dismayed by dark eclipse's threatening shade, then the Sarat's son designed for highest fate of lofty mind, urged to more speed the charioteer. Away, away, why linger here? Urge on thy horses, Rama cried, and stay, oh stay, the people shied. Sumantra urged to speed away, the townsman's call must disobey. Forth as the long-armed hero went, the dust his chariot wheels upsent was laid by streams that ever flowed from their sad eyes who filled the road. Then sprung of war from eyes of all, the women drops began to fall, as from its lotus on the lake the darting fish the water shake. When he, the king of high renown, saw that one thought held all the town, like some tall tree he fell and lay, whose root the axe has hewn away. Then straight a mighty cry from those who followed Rama's car arose, who saw their monarch fainting there, beneath that grief too great to bear. Then Rama, Rama, with the cry of his mother sounded high, as all the people wept aloud around the lady's sorrowing crowd. When Rama backward turned his eye, and saw the king his father lie, with troubled sense and failing limb, and the sad queen who followed him, like some young creature in the net, that will not in its misery let its wild eyes on its mother rest, so by the bonds of duty pressed. His mother's look he could not meet, he saw them with their weary feet, who used to bliss in cars should ride, oh never by sorrow should be tried. And as one mournful look he cast, drive on, he cried, Sumantra fast. As when the driver's torturing hook goads on an elephant, the look of sire and mother in despair was more than Rama's heart could bear. As mother kind to stalls return, which hold the cubs for whom they yearn, so to the car she tried to run, as a cow seeks her little one. Once and again the hero's eyes looked on his mother, as with cries of war she called and gestures wild, O Sita, Lakshman, O my child! Stay, cried the king, thy chariot stay. On, cried Rama, speed away. As one between two hosts inclined, to neither was Sumantra's mind. But Rama spake these words again, A lengthened war is bitterest pain. On, and if his wrath grow hot, thine answer be, I heard thee not. Sumantra, at the chief's behest, dismissed the crowd that toward him pressed, and as he bade to swiftest speed, urged on his way its willing steed. The king's attendants parted thence, and paid him heartfelt reverence. In mind, and with the tears he wept, each still his place near Rama kept. As swift away the horses sped, his lords to Dasarat said, To follow him whom thou again wouldst see returning home is vain. With failing limb and drooping mien, he heard their counsel wise, still on their son the king and queen kept fast their lingering eyes. Canto 41. The Citizen's Lament. The lion chief, with hands upraised, was born from eyes that fondly gazed. But then the lady's bower was rent with cries of weeping and lament. Where goes he now, our Lord, the sure protector of the friendless poor, in whom the wretched and the weak defense and aid were wont to seek? All words of wrath he turned aside, and never, when cursed, in ire replied. He shared his people's woe and steeled the troubled breast which race had filled. Our chief, on lofty thoughts intent, in glorious fame preeminent, as on his own dear mother does he ever looked on each of us. Where goes he now? His sire's behest, by Queen Kaike's guile distressed, has banished to the forest hence him who was all the world's defence. Ah, senseless king, to drive away the hope of man, their guard and stay, to banish to the distant wood Rama, the duteous, true and good. The royal dames, like cows bereaved of their young cubs, thus sadly grieved. The monarch heard them as they wailed, and by the fire of grief assailed. For his dear son he bowed his head, and all his sense and memory fled. Then where no fires of worship fed, thick darkness over the sun was spread. The cows their thirsty calves denied, and elephants flung their food aside. Trisanku, Jupiter looked dread, and Mercury and Mars the red in direful opposition met. The glory of the moon beset. The lunar stars withheld their light, the planets were no longer bright, but Matthias with their horrid glare, and dire Bisakhas lit the air. As troubled ocean heaves and raves, when doom's wild tempest sweeps the waves, thus all Ayodhya reeled and bent, when Rama to the forest went. And chilling grief and dark despair fell suddenly on all men there. Their wonted pastime all forgot, nor thought of food or touched it not. Crowds in the royal street were seen, with weeping eye and troubled mien. No more a people gay and glad, its head and heart was sick and sad. No more the cool wind softly blew, the moon no more was fair to view, no more the sun with genial glow cherished the world now plunged in war. Sons, brothers, husbands, wedded wives, forgot the ties that joined their lives. No thought for kith and kin was spared, but all for only Rama cared. And Rama's friends who loved him best, their minds disordered and distressed by the great burden of their woes, turned not to slumber or repose. Like art, with all her hills bereft of Indra's guiding care, Ayodhya in her sorrow left by him the high-souled heir, was bowed by fear and sorrow's force, and shook with many a throe, while warrior, elephant and horse sent up the cry of war. Canto 42. The Sarat's Lament. While yet the dust was seen afar that marked the course of Rama's car, the glory of Ikshaku's race turned not away his eager face. While yet his duteous son he saw, he could not once his gaze withdraw, but rooted to the spot remained, with eyes that after Rama strained. But when that dust no more he viewed, fainting he fell by grief subdued. To his right hand Kaushalya went, and ready aid the lady lent, while Bharat's loving mother tried to raise him on the other side. The king, within whose ordered soul justice and virtue held control, to Queen Kaikeyi turned and said, with every sense disquieted, "Touch me not, thou whose soul can plot all sin, Kaikeyi, touch me not. No loving wife, no friend to me, I never again would look on thee, never from this day have aught to do with thee and all thy retinue. Thee whom no virtuous thoughts restrain, whose selfish heart seeks only gain, the hand I laid in mine, O dame, the steps we took around the flame, and all that links thy life to mine, here and hereafter I resign. If Bharat too, thy darling son, joy in the rule thy art has won, never may the funeral offerings paid by his false hand approach my shade." Then, while the dust upon him hung, the monarch to Kaushalya clung, and she with mournful steps and slow turned to the palace, worn with war. As one whose hand has touched the fire, or slain a Brahman in his ire, he felt his heart with sorrow torn, still thinking of his son forlorn. Each step was torture, as they rode, the tresses of the chariot sowed, and as the shadowed sun grows dim, so care and anguish darkened him. He raised a cry, by war distraught, as of his son again he thought, and judging that the car had sped beyond the city, thus he said, I still behold the footprints made by the good horses that conveyed my son afar. These marks I see, but high souled Rama, where is he? Ah me, my son, my first and best, on pleasant couches wont to rest, with limbs perfumed with sandal, fanned by many a beauty's tender hand. Where will he lie with log or stone beneath him for a pillow thrown, to leave at morn his earthly bed neglected and with dust overspread? As from the flood, with sigh and pant, comes forth the husband elephant, the man who make the woods their home shall see the long-armed hero roam. Roused from his bed, though lord of all, in semblance of a friendless thrall, Janak's dear child, who never has met with aught save joy and comfort yet, will reach the day the forest worn and wearied with the brakes of thorn. Ah, gentle girl, of woods unskilled, how will her heart with dread be filled at the wild beasts' deep roaring there, whose voices lift the shuddering air? Kaikeyi, glory in thy gain, and with your queen begin to reign. No will, no power to leave have I, when my brave son no more is nigh. Thus pouring forth laments, the king, guarded by the people's crowded ring, entered the noble bower like one new bedded when funeral rites are done. Wherever he looked, naught met his gaze but empty houses, courts, and ways. Closed were the temples, countless feet no longer trod the royal street. And thinking of his son, he viewed man weak and worn and woe subdued. As sinks the sun into a cloud, so passed he on and wept aloud. Within that house no more to be, the dwelling of the banished tree, brave Rama, his Videhan bride, and Lakshman by his brother's side. Like broad still waters, when the king of all the birds that ply their wing has swooped from heaven and borne away the glittering snakes that made them gay. With choking sobs and voice half spent, the king renewed his sad lament. With broken utterance, faint and low, scarce could he speak these words of woe. My steps to Rama's mother guide, and place me by Kausalya's side. There, only there, my heart may know some little respite from my woe. The warders of the palace led the monarch, when his words were said, to Queen Kausalya's bower, and there laid him with reverential care. But while he rested on the bed, still was his soul disquieted. In grief he tossed his arms on high, lamenting with a piteous cry. O Rama, Rama, thus said he, my son, thou hast forsaken me. High bliss awaits those favored men, left living in Ayodhya then, whose eyes shall see my son once more, returning when the time is over. Then came the night, whose hated gloom fell on him like the night of doom. At midnight the Sarat cried to Queen Kausalya by his side. I see thee not, Kausalya, lay thy gentle hand in mine, I pray. When Rama left his home, my sight went with him, nor returns tonight. End of Cantos 40, 41, and 42. Cantos 43 to 45 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 43. Kausalya's Lament. Kausalya saw the monarch lie, with drooping frame and failing eye, and for her banished son distressed, with these sad words her lord addressed. Kaikeyi, cruel, false, and vile, has cast the venom of her guile on Rama, lord of man, and she will ravage like a snake set free, and more my soul alarm, like a dire serpent bent on harm. For triumph crowns its dark intent, and Rama to the wild descent. Ah, were he doomed but here to stray, begging his food from day to day, or do enslaved Kaikeyi's will, this were a boon, a comfort still. But she, as jaws her cruel hate, has hurled him from his high estate, as Brahmans when the moon is near cast to the ground the demons dear.
The long-armed hero, like the lord of Nagas, with his bow and sword, begins, I ween, his forest life, with Lakshman and his faithful wife. Ah, how will fare the exiles now, whom, moved by Queen Kaikeyi thou hast sent in forests to abide, bred in delights, by war untried. Far banished, when their lives are young, with the fair fruit before them hung, deprived of all their rank that sweets, how will they live on grain and roots? Oh, that my years of war were past, and the glad hour were come at last, when I shall see my children dear, Rama his wife and Lakshman here. When shall Ayodhya, wild with glee, again those mighty heroes see, and decked with wreaths her banners wave, to welcome home the true and brave? When will the beautiful city view, with happy eyes the lordly two, returning joyful as the main, when the dear moon is full again? When like some mighty bull who leads the cow exulting through the meads, will Rama through the city ride, strong-armed, with Sita at his side? When will 10,000 meet, and crowd Ayodhya's royal street, and grain in joyous welcome throw upon my sons who tame the foe? When with delight shall youthful bands of Brahman maidens in their hands bear fruit and flowers in goodly show, and circling round Ayodhya go? With ripened judgment of a sage, and godlike in his blooming age, when shall my virtuous son appear, like kindly rain our hearts to cheer? Ah, in a former life, I ween, this hand of mine, most base and mean, has dried the ardours of the kine, and left the thirsty calves to pine. Hence, as the lion robs the cow, Kaikeyi makes me childless now, exulting from her feebler foe, to rend the son she's cherished so. I had but him, in scripture skilled, with every grace his soul was filled. Now not a joy has life to give, and robbed of him I would not live. Yea, all my days are dark and drear, if he, my darling, be not near. And Lakshman brave, my heart to cheer, as for my son I mourn and yearn, the quenchless flames of anguish burn, and kill me with the pain, as in the summer's noontide blaze the glorious day god with his rays consumes the parching plain. Canto 44. Sumitra's Speech. Kausalya ceased her sad lament of beauteous dames most excellent. Sumitra, who to duty clave, in righteous words this answer gave: Dear Queen, all noble virtue's grace, thy son, of man the first in place, why dost thou shed these tears of woe, with bitter grief lamenting so? If Rama, leaving royal sway, has hastened to the woods away, it is for his high-souled father's sake, that he his promise may not break. He to the path of duty clings, which lordly fruit hereafter brings, the path to which the righteous cleave. For him, dear Queen, thou shouldst not grieve. And Lakshman too, the blameless souled, the same high course with him will hold, and mighty bliss on him shall wait, so tenderly compassionate. And Sita, bred with tender care, well knows what toils await her there, but in her love she will not part from Rama of the virtuous heart. Now has thy son through all the world the banner of his fame unfurled, true, modest, careful of his vow, what has he left to aim at now? The sun will mark his mighty soul, his wisdom, sweetness, self-control, will spare from pain his face and limb, and with soft radiance shine for him through forest glades shall spring a soft auspicious breeze, and bring its tempered heat and cold to play around him ever night and day. The pure cold moonbeams shall delight the hero as he sleeps at night, and soothe him with the soft caress of a fond parent's tenderness. To him, the bravest of the brave, his heavenly arms the Brahman gave, when fierce Suvaho dyed the plain with his lifeblood by Rama slain. Still trusting to his own right arm, the hero's son will fear no harm, as in his father's palace he in the wild woods will dauntless be. Whenever he lets his arrows fly, his stricken foemen fall and die, and is that prince of peerless worth too weak to keep and sway the earth? His sweet pure soul, his beauty's charm, his hero heart, his warlike arm,
will soon redeem his rightful reign, when from the woods he comes again. The Brahmans on the prince's head king-making jobs shall quickly set, and Sita, art and fortune share the glories which await the heir. For him, when forth his chariot swept, the crowd that thronged Ayodhya wept, with agonizing war distressed. With him, in hermit's mantle dressed, in guise of Sita, Lakshmi went, and none his glory may prevent. Here, not to him is high or hard, before whose steps to be his guard, Lakshman, the best, who draws the bow, with spear, shaft, sword rejoiced to go. His wanderings in the forest over, thine eyes shall see thy son once more. Quiet thy faint heart, thy grief dispel, for this, O Queen, is truth I tell. Thy son returning, moon-like dance, shall at thy feet do reverence, and blessed and blameless lady, thou shalt see his head to touch them bow. Yea, thou shalt see thy son made king, when he returns with triumphing. And how thy happy eyes will brim with tears of joy to look on him. Thou, blameless lady, shouldst the whole of the sad people here console. Why in thy tender heart allow this bitter grief to harbour now? As the long banks of cloud distil their water when they see the hill, so shall the drops of rapture run from thy glad eyes to see thy son, returning as he lowly bends to greet thee, guarded by all his friends. Thus soothing, kindly eloquent, with every hopeful argument, Kausalya's heart by sorrow rent, fair Queen Sumitra seized. Kausalya heard its pleasant plea, and grief began to leave her free, as the light clouds of autumn flee, their watery stores decreased. Canto 45. The Tamasha. Their tender love the people drew to follow Rama brave and true, the high-souled hero as he went forth from his home to banishment. The king himself his friends obeyed, and turned him homeward as they prayed, but yet the people turned not back, still close on Rama's chariot track. For they who in Ayodhya dwelt, for him such fond affection felt, decked with all grace and glories high, the dear full moon of every eye. Though much of his people prayed and wept, Kakutsta's son his purpose kept, and still his journey would pursue, to keep the king his father true. Deep in the hero's bosom sank their love, whose signs his glad eye drank. He spoke to cheer them as his own, their children, in a loving tone. If ye would grant my fond desire, give Bharat now that love entire, and reverence shown to me by all who dwell within Ayodhya's wall. For he, Kaikeyi's darling son, his virtuous career will run, and ever bound by duty's chain, consult your will and bliss and gain. In judgment old, in years a child, with hero virtues meek and mild, a fitting lord is he to cheer his people and remove their fear. In him all kingly gifts abound, more noble than in me are found. Imperial prince, well proved and tried, obey him as your lord and guide. And grant, I pray, the boon I ask, to please the king be still your task, that his fond heart while I remain far in the wood may feel no pain. The more he showed his will to tread the path where filial duty led, the more the people round him thronged, for their dear Rama's empire longed. Still more attached his followers grew, as Rama with his brother drew the people with his virtue's ties, lamenting all with tear-dimmed eyes. The saintly twice born, triply old, in glory, knowledge, seasons told, with weary heads that shook and bowed, their voices raised and spake aloud. O steeds, who best and noblest are, who whirl so swiftly Rama's car, go not, return, we call on you, be to your master kind and true. For speechless things are swift to hear, and naught can match a horse's ear. O generous steeds, return, when thus you hear the cry of all of us. Each vow he keeps most firm and sure, and duty makes his spirit pure. Back with our chief, no woodward hands, back to his royal residence. Soon as he saw the aged band, exclaiming in their misery stand, and their sad cries around him rang, swift from his chariot Rama sprang. Then, still upon his journey bent, with Sita and with Lakshman went, the hero by the old man's side, sweeting to days his shortened stride. He could not pass the twice-born throng, as weariedly they walked along. With beating heart, with tender eye, he could not in his chariot fly. When the steps of Rama viewed, that still his onward course pursued, war shook the troubled heart of each, and bound with grief they spoke this speech. With thee, O Rama, to the wood, all Brahmans go and Brahmanhood, borne on our aged shoulders, see, our fires of worship go with thee. Bright canopies that lend their shade, in Vajpaya rites displayed, in plenteous store are borne behind, like cloudlets in the autumn wind. No shelter from the sun hast thou, and lest his fury burn thy brow, these sacrificial shades we bear, shall aid thee in the noontide glare. Our hearts, who ever loved to pore on sacred text and Vedic lore, now all to thee, beloved, turn, and for a life in forests yearn. Deep in our aged bosoms lie the Vedas' lore, the wealth we prize, there still, like wives at home, shall dwell, whose love and truth protect them well. To follow thee our hearts are bent, we need not plan or argument, all else in duty's law we slide, for following thee is following right. O noble prince, retrace thy way, O hear us, Rama, as we lay, with many tears and many prayers, our aged heads and swine-white hairs, low in the dust before thy feet. O hear us, Rama, we entreat. Full many of those who with thee run, their sacred rites had just begun, unfinished yet those rites remain, but finished if thou turn again. All rooted life and things that move, to thee their deep affection prove, to them, when warmed by love, they glow, and sue to thee some favour show. Its lowly bush, its towering tree, would follow too for love of thee. Bound by its root it must remain, but all it can, its boughs complain, as when the wild wind rushes by, it tells its woe in groan and sigh. No more through air the gay birds fleet, but foodless melancholy seat, together on the bronze and call, to thee, whose kind heart feels for all. As wailed the aged Brahman's band, to turn him back with wild lament, seemed Tamasa herself to aid, checking his progress as they prayed. Sumantra from the chariot freed, with ready hand its weary steed. He groomed them with the utmost heed. Their limbs he bedded and dried, then led them forth to drink and feed, at pleasure in the grassy mead that fringed the river side. End of Cantos 43, 44 and 45. Cantos 46 to 48 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 46. The Halt. When Rama, chief of Raghu's race, arrived at the delightful place, he looked on Sita first, and then to Lakshman spake the Lord of Man. Now first the shades of night descend, since to the wilds our steps we bend. Joy to thee, brother, do not grieve, for our dear home and all we leave. The woods unpeopled seem to weep around us as the attendants creep, or fly to lair and den and nest, both bird and beast, to seek their rest. Methinks Ayodhya's royal town, where dwells my sire of high renown, with all her men and dames tonight, will mourn us vanished from their sight. For by his virtues won, they cling in fond affection to their king, and thee and me, O brave and true, and Bharat and Satrughna too. I for my sire and mother feel deep sorrow over my bosom steal, lest mourning us, oppressed with fears, they blind their eyes with endless tears. Yet Bharat's duteous love will show sweet comfort in their hours of woe, and with kind words their hearts sustain, suggesting duty, bliss, and gain. I mourn my parents now no more, I count dear Bharat's virtues over, and his kind love and care dispel the doubts I had, and all is well. And thou thy duty wouldst not shun, and following me hast nobly done. Else bravest I should need a band around my wife as guard to stand. On this first night, my thirst to slake, some water only will I take. Thus, brother, thus my will decides, though varied store the wood provides. Thus having said to Lakshman, he addressed in turn Sumantra, be most the listen to-night, my friend, and with due care thy horses tend. The sun had set, Sumantra tied his noble horses side by side, gave store of grass with liberal hand, and rested near them on the strand. Each paid the holy evening ride, and when around them fell the night, the charioteer, with Lakshman's aid, a lowly bed for Rama laid. To Lakshman Rama bade adieu, and then by Sita's side he threw his limbs upon the leafy bed, their care upon the bank had spread. When Lakshman saw the couple slept, still on the strand his watch he kept, still with Sumantra they conversed, and Rama's varied gifts rehearsed. All night he watched, nor sought repose, till on the earth the sun arose. With him Sumantra stayed awake, and still of Rama's virtue spake. Thus, near the river's grassy shore, whose herds unnumbered wandered over, repose untroubled Rama found, and all the people lay around. The glorious hero left his bed, looking on the sleeping crowd, and said to Lakshman, whom its lucky line marked out for bliss with surest sign, O brother Lakshman, look on these, reclining at the roots of trees, all care of house and home resigned, caring for us with heart and mind. These people of the city yearn to see us to our home return. To quit their lives will they consent, but never leave their firm intent. Come, while they all unconscious sleep, let us upon the chariot leap, and swiftly on our journey speed, when naught our progress may impede, that these fond citizens who roam far from Ikshaku's ancient home, no more may sleep beneath bush and tree, falling still for love of me. A prince with tender care should heal the self-brought woes his people feel, and never let his subjects share the burden he is forced to bear. Then Lakshman to the chief replied, who stood like justice by his side, They read, O sage, I will command, without delay the car ascend. Then Rama to Sumantra spoke, Thy rapid steeds I pray thee yoke, hence to the forest will I go, away my lord, and be not slow. Sumantra, urged to utmost speed, yoked to the car each generous steed, and then with hand to hand applied, he came before the chief and cried, Hail, Prince, whom mighty arms adorn! Hail, bravest of the chariot born! With Sita and thy brother thou mayst mount, the car is ready now. The hero clomb the car with haste, his bow and gear within were placed, and quick the eddying flood he passed, of Tamasa, whose waves ran fast. Soon as he touched the farther side, that strong-armed hero glorified, he found a road both wide and clear, where even the timid knot could fear. Then, that the crowd might be misled, thus Rama to Sumantra said, Speed not a while, then hasten back, returning in thy former track, that so the people may not learn the course I follow, drive and turn. Sumantra at the chief's behest, quick to the task himself addressed, then near to Rama came and showed the chariot ready for the road. With Sita then the princely two, who over the line of Raghu trew, a glory ever bright and new, upon the chariot stood. Sumantra fast and faster drove his horses, who in fleetness drove, still onward to the distant grove, the hermit-haunted wood. Canto 47. The Citizen's Return. The people, when the morn shone fair, arose to find no Rama there. Then fear and numb grief subdued the senses of the multitude. The woe-born tears were running fast, as all around their eyes they cast, and sadly looked, but found no trace of Rama, searching every place. Bereft of Rama, good and wise, with drooping cheer and weeping eyes, each woe-distracted sage gave vent to sorrow in his wild lament. Woe what the sleep that stole our sins, with its beguiling influence, that now we look in vain for him, of the broad chest and stalwart limb. How could the strong-armed hero thus, deceiving all, abandon us? His people so devoted see, yet to the woods a hermit flee. How can he want our hearts to cheer, as a fond sire his children dear, How can the pride of Raghu's race fly from us to some desert place? Here let us all for death prepare, or on the last great journey fare. Of Rama, our dear Lord bereft, what profit in our lives is left? Huge trunks of trees around us lie, with roots and branches sere and dry. Come, let us set these logs on fire, and throw our bodies on the pyre. What shall we speak? How can we say? We followed Rama on his way, the mighty chief whose arm is strong, who sweetly speaks, who thinks no wrong. Ayodhya's town with sorrow dumb, without our Lord will see us come, and hopeless misery will strike, elder and child and dame alike. For to that peerless chief we came, whose mighty heart desired the same. How, reft of him we love, shall we, returning there, the town to see? Complaining thus, with varied cry, they tossed their aged arms on high, and their sad hearts with grief were wrung, like cows who sorrow for their young. A while they followed on the road, which traces of his chariot showed, but when at length those traces failed, a deep despair their hearts assailed. The chariot marks no more discerned, the hopeless sages backward turned. Ah, what is this? What can we more? Fate stops the way, and all is over. With wearied hearts, in grief and shame, they took the road by which they came, and reached Ayodhya city, where, from side to side, was naught but care. With troubled spirits quite cast down, they looked upon the royal town, and from their eyes, oppressed with woe, their tears again began to flow. Of Rama reft, the city wore no look of beauty as before, like a dull river or a lake, by Garur robed of every snake, dark, dismal as the moonless sky, or as a sea whose bed is dry, so sad, to every pleasure dead, they saw the town disquieted. On to their houses high and vast, where stores of precious wealth were massed, the melancholy Brahmans passed, their hearts with anguish cleft. Aloof from all, they came not near, to stranger or to kinsman dear, showing in faces blank and drear, that not one joy was left. Canto 48. The Women's Lament. When those who fought with Rama went back to the town their steps had bent, it seemed that death had touched and chilled those hearts with piercing sorrow filled. Each to his several mansion came, and cowed by children and his dame, from his sad eyes the water shade, that over his cheek in torrents spread. All joy was fled, oppressed with cares, no bustling trader showed his wares, each shop had lost its brilliant look, each householder forbore to cook. No hand with joy its earnings told, none cared to win a wealth of gold, and scarce the youthful mother smiled to see her first, her newborn child. In every house a woman wailed, and her returning lord assailed, with keen taunt piercing like the steel that bids the tusked monster kneel. What now to them is wedded dame? What house and home and dearest aim? Or son, or bliss, or gathered store, whose eyes on Rama look no more? There is but one in all the earth, one man alone of real worth, Lakshman who follows true and good, Rama with Sita through the wood. Made holy for all time with him, its pool and fountain, lake and stream, if great Kakutsta's son shall choose their water for his bath to use. Its forest, dark with lovely trees, shall eon Kakutsta's son to please, its mountain peak and woody hill, its mighty flood and mazy rill, its rocky height, its shady grove, where the blessed feet of Rama rove, shall gladly welcome with the best of all they have their honored guest, the trees that clustering blossoms bear, and bright-hued buds to jam their hair. The heart of Rama shall delight, and cheer him on the breezy height. For him the upland slopes will show the fairest roots and fruit that grow, and all their wealth before him fling, ere the due hour of ripening. For him its earth-uploading hill, its crystal water shall distil, and all its flood shall be displayed in many a thousand-hued cascade. Where Rama stands is naught to fear, no danger comes if he be near, for all who live on him depend, the world's support and lord and friend. Ere into distant wilds he stray, let us to Rama speed away, for its reward on those will wait, who serve a Prince of souls so great. Who will attend on Sita dear, be Raghu's son your special care. The city dames, with grief distressed, thus once again their lords addressed. Rama shall be your guard and guide, and Sita will for us provide. For who would care to linger here, where all is sad and dark and drear? Who, mid the mourners, hope for bliss, in a poor soulless town like this? If Queen Kaike's treacherous sin our Lord expelled, the kingdom win, we heed not sons or golden store, our life itself we prize no more. If she, seduced by lust of sway, her lord and son could cast away, whom would she leave unharmed, the base defiler of our royal race? We swear it by our children dear, we will not dwell as servants here. If Queen Kaike leave to reign, we will not in her realm remain. Bowed down by her oppressive hand, the helpless, lordless, godless land, cursed for Kaike's guilt will fall, and swift destruction seize it all. For Rama forced from home to fly, the king his sire will surely die, and when the king has breathed his last, ruin will doubtless follow fast. Sad, robbed of merits, drug the cup, and drink the poisoned mixture up, or share the exiled Rama's lot, or seek some land that knows her not. No reason but a false pretense drove Rama, Sita, and Lakshman hence, and we to Bharat have been given, like cattle to the shambles driven. While in each house the women pained, at loss of Rama still complained, sank to his rest the Lord of Day, and night through all the sky held sway. The fires of worship all were cold, no text was hummed, no tale was told, and shades of midnight gloom came down, enveloping the mournful town. Still, sick at heart, the women shed, as for a son or husband fled, for Rama tears disquieted. No child was loved as he, and all Ayodhya where the feast, music and song and dance had ceased, and merriment and glee. Where every merchant's store was closed, the earth its glittering wares exposed, was like a dried up sea. End of Cantos 46, 47, and 48. Cantos 49 to 51 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 49. The Crossing of the Rivers. Now Rama, ere the night was fled, over many a league of road had sped, till as his course he onward held, the morn the shades of night dispelled. The rites of holy dawn he paid, and all the country round surveyed. He saw, as still he hurried through, with steeds which swift as arrows flew, hamlets and groves with blossoms fair, and fields which showed the tiller's care, while from the clustered dwellings near the words of patience reached his ear. Fie on our Lord the King, whose soul is yielded up to love's control! Fie on the vile Kaike, shame on that malicious sinful dame, who, keenly bent on cruel deeds, no bounds of right and virtue heeds, but with her wicked art has sent so good a prince to banishment, wise, tender-hearted, ruling well his senses in the woods to dwell. Ah, cruel king, his heart of steel for his own son no love could feel, who with the sinless Rama parts, the darling of the people's hearts. This what he heard the peasants say, who dwelt in hamlets by the way, and lord of all the realm by right, through Koshala pursued his flight. Through the auspicious flood at last of Vedasruti stream he passed, and onward to the place his pet by Saint Agastya tenanted. Still on for many an hour he hied, and crossed the stream whose cooling tide rolls onward till she meets the sea. The hard-frequented Gomati, borne by his rapid horses over, he reached that river's farthest shore, and Sandhika's, whose swan-loved dream resounded with the peacock's scream. Then as he journeyed on his road, to his Videhan bride he showed the populous land which Manu old to King Ikshaku gave to hold. The glorious prince, the lord of man, looked on the charioteer, and then, voiced like a wild swan, loud and clear, he spake these words and bade him hear. When shall I, with returning feet, my father and my mother meet? When shall I lead the hunt once more, in bloomy woods on Sarayu's shore?
Most eagerly I long to ride, urging the chase on Sarayu's side. For royal saints have seen no blame in this the monarch's matchless game. Thus speeding on, no rest or stay, Ikshaku's son pursued his way. Oft his sweet voice the silence broke, and thus on varied themes he spoke. Canto 50. The Halt under the Ingudi. So through the wide and fair extent of Koshala the hero went. Then toward Ayodhya back he gazed, and cried with suppliant hands upraised, "Farewell, dear city, first in place, protected by Kakutsta's rays, and guards who in thy temples dwell, and keep thine ancient citadel. I from this debt my sire will free, thy well-loved towers again will see, and coming from my wild retreat, my mother and my father meet." Then burning grief inflamed his eye, as his right arm he raised on high, and while hot tears his cheek bedewed, addressed the mournful multitude. "By love and tender pity moved, your love for me you well approved. Now turn again with joy and win, success in all your hands begin." Before the high-souled chief they bent, with circling steps around him went, and then with bitter wailing they departed each his several way. Like the great sun engulfed by night, the hero sped beyond their sight, while still the people mourned his fate, and wept aloud disconsolate. The car-born chieftain passed the bound of Koshala's delightful ground, where grain and riches bless the land, and people give with liberal hand, a lovely realm unvexed by fear, where countless shrines and stakes appear, where mango groves and gardens grow, and streams of pleasant water flow, where dwells content a well-fed race, and countless kind the meadows grace. Filled with the voice of praise and power, each hamlet wrought a monarch's care, before him three-pated Ganga rolled, her heavenly waters bright and cold. Over her pure breast no weeds were spread, her banks were hermit visited, the car-born hero saw the tide, that ran with eddies multiplied. And thus the charioteer addressed, "Here on the bank today we rest, not distant from the river see. There grows a lofty ingudi, with blossoms thick on every spray. There rest we, charioteer, today. I on the queen of floods will gaze, whose holy stream has highest praise, where deer and bird and glittering snake, god Daitya bade their pastime take." Sumantra Lakshman gave assent, and with the steeds they thither went. When Rama reached the lovely tree, with Sita and with Lakshman he alighted from the car with speed. Sumantra loosened its weary steed, and hand to hand in reverence laid, stood near to Rama in the shade. Rama's dear friend, renowned by fame, who of Nishada lineage came, Guha, the mighty chief adored, through all the land as sovereign lord. Soon as he heard the prince renowned was resting on Nishada ground, beguiled by counsellor and peer, and many an honored friend drew near. Soon as the monarch came in view, Rama and Lakshman toward him flew. Then Guha, at the sight distressed, his arms around the hero pressed, laid both his hands upon his head, bowed to those lotus feet, and said, "O Rama, make thy wishes known, and be this kingdom as thine own. Who, mighty armed, will ever see a guest so dear as thou to me?" He placed before him dainty fare, of every flavour rich and rare, brought forth the gift for honoured guest, and thus again the chief addressed: "Welcome, dear prince, whose arms are strong, these lands and all to thee belong. Thy servants we, our lords art thou, begin, good king, thine empire now. See, various food before thee placed, and cups to drink and sweets to taste. For thee soft beds are hither borne, and for thy horses grass and corn." To Guha, as he pressed and prayed, thus Raghu's son his answer made: "It was I, thy care, my heart to please, with honour, love, and courtesies, and friendship brings thee now to greet thy guest thus humbly on thy feet." Again the hero spake, as round the king his shapely arms he owned: "Guha, I see that all is well with thee and those who with thee dwell, that health and bliss and wealth attend thy realm, thyself, and every friend. But all these friendly gifts of thine, bound to refuse, I must decline. Grass, bark, and hide my only wear, and woodland roots and fruit my fare. On duty all my heart is set, I seek the woods and anchor at. A little grass and corn to feed the horses, this is all I need. So by this favour, King alone, shall honour due to me be shown. For these good steeds who brought me here are to my sire supremely dear, and kind attention paid to these will honour me and highly please. Then Guha quickly bade his train give water to the steeds and grain, and Rama, ere the night grew dark, paid evening rites in dress of bark, and tasted water on the strand, drawn from the stream by Lakshman's hand. And Lakshman with observance meet bathed his beloved brother's feet, who rested with his Maithili spouse, then set him down beneath distant boughs. And Guha with his bow sat near to Lakshman and the charioteer, and with the prince conversing kept his faithful watch while Rama slept. As the Sarat's glorious heir, of lofty soul and wisdom rare, reclining with his Sita dear, beside the river lay. He who no troubles ever had seen, whose life a life of bliss had been, that night beneath the branches green passed pleasantly away. Canto 51. Lakshman's Lament. As Lakshman still his vigil held, by unaffected love impelled, Guha, whose heart the sight distressed, with words like these the prince addressed. Beloved youth, this pleasant bed was brought for thee is spread. On this, my friend, thine eyelids close, and heal fatigue with sweet repose. My men are all to labour trained, but hardship thou hast never sustained. All we do this night our watch will keep, and guard Kakusta's son asleep. In all the world there breathes not one more dear to me than Raghu's son. The words I speak, heroic youth, are true, I swear it by my truth. Through his dear grace supreme renown, will, so I trust, my wishes crown, so shall my life rich store obtain, of merit blessed with joy and gain. While Raghu's son and Sita lie, entranced in happy slumber, I will, with my trusty bow in hand, guard my dear friend with all my band. To me, who oft these forests range, is not therein or new or strange, I could with equal might oppose a fourfold army led by foes. Then royal Lakshman made reply, with thee to stand as guardian nigh, whose faithful soul regards the right, fearless we well might rest tonight. But how, when Rama lays his head with Sita on his lowly bed, how can I sleep, how can I care for life or aught that is bright and fair? Behold the conquering chief whose might is match for gods and fiends in fight. With Sita now he rests his head, asleep on grass beneath him spread. Won by devotion, text and prayer, and many a rite performed with care. Chief of our father's sons he shines, well marked like him with favoring signs. Brief, brief the monarch's life will be, now his dear son is forced to flee, and quickly will the widowed state mourn for her lord disconsolate. Each mourner there has wept her fill, the cries of anguish now are still. In the king's hall each dame overcome, with weariness of war is dumb. The first sad night of grief, I ween, will do to death each sorrowing queen. Scarce is Kaushalya left alive, my mother too can scarce survive. If when her heart is fain to break, she lingers for Satrughna's sake, Kaushalya, mother of the chief, must sink beneath the chilling grief. That town, which countless thousands feel, whose hearts with love for Rama thrill, the world's delight, so rich and fair, grieved for the king, his death will share. The hopes he fondly cherished, crushed, Ayodhya's throne to Rama lost, with mournful cries, too late, too late. The king, my sire, will meet his fate. And when my sire has passed away, most happy in their lot are they, allowed, with every pious care, part in his funeral rites to bear. And oh, may we, with joy at last, these years of forest exile past, turn to Ayodhya's town to dwell, with him who keeps his promise well. While thus the hero mighty souled, in wild lament his sorrow told, faint with the load that on him lay, the hours of darkness passed away,
And thus the prince, impelled by zeal for his loved brother, prompt to feel strong yearnings for the people's weal, his words of truth outspake. King Guha, grieved to see his woe, heart-stricken, gave his tears to flow, tormented by the common blow, sad as a wounded snake. End of Cantos 49, 50 and 51. Cantos 52 to 54 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 52. The Crossing of Ganga. Soon as the shades of night had fled, uprising from his lowly bed, Rama the famous, broad of chest, his brother Lakshman thus addressed. Now swift upsprings the Lord of Light, and fled is venerable night. That dark-winged bird, the quail now, is calling from the topmost bough, and sounding from the thicket nigh, is heard the peacock's early cry. Come across the flood that seeks the sea, the swiftly flowing Jahnavi. King Guha heard his speech, agreed, and called his minister with speed. A boat, he cried, swift, strong, and fair, with rudder, oars, and man prepare, and place it ready by the shore, to bear the pilgrims quickly over. Thus Guha spake, his followers all besteered them at their master's call, then told the king that ready manned a gay boat waited near the strand. Then Guha, hand to hand applied, with reverence thus to Rama cried, The boat is ready by the shore, how, tell me, can I aid thee more? O Lord of man, it waits for thee, to cross the flood that seeks the sea. O godlike keeper of thy vow, embark, the boat is ready now. Then Rama, Lord of glory high, thus to King Guha made reply, Thanks for thy gracious care, my lord. Now let the gear be placed on board, its bow-armed chief in mail and cast, bound sword and quiver to their west, and then with Sita near them hide, down the broad river's shelving side. Then with raised palms the charioteer, in lowly reverence drawing near, cried thus to Rama, good and true. Now what remains for me to do? With his right hand, while answering, the hero touched his friend. Go back, he said, and on the king with watchful care attend. Thus far, Sumantra, thou wast guide. Now to Ayodhya turn, he cried. Hence seek with living steeds and car, on foot the wood that stretches far. Sumantra, when with grieving heart he heard the hero bid him part, thus to the bravest of the brave, Ikshaku's son, his answer gave. In all the world man tell of naught, to match thy deed by heroes wrought, thus with thy brother and thy wife, troll-like to lead a forest life. To meet reward of fruit repays thy holy law, thy saint-like days, thy tender soul, the love of truth, if war like this afflicts thy youth. Thou roaming under forest boughs, with thy dear brother and thy spouse, shalt richer meed of glory gain, than if three worlds confessed thy reign. Sad is our fate, O Rama, we, abandoned and repelled by thee, must serve as Charles Kaikeyi's will, imperious, wicked, born to ill. Thus cried the faithful charioteer, as Raghu's son in reed his peer was fast departing on his road, and long his tears of anguish flowed. But Rama, when those tears were dried, his lips with water purified, and in soft accents sweet and clear, again addressed the charioteer. I find no heart, my friend, like thine, so faithful to Ikshaku's line. Still fast in view this object keep, that never for me my sire may weep, for he, the world's far-ruling king, is old and wild with sorrow's sting. With love's great burden, worn and weak, deem this the cause that thus I speak, whatever the high-souled king decrees, his loved Kaikeyi's heart to please. Here be his order what it may, without demur thou must obey. for this alone great monarch's reign, that never a wish be formed in vain. Then, O Sumatra, well provide, that by no check the king be tried. Nor let his heart in sorrow pine. This care, my faithful friend, be thine. The honored king my father greet, and thus for me my words repeat. To him whose senses are controlled, untired till now by grief and old, I, Sita Lakshman, sorrow not, O monarch, for our altered lot. The same to us if here we roam, or if Ayodhya be our home. The 14 years will quickly fly, the happy hour will soon be nigh, when thou, my lord, again shalt see Lakshman, the Maital dame, and me. Thus having soothed, O charioteer, my father and my mother dear, let all the queens my message learn, but to Kaikeyi chiefly turn, with loving blessings from the tree, from Lakshman, Sita, and from me, my mother, Queen Kaushalya, greet, with reverence to her sacred feet. And at this prayer of mine, O king, send quickly forth and Bharat bring, and set him on the royal throne, which thy decree has made his own. When he upon the throne is placed, when thy fond arms are round him laced, thine aged heart will cease to ache with bitter pangs for Rama's sake. And say to Bharat, see thou treat the queens with all observance meet. What care the king receives the same, show thou alike to every dame. Obedience to thy father's will, who chooses thee the throne to fill, will earn for thee a store of bliss, both in the world to come and this. Thus Rama bade Sumatra go, with thoughtful care instructed so. Sumatra all his message heard, and spake again by patience stirred. Oh, should deep feeling mar in aught the speech by fond devotion taught, forgive whatever I wildly speak. My love is strong, my tongue is weak. How shall I, if deprived of thee, return that mournful town to see, where sick at heart the people are, because their Rama roams afar? Woe will be theirs too deep to brook, when on the empty car they look, as when from hosts whose chiefs are slain, one charioteer comes home again. This very day I win his food, forsworn by all the multitude. Thinking that thou, with hosts to aid, art dwelling in the wildwood shade, the great despair, the shriek of war, they uttered when they saw thee go, will, when I come with none beside, 100-fold be multiplied. How to Kaushalya can I say, O queen, I took thy son away, and with thy brother left him well. Weep not for him, but thy woe dispel. So false a tale I cannot frame, yet how speak truth and grieve the dame? How shall these horses, fleet and bold, whom not a hand but mine can hold, bear others, wont to while the car, wherein Ikshaku's children are? Without thee, prince, I cannot, no, I cannot to Ayodhya go. Then deign, O Rama, to relent, and let me share thy banishment. But if no prayers can move thy heart, if thou wilt quit me and depart, the flames shall end my car and me, deserted thus and reft of thee. In the wild wood, when foes are near, when dangers check thy vows austere, borne in my car will I attend, all danger and all care to end. For thy dear sake I love the skill that guides the steed and curbs his will, and soon a forest life will be as pleasant for my love of thee. And if these horses near thee dwell, and serve thee in the forest well, they for their service will not miss the due reward of highest bliss. Thine orders, as with thee I stray, will I with heart and head obey, prepared for thee without a sigh, to lose Ayodhya or the sky. As one defiled with hideous sun, I never more can pass within Ayodhya, city of our king, unless beside me thee I bring. One wish is mine, I ask no more, that when thy banishment is over, I in my car may bear my lord, triumphant to his home restored. The 14 years, if spent with thee, will swift as light-winged moments flee, but the same years, without thee told, were magnified 100-fold. Do not, kind lord, thy servant leave, who to his master's son would cleave, and the same path with him pursue, devoted, tender, just and true. Again Sumatra made his varied plaint, and wept and prayed. him Raghu's son, whose tender breast felt for his servants thus addressed. O faithful servant, well my heart knows how to attached and true thou art. Hear thou the words I speak, and know why to the town I bid thee go. Soon as Kaikeyi, youngest queen, thy coming to the town has seen, no doubt will then her mind oppress that Rama roams the wilderness. And so the dame, her heart content with proof of Rama's banishment, will doubt the virtuous king no more, as faithless to the oath he swore. Chief of my cares is this, that she, youngest amid the queens, may see Bharat her son securely reign over rich Ayodhya's a wide domain. For mine and for the monarch's sake, do thou thy journey homeward take, and as I bade, repeat each word that from my lips thou here hast heard. Thus spake the prince, and strove to cheer the sad heart of the charioteer, and then to royal Guha said these words most wise and spirited. Guha, dear friend, it is not meet that people throng my calm retreat, for I must live a strict recluse, and mould my life by hermit's years. I know the ancient rule except by good ascetics gladly kept. I go, bring fig tree juice that I in matted coils my hair may tie. Quick Guha hastened to produce for the king's son that sacred juice. Then Rama of his long locks made, and Lakshman's too the hermit braid. And the two royal brothers there, with coats of bark and matted hair, transformed in lovely likeness stood, to hermit saints who love the wood. So Rama with his brother bold, a pious anchorite enrolled, obeyed the vow which hermits take, and to his friend King Guha spake. May people treasure army share, and fenced forts thy constant care. Attend to all supremely hard, the sovereign's task to watch and guard. Ikshaku's son, the good and brave, this last farewell to Guha gave, and then with Lakshman and his bride, determined on his way he hied. Soon as he viewed upon the shore the bark prepared to waft them over impetuous Ganga's rolling tide, to Lakshman thus the chieftain cried, Brother, embark, thy hand extend, thy gentle aid to Sita lend, with care her trembling footsteps guide, and place the lady by thy side. When Lakshman heard, prepared to aid, his brother's words he swift obeyed. Within the bark he placed the dame, then to her side the hero came. Next Lakshman's elder brother, Lord of brightest glory, went on board, breathing a prayer for blessings, meet for priest or warrior to repeat. Then he and Carbon Lakshman bent, well placed, their heads most reverent, their hands with Sita having dipped, as scripture beads and water seeped. Farewell to wise Sumantra said, and Guha with the train he led. So Rama took on board his stand, and urged the vessel from the land. Then swift by vigorous arms impelled, her onward course the vessel held, and guided by the helmsman true, the dashing waves of Ganga flew. Halfway across the flood they came, when Sita, free from spot and blame, her reverent hands together pressed, the goddess of the stream addressed. May the great chieftain here who springs from the Sarat, best of kings, protected by thy care, fulfill his prudent father's royal will. When in the forest he has spent his 14 years of banishment, with his dear brother and with me, his home again my lord shall see. Returning on that blissful day, I will to thee mine offerings pay, dear queen, whose waters gently flow, who canst all blessed gifts bestow. For, three-petted queen, though wandering here, thy waves descend from Brahma's fair, spouse of the god over floods supreme, though rolling here thy glorious stream. To thee, fair queen, my head shall bend, to thee shall hymns of praise ascend, when my brave lord shall turn again, and joyful over his kingdom reign, to win thy grace, O queen divine, 100,000 fairest kine, and precious robes and finest meal, among the Brahmans will I deal. 100 jars of wine shall flow, when to my home, O queen, I go. With these and flesh and corn and rice, will I delighted sacrifice each hallowed spot, each holy shrine, that stands on these fair shores of thine. Each fane and altar on thy banks shall share my offerings and thanks. with me and Lakshman free from harm. May he, the blameless, strong of arm, reseek Ayodhya from the wild, O blameless lady undefiled. As praying for her husband's sake, the faultless dame to Ganga spake, to the right bank the vessel flew, with her whose heart was right and true. Soon as the bark had crossed the wave, the lion leader of the brave, leaving the vessel on the strand, with wife and brother leapt to land. Then Rama thus the prince addressed, who filled with joy Sumitra's breast. Be thine alike to God and aid, in people's path, in lonely shade. Do thou, Sumitra's son, proceed, let Sita walk where thou shalt lead. Behind you both my place shall be, to guard the Maithili dame and thee. For she, to war a stranger yet, no toil or grief till now has met. The fair Videhan will essay the pains of forest life today. Today her tender feet must tread rough rocky wilds around her spread. No tilt is there, no gardens grow, no crowding people come and go. The hero ceased, and Lakshman led, obedient to the words he said, and Sita followed him, and then came Raghu's bride, the lord of man. With Sita walking over the sand, they sought the forest, bow in hand, but still their lingering glances trail, where yet Sumantra stood in view. Sumantra, when his watchful eye the royal youths no more could spy, turned from the spot wherein he stood, homeward would go her from the wood. Still on the brothers forced their way, where sweet birds sang on every spray. Those scars the eye apart could find, mid flowering trees where creepers twined. Far on the princely brothers pressed, and stayed their feet at length to rest, beneath a fig tree's mighty shade, with countless pendant shoots displayed. Reclining there a while at ease, they saw not far beneath fair trees a lake with many a lotus bright, that bore the name of lovely sight. Rama his wife's attention drew, and Lakshman stood the charming view. Look, brother, look, how fair the flood glows with the lotus flower and bud. They drank the water fresh and clear, and with their shafts they slew a deer. A fire of boughs they made in haste, and in the flame the meat they placed. So Raghu's sons with Sita shared the hunter's meal their hands prepared, then counselled that the spreading tree their shelter and their home should be. Canto 53. Rama's Lament. When evening rites were duly paid, reclined beneath the leafy shade, to Lakshman thus spake Rama best, of those who glad a people's breast. Now the first night has closed the day that saw us from our country stray, and parted from the charioteer. Yet grieve not thou, my brother dear. Henceforth by night, when others sleep, must we our careful vigil keep, watching for Sita's welfare thus, for her dear life depends on us. Bring me the leaves that lie around, and spread them here upon the ground, that we on lowly beds may lie, and let in talk the night go by. So on the ground with leaves overspread, he who should press a royal bed, Rama with Lakshman thus conversed, and many a pleasant tale rehearsed. This night the king, he cried, alas, in broken sleep will sadly pass. Kaikeyi now content should be, for mistress of her wish is she. So fiercely she for empire yearns, that when her Bharat home returns, she in her greed may even bring destruction on our lord the king. What can he do, enfeebled eld, reft of all aid and me expelled, his soul enslaved by love a thrall, obedient to Kaikeyi's call? As does I muse upon his woe, and all his wisdoms overthrow, love is, methinks, of greater might, to steer the heart than gain and right. For who in wisdom's law untaught could by a beauty's prayer be bought, to quiet his own obedient son, who loves him as Messiah has done? Bharat, Kaikeyi's child alone, will with his wife enjoy the throne, and blissfully his rule maintain over happy Koshala's domain. To Bharat's single lot will fall the kingdom and the power and all, when fails the king from length of days, and Rama in the forest strays. Whoever, neglecting right and gain, lets conquering love his soul enchain, to him, like Dasarat's lot, comes woe with feet that tarry not. Methinks at last the royal dame, dear Lakshman, has secured her aim, to see at once her husband dead, her son enthroned, and Rama fled. Ah me, I fear, lest borne away by frenzy of success, she slay Kaushalya through her wicked hate, of me bereft, disconsolate. O her who aye for me has striven, Sumitra, to devotion given. Hence, Lakshman, to Ayodhya speed, returning in the hour of need. With Sita I my steps will bend, where Dandak's mighty woods extend. No guardian has Kaushalya now. Oh, be her friend or guardian thou. Strong hate may vile Kaikeyi lead to many a base unrighteous deed. Treading my mother beneath her feet, when Bharat holds the royal seat. Sure, in some antenatal time, were children, by Kaushalya's crime, torn from their mother's arms away, and hence she mounts this evil day. She for her child no toil would spare, tending me long with pain and care. Now in the hour of fruitage she has lost that son, oh woe is me. O Lakshman, may no matron ever a son so doomed to sorrow bear, as I my mother's heart who rend with anguish that can never end. The Sarika methinks possessed more love than glows in Rama's breast, who, as the tale is told to us, addressed the stricken parrot thus: Parrot, the capturer's talons tear, while yet alone thou flutterest there, before his mouth has closed on me. So cried the bird, herself to free. Reft of a son, in childless woe, my mother's tears for ever flow. Ill-fated, doomed with grief to strive, what aid can she from me derive? Pressed down by care, she cannot rise from sorrow's flood wherein she flies. In righteous wrath, my single arm could with my bow protect from harm Ayodhya's town and all the art, but what is hero prowess worth? Lest breaking duty's law I sin, and lose the heaven I strive to win, the forest life today I choose, and kingly state and power refuse. Thus mourning in that lonely spot, the troubled chief bewailed his lot, and filled with tears his eyes ran over, then silent sat, and spake no more. To him when ceased his loud lament, like fire whose brilliant might is spent, or the great sea when sleeps the waves, thus Lakshman consolation gave. Chief of the brave, who bear the bow, even now Ayodhya sunk in war, by thy departure reft of light, is gloomy as the moonless night. Unfit it seems that thou, O chief, shouldst so afflict thy soul with grief, so with thou Sita's heart consign to deep despair as well as mine. Not I, O Raghu's son, nor she, could live 1 hour deprived of thee. We were without thine arm to save, like flesh deserted by the wave. Although my mother dear to meet, Satrugna and the king were sweet, on them or heaven to feed mine eye were nothing if thou wert not by. Sitting at ease, their glances fell upon the beds constructed well, and there the sons of virtue laid their limbs beneath the fig tree's shade. Canto 54. Bharadwaja's Hermitage. So there that night the hero spent, under the boughs that over them bent, and when the sun his glory spread, upstarting from the place they sped, on to that spot they made their way, through the dense wood that round them lay, where Yamuna's swift waters glide, to blend with Ganga's holy tide. Charmed with the prospect ever new, the glorious heroes wandered through, full many a spot of pleasant ground, rejoicing as they grazed around, with eager eye and heart at ease, on countless sorts of flowery trees. And now the day was half away sped, when thus to Lakshman Rama said: There, there, dear brother, turn thine eye, see near Prayag that smoke arise, the banner of our Lord of Flames, the dwelling of some saint proclaims. Near to that place our steps we bend, where Yamuna and Ganga blend. I hear and mark the deafening row, when chafing floods together pour. See, near us on the ground are left dry logs by laboring woodmen cleft, and the tall trees that blossom near Saint Bharadwaja's home appear. The bow-armed princess onward passed, and as the sun was sinking fast, they reached the hermit's dwelling set. near where the rushing waters met. The presence of the warrior scared the deer and the birds as on he fared, and struck them with unwonted war. Then Bharadwaja's cart they saw. The high-souled hermit, soon as they found, guarded by his dear disciples round, calm saint, whose vows had well been wrought, whose fervent rites keen sight had barred, duly had flames of worship blazed, when Rama on the hermit gazed, his suppliant hands the hero raised, drew nearer to the holy man, with his companions and began, declaring both his name and race, and why they sought that distant place. Saint, Dasarat's children we, Rama and Lakshman, come to thee. This my good wife from Janak springs, the best of fair Videha's kings. Through lonely wilds a faultless dame, to this pure grove with me she came. My younger brother follows still, me banished by my father's will. Sumitra's son, bound by a vow, he roams the wood beside me now. Sent by my father forth to rove, we seek, O saint, some holy grove, where leaves of hermits we may lead, and upon fruits and berries feed. When Bharadwaj, prudent souled, had heard the prince his tale unfold, water he bade them bring, a bowl, and honor gifts in dishes full, and drink and food of varied taste, berries and roots before him placed, and then the great ascetic showed a cottage for the guest's abode. The saint these honors gladly paid to Rama, who had thither strayed, then compassed sat by birds and deer, and many a hermit resting near. The prince received the service kind, and sat him down rejoiced in mind. Then Bharadwaj silence broke, and thus the words of duty spoke. Kakutsta's royal son, that thou hadst sought this grove I knew ere now. Mine ears have heard thy story, sent without a scene to banishment. Behold, O prince, this ample space, near where the mingling floods embrace, holy and beautiful and clear. Dwell with us, and be happy here. By Bharadwaja thus addressed, Rama, whose kind and tender breast all living things would bless and save, in gracious words his answer gave. My honored lord, this tranquil spot, fair home of hermits, suits me not, for all the neighboring people here will seek us when they know me near, with eager wish to look on me, and the Videhan dame to see. A crowd of rustics will intrude upon the holy solitude. Provide, O gracious Lord, I pray, some quiet home that lies away, where my Videhan spouse may dwell, tasting the bliss deserved so well. The hermit heard the prayer he made, a while in earnest thought he stayed, and then in words like these expressed his answer to the chief's request. 10 leagues away there stands a hill, where thou mayst live, if such thy will, a holy mount exceeding fair. Great saints have made their dwelling there. Their great langurs in thousands play, the bears amid the thicket stray. Wide known by Chitrakota's name, it rivals Gandhavardhan's fame. Long as the man that hill who seeks gazes upon its sacred peaks, to holy things his soul he gives, and pure from thought of evil lives. There, while 100 autumns fled, has many a saint with weary head spent his pure life and won the prize by deep devotion in disguise. Best home, I ween, if such retreat far from the ways of man be sweet, or let the years of exile flee here in this hermitage with me. Thus Bharadwaja spake, and trained in law of duty entertained the princess and the dame, and pressed his friendly gifts on every guest. Thus to Prayag the hero went, thus saw the saint preeminent, and varied speeches heard and said. Then holy night over heaven was spread, and Rama took, by toil oppressed, with Sita and his brother rest. And so the night, with sweet content, in Bharadwaja's grove was spent. But when the dawn dispelled the night, Rama approached the anchorite, and thus addressed the holy sire, whose glory shone like kindled fire. Well have we spent, O truthful sage, the night within thy hermitage. Now let my lord his guests permit, for their new home his grove to quit. Then, as he saw the morning break, in answer Bharadwaj spake, Go forth to Chitrakota's hill, where berries grow and sweets distill. Full well I deem that home will sweet thee, Rama, strong and resolute. Go forth and Chitrakuta seek, famed mountain of the varied peak. In the wild woods that guard him round, all creatures of the sage are found. Thou in the glades shalt see appear vast herds of elephants and deer. With Sita there shalt thou delight to gaze upon the woody height. There with expanding heart to look on river, tableland, and brook, and see the foaming torrent rave impetuous from the mountain cave. Auspicious hill, where all day long the lapwings cry their coil song, make all who listen gay. Where all is fresh and fair to see, where elephants and deer roam free, there as a hermit stay. End of Cantos 52, 53, and 54. Cantos 55 to 57 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 55. The Passage of Yamuna. The princely tamers of their foes thus passed the night in calm repose. Then to the hermit having bent, with reverence on their way they went. High favour Bharadwaja showed, and blessed them ready for the road, with such fond looks as fathers throw on their own sons before they go. Then spake the saint with glory bright to Rama peerless in his might. First, lords of man, direct your feet where Yamuna and Ganga meet. Then to the swift Kalindi go, whose westward waves to Ganga flow. When thou shalt see her lovely shore, worn by their feet who hasten over, then Raghu's son a raft prepare, and cross the sun-born river there. Upon her farther bank a tree, near to the landing wilt thou see, the blessed source of varied gifts. There her green boughs that fig tree lifts, a tree where countless birds abide, by Syama's name known far and wide. Sita, revere that holy shade, there be thy prayers for blessing prayed. Thence for a league your way pursue, and the dark wood shall meet your view, where tall bamboos their foliage show, the gum tree and the jujube grow. To Chitrakoot have I oft trodden that path so smooth and soft, where burning oats no travellers care, but all is pleasant, green, and fair. When thus the guests their road had learned, back to his cot the hermit turned, and Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their reverent thanks for courteous aid. Thus Rama spake to Lakshman when the saint had left the lords of man. Great store of bliss ensued is ours, on whom his love the hermit showers. As each to other wisely talked, the lion lords together walked on to Kalindi's woody shore, and gentle Sita went before. They reached that flood whose waters flee with rapid current to the sea. Their minds a while to thought they gave, and counselled how to cross the wave. At length, with logs together laid, a mighty raft the brothers made. Then dry bamboos across were tied, and grass was spread from side to side. And the great hero Lakshman brought cane and rose-apple boughs and wrought, trimming the branches smooth and neat, for Sita's use a pleasant seat. And Rama placed thereon his dame, touched with a momentary shame, resembling in her glorious mien all thoughts surpassing Fortune's queen. Then Rama hastened to dispose, each in its place, the skins and bows, and by the fair Bidehan laid the coats, the ornaments, and spade. When Sita thus was set on board, and all their gear was duly stored, the heroes each with vigorous hand pushed off the raft and left the land. When half its way the raft had made, thus Sita to Kalindi prayed. Goddess, whose flood I traverse now, grant that my lord may keep his vow. For thee shall bleed 1,000 kine, 100 jars shall pour their wine, when Rama sees that town again, where old Ikshaku's children reign. Thus to Kalindi's stream she sued, and prayed in suppliant attitude. Then to the river's bank the dame, fervent in supplication, came. They left a raft that brought them over, and the thick wood that clothed the shore, and to the fig tree Syama made their way, so cool with verdant shade. Then Sita viewed that best of trees, and reverence spake in words like these: Hail, hail, O mighty tree, allow my husband to complete his vow. Let us returning, I entreat, Kaushalya and Sumitra meet. Then with her hands together placed, around the tree she duly paced. When Rama saw his blameless spouse, a suppliant under holy boughs, the gentle darling of his heart, he thus to Lakshman spake apart: Brother, by thee our way be led. Let Sita close behind thee tread. I, best of man, will grasp my bow, and hindmost of the tree will go. What fruits soever her fancy take, or flowers half hidden in the brake, for Janak's child forget not thou to gather from the brake or bough. Thus on they fared. The tender dame asked Rama as they walked the name of every shrub that blossoms bore, creeper and tree unseen before. And Lakshman fetched, at Sita's prayer, boughs of each tree with clusters fair. Then Janak's daughter joyed to see the sand-discoloured river flee, where the glad cry of many a bird, the Saras and the swan, was heard. A league the brothers travelled through, the forest noble game they slew. Beneath the trees their meal they dressed, and sat them down to eat and rest. A while in that delightful shade, where elephants unnumbered strayed, where peacocks screamed and monkeys played, they wandered with delight. Then by the river's side they found a pleasant spot of level ground, where all was smooth and fair around, their lodging for the night. Canto 54. Chitrakoot. Then Rama, when the morning rose, called Lakshman gently from repose. Awake, the pleasant voices hear of forest birds that warble near. Scourge of thy foes, no longer stay, the hour is come to speed away. The slumbering prince unclosed his eyes, when thus his brother bade him rise, compelling at the timely cry, fatigue and sleep and rest to fly. The brothers rose, and Sita too, pure water from the stream they drew, paid morning rites, then followed still the road to Chitrakoot's hill. Then Rama, as he took the road with Lakshman, while the morning glowed, to the Videhan lady cried, Sita the fair, the lotus-eyed: Look round thee, dear, each flowery tree, touched with the fire of morning sea. The king shook, now the frosts are fled, how glorious with the wreaths of red! The bell trees see, so loved of man, hanging their boughs in every glen, overburdened with their fruit and flowers, a plenteous store of food is ours. See, Lakshman, in the leafy trees, wherever they make their home, down hangs the work of labouring bees, the ponderous honeycomb. In the fair wood before us spread, the startled wild cock cries, Hark, where the flowers are soft to tread, the peacock's voice replies. Where elephants are roaming free, and sweet bird songs are loud, the glorious Chitrakoot see, his peaks are in the cloud. On fair smooth ground he stands displayed, begot by many a tree. O brother, in that holy shade, how happy shall we be! Then Rama, Lakshman, Sita each spoke, raising suppliant hands, this speech. To him in woodland dwelling met Valmiki, ancient anchoret. O saint, this mountain takes the mind, with creepers, trees of every kind, with fruit and roots abounding thus, a pleasant life it offers us. Here for a while we fain would stay, and pass a season blithe and gay. Then the great saint, in duty trained, with honour gladly entertained, he gave his guests a welcome fare, and bade them sit and rest them there. Rama of mighty arm and chest, his faithful Lakshman then addressed: Brother, bring hither from the wood selected timber strong and good, and build therewith a little cart. My heart rejoices in the spot that lies beneath the mountain's side, remote, with water well supplied. Sumitra's son his words obeyed, brought many a tree, and deftly made, with bronzes in the forest cut, as Rama bade a leafy hut. Then Rama, when the cottage stood, fair, firmly built, and wild with wood, to Lakshman spake, whose eager mind to do his brother's will inclined. Now, Lakshman, as our cot is made, must sacrifice be duly paid by us for lengthened life we hope, with vanishing of the antelope. Away, O bride Lakshman, speed! Struck by thy bow, a deer must bleed. As Scripture bids, we must not slight the duty that commands the right. Lakshman, the chief whose arrows laid his foeman low, his word obeyed, and Rama thus again addressed the swift performer of his haste. Prepare the vanishing thou hast shot, to sacrifice for this our cart. Haste, brother dear, for this the hour, and this the day of certain power. Then glorious Lakshman took the buck, his arrow in the wood had struck, bearing his mighty load he came, and laid it in the kindled flame. Soon as he saw the meat was done, and that the juices ceased to run from the broiled carcass, Lakshman then spoke thus to Rama, best of man. The carcass of the buck entire is ready dressed upon the fire. Now be the sacred rites begun, to please the god, thou godlike one. Rama, the good, in ritual trained, pure from birth, with thoughts restrained, hasted those verses to repeat, which make the sacrifice complete. The host celestial came in view, and Rama to the cart withdrew, while a sweet sense of rapture stole through the unquailed hero's soul. He paid the Vishadevas due, and Rudra's right, and Vishnu's too, nor wanted blessings to protect their new-built home did he neglect. With voice repressed he breathed the prayer, bathed duly in the river fair, and gave good offerings that remove the stain of sin, as texts approve. And many an altar there he made, and shrines to suit the holy shade, all decked with woodland chaplets sweet, and fruit and roots and roasted meat, with muttered prayer, as texts require, water and grass and wood and fire. So Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their offerings to each god and shade, and entered then their pleasant cart, that bore fair signs of happy lot. They entered the illustrious tree, the well-set cottage, fair to see, roofed with the leaves of many a tree, and fenced from wind and rain. So at their father Brahma's call, the gods of heaven, assembling all, to their own glorious council hall, advance in shining train. So resting on that lovely hill, near the fair lily-covered rill, the happy prince forgot, surrounded by the birds and deer, the war, the longing, and the fear that gloomed the exile's lot. Canto 57. Sumantra's Return. When Rama reached the southern bank, King Guha's heart with sorrow sank. He with Sumantra talked and spent, with his deep sorrow homeward went. Sumantra, as the king decreed, yoked to the car each noble steed, and to Ayodhya city sped, with his sad heart disquieted. On lake and brook and scented grove his glances fall as on he drove. City and village came in view, as over the road his coursers flew. On the third day the charioteer, when now the hour of night was near, came to Ayodhya's gate and found the city all in sorrow drowned, to him in spirit quiet cast down. Forsaken seemed the silent town, and by the rush of grief oppressed, he pondered in his mournful breast, is all Ayodhya bound with grief, steed, elephant, and man and chief? Does her loved Rama's exile so afflict her with fires of war? Thus as he mused, his steeds flew fast, and swiftly through the gate he passed. On drove the charioteer, and then, in hundreds, yea, in thousands men, ran to the car from every side, and Rama, where is Rama? cried. Sumantra said, my chariot bore the duteous prince to Ganga's shore. I left him there at his behest, and homeward to Ayodhya pressed. Soon as the ancient people knew that he was over the flood they drew, deep sighs and crying, Rama all, wailed, and big tears began to fall. He heard the mournful words prolonged, as here and there the people thronged, War, war for us, forlorn, undone, no more to look on Raghu's son. He is like again we never shall see, of heart so true, of hand so free. In gifts, in gatherings for debate, when Mary's pomps we celebrate, what should we do, what earthly thing can rest or hope or pleasure bring? Thus the sad town, which Rama kept as a kind father, wailed and wept. Each mansion, as the car went by, sent forth a loud and bitter cry, as to the window every day mourning for banished Rama came. As his sad eyes with tears overflowed, he sped along the royal road to Sarat's high abode. There, leaping down his car, he stayed. Within the gates his way he made. Through 7 broad courts he onward hied, where people thronged on every side. From each high terrace, wild it wore, the royal ladies flocked below. He heard them talk in gentle tone, as each for Rama made her moan. What will the charioteer reply to Queen Kaushalya's eager cry? With Rama from the gates he went, homeward alone his steps are bent. Hard is a life, with war distressed, but difficult to win is rest, if, when her son is banished dear, she lives beneath her load of ill. Such was the speech Sumantra heard from them whom grief unfeigned had steered. As fires of anguish burnt him true, swift to the monarch's hall he drew. Past the 8th court, there met his sight the sovereign in his palace bright, still weeping for his son forlorn, pale, faint, and all with sorrow worn. As there he sat, Sumantra bent, and did obeisance reverent, and to the king repeated over the message he from Rama bore. The monarch heard, and well nigh brake his heart, but yet no word he spake. Fainting to earth he fell, and dumb, by grief for Rama overcome. Rang through the hall a startling cry, the women's arms were tossed on high, when with his senses all astray, upon the ground the monarch lay. Kaushalya, with Sumitra's aid, raised from the ground her lord dismayed. Sire of high fate, she cried, oh why dost thou so single word reply to Rama's messenger who brings news of his painful wanderings? The great injustice done art thou, shame-stricken for thy conduct now. Rise up and do thy part, bestow comfort and help in this our war. Speak freely, king, dismiss thy fear, for Queen Kaikeyi stands not near, afraid of whom thou wouldst not seek tidings of Rama, freely speak. When the sad queen had ended so, she sank, insatiate with her woe, and prostrate lay upon the ground, while her faint voice by sobs was drowned. When all the ladies in despair saw Queen Kaushalya wailing there, and the poor king oppressed with pain, they flocked around and wept again. End of Cantos 55, 56, and 57. Cantos 58 to 60 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 58, Rama's Message. The king a while had senseless lain, when care brought memory back again. Then straight he called the news to hear of Rama for the charioteer. With reverent hand to hand applied, he waited by the old man's side, whose mind with anguish was distraught, like a great elephant newly caught. The king with bitter pain distressed, the faithful charioteer addressed, who, sad of mien, with flooded eye, and dust upon his limbs stood by. Where will be Rama's dwelling now? At some tree's foot, beneath the bough. Ah, what will be the exile's food? Bred up with kind solicitude. Can he, long lapped in pleasant rest, unmeet for pain, by pain oppressed, son of earth's king, his sad night spend, art couched as one that has no friend? Behind him, when abroad he sped, cars, elephants, and foot were led. Then how shall Rama dwell afar, in the wild woods, where no men are? How, tell me, did the princess dare, with Sita good and soft and fair, alighting from the chariot tread, the forest wilds around them spread. A happy lot is thine, I ween, whose eyes my two dear sons have seen, seeking on foot the forest shade, like the bright twins to view displayed. The heavenlier sphenes when they seek the woods that hang beneath Mandar's peak, what words Sumantra quickly tell, from Rama Lakshman Sita fell. How in the wood did Rama eat, what was his bed, and what was his seat? Full answer to my questions give, for I on thy replies shall live. As with the saints Ayati held, sweet converse from the skies expelled. Urged by the Lord of Man to speak, whose sobbing voice came faint and weak, thus he, while tears his utterance broke, in answer to the monarch spoke. Hear then the words that Rama said, resolved in duty's path to tread. Joining his hands, his head he bent, and gave this message reverent. Sumantra, to my father go, whose lofty mind all people know. Bow down before him as is meet, and in my stead salute his feet. Then to the queen my mother bend, and give the greeting that I send. Never may her steps from duty err, and may it still be well with her. And at this word, O queen, pursue thy vows with faithful heart and true, and ever at due season turn, where holy fires of worship burn. And lady, on our Lord bestow such honor as to gods we vow. Be kind to every queen, let pride and thought of self be cast aside. In the king's fond opinion raise Kaikeyi by respect and praise. Let the young Bharat ever be loved, honored as the king by thee. Thy kingward duty never forget, high over all our monarch set. And Bharat too for me address, pray that all health his life may bless. Let every royal lady share, as justice bids, his love and care. Say to the strong-armed chief who brings joy to Ikshaku's line of kings, as ruling prince thy care be shown of him our sire, who holds the throne. Stricken in years he feels their weight, but leave him in his royal state. As recent heir content thee still, submissive to thy father's will. Rama again his jaws renewed, as the hot blood his cheek bedewed. Hold as thine own my mother dear, who drops for me the longing tear. Then Lakshman with his soul on fire, spake breathing fast these words of ire. Say, for what sin, for what offence, was royal Rama banished thence? He is the cause the king, poor slave, to the light jaws Kaikeyi gave. Let right or wrong the motive be, the author of our war is he. Whether the exile was decreed, through foolish fate or guilty greed, for promises or empire steel, the king has wrought a grievous ill. Granted the Lord of all saw fit to prompt the deed and sanction it. In Rama's life no cause I see, for which the king should bid him flee. His blinded eyes refuse to scan the guilt and folly of the plan, and from the weakness of the king, here and hereafter war shall spring. No more, my sire, the ties that used to bind me to the king are loosed. My brother Rama, Raghu's son, to me is lord, friend, sire in one. The love of man how can he win, deserting by the cruel seam their joy, whose heart is swift to feel a pleasure in the people's weal? Shall he whose mandate could expel the virtuous Rama loved so well, to whom his subjects' fond hearts cling, shall he in spite of them be king? But Janak's child, my lord, stood by, and of the votaries heaved a sigh. She seemed with dull and wandering sense beneath his spirit's influence. The noble princess, pained with war, which till that hour she never could know, tears in her happy trouble shed, but not a word to me she said. She raised her face which grief had dried, and tenderly her husband eyed, gazed on him as he turned to go, while tear chased tear in rapid flow. Canto 59. Dasarat's Lament. As thus Sumantra, best of peers, told his sad tale with many tears, the monarch cried, I pray thee tell at length again what there befell. Sumantra at the king's behest, striving with sobs, his scars repressed, his trembling voice at last controlled, and thus his father tidings told. Their locks in votive coils they wound, their coats of bark upon them bound, to Ganga's farther shore they went, thence to Prayag their steps were bent. I saw that Lakshman walked ahead, to guard the path the two should tread. So far I saw, no more could learn, forced by the hero to return. Retracing slow my homeward course, scarce could I move its stubborn horse. Shedding hot tears of grief he stood, when Rama turned him to the wood. As the two princes parted thence, I raised my hands in reverence, mounted my ready car and bore the grief that stung me to the core. With Guha all the day I stayed, still by the honest hope delayed, that Rama, ere the time should end, some message from the wood might send. Thy realm's great monarch mourn the blow, and sympathize with Rama's war. Each withering tree hangs low his head, and shoot and bud and flower are dead. Dried are the floods that wont to fill the lake, the river, and the rill. Drear is each grove and garden now, dry every blossom on the bough. Its beast is still, no serpents crawl, a lethargy of war on all. The very wood is silent, crushed, with grief for Rama all is hushed. Fair blossoms from the water born, gay garlands that the art adorn, and every fruit that gleams like gold, have lost the scent that charmed of old. Empty is every grove I see, or birds sit pensive on the tree. Wherever I look, its beauty over, the pleasant charms not as before. I drove through fair Ayodhya street, none flew with joy the car to meet. They saw that Rama was not there, and turned them sighing in despair. The people in the royal way wept tears of bitter grief when they beheld me coming from afar, no Rama with me in the car. From palace roof and turret high, each woman bent her eager eye. She looked for Rama, but in vain, gazed on the car, and shrieked for pain. Their long clear eyes with sorrow drowned, they, with this common grief was found, looked each on other, friend and foe, in sympathy of levelling war. No shade of difference between foe, friend, and neutral there was seen. Without a joy her bosom rent, with grief for Rama's banishment. Ayodhya like the queen appears, who mourns her son with many tears. He ended, and the king distressed, with sobbing voice, that lord addressed. Ah me, by false Kaikeyi led, of evil race to evil bred, I took no counsel of the sage, nor sought advice from skill and age. I asked no lord his aid to lend, I called no citizen or friend. Rash was my deed, bereft of sense, slave to woman's influence. Surely, my lord, if woe so great falls on us by the will of fate, it lays the house of Raghu low, for destiny will have it so. I pray thee, if I ever have done an act to please thee, yea, but one, fly, fly, and Rama homeward lead, my life departing counsel speed. Fly, ere the power to bid I lack, fly to the wood, bring Rama back. I cannot live for even one short hour bereaved of my son. But ah, the prince, whose arms are strong, has journeyed far, the way is long. Me upon the chariot place, and let me look on Rama's face. Ah me, my son, mine eldest born, where roams he in the wood forlorn, the wielder of the mighty bow, whose shoulders like the lion's show. Or ere the light of life be dim, take me to Sita and to him. O Rama, Lakshman, and O thou, dear Sita, constant to thy vow. Beloved ones, you cannot know that I am dying of my woe. The king, to bitter grief a prey, that drove each wandering sense away, sunk in affliction's sea too wide to traverse, in his anguish cried. Hard, hard to pass, my queen, this sea of sorrow raging over me. No Rama near to soothe mine eye, plunged in its lowest deeps I lie. Sorrow for Rama swells the tide, and Sita's absence makes it wide. My tears its foamy flood disdain, made billowy by my sighs of pain. My cries its roar, the arms I throw, about me are the fish below. Kaikeyi is the fire that feeds beneath my hair the tangled weeds. Its source the tears for Rama shed, the humpback's words, its monsters dread, the boon I gave the wretch its sore, till Rama's banishment be over. Ah me, that I should long to set my eager eyes today on Raghu's son, and he be yet with Lakshman far away. Thus he of lofty glory wailed, and sank upon the bed. Beneath the war his spirit failed, and all his senses fled. Canto 60. Kaushalya Consoled. As Queen Kaushalya, trembling much, as blighted by a goblin's touch, still lying prostrate, half awoke to consciousness, it was thus she spoke. Bear me away, Sumandra, far, where Rama, Sita, Lakshman are. Bereft of them, I have no power to linger on a single hour. Again, I pray, thy steps retrace, and me in the dark forest place. For after them I needs must go, or sink to Yama's realms below. His utterance, choked by tears that rolled down from their fountains uncontrolled, with suppliant hands the charioteer thus spake, the lady's heart to cheer. Dismiss thy grief, despair, and dread, that fills thy soul of sorrow bred. For pain and anguish thrown aside, will Rama in the wood abide, and Lakshman with unfailing care will guard the feet of Rama there, earning with governed sense the prize that waits on duty in the skies. And Sita in the wild as well as in her own dear home will dwell. To Rama all her heart she gives, and free from doubt and terror leaves. No faintest sign of care or woe the features of the lady show. Methinks Videha's pride was made for exile in the forest shade, even as of old she used to rove, delighted in the city's grove. Thus, even thus, she joys to tread the woodlands uninhabited. Like a young child, her face as fair as the young moon, she wanders there. What though in lonely woods she stray, still Rama is her joy and stay. All his the heart no sorrow bends, her very life on him depends. For if her lord she might not see, Ayodhya like the wood would be. She bids him, as she roams, declare the names of towns and hamlets there, marks various trees that meet her eye, and many a brook that hurries by. And Janet's daughter seems to roam one little league away from home, when Rama or his brother speaks, and gives the answer that she seeks. This lady I remember well, nor angry words have I to tell, reproaches at Kaikeyi shot, such queen my mind remembers not. The speech, when Sita's wrath was high, Sumantra passed in silence by, that so his pleasant words might cheer with sweet report Kaushalya's ear. Her moonlike beauty suffers not, though winds be rude and suns be hot, the weight, the danger, and the toil her gentle lustre may not soil. Like the red lily's leafy crown, or as the fair full moon looks down, so the Videhan lady's face still shines with undiminished grace. What if the borrowed colours throw over her fine feet no rosy glow, still with their natural tints they spread a lotus glory where they tread. In sportive grace she walks the ground, and sweet her chiming anklets sound. No jewels clasp the faultless limb, she leaves them all for love of him. If in the woods her gentle eye a lion sees, or tiger nigh, or elephant, she fears no ill, for Rama's arm supports her steel. No longer be their fate deplored, nor thine, nor that of Kaushal's lord, for conduct such as theirs shall buy wide glory that can never die. For casting grief and care away, delighting in the forest day, with joyful spirits blithe and gay, set forward to the ancient way, where mighty saints have led, their highest aim, their dearest care, to keep their father's honour fair, observing still the oath he sware, they roam on wild fruit fed. Thus with persuasive art he tried to turn her from grief aside, by soothing fancies won. But still she gave her sorrow vent. O Rama was her shrill lament, my love, my son, my son. End of Cantos 58, 59, and 60. Cantos 61 to 63 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 61, Kaushalya's Lament. One best of all who give delight, her Rama wandered far from sight. Kaushalya weeping, sore distressed, the king, her husband, thus addressed. Thy name, O monarch, far and wide, through the three worlds is glorified. Yet Rama's is the pitying mind, his speed is true, his heart is kind. How will thy sons, good Lord, sustain, with Sita, all their care and pain? How in the wild endure distress, nursed in the lap of tenderness? How will the dear Videhan bear the heat and cold when wandering there? Bred in the bliss of princely state, so young and fair and delicate, the large-eyed lady wont to eat the best of finely seasoned meat. How will she now her life sustain with woodland fare of self-sown grain? Will she, with joys encompassed long, who love the music and the song, in the wildwood endure to hear the ravening lion's voice of fear? Where sleeps my strong-armed hero, where, like Lord Mahendra's standard fair, where is by Lakshman's side his bed, his club-like arm beneath his head? When shall I see his flower-like eyes, and face that with the lotus vies, feel his sweet lily breath, and view his glorious hair and lotus heel? The heart within my breast I feel is adamant or hard as steel, or in a thousand fragments split, the loss of him had shattered it. When those I love, who should be blessed, are wandering in the wood distressed, condemned their wretched lives to lead in exile by thy ruthless deed. If when the 14 years are past, Rama reseeks his home at last, I think not Bharat will consent to yield the wealth and government. At funeral feasts some mourners deal to kith and kin the solemn meal, and having duly fed them all, some Brahmins to the banquet call. The best of Brahmins, good and wise, the third is summoning the spies, and equal to the gods' disdain, cups even of Amrit thus to drain. Nay, even when Brahmins first have fed, they load the meal for others spread, and from the living stone with scorn, as bulls avoid a fractured horn. So Rama, sovereign lord of man, will spurn the solid kingship then. He born the eldest and the best, his youngest livings will detest, turning from tasted food away, as tigers scorn another's prey. The sacred post is used not twice, nor elements in sacrifice. But once the sacred grass is spread, but once with oil the flame is fed, so Rama's pride will never receive the royal power which others leave. Like wine when tasteless dregs are left, or rights of Soma juice bereft, be sure the pride of Raghu's race will never stoop to such disgrace. The lordly lion will not bear that man should beard him in his lair. Where all the worlds against him ranged, his dauntless soul were still unchanged. He dutiful, in duty strong, would purge the impious world from wrong. Could not the hero, brave and bold, the archer with his shafts of gold, burn up the very seas as doom will in the end all life consume? Of lion's might, eyed like a bull, a prince so brave and beautiful, thou hast with wicked hate pursued, like sea-born tribes who eat their brood. If thou, O monarch, hadst but known the duty all the twice-born won, if the good laws had touched thy mind, which sages in the scriptures find, thou never hadst driven forth to pine this brave, this duteous son of thine. First on her lord the wife depends, next on her son, and last on friends. These three supporters in life has she, and not a fourth for her may be. Thy heart, O king, I have not won, in wild woods roams my banished son. Far are my friends, ah, hapless me, quite ruined and destroyed by thee. Canto 62, the Sarat consoled. The queen's stern speech the monarch heard, as rage and grief her bosom stirred, and by his anguish sore oppressed, reflected in his secret breast. Fainting and sad, with war distraught, he wandered in a maze of thought. At length the queller of the foe grew conscious, rallying from his war. When consciousness returned anew, long burning sighs the monarch drew. Again immersed in thought he eyed Kausalya standing by his side. Back to his pondering soul was brought the direful deed his hand had wrought, when, guiltless of the wrong intent, his arrow at a sound was sent. Distracted by his memory's sting, and mourning for his son the king, to two consuming griefs a prey, a miserable victim lay. The double war devoured him fast, as on the ground his eyes he cast, joined suppliant hands her heart to touch, and spake in the answer, trembling much. Kausalya, for thy grace I sue, joining these hands as suppliants do. Done even to foes hast ever been, a gentle, good, and loving queen. Her lord, with noble virtues graced, her lord, by lack of all debased, is still a god in woman's eyes, if duty's law she hold and prize. Thou, who the right hast aye pursued, life's changes and its chances viewed, shouldst never once, though sorrow steered, at me distressed one bitter word. She listened, as with sorrow faint, he murmured forth his sad complaint. Her brimming eyes with tears ran o'er, as spouts the new fallen water pour. His suppliant hands, with fear dismayed, she gently clasped in hers and laid, like a fair lotus on her head, and faltering in her trouble said, Forgive me, at thy feet I lie, with low bent head to thee I cry. By thee besought, thy guilty dame pardon from thee can scarcely claim. She merits not the name of wife, who cherishes perpetual strife with her own husband good and wise, her lord both here and in the skies. I know the claims of duty well, I know thy lips the truth must tell. All the wild words I rashly spoke, forth from my heart, through anguish broke. For sorrow bends the stoutest soul, and cancels Scripture's high control. Yea, sorrow's might all else overthrows, the strongest and the worst of foes. It is thus with all we keenly feel, yet bear the blows our foemen deal. But when a slender war assails, the manliest spirit bends and quails. The fifth long night has now begun, since the wild woods have lodged my son. To me, whose joy is drowned in tears, its day a dreary year appears, while all my thoughts on him are set. Grief at my heart swells wilder yet. With doubled might does ocean raves, when rushing floods increase his waves. As from Kausalya reasoning well, the gentle words of wisdom fell, the sun went down with dying flame, and darkness over the landscape came. His lady's soothing words, in part, relieved the monarch's aching heart, who, wearied out by all his woes, yielded to sleep and took repose. Canto 63. The Hermit's Son. But soon, by rankling grief oppressed, the king awoke from troubled rest, and his sad heart was tried again, with anxious thought, where all was pain. Rama and Lakshman's mournful fate, under Sarat good and great, as Indra pressed with crushing weight, as when the demon's might assails, the sun god and his glory pales. Ere yet the sixth long night was spent, since Rama to the woods was sent, the king at midnight sadly thought of the old crime his hand had wrought, and thus to Queen Kausalya cried, who still for Rama moaned and sighed. If thou art waking, give, I pray, attention to the words I say. Whatever the conduct men pursue, be good or ill the acts they do, be sure, dear Queen, they find the meed of wicked or of virtuous deed. A heedless child we call the man, whose feeble judgment fails to scan the weight of what his hands may do, its lightness, fault, and merit too. One lays the mango garden low, and bids the gay palasas grow. Longing for fruit, their bloom he sees, but grieves when fruit should bend the trees. Cut by my hand, my fruit trees fell, Palasha trees I watered well. My hopes this foolish heart deceive, and for my banished son I grieve. Kausalya, in my youthful prime, armed with my bow, I wrought the crime. Proud of my skill, my name renowned, an archer prince who shoots by sound. The deed this hand, unwitting wrought, this misery on my soul has brought, as children seize the deadly cup, and blindly drink the poison up. As the unreasoning man may be, charmed with the gay Palasa tree, I unaware have reaped the fruit of joying at a sound to shoot. As risen prince I shared the throne, thou wast a maid to me unknown. The early rain time duly came, and strengthened love's delicious flame. The sun had drained the art that lay, all glowing beneath the summer day, and to the gloomy clime had fled, where dwell the spirits of the dead. The fervent heat that moment ceased, the darkening clouds its hour increased, and frogs and deer and peacocks all rejoiced to see the torrents fall. Their bright wings heavy from the shower, the birds new bedded had scarce the power to reach the branches of the trees, whose high tops swayed beneath the breeze. The fallen rain and falling steel hung like a sheet on every hill, till with glad deer its flooded steep showed glorious as the mighty deep. The torrents down its wooded side poured, some unstained, while others died. Gold, ashes, silver, ochre bore the tints of every mountain wore. In that sweet time, when all are pleased, my arrows and my bow I seized. Keen for the chase, in field or grove, down Sarayu's bank my car I drove. I longed with all my lawless will, some elephant by night to kill, some buffalo that came to drink, or tiger at the river's brink. When all around was dark and still, I heard a picture slowly fill, and thought obscured in deepest shade, an elephant the sound had made. I drew a shaft that glittered bright, fell as a serpent's venomed bite. I longed to lay the monster dead, and to the mark my arrow sped. Then in the calm of morning clear, a hermit's wailing smote my ear. Ah me, he cried and sank, pierced by my arrow on the bank. Even as the weapon smote his side, I heard a human voice that cried, Why lights this shaft on one like me, a poor and harmless devotee? I came by night to fill my jar, from this lone stream where no men are. Ah, who this deadly shaft has sought? Whom have I wronged and knew it not? Why should a boy so harmless feel the vengeance of the winged steel? Or who should slay the guiltless son of hermit sire, who injures none, who dwells retired in woods, and there supports his life on woodland fare? Ah me, why am I slain? What booty will the murderer gain? In hermit coils I bind my hair, coats made of skin and bark I wear. Ah, who the cruel deed can praise, whose idle toil no fruit repays, as impious as the wretch's crime, who dares his master's bed to climb? Nor does my parting spirit grieve, but for the life which thus I live. Alas, my mother and my sire, I mourn for them when I expire. Ah me, that aged helpless pair, long cherished by my watchful care. How will it be with them this day, when to the five I pass away, pierced by the self-same dart we die, mine aged mother, sire, and I? Whose mighty hand, whose lawless mind, has all the three to death consigned? When I, by love of duty steered, that touching lamentation heard, pierced to the heart by sudden war, I threw to earth my shafts and bow. My heart was full of grief and dread, as swiftly to the place I sped, where by my arrow wounded sore, a hermit lay on Sarayu's shore. His matted hair was all unbound, his pitcher empty on the ground, and by the fatal arrow pained, he lay with dust and gore distained. I stood confounded and amazed, his dying eyes to mine he raised, and spoke this speech in accents stern, as though his light my soul would burn. How have I wronged thee, king, that I, struck by thy mortal arrow, die?
The wood my home, this jar I brought, and water for my parents sought. This one keen shaft that strikes me true slays sire and aged mother too. Feeble and blind, in helpless pain, they wait for me, and tossed in vain. They with parched lips their pangs must bear, and hope will end in blank despair. Ah me, there seems no fruit in store for holy chill or scripture law, or else ere now my sire would know that his dear son is lying low. Yet if my mournful fate he knew, what could his arms so feeble do? The tree, firm-rooted, never may be the guardian of a stricken tree. Haste to my father and relate, while time allows, my sudden fate, lest he consume thee as the fire burns up the forest in his ire. This little path, O king, pursue, my father's cot thou soon wilt view. There sue for pardon to the sage, lest he should cause thee in his rage. First from the wounded extract the dart that kills me with its deadly smart, even as the flushed impetuous tide eats through the river's yielding side. I feared to draw the arrow out, and pondered thus in painful doubt. Now tortured by the shaft he lies, but if I draw it forth he dies. Helpless I stood, faint, sorely grieved. The hermit's son my thought perceived, as one overcome by direst pain. He scarce had strength to speak again, with reeling limb and struggling breath, nearer and ever nearer death. My senses undisturbed remain, and fortitude has conquered pain. Now from one tear thy soul be freed, thy hand has made a Brahman bleed. Let not this pang thy bosom wring, no twice born youth am I, O king, for of a Vaishya sire I came, who wedded with a Sudra dame. These words the boy could scarcely say, as tortured by the shaft he lay, twisting his helpless body round, then trembling senseless on the ground. Then from his bleeding side I drew the rankling shaft that pierced him through. With death's last fear my face he eyed, and rich in store of penance died. End of Cantos 61, 62 and 63.
Cantos 64 to 66 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 64. The Sarat's Death. The son of Raghu to his queen, thus far described the unequalled scene, and as the hermit's death he reeled, the mournful story thus renewed. The deed my heedless hand had wrought perplexed me with remorseful thought, and all alone I pondered still, how kindly did myself the ill. The pitcher from the ground I took, and filled it from that fairest brook. Then by the path the hermit showed, I reached his sainted sire's abode. I came, I saw, the aged pair, feeble and blind, were sitting there, like birds with clipped wings, side by side, with none their helpless steps to guide. Their idle hours the twain beguiled, with talk of their returning child, and still the cheering hope enjoyed, their hope, alas, by me destroyed. Then spoke the sage, as drawing near, the sound of footsteps reached his ear. Dear son, the water quickly bring, why hast thou made this tarrying? Thy mother thirsts, and thou hast played, and bathing in the brook delayed. She weeps because thou camest not. Haste, O my son, within the cart. If she or I have ever done a thing to pain thee, dearest son, dismiss the memory from thy mind. A hermit thou, be good and kind. On thee our lives, our all depend. Thou art thy friendless parents' friend. The eyeless couple's eye art thou. Then why so cold and silent now? With sobbing voice and bosom wrung, I scarce could move my faltering tongue, and with my spirit filled with dread, I looked upon the sage and said, while mind and sense and nerve I strung, to fortify my trembling tongue, and let the aged hermit know his son's sad fate, my fear and woe. High-minded saint, not I thy child, a warrior the Sarat styled, I bear a grievous sorrow's weight, born of a deed which good men hate. My lord, I came to Sarayu's shore, and in my hand my bow I bore, for elephant or beast of chase that seeks by night his drinking place. There from the stream a sound I heard, as if ajar the water steered. An elephant I thought was nigh. I aimed and let an arrow fly. Swift to the place I made my way, and there a wounded hermit lay. Gasping for breath, the deadly dart stood quivering in his youthful heart. I hastened near, with pain oppressed. He faltered out his last behest, and quickly, as he bade me do, from his pierced side the shaft I drew. I drew the arrow from the rent, and up to heaven the hermit went, lamenting as from earth he passed his aged parents to the last. Thus unaware the deed was done, my hand unwitting killed thy son. For what remains, oh let me win thy pardon for my heedless sin. As the sad tale of sin I told, the hermit's grief was uncontrolled. With flooded eyes and sorrow faint, thus spake the venerable saint. I stood with hand to hand applied, and listened as he spoke and sighed. If thou, O king, hadst left unsaid by thine own tongue this tale of dread, thy head, for hideous guilt accursed, had in 1,000 pieces burst. A hermit's blood by warriors played, in such a case with purposed guilt, down from his high estate would bring even the thunder's mighty king. And he, a dart who conscience sends against the devotee who spends his pure life by the law of heaven, that sinner's head will split in 7. Thou livest, for thy heedless hand has wrought a deed thou hast not planned, else thou and all of Raghu's line had perished by this act of thine. Now guide us, thus the hermit said, forth to the spot where he lies dead. Guide us this day, O monarch, we, for the last time, our son would see. The hermit dress of skin he wore, rent from his limbs, distained with gore, his senseless body lying slain, his soul in Yama's dark domain. Alone the mourning pair I led, their souls with woe disquieted, and let the dame and hermit lay their hands upon the breathless clay. The father touched his son and pressed the body to his aged breast, then falling by the dead body's side, he lifted up his voice and cried, Hast thou no word, my child, to say, no greeting for thy sire to-day? Why art thou angry, darling? Why wilt thou upon the cold earth lie? If thou, my son, art wroth with me, here, duteous child, thy mother see. What, no embrace for me, my son? No word of tender love, not one, whose gentle voice, so soft and clear, soothing my spirit, shall I hear? When evening comes, with accents sweet, scripture or ancient law repeat, who, having fed the sacred fire, and duly bedded as texts require, will cheer, when evening rites are done, the father mourning for his son. Who will the daily meal provide for the poor wretch who lacks a guide, feeding the helpless with the best berries and roots like some dear guest. How can these hands subsistence find for thy poor mother, old and blind? The wretched votaress how sustain, who mourns her child in ceaseless pain? Stay yet a while, my darling, stay, nor fly to Yama's realm to-day. To-morrow I, thy sire, and she, who bare thee, child, will go with thee. Then when I look on Yama, I, to great Vivaswat's son, will cry, Hear, King of justice, and restore our child to feed us, I implore. Lord of the world, of mighty fame, faithful and just, admit my claim, and grant this single boon to free my soul from fear to one like me. Because, my son, untouched by stain, by sinful hands thou fallest slain, win through thy truth the sphere where those who die by hostile doubts repose. Seek the blessed home prepared for all the valiant who in battle fall, who face the foe and scorn to yield, in glory dying on the field. Rise to the heaven where Dundumar and Nahush mighty heroes are, where Janmejaya and the blessed Dilipa, Saga, Saibya rest. Home of all virtuous spirits, armed by fervent rites and scripture learned, by those whose sacred fires have glowed, whose liberal hands have fields bestowed, by givers of 1,000 cows, by lovers of one faithful spouse, by those who served their masters well, and cast away this earthly shell. None of my race can ever know the bitter pain of lasting war, but doomed to the dire fate is he whose guilty hand has slaughtered thee. Thus with wild tears the aged saint made many a time his piteous plaint, then with his wife began to shed the funeral water for the dead, but in a shape celestial clad, won by the merits of the lad, the spirit from the body brake, and to the mourning parents spake, "A glorious home in realms above rewards my care and filial love. You, honored parents, soon shall be partakers of that home with me." He spake, and swiftly mounting high, with Indra near him to the sky, on a bright car, with flame that glowed, sublime the duteous hermit rode. The father, with his consort's aid, the funeral rites with water paid, and thus his speech to me renewed, who stood in a suppliant attitude. "Slay me this day, oh, slay me, king, for death no longer has a sting. Childless am I, thy dart has done to death my dear, my only son. Because that boy I loved so well, slain by thy heedless arrow fell, my curse upon thy soul shall press with bitter woe and heaviness. I mourn a slaughtered child, and thou shalt feel the pangs that kill me now. Bereft and suffering even as I, so shalt thou mourn thy son and die. Thy hand unwitting dealt the blow that laid the holy hermit low, and distant therefore is the time when thou shalt suffer for the crime. And hour shall come when, crushed by wars like these I feel, thy life shall close, a debt to pay in after days, like his the priestly fee who pays. This curse on me the hermit laid, nor yet his tears and groans were stayed. Then on the pyre their bodies cast, the pair, and straight to heaven they passed. As in sad thought I pondered long, back to my memory came the wrong done in wild youth, O lady dear, when it was my boast to shoot by ear. The deed has borne the fruit which now hangs ripe upon the bending bough. Thus dainty meats the palate please, and lure the weak to swift disease. Now on my soul return with dread the words that noble hermit said, that I for a dear son should grieve, and of the war my life should leave. Thus spake the king with many a tear. Then to his wife he cried in fear, "I cannot see thee, love, but lay thy gentle hand in mine, I pray. Ah me, if Rama touched me thus, if once returning home to us, he bade me wealth and lordship give, then so I think my soul would live. Unlike myself, unjust and mean, have been my ways with him, my queen, but like himself is all that he, my noble son, has done to me." His son, though far from right he stray, what prudent sire would cast away? What banished son would check his ire, nor speak reproaches of his sire? I see thee not, these eyes grow blind, and memory quits my troubled mind. Angels of death around me, they summon my soul with speed away. What war more grievous can there be, that when from light and life I flee, I may not, ere I part, behold my virtuous Rama true and bold? Grief for my son, the brave and true, whose joy it was my will to do, dries up my breath as summer dries the last drop in the pool that lies. Not man but blessed gods are they, whose eyes shall see his face that day, see him when 14 years are past, with earrings decked return at last. My fainting mind forgets to think, low and more low my spirits sink, each from its seat my senses steal, I cannot hear or taste or feel. This lethargy of soul overcomes its organ and its function numbs. So when the oil begins to fail, the torch's rays grow faint and pale. This flood of war, caused by this hand, destroys me helpless and unmanned, resistless as the floods that bore a passage through the river shore. Ah, Raghu's son, ah, mighty armed, by whom my cares were soothed and charmed, my son, in whom I took delight, now vanished from thy father's sight. Kaushalya, ah, I cannot see, Sumitra, gentle devotee, alas, Kaikeyi, cruel dame, my bitter foe, thy father's shame. Kaushalya and Sumitra kept their watch beside him as he wept, and Dasarat moaned and sighed, and grieving for his darling, died. Canto 65. The Women's Lament. And now the night had passed away, and brightly dawned another day. The minstrels, trained to play and sing, flocked to the chamber of the king. Birds, who their gayest raiment wore, and heralds famed for ancient lore, and singers with their songs of praise made music in their several ways. There, as they poured their blessings joyous, and hailed their king with hand and voice, their praises with a swelling roar echoed through court and corridor. Then as the birds his glory sang, from beaten palms loud answer rang, as glad applauders clapped their hands, and told his deeds in distant lands. The swelling concert woke a throng of sleeping birds to life and song, some in the branches of the trees, some caged in halls and galleries. Nor was the soft string music mute, the gentle whisper of the lute, and blessings sung by singers skilled, the palace of the monarch filled. Eunuchs and dames of life unstained, each in arts of waiting trained, drew near attentive as before, and crowded to the chamber door. These skilful when and how to shed the lustral stream over limb and head. Others with golden ewers stood, of water stained with sandal oud, and many a maid, pure, young, and fair, her load of early offerings bare, cups of the flood which all revere, and sacred things and toilet gear. Each several thing was duly brought, as rule of old observance taught, and lucky science on each impressed, stamped it the fairest and the best. Their anxious, in their long array, all waited till the shine of day. But when the king nor rose nor spoke, doubt and alarm within them woke. Forthwith the dames by duty led, attendants on the monarch's bed, within the royal chamber pressed, to wake their master from his rest. Skilled in the lore of dreaming, they first touched the bed on which he lay, but none replied, no sound was heard, nor hand, nor head, nor body stirred. They trembled, and their dread increased, fearing his breath of life had ceased, and bending low their heads they shook, like the tall reeds that fringe the brook. In doubt and terror down they knelt, looked on his face, his cold hand felt, and then the gloomy truth appeared, of all their hearts had darkly feared. Kaushalya and Sumitra worn, with weeping for their sons forlorn, woke not, but lay in slumber deep, and still as death's unending sleep. Bowed down by grief, her colour fled, her wonted lustre dull and dead, Kaushalya shone not like a star, obscured behind a cloudy bar. Beside the king's her couch was spread, and next was Queen Sumitra's bed, who shone no more with beauty's glow, her face bedewed with tears of woe. There leapt in sleep each wearied queen, there as in sleep the king was seen, and swift the troubling thought came over their spirits that he breathed no more. At once, with wailing loud and high, the matrons shrieked a bitter cry, as widowed elephants bewail their dead lord in the woody vale. At the loud shriek that round them rung, Kaushalya and Sumitra sprang, awaked from their beds with eyes wide open in their first surprise. Quick to the monarch's side they came, and saw and touched his lifeless frame. One cry, O husband, forth they sent, and prostrate to the ground they went. The king of Koshala's daughter there, wreathed with the dust on limb and hair, lustreless as the star might lie, hauled downward from the glorious sky. When the king's voice in death was stilled, the women who the chamber filled saw like a widow elephant slain, Kaushalya prostrate in her pain. Then all the monarch's ladies led, by Queen Kaikeyi at their head, poured forth their tears, and weeping so, sank on the ground consumed by woe. The cry of grief, so long and loud, went up from all the royal crowd, that, doubled by the matron train, it made the palace ring again. Filled with dark fear and eager eyes, anxiety and wild surmise, echoing with the cries of grief of sorrowing friends who mourned their chief. Dejected, pale with deep distress, hauled from their height of happiness, such was the look that Pallas wore, where lay the king who breathed no more. Canto 66. The Embalming. Kaushalya's eyes with tears overflowed,
weighed down by varied sorrow's load, on her dead lord her gaze she bent, who lay like fire, whose might is spent. Like the great deep with waters dry, or like the clouded sun on high, then on her lap she laid his head, and on Kaikei looked and said, Triumphant now, and joy thy reign, without a thorn thy side to pain. Thou hast pursued thy single aim, and killed a king, O wicked dame. Far from my sight my Rama flies, my perished lord has sought the skies. No friend, no hope my life to cheer, I cannot tread the dark path here. Who would forsake her husband who, dead God to whom her love is dear, and wish to live 1 hour but she, whose heart no duty wants like thee? That ravenous sees no fault, his greed will even on poison blindly feed. Kaikei, through a humpback maid, this royal house in death has laid. King Janak with his queen will hear, heart-rent like me, the tidings drear, of Rama banished by the king, urged by her impious counselling. No son has he, his age is great, and sinking with a double weight, he for his darling child will pine, and pierced with war his life resign. Sprung from Videha's monarch she, a sad and lovely devotee, roaming the wood, unmeet for war, will toil and trouble undergo. She in the gloomy night with fear, the cries of beast and bird will hear, and trembling in her wild alarm, will cling to Rama's sheltering arm. Ah, little knows my duteous son, that I am widowed and undone. My Rama of the lotus eye, gone hence also to die. Now, as a living wife and true, I, even this day, will perish too. Around his form these arms will throw, and to the fire with him will go. Clasping her husband's lifeless clay, a wilder weeping votaress lay, till chamberlains removed her dance, overcome by sorrow's violence. Then in a cask of oil they laid him who in life the world had swayed, and finished, as the lords desired, all rites for parted souls required. The lords, all wise, refused to burn the monarch ere his son's return. So for a while the corpse they set, embalmed in oil, and waited yet. The women heart no doubt remained, and wildly for the king they plained. With gushing tears that drowned each eye, wildly they waved their arms on high, and each her mangling nails impressed deep in her head and knee and breast. Of Rama reft, whoever spake the sweetest words the heart to take, who firmly to their truth would cling. Why dost thou leave us, mighty king? How can the consorts thou hast left, widowed, of Raghu's son bereft, live with our foe Kaikei near, the wicked queen we hate and fear? She threw away the king, her spite, drove Rama forth and Lakshman smite, and gentle Sita, how will she spare any, whosoever it be? Oppressed with sorrow, tear disdained, the royal women thus complained. Like night when not a star appears, like a sad widow drowned in tears, Ayodhya's city, dark and dim, reft of a lord, was sad for him. When thus for war the king to heaven had fled, and still on earth his lovely wives remained, with dying light the sun to rest had sped, and night triumphant over the landscape reigned. End of Cantos 64, 65, and 66. Cantos 67 to 69 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 67. The Praise of Kings. That night of sorrow passed away, and rose again the god of day. Then all the twice-born peers of state together met for high debate. Javali, lord of mighty fame, and Gautam and Kaityavan came, and Markandeya's reverend age, and Vamadev, glorious sage, sprung from Mudgalaya's seed the one, the other ancient Kashyap's son. With lesser lords these Brahmans each spoke in his turn his several speech, and turning to Vasistha best of household priests him thus addressed. The night of bitter war has passed,
which seemed 100 years to last. Our king, in sorrow for his son, reunion with the five has won. His soul is where the blessed are, while Rama roams in woods afar, and Lakshman, bright in glorious deeds, goes where his well-loved brother leads. And Bharat and Shatrugna they, who smite their foes in battle fray, far in the realm of Keka stay, where their maternal grandsire's care keeps Rajagriha's city fair. Let one of old Ikshaku's race obtain this day the sovereign's place, or havoc and destruction straight our kingless land will devastate. In kingless lands no thunder's voice, no lightning reads the heart rejoice, nor does Parjania's heavenly rain descend upon the burning plain. Where none is king, the sower's hand casts not the seed upon the land. The son against the father strives, and husbands fail to rule their wives. In kingless realms no princes call their friends to meet in crowded hall. No joyful citizens resort to garden trim or sacred court. In kingless realms no twice-born care to sacrifice with text and prayer, nor Brahmins who their vows maintain the great solemnities ordain. The joys of happier days have ceased, no gathering, festival, or feast. Together calls the merry throng, delighted with the play and song. In kingless lands it never is well with sons of trade who buy and sell. No man who pleasant tales repeat delight the crowd with stories sweet. In kingless realms we never behold young maidens decked with gems and gold, flock to the gardens split and gay to spend their evening hours in play. No lover in the flying car rides with his love to woods afar. In kingless lands no wealthy swain who keeps the heart and reaps the grain lies sleeping, blessed with ample store, securely near his open door. Upon the royal roads we see no tusked elephant roaming free, of 60 years, whose head and neck sweet tinkling bells of silver deck. We hear no more the glad applause when his strong bow its rival draws, no clap of hands, no eager cries that cheer its martial exercise. In kingless realms no merchant bands who travel forth to distant lands with precious wares their wagons load, and fear no danger on the road. No sage secure in self-control, brooding on God with mind and soul, in lonely wanderings finds his home, wherever at eve his feet may roam. In kingless realms no man is sure he holds his life and wealth secure. In kingless lands no warrior smite the foeman's host in glorious fight. In kingless lands the wise no more, well trained in Scripture's holy law, in shady groves and gardens meet to argue in their calm retreat. No longer in religious fear do they who pious vows revere bring dainty cates and wreaths of flowers as offerings to the heavenly powers. No longer, bright as trees in spring, shine forth the children of the King, resplendent in the people's eyes with aloe wood and sandal dyes. A brook where water once has been, a grove where grass no more is green, kine with no herdsman's guiding hand, so wretched is a kingless land. The car its waving banner rears, banner of fire the smoke appears, our King the banner of our pride, a God with gods is glorified. In kingless lands no law is known, and none may call his wealth his own, its praise on each from hour to hour, as fish the wake of feast devour. Then fearless artists overleap the bounds of right the godly keep, and when no royal powers restrain, preeminence and lordship gain, as in the frame of man the eye keeps watch and ward, a careful spy, the monarch in his wide domains protects the truth the right maintains. He is the right, the truth is he, their hopes in him the well-born see. On him his people's lives depend, mother is he and sire and friend. The world were veiled in blinding night, and none could see or know aright, ruled there no king in any state, the good and ill to separate. We will obey thy word and will, as if our King were living still, as keeps his bounds the faithful sea, so we observe thy high decree. O best of Brahmins, first in place, our kingless land lies desolate. Some scion of Ikshaku's race do thou as monarch consecrate. Canto 68. The Envoys.
Vashishta heard their speech and prayer, and thus addressed a concourse there, friends, Brahmins, counsellors, and all, assembled in the palace hall. Ye know that Bharat, free from care, still lives in Rajagriha where the father of his mother reigns. Shatrugna by his side remains. Let active envoys go that need, Dida on fleetest horses speed, to bring the hero youths away. Why waste the time in dull delay? Quick came from all the glad reply, Vashishta, let the envoys fly. He heard their speech, and thus renewed his charge before the multitude. Nandan, Asok, Siddharth, attend. Your ears, Jayanta, Vijaya land. Be yours what need requires to do. I speak these words to all of you. With coursers of the fleetest breed, to Rajagriha's city speed. Then rid your bosoms of distress, and Bharat thus from me address. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's home with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. But speak no word of Rama fled, tell not the prince his sire is dead, nor to the royal youth the fate that ruins Raghu's race relate. Go quickly hence, and with you bear fine silken vestiures rich and rare, and gems and many a precious thing, as gifts to Bharat and the king. With ample stores of food supplied, each to his home the envoys hied, prepared with steeds of swiftest race, to Kaika's land their way to trace. They made all due provision there, and every need arranged with care. Then ordered by Vasistha they went forth with speed upon their way. Then northward of Pralamba west of Apartala on they pressed, crossing the Malini that flowed with gentle stream outward the road. They traversed Ganga's holy waves, where she Hastinapur lives. Thence to Panchala westward fast, through Kurujangal's land they passed. On their course the envoys held, by urgency of task impelled. Quick glancing at each lucid flood, and sweet lake gay with flower and bud, beyond they passed unwearied over, where glad birds fill the flood and shore of Saradanda racing fleet, with heavenly water clear and sweet. Thereby a tree celestial grows, which every boon a prayer bestows. To its blessed shade they humbly bent, then to Kalinga's town they went. Then having passed the warriors' wood, in Avikala next they stood. Over sacred Ikshumati came, their ancient king's ancestral claim. They saw the learned Brahman stand, its drinking from his hallowed land. And through Bahika journeying still, they reached at length Sudaman's hill. There Vishnu's footstep turned to see, Bipasa viewed and Salmali, and many a lake and river met, tank, pool, and pond and rivulet, and lions saw and tigers near, and elephants and herds of deer, and still by prompt obedience led, along the ample road they sped. Then, when their course, so swift and long, had worn their steeds, though fleet and strong, to Giriraja's splendid town, they came by night and lighted down. To please their master and to guard the royal race, the lineal right, the envoys, spent with riding hard, to that fair city came by night. Canto 69. Bharat's Dream. The night those messengers of state had passed within the city's gate. In dreams the slumbering Bharat saw a sight that chilled his soul with awe. The dream that dire events foretold left Bharat's heart with horror cold, and with consuming woes distraught, upon his aged sire he thought. His dear companions, swift to trace the signs of anguish on his face, drew near, his sorrow to expel, and pleasant tales began to tell. Some woke sweet music's cheering sound, and others danced in lively round. With joke and jest they strove to raise his spirits, quoting ancient plays. But Bharat still, the lofty souled, deaf to sweet tales his fellows told, unmoved by music, dance, and jest, sat silent by his woe oppressed. To him, begot by comrades near, thus spoke the friend he held most dear. Why ringed around by friends art thou, so silent and so mournful now? Hear thou, thus Bharat made reply, what chills my heart and dims mine eye. I dreamed I saw the king my sire sink headlong in a lake of mire, down from a mountain high in air.
his body soiled, and loose his hair. Upon the miry lake he seemed to lie and welter as I dreamed. With hollowed hands full many a draught of oil he took, and loudly laughed. With head cast down I saw him make a meal on sesamum and cake. The oil from every member dripped, and in its clammy flood he dipped. The ocean's bed was bare and dry, the moon had fallen from the sky, and all the world lay still and dead, with whelming darkness overspread. The earth was rent and opened wide, the leafy trees were scorched and died. I saw the seated mountains split, and wreaths of rising smoke amid. The stately beast, the monarch rode, his long tusks rent and splittered showed, and flames that quenched and cold had lain blazed forth with kindly light again. I looked, and many a handsome dame, arrayed in brown and sable, came, and bore about the monarch dressed, on iron stool, in sable vest. And then the king of virtuous mind, a blood-red wreath around him twined, forth on an as-drawn chariot sped, as southward still he bent his head. Then crimson-clad a dame appeared, who at the monarch laughed and jeered, and a she-monster dire to view, her hand upon his body drew. Such is the dream I dreamt by night, which chills me yet with wild affright. Either the king or Rama, I, or Lakshman now must surely die. For when an as-drawn chariot seems to bear away a man in dreams, be sure above his funeral pyre the smoke soon rears its cloudy spire. This makes my spirit low and weak, my tongue is slow and loth to speak, my lips and throat are dry for dread, and all my soul disquieted. My lips relaxed, can hardly speak, and chilling dread has changed my cheek. I blame myself in aimless fears, and still no cause of blame appears. I dwell upon this dream of ill, whose changing scenes I viewed, and on the startling horror still my troubled thoughts will brood. Still to my soul these terrors cling, reluctant to depart, and the strange vision of the king still weighs upon my heart. End of Canto 67, 68 and 69. Cantos 70 to 72 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 70. Bharat's Departure. While thus he spoke, the envoys borne, on horses faint and travel-worn, had gained the city fenced around, with a deep moat's protecting bound. An audience of the king they gained, and honours from the prince obtained. The monarch's feet they humbly pressed, to Bharat next these words addressed. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's house with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. Receive these vestures rich and rare, these costly gems and jewels fair, and to thy uncle here present each precious robe and ornament. These for the king and him suffice, 200 millions is their price. These, what 100 millions be, reserved, O large-eyed prince, for thee. Loving his friends with heart and soul, the joyful prince received the whole, due honour to the envoys paid, and thus in turn his answer made. Of the Sarat tidings tell, is the old king my father well? Is Rama and is Lakshman he of the high soul, from sickness free? And she who walks where duty leads, Kaushalya, known for gracious deeds, mother of Rama, loving spouse, bound to her lord by well-kept vows? And Lakshman's mother too, the dame, Sumitra, skilled in duty's claim, who brave Shatrugna also bare, second in age, her health declare. And she in self-conceit most says, with selfish heart most prone to raise, my mother, fares she well? Has she sent message or come unto me? Thus Bharat spake, the mighty souled, and they in brief their tidings told. All they of whom thou askest dwell, O landlord, secure and well. Thine all the smiles of fortune are, make ready, let them yoke the car. Thus by the royal envoys pressed, Bharat, again the band addressed. I go with you, no long delay, a single hour I bid you stay. Thus Bharat, son of him who swayed Ayodhya's realm, his answer made, and then bespoke his heart to please his mother's sire in words like these. I go to see my father, king, urged by the envoy's summoning, and when thy soul desires to see, thy grandson will return to thee. The king, his grandsire, kissed his head, and in reply to Bharat said, Go forth, dear child, how blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Greet well thy sire, thy mother greet, O thou whose arms the foe defeat. The household priest and all the rest, amid the twice-born chief and best, and Rama and brave Lakshman who showed the long shaft with aim so true. To him the king high honour showed, and store of wealth and gifts bestowed, the choicest elephants to ride, and skins and blankets deftly dyed, 1,000 strings of golden beads, and 1,600 mettled steeds, and boundless wealth before him piled, gave Kaikeyi to Kaikeyi's child, and man of counsel good and tried, on whose firm truth he aye relied. King Aswapati gave with speed Prince Bharat on his way to lead, and noble elephants strong and young, from sires of Indrasita sprung, and others tall and fair to view, of great Airavat's lineage true, and well-yoked asses fleet of limb, the prince his uncle gave to him, and dogs within the palace bred, of body vast and massive head, with mighty fangs for battle brave, the tiger's match in strength he gave. Yet Bharat's bosom hardly glowed to see the wealth the king bestowed, for he would speed that hour away, such care upon his bosom lay. Those eager envoys urged him thence, and death's sad visions influence. He left his courtyard crowded then, with elephants and steeds and men, and peerless in immortal fame, to the great royal street he came. He saw, as farther still he went, the inner rooms most excellent, and passed the doors to him unclosed, where check nor bar his way opposed. There Bharat stayed to bid adieu to grandsire and to uncle too. Then with Shatrugna by his side, mounting his car, away he hied. The strong-wheeled cars were yoked, and they, more than 100, rolled away. Servants with horses asses kine followed their lord in endless line. So guarded by his own right hand, forth high-souled Bharat hied, surrounded by a lordly band, on whom the king relied. Beside him sat Shatrugna dear, the scourge of trembling foes. Thus from the light of Indra's fair, a saint made perfect goes. Canto 71. Bharat's Return. Then Bharat's face was eastward bent, as from the royal town he went. He reached Sudama's farther side, and glorious gazed upon the tide. Passed Hladini, and saw her toss, her westering billows hard to cross. Then old Ikshaku's famous son, over Satadru his passage won, near Ailadhana on the strand, and came to Upper Paryat's land. Over Sila's flood he hurried fast, Akravati's fair stream he passed, crossed over Angaya's rapid reel, and Sailakatan onward steal. Silavaha's swift stream he eyed, true to his vows and purified. Then crossed the lofty hills and stood in Chaitrarat's mighty wood. He reached a confluence where meet Saraswati and Ganga fleet, and through Varunda forest spread, northward of Biramachya sped. He sought Kalinda's child, who feels the soul with joy begot by hills, reached Yamuna, and passing over, rested his army on the shore. He gave his horses food and rest, bathed reeking limb and drooping crest. They drank their fill and bathed them there, and water for their journey bare. Thence through a mighty wood he sped, all wild and uninhabited. As in fair chariot through the skies, most fair in shape, a storm-god flies. To Anasdhan Ganga hard to cross, his onward journey bode. So turning quickly, thence he came, to Pragvat city dear to fame. There, having gained the farther side, to Kutikasthika he hied. The stream he crossed, and onward then, to Dharmavardhan brought his man. Thence, leaving Thoran on the north, to Jambuprastha journeyed forth. Then onward to a pleasant grove, by fair Varutha's town he drove. And when a while he there had stayed, went eastward from the friendly shade, eastward of Ujjahana where the priyak trees are tall and fair. He passed, and rested there each steed, exhausted with the journey's speed. There orders to his man addressed, with quickened pace he onward pressed. A while at Sarvatirtha spent, then over Uttanika he went. Over many a stream beside he sped, with courses on the mountains spread, and passing Hastinapristak took the road over Kutika's fair brook. Then at Lohitya's village he crossed over the swift Kapivati. Then passed where Kashala stands, thus Thanumati's flood and sands, and Gomati of fair renown, by Vinata's delightful town. When to Kalinga near he drew, a wood of sal trees charmed to view. Then passed, the sun began to rise, and Bharat saw with happy eyes Ayodhya city built and planned by ancient Manu's royal hand. 7 nights upon the road had passed, and when he saw the town at last, before him in her beauty spread, thus Bharat to the driver said, "This glorious city from afar, wherein pure groves and gardens are, seems to my eager eyes today a lifeless pile of yellow clay. Through all her streets, where erst a throng of men and women streamed along, uprose the multitudinous roar. Today I hear that sound no more. No longer do mine eyes behold the leading people as of old. On elephants' cars horses go abroad and homeward to and fro. The brilliant gardens where we heard the wild note of each rapturous bird, where men and women love to meet in pleasant shades for pastime sweet. These to my eyes this day appear joyless and desolate and drear. Each tree that graced the garden grieves, and every path is spread with leaves. The merry cry of bird and beast that spake aloud their joy has ceased. Still is the long melodious note that charmed us from each warbling throat. Why blows the blessed air no more, the incense-breathing air that bore its sweet incomparable scent of sandal and of aloe blent? Why are the drum and tabor mute? Why is the music of the lute that woke up responsive to the quill loved by the happy hushed and still? My boding spirit gathers hence dire scenes of awful consequence, and omens crowding on my sight weigh down my soul with wild affright. Scarce shall I find my friends who dwell here in Ayodhya safe and well, for surely not without a cause this crushing dread my soul overawes. Heartsick, dejected every sense, confused by terror's influence, on to the town he quickly swept, which King Ikshaku's children kept. He passed through Vijayanta's gate, with weary steeds disconsolate, and all who near their station held, his escort crying victory swelled. With heart distracted still, he bowed farewell to all the following crowd, turned to the driver and began to question thus the weary man. Why was I brought, O free from blame, so fast unknown for what I came? Yet fear of ill my heart appalls, and all my wonted courage falls. For I have heard in days gone by the changes sin when monarchs die, and all those signs, O charioteer, I see today surround me here. Each kinsman's house looks dark and grim, no hand delights to keep it trim. The beauty vanished and the pride, the doors unkept stand open wide. No morning rites are offered there, no grateful incense loads the air, and all therein, with brows overcast, sit joyless on the ground and fast. Their lovely chaplets dry and dead, their courts unswept, with dust overspread. The temples of the gods today no more look beautiful and gay. Neglected stands each holy shrine, each image of a Lord divine. No shop where flowery wreaths are sold is bright and busy as of old. The women and the men I mark, absorbed in fancies dull and dark, their gloomy eyes with tears bedewed, a poor afflicted multitude. His mind oppressed with woe and dread, thus Bharat to his driver said, viewed the dire signs Ayodhya showed, and onward to the palace rode. Canto 72. Bharat's Inquiry. He entered in,
He looked around, nor in the house his father found. Then to his mother's dwelling bent, to see her face he quickly went. She saw her son, so long away, returning after many a day, and from her golden seat in joy sprung forward to her darling boy. Within the bower, no longer bright, came Bharat, lover of the right, and bending with observance sweet, clasped his dear mother's lovely feet. Long kisses on his brow she pressed, and held her hero to her breast. Then fondly drew him to her knees, and questioned him in words like these: How many nights have fled since thou leftest thy grandsire's home till now? By flying steeds so swiftly borne, art thou not weak and travel worn? How fares the king my father tell? Is it thine uncle well? And now, my son, at length declare the pleasure of the visit there. Thus to the offsprings of the king she spake with tender questioning, and to his mother made reply young Bharat of the lotus eye. The seventh night has come and fled, since from my grandsire's home I sped. My mother's sire is well, and he, Yudhajit, from all trouble free. The gold and every precious thing, presented by the conqueror king, the slower girls behind convey. I left them weary on the way, urged by the man my father sent. My hasty course I hither bent. Now I implore an answer thine, and all I wish to know explain. Unoccupied I now behold this couch of thine adorned with gold, and eats up King Ikshaku's race appears with dark and gloomy face. The king is I, my mother dear, most constant in his visits here. To meet my sire I sought this part. How is it that I find him not? I long to clasp my father's feet. Say where he lingers, I entreat. Perchance the monarch may be seen, where dwells Kaushalya, eldest queen. His father's fate from him concealed, Kaikeyi to her son revealed, told as glad news the story said, for lust of sway had made her mad. Thy father, O my darling, now has gone thy way, all life must go, devout and famed, of lofty thought, in whom the good their refuge sought. When Bharat, pious, pure, and true, heard the sad words which pierced him through, grieved for the sire he loved so well, prostrate upon the ground he fell. Down fell the strong-armed hero, high, tossing his arms and a sad cry, "Ah, woe is me, unhappy slain!" burst from his lips again and again, afflicted for his father's fate by grief's intolerable weight. With every sense amazed and cowed, the splendid hero wailed aloud, "Ah me, my royal father's bed, of old the gentle radiance said, like the pure sky when clouds are past, and the moon's light is over it cast. Ah, of its wisest lord bereft, it shows the day faint radiance left, as when the moon has left the sky, or mighty ocean's depths are dry." With choking sobs, with many a tear, pierced to the heart with grief sincere, the best of conquerors poured his sighs, and with his robe veiled face and eyes. Kaikeyi saw him fallen there, godlike, afflicted in despair, used every art to move him thence, and tried him thus with eloquence. "Arise, arise, my dearest, why wilt thou, famed prince, so lowly lie? Not by such grief as this are moved good men like thee, by all approved. The art thy father nobly swayed, and rites to heaven he duly paid. At length his race of life was run, thou shouldst not mourn for him, my son." Long on the ground he wept and rolled, from side to side, still unconsoled, and then, with bitter grief oppressed, his mother with these words addressed: "This joyful hope my bosom fed, when from the grandsire's halls I sped. The king will throne his eldest son, and sacrifice as should be done. But all is changed, my hope was vain, and this sad heart is rent in twain. For my dear father's face I miss, who ever sought his loved one's bliss. But in my absence, mother, say, what sickness took my sire away? Ah, happy Rama, happy day, allowed his funeral rites to pay. The glorious monarch has not learned that I, his darling, have returned, or quickly had he hither sped, and pressed his kisses on my head. Where is that hand, whose gentle touch, most soft and kind, I loved so much? The hand that loved to brush away
the dust that on his darling lay. Quick, bear the news to Rama's ear, tell the great chief that I am here, brother and sire and friend and all, is he, and I his trusty thrall. For noble hearts to virtue true, their sires in elder brothers view. To clasp his feet I fain would bow, he is my hope and refuge now. What said my glorious sire, who knew virtue and vice, so brave and true? Firm in his vows, dear lady, say, what said he ere he passed away? What was his rede to me? I crave to hear the last advice he gave. Thus closely questioned by the youth, Kaikeyi spoke the mournful truth. The high-souled monarch wept and shied, for Rama, Sita, Lakshman cried. Then best of all who go to bliss, pass to the world which follows this. Ah, blessed are the people who shall Rama and his Sita view, and Lakshman of the mighty arm, returning free from scathe and harm. Such were the words, the last of all, thy father ere he died let fall. By fate and death's dread coils and wound, as some great elephant is bound. He heard, yet deeper in despair, her lips this double word declare, and with sad brow that showed his pain, questioned his mother thus again. But where is he, of virtue tried, who fills Kaushalya's heart with pride? Where is the noble Rama? Where is Lakshman brave and Sita fair? Thus pressed, the queen began to tell the story as each thing befell, and gave her son in words like these the mournful news she meant to please. The prince is gone in hermit dress to Dandak's mighty wilderness, and Lakshman brave and Sita share the wanderings of the exile there. Then Bharat's soul with fear was stirred, lest Rama from the right had erred, and jealous for ancestral fame, he put this question to the dame: Has Rama grasped with lawless hold a Brahman's house or land or gold? Has Rama harmed with ill intent some poor or wealthy innocent? Was Rama faithless to his vows, and enamored of another's powers? Why was he sent to Dandak's wild, like one who kills an unborn child? He questioned thus, and she began to tell her deeds and crafty plan, deceitful-hearted, fond and blind, as is the way of womankind. No Brahman's wealth has Rama seized, no dame his wandering fancy pleased. His very eyes he never allows to gaze upon a neighbour's powers. But when I heard the monarch planned to give the realm to Rama's hand, I prayed that Rama hence might flee, and claim the throne, my son, for thee. The king maintained the name he bare, and did according to my prayer, and Rama with his brothers sent, and Sita forth to banishment. When his dear son was seen no more, the Lord of Earth was troubled sore. Too feeble with his grief to strive, he joined the elemental five. Up then, most dutiful, maintain the royal state, arise and reign. For thee, my darling son, for thee, all this was planned and wrought by me. Come, cast thy grief and pain aside, with manly courage fortified. This town and realm are all thine own, and fear and grief are here unknown. Come with Vasishtha's guiding aid, and priests in ritual skilled, let the king's funeral dues be paid, and every claim fulfilled. Perform his obsequies with all that suits his rank and worth, then give the mandate to install thyself as Lord of Art. End of Cantos 70, 71 and 72. Cantos 73 to 75 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 73. Kaikeyi reproached. But when he heard the queen relate his brother's doom, his father's fate, thus Bharat to his mother said, with burning grief disquieted: Alas, what boots it now to reign, struck down by grief and well-nigh slain? Ah, both are gone, my sire and he who was a second sire to me. Grief upon grief thy hand has made, and salt upon gash has laid. For my dear sire has died through thee, and Rama roams a devotee. Thou camest like the night of fate, this royal house to devastate. Unwitting ill, my hapless sire placed in his bosom coals of fire, and through thy crimes his death he met, O thou whose heart on sin is set. Shame of thy house, thy senseless deed has reft all joy from Raghu's seed. The truthful monarch, dear to fame, received thee as his wedded dame, and by thy act to misery doomed, has died by flames of grief consumed. Kaushalya and Sumitra too, the coming of my mother rue, and if they live oppressed by war, for their dear sons their sad tears flow. Was it not ever good and kind, that hero of the duteous mind? Skilled in all filial duties he, as a dear mother treated thee. Kaushalya too, the eldest queen, who far foresees with insight keen, did she not ever show thee all a sister's love at duty's call? And hast thou from the kingdom chased her son with bark around his waist, to the wild wood to dwell therein, and dost not sorrow for thy sin? The love I bear to Raghu's son, thou knowest not, ambitious one, if thou hast wrought this impious deed, for royal sway, in lawless greed, with him and Lakshman far away, what power have I the realm to sway? What hope will fire my bosom, when I see no more these lords of men? The holy king, who loved the right, relied on Rama's power and might, his guardian and his glory so, joy's marrow in his woods below. How can I bear, a steer untrained, the load his mightier strength sustained? What power have I to brook alone this weight on feeble shoulders thrown? But if the needful power were bought by strength of mind and brooding thought, no triumph shall attend the dame who dooms her son to lasting shame. Now should no doubt that son prevent from quitting thee on evil bent. But Rama's love overpowers my will, who holds thee as his mother's teal. Whence did the thought, O thou whose eyes are turned to sinful deeds, arise? A plan our ancient sires would hate, O fallen from thy virtuous state. For in the line from which we spring, the eldest is anointed king. No monarchs from the rule decline, and least of all Ikshaku's line. Our holy sires, to virtue true, upon our race they lusted true. But with subversive frenzy thou hast marred our lineal honor now. O lofty birth, O noble line of previous kings is also thine. Then whence this hated folly? Whence this sudden change that steals thy sense? Thou shalt not gain thy impious will, O thou whose thoughts are bent on ill. Thou from whose guilty hand descend these sinful blows my life to end. Now to the forest will I go, thy cherished plans to overthrow, and bring my brother free from stain, his people's darling home again. And Rama, when again he turns, whose glory like a beacon burns, in me a faithful slave shall find, to serve him with contented mind. Canto 74, Bharat's Lament. When Bharat's anger-sharpened tongue reproaches on the queen had flung, again with mighty rage possessed, the guilty dame he thus addressed. Flee, cruel, wicked sinner, flee! Let not this kingdom harbour thee. Thou who hast thrown all right aside, weep thou for me when I have died. Canst thou one charge against the king, or the most duteous Rama bring? The one thy sin to death has sent, the other seized to banishment, our line's destroyer seen defiled, like one who kills an unborn child. Never with thy Lord in heaven to dwell, thy portion shall be down in hell, because thy hand, that stayed for naught, this awful wickedness has wrought, and ruined him whom all held dear. My bosom too is stirred with fear. My father by thy sin is dead, and Rama to the wood is fled, and of thy deed I bear the stain. The fameless in the world remain. Ambitious, evil-souled in show, my mother, yet my dearest foe. My throning never thine eyes shall bliss, thy husband's wicked murderess. Thou art not Swapati's child, that righteous king most sage and mild, but thou wast born a fiend, a foe, my father's house to overthrow. Thou who hast made Kaushalya pure, gentle, affectionate, and dear, the loss of him who was her bliss, what woes await thee, queen, for this?
What is not patent to thy sense, that Rama was his friend's defence, Kaushalya's own true child most dear, the eldest and his father's peer? Man in the son not only trace the father's figure, form, and face, but in his heart they also find the offspring of the father's mind. And hence, though dear their kinsmen are, to mother's sons are dearer far. There goes an ancient legend how good Suravi, the god-loved cow, saw two of her dear children straying, drawing a plough and faint with pain. She saw them on the earth outworn, toiling till noon from early morn, and as she viewed her children's woe, a flood of tears began to flow. As through the air beneath her swept the Lord of gods, the drops she wept, fine, laden with delicious smell, upon his heavenly body fell. And Indra lifted up his eyes, and saw her standing in the sky, afflicted with her sorrow's weight, sad, weeping, all disconsolate. The Lord of gods in anxious mood thus spoke in suppliant attitude: No fear disturbs our rest, and how come this great dread upon thee now? Whence can this woe upon thee fall? Say, gentle one, who lovest all. Thus spake the god who rules the skies, Indra, the Lord supremely wise, and gentle Suravi, well learned in eloquence, this speech returned: Not thine the fault, great God, not thine, and guiltless are the Lords divine. I mourn two children faint with toil, laboring hard in stubborn soil. Wasted and sad I see them now, while the sun beats on neck and brow. Still goaded by the cruel hind, no pity in his savage mind. O Indra, from this body sprang these children, worn with many a pang. For this sad sight I mourn, for none is to the mother like her son. He saw her weep, whose offspring feed in thousands over hill and mead, and knew that in a mother's eye naught with a son for love can vie. He deemed her, when the tears that came from her sad eyes bedewed his frame, laden with the celestial scent of living things most excellent. If she these tears of sorrow shed, who many a thousand children bred, think what a life of woe is left, Kaushalya of her Rama reft. An only son was hers, and she is rendered childless now by thee. Here and hereafter, for thy crime, woe is thy lot through endless time. And now, O Queen, without delay, with all due honor will I pay, both to my brother and my sire, the rites their several fates require. Back to Ayodhya will I bring the long-armed chief, her lord and king, and to the wood myself betake, where hermit saints their dwelling make. For, senior both in deed and thought, this hideous crime which thou hast wrought, I cannot bear or leave to see the people's sad eyes bent on me. Begone, to Dandak wood retire, or cast thy body to the fire, or bind around thy neck the rope, no other refuge mayst thou hope. When Rama, Lord of valor true, has gained the earth his right and due, then, free from duty's binding debt, my vanished sin shall I forget. Thus like an elephant forced to brook the goading of the driver's hook, quick panting like a serpent maimed, he fell to earth with rage inflamed. Canto 75. The Abjuration. A while he lay, he rose at length, and slowly gathering sense and strength, with angry eyes, with tears bedewed, the miserable queen he viewed, and spake with keen reproach to her, before its lord and minister: Not last have I for kingly sway, my mother I no more obey, not of this consecration knew, which the Sarat kept in view. I with Shatrugna all the time was dwelling in a distant clime. I knew of Rama's exile not, that hero of the noble thought. I knew not how fair Sita went, and Lakshman fought to banishment. Thus high-souled Bharat mid the crowd lifted his voice and cried aloud. Kaushalya heard, she raised her head, and quickly to Sumitra said: Bharat, Kaikeyi's son is here, hers whose fell deeds I loathe and fear. That youth of foresight keen I fain would meet and see his face again. Thus to Sumitra spake the dame, and straight to Bharat's presence came, with altered mien, neglected dress, trembling and faint with sore distress.
Bharat Shatrugna by his side, to meet her toward her palace hied. And when the royal dame they viewed, distressed with dire solicitude, sad, fallen senseless on the ground, about her neck their arms they wound. The noble matron prostrate there, embraced with tears the weeping pair, and with a load of grief oppressed, to Bharat then these words addressed: Now all is thine without a foe, this realm for which thou longest so. Ah, soon Kaikeyi's ruthless hand has won the empire of the land, and made my guiltless Rama flee, dressed like some lonely devotee. Herein what profit has the queen, whose eye delights in havoc, seen? Me also, me it were surely good, to banish to the distant wood, to dwell amid the shades that hold my famous son with limbs like gold. Nay, with the secret fire to guide, will I, Sumitra by my side, myself to the drear wood repair, and seek the son of Raghu there. This land, which rice and golden corn, and wealth of every kind adorn, car, elephant, and steed and gem, she makes the lord of it and them. With taunts like these, her bitter tongue the heart of blameless Bharat wrung, and direr pangs his bosom tore, than when the lancet probes a sore. With troubled senses all astray, prone at her feet he fell and lay. With loud lament a while he plained, and slowly strength and sense regained. With suppliant hand to hand applied, he turned to her who wept and sighed, and thus bespake the queen, whose breast with sundry woes was sore distressed. Why these reproaches, noble dame? I, knowing not, am free from blame. Thou knowest well what love was mine for Rama, chief of Raghu's line. Oh, never be his darkened mind to Scripture's guiding law inclined, by whose consent the prince who led the good, the truthful hero fled. May he obey the vilest lord, often the son with act abhorred, and strike a sleeping cow who lent his voice to Rama's banishment. May the good king who all befriends, and like his sons the people tends, be wronged by him who gave consent to noble Rama's banishment. On him that king's injustice fall, who takes as lord a sixth of all, nor guards, neglectful of his trust, his people as a ruler must. The crime of those who swear to fee at holy rites some devotee, and then the promised gift deny, be his who willed the prince should fly. When weapons clash and heroes bleed, with elephant and harnessed steed, never like the good be his to fight, whose heart allowed the prince's flight. Though taught with care by one expert, may he the Vedas text pervert, with impious mind on evil bent, whose voice approved the banishment. May he with traitor lips reveal whatever he promised to conceal, and brood abroad his friend's offense, betrayed by generous confidence. No wife of equal lineage born, the wretch's joyless home at dawn, never may he do one virtuous deed, and dying see no child succeed. When in the battle's awful day, fierce warriors stand in dread array, let the base covered turn and fly, and smitten by the foeman die. Long may he wander, rags in wear, doomed in his hand a skull to bear, and like an idiot beg his bread, who gave consent when Rama fled. His sin, who holy rites forgets, asleep when shows the sun and sets, a load upon his soul shall lie, whose will allowed the prince to fly. His sin, who loves his master's dame, his kindler of destructive flame, his who betrays his trusting friend, shall mingled all on him descend. By him no reverence due be paid to blessed God or parted shade, may sire and mother's sacred name in vain from him obedience claim. Never may he go where dwell the good, nor win their fame and neighborhood, but lose all hopes of bliss today, who willed the prince should flee away. May he deceive the poor and weak, who look to him and comfort seek, betray the suppliants who complain, and make the hopeful hope in vain. Long may his wife his kiss expect, and pine away in cold neglect. May he his lawful love despise, and turn on other dames his eyes. Full on forbidden joys intent, whose will allowed the banishment. His sin, who deadly poison throws, to spoil the water as it flows, lay on the wretch its burden dread, who gave consent when Rama fled. Thus with his words he undeceived Kausalya's troubled heart, who grieved for son and husband reft away. Then prostrate on the ground he lay. Him as he lay half senseless there, freed by the mighty oaths he sware, Kausalya, by her war distressed, with melancholy words addressed. Anew, my son, this sorrow springs to rend my heart with keener stings. These awful oaths which thou hast sworn, my breast with double grief have torn. Thy soul, and faithful Lakshman's too, are still, thank heaven, to virtue true. True to thy promise thou shalt gain the mansons which the good obtain. Then to her breast that youth she drew, whose sweet fraternal love she knew, and there in strict embraces held the hero as her tears outwelled. And Bharat's heart grew sick and faint with grief and of renewed complaint, and all his senses were distraught by the great war that in him wrought. Thus he lay and still bewailed, with sighs and loud lament, till all his strength and reason failed, the hours of night were spent. End of Cantos 73, 74 and 75. Cantos 76 to 78 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 76. The Funeral. The Saint Vasistha, best of all, whose words with moving wisdom fall, Bharat Kaikeyi's son addressed, whom burning fires of grief distressed. O Prince, whose fame is widely spread, enough of grief, be comforted. The time is come, arise and lay upon the pyre the monarch's clay. He heard the words Vasistha spoke, and slumbering resolution woke. Then, skilled in all the laws declare, he bade his friends the rites prepare. They raised the body from the oil, and placed it dripping on the soil, then laid it on a bed whereon wrought gold and precious jewels shone. There, pallor over his features spread, the monarch as in sleep lay dead. Then Bharat sought his father's side, and lifted up his voice and cried, O king, and has thy heart designed to part and leave thy son behind? Make Rama flee, who loves the right, and Lakshman of the arm of might. Whither, great monarch, wilt thou go, and leave these people in their war, mourning their hero, wild with grief, of Rama reft, their lion chief? Ah, who will guard the people well, who in Ayodhya city dwell? When thou, my sire, hast sought the sky, and Rama has been forced to fly, in widowed war, bereft of thee, the land no more is fair to see. The city, to my aching sight, is gloomy as a moonless night. Thus with overwhelming sorrow pained, said Bharat by the bed complained, and thus Vasistha, holy sage, spoke his deep anguish to assuage. O Lord of man, no longer stay, the last remaining duties pay. Haste, mighty armed, as I advise, the funeral rites to solemnize. And Bharat heard Vasistha's rede with due attention and agreed. He summoned straight from every side chaplain and priest and holy guide. The sacred fires he bade them bring forth from the chapel of the king, wherein the priests in order due, and ministers the offerings strew. Distraught in mind, with sob and tear, they laid the body on a bier, and servants, while their eyes brimmed over, the monarch from the palace bore. Another band of mourners led the long procession of the dead. Rich garments in the way they cast, and gold and silver as they passed. Then other hands the corse bedewed with fragrant juices that exude from sandal, cedar, aloe, pine, and every perfume rare and fine. Then priestly hands the mighty dead upon the pyre deposited. The sacred fires they tended next, and muttered low each funeral text. And priestly singers who the summons sang their holy verse. Forth from the town in litters came or chariots many a royal dame, and honoured so the funeral ground, with aged followers ringed around. With steps in inverse order bent, the priests in sad procession went, around the monarch's burning pyre, who well had nursed each sacred fire, which Queen Kausalya and the rest, their tender hearts with war distressed. The voice of women shrill and clear, as screaming Kalios smote the ear, as from 1,000 voices rose the shriek that tells of woman's woes. Then, weeping, faint, with loud lament, down Sarayu's shelving bank they went. There, standing on the river side, with Bharat, priest and peer, their lips the women purified with water fresh and clear. Returning to the royal town, their eyes with teardrops filled, 10 days on earth they laid them down, and wept till grief was stilled. Canto 77. The Gathering of the Ashes. The 10th day passed, the prince again was free from every legal stain. He bade them on the 12th the great remaining honours celebrate. Much gold he gave, and gems and food, to all the Brahman multitude, and goats whose hair was white and fine, and many 1,000 head of kine. Slaves, men, and damsels he bestowed, and many a car and fair abode. Such gifts he gave the Brahman race, his father's obsequies to grace. Then, when the morning's earliest ray appeared upon the 13th day, again the hero wept and sighed, distraught and sorrow stupefied. Drew, sobbing in his anguish, near the last remaining debt to clear, and at the bottom of the pyre he thus bespake his royal sire. O father, hast thou left me so, deserted in my friendless woe, when he to whom the charge was given to keep me to the wood is driven? Her only son is forced away, who was his helpless mother's stay. Ah, why, dear father, art thou fled, leaving the queen uncomforted? He looked upon the pile where lay the bones half burnt and ashes grey, and uttering a piteous moan, gave away, by anguish overthrown. Then his tears began to well, prostrate to earth the hero fell. So from its seat the staff they drag, and cast to earth some glorious flag. The ministers approached again, the prince whom rights had freed from stain. So when Jajati failed, each seer, in pity for his fate, drew near. Shatrugna saw him lying low, overwhelmed beneath the crush of war, and as upon the king he thought, he fell upon the earth distraught. When to his loving memory came those noble gifts, that kingly frame, he sorrowed, by his war distressed, as one by frenzied rage purchased. Ah me, this surging sea of war has drowned us with its overflow. The source is Manthara, dire and dark, Kaikeyi is the ravening shark, and the great boons the monarch gave lend conquering might to every wave. Ah, whither wilt thou go and leave thy Bharat in his war to grieve, whomever it was thy greatest joy to fondle as a tender boy? Didst thou not give with thoughtful care our food, our drink, our robes to wear? Whose love will now for us provide, when thou, our king and sire, hast died? At such a time bereft, forlorn, why is not art in sunder torn? Missing her monarch's firm control, his love of right, his lofty soul. Ah me, for Rama roams afar, my sire is where the blessed are. How can I live deserted? I will pass into the fire and die. Abandoned thus, I will not brook upon Ayodhya's town to look. Once guarded by Ikshaku's race, the wood shall be my dwelling place. Then, when the prince's mournful train heard the sad brothers thus complain, and saw their misery at the view, their grief burst wilder out anew. Faint with lamenting, sad and worn, each like a bull with broken horn, the brothers in their wild despair lay rolling mad with misery there. Then old Vasistha, good and true, their father's priest, all law who knew, raised weeping Bharat on his feet, and thus bespake with counsel meet. 12 days, my lord, have passed away, since flames consumed thy father's clay. Delay no more, as rules ordain. Gather what bones may yet remain. 3 constant pairs are ever found, to hem all mortal creatures round.
Then mourn not thus, O Prince, for none their close companionship may shun. Sumantra bade Shatrugna rise, and soothed his soul with counsel wise, and skilled in truth his hearer taught how all things are and come to naught, when rose its hero from the ground, a lion lord of man renowned. He showed like Indra's flag, whereon fierce rains have dashed and suns have shone. They wiped their red and weeping eyes, and gently made their sad replies. Then ours to haste, the royal pair performed the rites that claimed their care. Canto 78. Mantra Punished. Shatrugna thus to Bharat spake, who longed the forest road to take. He who in war was wont to give strength to himself and all that live. Dear Rama, true and pure in heart, is banished by a woman's art. Yet here was Lakshman, brave and strong. Could not his might prevent the wrong? Could not his arm the king restrain, or make the banished free again? One loving right and fearing crime had checked the monarch's sin in time. One vassal of a woman's will, his feet approached the path of ill. While Lakshman's younger brother, dread, Shatrugna thus to Bharat said, came to the fronting door, arrayed in glittering robes, the humpback maid. There she, with sandal oil besmeared, in garments meet for queens appeared, and lustre to her form was lent by many a gem and ornament. She girdled with her broidered zone, and many a chain about her throne showed like a female monkey round, whose body many a string is bound. When on that cause of evil fell the quick eye of the sentinel, he grasped her in his ruthless hold, and hastening in, Shatrugna told. Here is the wicked past, he cried, through whom the king thy father died, and Rama wanders in the wood. Do with her as thou deemest good. The warder spoke, and every word Shatrugna's breast to fury stirred. He called the servants all and each, and spake in wrath his hasty speech. This is the wretch my sire who slew, and misery on my brothers drew. Let her this day obtain the meed, vile sinner, of her cruel deed. He spake, and moved by fury laid his mighty hand upon the maid, who as her fellows ringed her round, made with her cries the hall resound. Soon as the gathered women viewed Shatrugna in his angry mood, their hearts disturbed by sudden dread, they turned and from his presence fled. His rays, they cried, on us will fall, and ruthless he will slay us all. Come to Kaushalya, let us flee. Our hope, our sure defence is she, approved by all, of virtuous mind, compassionate and good and kind. His eyes with a burning wrath aglow, Shatrugna, shatterer of the foe, dragged on the ground the humpback maid, who shrieked aloud and screamed for aid. This way and that with no remorse he dragged her with resistless force, and chains and glittering trinklets burst, lay here and there with gems dispersed, till like the sky of autumn shone, the palace floor they sparkled on. The lord of man, supremely strong, held in his rage the rats along. Where Queen Kaikeyi dwelt he came, and sternly then addressed the dame. Deep in her heart Kaikeyi felt the steps his keen reproaches dealt, and of Shatrugna's ire afraid, to Bharat flew and cried for aid. He looked and saw the prince inflamed with burning rage, and thus exclaimed, Forgive, thine angry arm restrain, a woman never may be slain. My hand Kaikeyi's blood would spill, the sinner ever bent on ill. But Rama, long in duty tried, would hate the impious matricide, and if he knew thy vengeful blade had slaughtered even this humpback maid, never again, be sure, would he speak friendly word to thee or me. When for its speech Shatrugna heard, he calmed the race his breast that steered, releasing from her dire constraint the trembling wretch with terror faint. Then to Kaikeyi's feet she crept, and prostrate in her misery wept. Kaikeyi on the humpback gazed, and saw her weep and gasp, still quivering with her senses dazed from fierce Shatrugna's grasp. With gentle words of pity she assuaged her wild despair, even as a tender hand might free a carline from the snare.
End of Cantos 76, 77, and 78. Cantos 79 to 81 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 79. Bharat's Commands. Now, when the sun's returning ray had ushered in the 14th day, the gathered peers of state addressed to Bharat's ear their new request. Our Lord to heaven has parted hence, long served with deepest reverence. Rama the eldest, far from home, and Lakshman in the forest roam. O Prince of mighty fame, be thou our guardian and our monarch now, lest secret plot of foeman's hate assail our unprotected state. With longing eyes, O Lord of man, to thee look friend and citizen, and ready is each sacred thing to consecrate our chosen king. Come, Bharat, and accept thine own ancient hereditary throne. Thee let the priests this day install as monarch to preserve us all. Around the sacred gear he bent, his circling footsteps reverent, and firm the vows he would not break, thus to the gathered people spake. The eldest son is ever king, so rules the house from which we spring, nor should ye, lords, like men unwise, with words like these to wrong advise. Rama is eldest born, and he, the ruler of the land shall be. Now to the oaths will I repair, 5 years and 9 to lodge me there. Assemble straight your mighty foes, cars, elephants, and foot and horse, for I will follow on his track, and bring my eldest brother back. Whatever the rites of throning need, placed on a cart the way shall lead. The sacred vessels I will take to the wild wood for Rama's sake. I, over the land prince's head, the sanctifying balm will shed, and bring him, as the fire they bring, forth from the shrine with triumphing. Nor will I let my mother's greed in this her cherished aim succeed. In pathless wilds will I remain, and Rama here as king shall reign. To make the rough way smooth and clear, send workmen out and pioneer. Let skilful men attend beside our way through pathless spots to guide. As thus the royal Bharat spake, ordaining all for Rama's sake, the audience gave with one accord auspicious answer to their lord. Be royal fortune aye benign to thee for this good speech of thine, who wishest still thine elder's hand to rule with kingly sway the land. Their glorious speech, their favouring cries, made his proud bosom swell, and from the prince's noble eyes the tears of rapture fell. Canto 80. The Way Prepared. All they who knew the joiner's art, or distant ground in every part, each busied in his several trade, to work machines or ply the spade. Deft workmen skilled to frame the wheel, or with the ponderous engine deal, guides of the way and craftsmen skilled, to sink the well, make bricks and build. And those whose hands the tree could hew, and work with slips of cut bamboo, went forward, and to guide them they, whose eyes before had seen the way. Then onward in triumphant mood went all the mighty multitude, like the great sea whose waves leap high when the full moon is in the sky. Then in his proper duty skilled, each joined him in his several guild, and onward in advance they went, with every tool and implement. Where bush and tangled creeper lay, with trench and steel they made the way. They felled each stump, removed each stone, and many a tree was overthrown. In other spots, on desert lands, tall trees were reared by busy hands. Wherever the line of road they took, they plied the hatchet, axe, and hook. Others, with all their strength applied, cast vigorous plants and shrubs aside. In shelving valleys rooted deep, and levelled every dale and steep. Each pit and hole that stopped the way, they filled with stones and mud and clay, and all the ground that rose and fell, with busy care was levelled well. They bridged ravines with ceaseless toil, and pounded fine the flinty soil. Now here, now there, to right and left, a passage through the ground they cleft. And soon the rushing flood was led, abundant, through the new-cut bed, which by the running stream supplied, with ocean's boundless waters wide. In dry and thirsty spots they sank, full many well and ample tank, and altars round about them placed, to deck the station in the waste. With well-wrought plasters smoothly spread, with bloomy trees that rose overhead, with banners waving in the air, and wild birds singing here and there, with fragrant sandal-water wet, with many a flower beside it set, like the god's heavenly pathway showed, that mighty host's imperial road. Deft workmen, chosen for their skill, to do the high-souled Bharat's will, in every pleasant spot where grew trees of sweet fruit and fair to view, as he commanded, toiled to grace, with all the lights his camping place. And they who read the stars and dwell, each lucky sign and hour could tell, raised carefully the tented shade, wherein high-minded Bharat stayed, with ample space of level ground, with broad deep moat encompassed round, like Manda in his towering pride, with streets that ran from side to side, and wreathed with many a palace tall, surrounded by its noble wall, with roads by skilful workmen made, where many a glorious banner played, with stately mansions where the dove sat nestling in her court above, rising aloft supremely fair, like heavenly cars that float in air, each camp in beauty and in bliss, matched in Ra's own metropolis. As shines the heaven on some fair night, with moon and constellations filled, the princess' royal road was bright, adorned by art of workmen skilled. Canto 81. The Assembly. Ere yet the dawn had ushered in, the day should see the march begin. Herald and bard, who rightly knew each nice degree of honour due, their loud auspicious voices raised, and royal Bharat blessed and praised. With sticks of gold the drum they smote, which thundered out its deafening note, blew loud the sounding shell, and blent each high and low-toned instrument. The mingled sound of drum and horn through all the air was quickly borne, and as in Bharat's ear it rang, gave the said prince another pang. Then Bharat, starting from repose, stilled the glad sounds that round him rose. I am not king, no more mistake. Then to Shatrugna thus he spake. O see what general wrongs succeed, sprung from Kaikeyi's evil deed. The king my sire has died and thrown fresh miseries on me alone. The royal bliss on duty blest, which our just high-souled father graced, wanders in doubt and sore distress, like a tossed vessel rudderless. And he who was our lordly stay roams in the forest far away, expelled by this my mother, who to duty's law is most untrue. As royal Bharat thus gave vent to bitter grief in wild lament, gazing upon his face the crowd of pitying women wept aloud. His lamentation scarce was over, when Saint Basista, skilled in law of royal duty, dear to fame, to join the great assembly came. God by disciples ever true, still nearer to the hall he drew, resplendent, heavenly to behold, adorned with wealth of gems and gold. Even so a man in duty tried draws near to meet his virtuous bride. He reached his golden seat overlaid with coverlet of rich brocade. There sat in all the Vedas read, and called the messengers and said, Go forth, late Brahman, warrior peer, and every captain gather here. Let all attentive heed their throng. Go hasten, we delay too long. Shatrugna, glorious Bharat bring, the noble children of the king, Yudhajit and Sumandra all, the truthful and the virtuous call. He ended. Soon a mighty sound of thickening tumult rose around, as to the hall they bent their cows, with car and elephant and horse. The people, all with glad acclaim, welcomed Prince Bharat as he came, even as they loved their king to greet, or as the gods Lord Indra meet. The vast assembly shone as fair, with Bharat's kingly face, as the Sarat self were there to glorify their place. It gleamed like some unruffled lake, where monstrous hues of mould, with many a snake their pastime take, over shells, sand, gems, and gold. End of Cantos 79, 80, and 81. Cantos 82 to 84 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by O123. Canto 82. The Departure. The prudent prince the assembly viewed, thronged with its noble multitude, resplendent as a cloudless night, when the full moon is in his high, while robes of every varied hue, a glory over the synod trio. Then priest in law of duty skilled, looked on the crowd, the hall that filled, and then in accents soft and grave, to Bharat thus his counsel gave. The king, dear son, so good and wise, has gone from earth and gained the skies, leaving to thee, our rightful lord, this rich wide land with poison stored. And still has faithful Rama stood, firm to the duty of the good, and kept his father's hest aright, as the moon keeps its own dear light. Thus sire and brother yield to thee this realm, from all annoyance free. Rejoice, thy lords, enjoy thine own, anointed king, ascend the throne. Let vassal princes hasten forth, from distant lands, west, south, and north, from Kerala, from every sea, and bring 10,000,000 gems to thee. As does the seas Vasistha spoke, a storm of grief over Bharat broke, and longing to be just and true, his thoughts to duteous Rama flew. With sobs and sighs and broken tones, even as a wounded mallard moans, he mourned with deepest sorrow moved, and thus the holy priest reproved. Oh, how can such as Bharat dare the power and sway from him to tear, wise and devout and true and chaste, with scripture law and virtue graced? Can one of the Sarat seed be guilty of so vile a deed? The realm and I are Rama's. Thou shouldst speak the words of justice now, for he, to claims of virtue true, is eldest born and noblest too. Nahush, Dilip could not be more famous in their lives than he. As Dasarat ruled of right, so Rama's is the power and right. If I should do this sinful deed, and forfeit hope of heavenly meed, my guilty act would dim the shine of old Ikshaku's glorious line. Nay, as the sin my mother wrought is grievous to my inmost thought, I here, my hands together laid, will greet him in the pathless shade. To Rama shall my steps be bent, my king of man most excellent, Raghu's illustrious son, whose sway might hell and earth and heaven obey. That righteous speech, whose every word bore virtue's stamp, the audience heard. On Rama every thought was set, and with glad tears each eye was wet. Then, if the power I still should lack to bring my noble brother back, I in the wood will dwell and share his banishment with Lakshman there. By every art persuasive I to bring him from the wood will try, and show him to your loving eyes, O Brahmans noble, good and wise. Even now the road to make and clear, each laborer pressed and pioneer, have I sent forward to precede the army I resolve to lead. Thus by fraternal love possessed, his firm resolve the prince expressed. Then to Sumantra deeply read, in holy texts he turned and said, Sumantra, rise without delay, and as I bid my words obey. Give orders for the march with speed, and all the army he'd lead. The wise Sumantra thus addressed, obeyed the high-souled chief's behest. He hurried forth with joy inspired, and gave the orders he desired. Delight each soldier's bosom filled, and through each chief and captain thrilled, to hear that march proclaimed to bring dear Rama back from wandering. From house to house the tidings flew, each soldier's wife the order knew, and as she listened blithe and gay, her husband urged to speed away. Captain and soldier soon declared, their host equipped and all prepared, with chariots matching taut for speed, and wagons drawn by ox and steed, when Bharat by Vasistha's side his ready host of warriors eyed. Thus in Sumantra's ear he spoke, my car and horses quickly yoke, Sumatra hastened to fulfill with ready joy his master's will, and quickly with the chariot sped, drawn by fleet horses nobly bred. Then glorious Bharat, true devout, whose genuine valour none could doubt, gave in fit words his order out, for he would seek the shade of the great distant wood and dare win his dear brother with his prayer. Sumatra, haste, my will declare, the host be all arrayed, I to the wood my way will take, to Rama supplication make, and for the world's advantage's sake will lead him home again. Then ordered thus the charioteer, who listened with delighted ear, went forth and gave his orders clear to captains of the train. He gave the popular chiefs the word, and with the news his friends he steered, and not a single man deferred, preparing for the road. Then Brahman, warrior, merchant, thrall, obedient to Sumantra's call, each in his house arose, and all, yoked elephant or camel tall, or ass or noble steed in stall, and the full appointed showed. Canto 83. The journey began. Then Bharat rose at early morn, and in his noble chariot borne, drove forward at a rapid pace, eager to look on Rama's face. The priests and lords, a fair array, in sun-bright chariots led the way. Behind, a well-appointed throng, 9,000 elephants streamed along. Then 60,000 cars, and then, with various arms, came fighting men. 100,000 archers showed, in lengthened line the steeds they rode, a mighty host, the march to grace of Bharat, pride of Raghu's race. Kaikeyi and Sumitra came, and good Kaushalya, dear to fame. By hopes of Rama's coming cheered, they in a radiant car appeared. On fared the noble host to see Rama and Lakshman, wild with glee, and steal each other's ear to please. Of Rama spoke in words like these: When shall our happy eyes behold our hero true and pure and bold, so lustrous dark, so strong of arm, who keeps the world from woe and harm? The tears that now our eyeballs dim will vanish at the sight of him, and as the whole world's black shadows fly, when the bright sun ascends the sky. Conversing thus, their way pursued the city's joyous multitude, and each in mutual rapture pressed a friend or neighbor to his breast. Thus every man of high renown, and every merchant of the town, and leading subjects joyous went toward Rama in his banishment. And those who walk the potter's wheel, and artists skill in gems to deal, and masters of the weaver's art, and those who shape the sword and dart, and they who golden trinkets made, and those who plied the fuller's trade, and servants trained the bat to heat, and they who dealt in incense sweet, physicians in their business skilled, and those who wine and mead distilled, and workmen deft in glass who wrought, and those whose snares the peacock caught, with them who bore the ear for rings, or sought or fashioned ivory things, and those who knew to mix cement, or lived by cell of precious scent, and man who washed, and man who sewed, and thralls who mid the hearts abode, and fishers of the flood and day, who played and sang, and women gay, and virtuous Brahmins scripture-wise, of life approved in all men's eyes. These swelled the princess' Langdon train, borne each in car or bullock wain. Fair were the robes they wore upon, their limbs were red-hued Andean sun. These all in various modes conveyed their journey after Bharat made. The soldiers' hearts with rapture glowed, following Bharat on his road, their chief, whose tender love would fain bring his dear brother home again. With elephant and horse and car, the vast procession travelled far, and came where Ganga's waves below the town of Sringavera flow. There, with his friends and kinsmen nigh, dwelt Guha, Rama's dear ally, heroic guardian of the land, with dauntless heart and ready hand. There, for a while, the mighty foes that followed Bharat stayed its course, gazing on Ganga's bosom stirred by many a graceful water bird. When Bharat viewed his followers there, and Ganga's water blessed and fair, the prince, who law of words possessed, his counsellors and lords addressed. The captains of the army called, proclaimed this day a halt for all. that so tomorrow rested we may cross this flood that seeks the sea. Meanwhile, descending to the shore, the funeral stream I fain would pour from Ganga's fair auspicious tide to him my father glorified. Thus Bharat spoke, its peer and lord approved his words with one accord, and bade the weary troops repose in separate spots wherever they chose. There, by the mighty stream that day, most glorious in its vast array, the prince's wearied army lay in various groups reclined. There Bharat's hour of night was spent, while every eager thought he bent on bringing home from banishment his brother great of mind. Canto 84. Guha's Anger. King Guha saw the host spread over the wide expanse of Ganga's shore, with waving flag and pennon graced, and to his followers spoke in haste. A mighty army meets my eyes, that rivals ocean's self in size. Wherever I look my very mind no limit to the host can find. Sure, Bharat with some evil thought his army to our land has brought. See, hues of form, his flag he rears, that like an ebony tree appears. He comes with bonds to take and chain, or triumph over our people slain, and after Rama will he slay, him whom his father drove away. The power complete he longs to gain, and task too hard usurp the reign. So Bharat comes with wicked will, his brother Rama's blood to spill. But Rama's slave and friend am I, he is my lord and dear ally. Keep here our watching arms arrayed, near Ganga's flood to lend him aid, and let my gathered servants stand, and line with troops the river stand. Here let the river keepers meet, who flesh and roots and berries eat. 100 fishersmen each boat, of the 500 here afloat. And let the youthful and the strong assemble in defensive throng. But yet, if, free from guilty thought, against Rama he this land have sought, the prince's happy host today across the flood shall make its way. He spoke, then bearing in a dish a gift of honey, meat, and fish, the king of the Nishadas drew toward Bharat for an interview. When Bharat's noble charioteer observed the monarch hastening near, he duly, skilled in courteous lore, the tidings to his master bore. This aged prince, who hither bends his footsteps with 1,000 friends, knows from a lie of Rama all that may in Dandak Wood befall. Therefore Kakutsta's son admit the monarch as is right and fit, for doubtless he can clearly tell where Rama now and Lakshman dwell. When Bharat heard Sumatra's read, to his fair words the prince agreed. Go quickly forth, he cried, and bring before my face the aged king. King Guha, with his kinsman near, rejoiced the summoning to hear. He nearer drew, bowed low his head, and thus to royal Bharat said, No mansions can our country boast, and unexpected comes thy host. But what we have I give thee all, rest in the lodging of thy thrall. See, the Nisads here have brought the fruit and roots their hands have sought, and we have woodland fare beside, and store of meat both fresh and dried. To rest their weary limbs, I pray, this night at least thy host may stay. Then cheered with all we can bestow, tomorrow thou with it mayst go. End of Cantos 82, 83, and 84. Cantos 85 to 87 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 85. Guha and Bharat. Thus the Nishada's king besought the prince with spirit wisdom fraught, replied in seemly words that blent deep matter with the argument. Thou, friend of him whom I revere, with honours high hast met me here, for thou alone wouldst entertain and feed today so vast a train. In such fair words the prince replied, then, pointing to the path, he cried, Which way aright will lead my feet? to Bharadwaja's calm retreat, for all this land near Ganga streams, pathless and hard to traverse seems. Thus spoke the prince, King Guha heard, delighted every prudent word, and gazing on the forest wide, raised suppliant hands and thus replied, My servants, all the ground who know, O glorious prince, with thee shall go, with constant care thy way to guide, and I will journey by thy side. But this thy host, so wide dispread, wakes in my heart one doubt and dread, lest, threatening Rama good and great, ill thoughts thy journey stimulate. But when King Guha, ill at ease, declared his fear in words like these, as pure as is the cloudless sky, with soft voice Bharat made reply, Suspect me not, never come the time for me to plot so foul a crime. He is my eldest brother, he is like a father dear to me. I go to lead my brother dance, who makes the wood his residence. No thought but this thy heart should frame, this simple truth my lips proclaim. Then with glad cheer King Guha cried, with Bharat's answer gratified, Blessed art thou on earth I see, none who may vie, O prince, with thee, who canst of thy free will resign the kingdom which unsought is thine. For this, a name that never shall die, thy glory through the world shall fly, who fain wouldst balm thy brother's pain, and lead the exile home again. As Guha does, and Bharat each, to others spoke in friendly speech, the day god sank with glory dead, and night over all the sky was spread. Soon as King Guha's thoughtful care had quartered all the army there, well honored, Bharat laid his head beside Satrughna on a bed. But grief for Rama yet oppressed high-minded Bharat's faithful breast. Such torment little was deserved by him who never from duty swerved. The fever raced through every vein, and burnt him with its inward pain. So when in woods the flames leap free, the fire within consumes the tree. From heat of burning anguish sprung, the sweat upon his body hung, as when the sun with fervid glow on high Himalaya melts the snow. As banished from the heart a bull wanders alone and sorrowful, thus sighing and distressed, in misery and bitter grief, with fevered heart that mocked relief, distracted in his mind the chief still mourned and found no rest. Canto 86. Guha's Speech. Guha the king, acquainted well with all that in the wood befell, to Bharat the unequalled told the tale of Lakshman mighty souled. With many an honest word I spake to Lakshman as he stayed awake, and with his bow and shaft in hand to guard his brother kept his stand. Now sleep a little, Lakshman, see, this pleasant bed is strewn for thee. Hereon thy weary body lay, and strengthen thee with rest, I pray. Inured to toil, a man like these, but thou hast aye been nursed in ease. Rest, duteous-minded, I will keep my watch while Rama lies asleep. For in the whole wide world is none dearer to me than Raghu's son. Harbour no doubt or jealous fear, I speak the truth with heart sincere. For from the grace which he has shown, will glory on my name be thrown. Great store of merit shall I gain, and duteous form no wish in vain. Let me enforced by many a row of followers armed with shaft and bow, for well-loved Rama's will provide, who lies asleep by Sita's side. For through this wood I often go, and all its shades conceal I know. And we with conquering arms can meet a fourfold host arrayed complete. With words like these I spoke, designed to move the high-souled Bharat's mind, but he upon his duty bent, plied his persuasive argument. Oh, how can slumber close mine eyes, when lowly couched with Sita lies the royal Rama? Can I give my heart to joy or even leave? He whom no mighty demon know, nor heavenly god can overthrow. See Guha, how he lies, alas, with Sita couched on gathered grass. By varied labours long severe, by many a prayer and rite austere, he, the Sarat's cherished son, by fortune's tempt, from heaven was won. Now, as his son is forced to fly, the king ere long will surely die. Reft of his guardian hand, forlorn, in widowed grief this land will mourn. Even now perhaps, with toil overspent, the women cease their loud lament, and cries of war no longer ring throughout the palace of the king. But ah, for sad Kausalya, how fares she and mine own mother now? How fares the king? This night I think some of the tree in death will sink. With hopes upon Shatrugna set, my mother may survive as yet, but the sad queen will die who bore the hero, for her grief is sore. His cherished wish that would have met dear Rama king so long delayed, too late, too late, the king will cry, and conquered by his misery die. When fate has brought the mournful day, which sees my father pass away, how happy in their lives are they, allowed his funeral rites to pay. Our exile over, with him who never turns from the oath his lips may swear, may we, returning safe and well, gain in fair Ayodhya dwell. Thus Bharat stood with many a sigh, lamenting, and the night went by. Soon as the morning light shone fair, in votive coils both bound their hair. And then I sent them safely over, and left them on the farther shore. With Sita then they onward passed, their coats of bark about them cast, their locks like helmets bound, the mighty tamers of the foe, each with his arrows and his bow, went over the rugged ground, proud in their strength and undeterred, like elephants that lead the herd, and gazing oft around. Canto 87. Guha's Story. That speech of Guha Bharat heard, with grief and tender pity stirred, and his ears the story drank, deep in his thoughtful heart it sank. His large full eyes in anguish rolled, his trembling limbs grew stiff and cold. Then fell he like a tree uptorn, in war too grievous to be borne. When Guha saw the long-armed chief, whose eye was like a lotus leaf, with lion shoulders strong and fair, high-mettled, prostrate in despair, pale, bitterly afflicted he, reeled as an earthquake reels a tree. But when Shatrugna, standing nigh, saw his dear brother helpless lie, distraught with war, his head he bowed, embraced him oft, and wept aloud. Then Bharat's mothers came, forlorn, of their dear king with fasting worn, and stood with weeping eyes around the hero prostrate on the ground. Kausalya, by her woe oppressed, the senseless Bharat's limbs caressed, as a fond cow in love and fear caresses oft her youngling deer. Then yielding to her woe she said, weeping and sore disquieted, "What torments, O my son, are these, of sudden pain or swift disease? The lives of us and all the line depend, dear child, on only thine. Rama and Lakshman forced to flee, I live by naught but seeing thee. For as the king has passed away, thou art my only help to-day. Hast thou, perchance, heard evil news of Lakshman, which thy soul subdues? Or Rama dwelling with his spouse, my all is he, net forest boughs?" Then slowly gathering sense and strength, the weeping hero rose at length, and words like these to Guha spake, that bade Kausalya comfort take. Where lodged the prince that night, and where Lakshman the brave and Sita fair? Show me the couch whereon he lay, tell me the food he ate, I pray. Then Guha, the Nishada's king, replied to Bharat's questioning, "Of all I had I brought the best, to serve my good and honored guest. Food of its varied kind I chose, and every fairest fruit that grows. Rama, the hero, truly brave, declined the gift I humbly gave. His warrior part he never forgot, and what I brought accepted not. No gifts, my friend, may we accept. Our law is, give, and must be kept. The high-souled chief, O monarch, does, with gracious words persuaded us." Then calm and still, absorbed in thought, he drank the water Lakshman brought, and then, obedient to his vows, he fasted with his gentle spouse. So Lakshman too from food abstained, and sipped the water that remained. Then with rural lips devoutly stayed the tree their evening worship paid. Then Lakshman, with unwearied care, brought heaps of sacred grass, and there, with his own hands, he quickly spread for Rama's rest a pleasant bed, and faithful Sita's too, where they, reclining each by other lay. Then Lakshman bathed their feet and drew a little distance from the two. Here stands the tree which lent them shade, here is the grass beneath it laid, where Rama and his consort spent the night together ere they went. Lakshman, whose arms the foeman quell, watched all night as sentinel, and kept his great bow strung. His hand was gloved, his arm was braced, two well-filled quivers at his waist, with deadly arrows hung. I took my shafts and trusty bow, and with that tamer of the foe, stood ever wakeful near, and with my followers bow in hand, behind me ranged a ready band, kept watch over Indra's peer. End of Cantos 85, 86, and 87. Cantos 88 to 90 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 88, The Inguri Tree. When Bharat with his friend and peer had heard the tale so full and clear, they went together to the tree, the bed which Rama pressed to see. Then Bharat to his mother said, Behold the high-souled hero's bed, these tumbled heaps of grass betray, where he that night with Sita lay. Unmeet, the heir of fortune high, thus on the cold bare earth should lie. The monarch's son, in council sage, of old imperial lineage, that lion lord whose noble bed with finest skins of deer was spread, how can he now endure to press the bare earth, cold and comfortless? This sudden fall from bliss to grief appears untrue beyond belief. My senses are distraught, I seem to view the fancies of a dream. There is no deity so great, no power in heaven can master fate. If Rama, Dasarat's heir, lay on the ground and slumbered there, and lovely Sita, she who springs from fair Budeha's ancient kings, Rama's dear wife, by all adored, lay on the earth beside her lord. Here was his couch, upon this heap he tossed and turned in restless sleep. On the hard soil each manly limb has stamped the grass with signs of him. That night, it seems, fair Sita spent, arrayed in every ornament, for here and there my eyes behold small particles of glistering gold. She laid her outer garment here, for still some silken threads appear. How dear in her devoted eyes must be the bed where Rama lies, where she so tender could repose, and by his side forget her woes. Alas, unhappy, guilty me, for whom the prince was forced to flee, and chief of Raghu's sons and best, a bed like this with Sita pressed. Son of a royal sire, whose hand ruled paramount over every land, could he, who every joy bestows, whose body like the lotus shows, the friend of all, who charms the sight, whose flashing eyes are darkly bright, leave the dear kingdom his by right, unmeet for war, the heir of bliss, and lie upon a bed like this? Great joy and happy fate are thine, O Lakshman, marked with each fair sign, whose faithful footsteps follow still thy brother in his hour of ill. And blessed is Sita, nobly good, who dwells with Rama in the wood. Ours is, alas, a doubtful fate, of Rama reft and desolate. My royal sire has gained the skies, in whose the high-souled hero lies. The state is wrecked and tempest-tossed, a vessel with her rudder lost, yet none in secret thought has planned, with hostile might to seize the land. Though forced in distant wilds to dwell, the hero's arm protects it well, unguarded with deserted wall, no elephant or steed in stall. My father's royal city shows her portals open to her foes, of bold protectors reft and bare, defenceless in her dark despair. But still her foes the wish restrain, as man from poisoned cates refrain. I from this hour my nights will pass, couched on the earth or gathered grass, eat only fruit and roots, and wear a coat of bark and matted hair. I in the woods will pass, content, for him the term of banishment. So shall I still unbroken save the promise which the hero gave. While I remain for Rama there, Shatrugna will my exile share, and Rama in his home again, with Lakshman over Ayodhya reign. For him to rule and guard the state, the twice-born man shall consecrate. Oh, may the gods I serve incline to grant this honest wish of mine. If, when I bow before his feet, and with all moving arts entreat, he still deny my prayer, then with my brother will I live. He must permission give, roaming in forests there. Canto 89. The Passage of Ganga. That night the son of Raghu lay on Ganga's bank till break of day. Then with the earliest light he woke, and thus to brave Shatrugna spoke. Rise up, Shatrugna, from thy bed. Why sleepest thou? The night is fled. See how the sun who chases night wakes every lotus with his light. Arise, arise, and first of all the Lord of Sringaveda call, for he his friendly aid will lend, our army over the flood to send. Thus urged, Shatrugna answered, I, remembering Rama's sleepless lie, as does the brothers each to each, the lion melted and its speech. Came Guha, the Nishada's king, and spoke with kindly questioning. Hast thou in comfort passed, he cried, the night upon the river side? With thee how fares it, and are these thy soldiers healthy and at ease? Thus the Nishada's lord inquired, in gentle words which love inspired, and Bharat, Rama's faithful slave, thus to the king his answer gave. The night has sweetly passed, and we are highly honoured, king, by thee. Now let the servants' boats prepare, our army over the stream to bear. The speech of Bharat Guha heard, and swift to his bidding steered. Within the town the monarch sped, and to his ready kinsman said, Awake, its kinsman, rise, its friend. May every joy your lives attend. Gather its boat upon the shore, and ferry all the army over. Thus Guha spoke, nor they delayed, but rising quick their lord obeyed, and soon from every side secured 500 boats were ready moored. Some reared aloft the mystic sign, and mighty bells were hung in line. Of firmest build gay flags they bore, and sailors for the helm and war. One such King Guha chose, whereon of fair white cloth a awning shone, and sweet musicians charmed the ear, and bade his servants urge it near. Then Bharat swiftly sprang on board, and then Shatrugna, famous lord, to whom with many a royal dame Kaushalya and Sumitra came. The household priest went first in place, the elders and the Brahman race, and after them the monarch's train of women born in many a vein. Then high to heaven the shouts of those who fired the army's hearts arose, with theirs who bedded along the shore, or to the boats the baggage bore. Full freighted with that mighty force, the boats sped swiftly on their course, by royal Guha's servants manned, and gentle gales the banners fanned. Some boats a crowd of dames conveyed, in others noble coursers neighed. Some chariots and their cattle bore, some precious wealth and golden store. Across the stream its boat was rowed, there duly disembarked its load, and then returning on its way, sped here and there in merry play. Then swimming elephants appeared, with flying pennons high upreared, and as the drivers urged them over, the look of winged mountains wore. Some men in barges reached the strand, others on rafts came safe to land. Some buoyed with pitchers crossed the tide, and others on their arms relied. Thus with the help the monarch gave, the army crossed pure Ganga's wave. Then in auspicious hour it stood, within Prayag's famous wood. The prince with cheering words addressed his weary men, and bade them rest, wherever they chose and hid, with priest and decan by his side, to Bharadwaja's dwelling hide, the best of saints to see. Canto 90. The Hermitage. The Prince of Man, a league away, saw where the hermit's dwelling lay. Then with his lords his path pursued, and left his warrior multitude. On foot, as duty taught his mind, he left his warlike gear behind. 2 robes of linen cloth he wore, and bade Vasistha walk before. Then Bharat from his lords withdrew, when Bharadwaja came in view, and toward the holy hermit went, behind Vasistha reverent. When Bharadwaj, saint austere, saw good Vasistha drawing near, he cried, upspringing from his seat, "The grace gift bring, my friend, to greet." When Saint Vasistha near him drew, and Bharat paid the reverence due, the glorious hermit was aware that Dasarat's son was there. The grace gift, water for their feet, he gave, and offered fruit to eat. Then duty skilled, with friendly speech, in seemly order questioned each. How fares it in Ayodhya now, with treasury and army how, with kith and kin and friends most dear, with counsellor and prince and peer? But for he knew the king was dead, of Dasarat naught he said. Vasistha and the prince in turn, earth of the hermit's welfare learn. Of holy fires they fain would hear, of peoples, trees and birds and deer. The glorious saint his answer made, that all is well in holy shade. Then love of Rama moved his breast, and thus he questioned of his guest. Why art thou here, O prince, whose band, with kingly sway, protects the land? Declare the cause, explain the whole, for yet some doubt disturbs my soul. He whom Kaushalya bare, whose might the foeman slays his line's delight, he who with wife and brother sent, afar now roam in banishment. Famed prince, to whom his father spake this order for a woman's sake, away and in the forest spend thy life till 14 years shall end. Hast thou the wish to harm him bent on sin against the innocent? Wouldst thou thine elders' realm enjoy, without a thorn that can annoy? With sobbing voice and tearful eye, thus Bharat sadly made reply, Ah, lost am I, if thou, O saint, canst thus in thought my heart attaint. No warning charge from thee I need, never could such crime from me proceed. The words my guilty mother spake, when fondly jealous for my sake, think not that I, to triumph moved, those words approve or ever approved. O hermit, I have sought this place, to win the lordly hero's grace, to throw me at my brother's feet, and lead him to his royal seat. To this my journey's aim and end, thou shouldst, O saint, thy favour lend. Where is the Lord of Art, do thou, most holy, say, where roams he now? Then by the saint Vasistha pressed, and all the gathered priests beside, to Bharat's dutiful request, the hermit graciously replied. Worthy of thee, O prince, this deed, true son of Raghu's ancient seed. I know thee reverent, well controlled, the glory of the good of old. I grant thy prayer in this pursuit, I know thy heart is resolute. It is for thy sake those words I said, that wider still thy fame may spread. I know where Rama duty tried, his brother and his wife abide. Where Chitrakuta's heights arise, thy brother Rama's dwelling lies. Go thither with the morning's light, and stay with all thy lords tonight. For I would show thee honour high, and do not thou my wish deny. End of Cantos 88, 89 and 90. Cantos 91 to 93 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 91. Bharadwaja's Feast. Soon as he saw the prince's mind to rest that day was well inclined, he sought Kaikeyi's son to please with hospitable courtesies. Then Bharat to the saint replied, Our wants are more than satisfied. The gifts which honored strangers greet, and water for our weary feet, hast thou bestowed with friendly care, and every choice of woodland fare. Then Bharadwaja spoke, a smile playing upon his lips the while. I know, dear prince, thy friendly mind will any fare sufficient find, but gladly would I entertain, and banquet all thine armed train. Such is my honest wish, do thou this longing of my heart allow. Why hast thou hither bent thy way, and made thy troops behind thee stay? Why unattended couldst thou not with friends and armies seek this part? Bharat, with reverent hands raised high, to the great hermit made reply, My troops, for war of thee, O sage, I brought not to thy hermitage. Troops of a king or monarch's son, a hermit's home should ever shun. Behind me comes a mighty train, wide-spreading over the ample plain, where every chief and captain leads, men, elephants, and mettled steeds. I feared, O reverend sage, lest these might harm the holy ground and trees, springs might be marred and carts overthrown, so with the priests I came alone. Bring all thy host, the hermit cried, and Bharat to his joy complied. Then to the chapel went the sire, where ever burnt the sacred fire, and first, in order due, with sips of water purified his lips. To Vishwakarma then he prayed, his hospitable feast to aid. Let Vishwakarma hear my call, the God who forms and fashions all. A mighty banquet I provide, be all my wants this day supplied. Lord Indra at their head, the three, who guard the worlds I call to me. A mighty host this day I feed, be now supplied my every need. Let all the streams that eastward go, and those whose waters westering flow, both on the earth and in the sky, flow hither and my wants supply. Be some with ardent liquor filled, and some with wine from flowers distilled, while some their fresh cool streams retain, sweet as the juice of sugar cane. I call the gods, I call the band of minstrels that around them stand. I call the ha-ha and hoo-hoo, I call the sweet Visavashu, I call the heavenly wives of those, with all the bright Apsaras. Alumbasha of beauty rare, the charmer of the tangled hair, Kritachi and Viswasi fair, Hema and Vima sweet to view, and lovely Nagananda too, and all the sweetest nymphs who stand by Indra or by Brahma's hand. I summon these with all their train, and Tambaru to lead the strain. Here let Kuvera's garden rise, which far in northern Kuru lies. For leaves let cloth and gems entwine, and let its fruit be nymphs divine. Let Soma give the noblest food, to feed the mighty multitude, of every kind for tooth and lip, to chew, to lick, to suck and sip. Let rats, where fairest flowers abound, spring from the trees that bloom around. Each sort of wine to woo the taste, and meats of every kind be placed. Thus spake the hermit self-restrained, with proper tone by rules ordained, on deepest meditation bent, in holy might preeminent. Then, as with hands in reverence raised, absorbed in thought he eastward gazed, the deities he thus addressed came each in semblance manifest. Delicious gales that cooled the frame from Malaya and Dodder came, that kissed those scented hills and threw auspicious fragrance where they blew. Then falling fast in sweetest showers came from the sky immortal flowers, and all the airy region round with heavenly drums was made to sound. Then breathed a soft celestial breeze, then danced the bright Apsaras. The minstrels and the gods advanced, and warbling lutes the soul entranced. The earth and sky that music filled, and through each ear it softly trilled, as from the heavenly coils it fell, with time and tune attempered well. Soon as the minstrels ceased to play, and air celestial died away, the troops of Bharat saw amazed what Vishwakarma's art had raised. On every side, 5 leagues around, all smooth and level lay the ground, with fresh green grass that charmed the sight, like sapphires blent with lazulite. There the wood apple hung its load, the mango and the citron glowed, The bell and scented jack were there, and a paler with fritters fair. There, brought from northern Kuru, stood, rich in delight, the glorious oud, and many a stream was seen to glide, with flowering trees along its side. There mansions rose with 4 wide halls, and elephants and chargers' stalls, and many a house of royal state, triumphal arch and bannered gate. With noble doorways sought the sky, like a pale cloud, a palace high, which far and wide rare fragrance shed, with wreaths of white and garlanded. Square was its shape, its halls were wide, with many a seat and couch supplied. Drink of all kinds, and every meat, such as celestial gods might eat. Then at the bidding of the seer, Kaikeyi's strong-armed son drew near, and passed within that fair abode, which with the noblest jewels glowed. Then, as Vasistha led the way, the counsellors in due array followed delighted and amazed, and on the glorious structure gazed. Then Bharat, Raghu's son, drew near the kingly throne with prince and peer, whereby the chowry in the shade of the white canopy was laid. Before the throne he humbly bent, and honoured Rama reverent. Then in his hand the chowry bore, and sat where seats a counsellor. His ministers and household priests sat by degrees from chief to least. Then sat the captain of the host, and all the men he honoured most. Then when the saint his order gave, its river with enchanted wave rolled milk and curds divinely sweet before the Prince Bharat's feet, and dwelling fair on either side, with gay white plaster beautified, the heavenly roofs were seen to lift the Brahman Varadwaja's gift. Then straight by Lord Kuvera sent, gay with celestial ornament, of bright attire and jewels shine, came 20,000 names divine. The man on whom those beauties glanced, that moment felt his soul entranced. With them from London's blissful shades came 20,000 heavenly maids. Tumbaru, Narad, Gopal came, and Sutanu like radiant flame. The kings of Gandharva throng, and ravished Bharat with their song. Then spoke the saint, and swift obeyed Alumbasha, the fairest maid, and Mishrakeshi, bride the veil, Ramana, Pundrika too, and danced to him with graceful ease the dances of Apsaris. All chaplet dead by gods are worn, by Chitrarath's graves at dawn, bloomed by the saint's command arrayed on branches in Prayaga's shade. When at the saint's command the bridge made music with the Vilva trees, to wave in rhythmic beat began the boughs of its mighty bolan. And holy fig trees wore the look of dancers as their leaflets shook, the fair tamala, palm and pine, with trees that tower and plants that twine, the swiftly varying forms displayed of stately dame or bending maid. Here man the foaming wine-cup quaffed, here drank of milk full many a draught, and tasted meats of every kind, well dressed, whatever pleased their mind. Then beauteous women 7 or 8 stood ready by each man to wait. Beside the stream his limbs they stripped, and in the cooling water dipped. And then the fair ones, sparkling eyed, with soft hands rubbed his limbs and dried, and sitting on the lovely bank, held up the wine-cup as he drank. Nor did the grooms forget to feed camel and mule and ox and steed, for there were stores of roasted grain, of honey and of sugar cane. So fast the wild excitement spread among the warriors Bharat led, that all the mighty army threw, the groom no more his charger knew. And he who drove might seek in vain to tell his elephant again. With every joy and rapture fired, entranced with all the heart desired, the myriads of the host that night revelled delirious with delight. Urged by the damsels at their side, in wild delight the warriors cried, "Never will we seek Ayodhya, no, nor yet to Dandak forest go. Here will we stay, and many happy fate on Bharat and Rama wait." Thus cried the army gay and free, exulting in their lawless glee, both infantry and those who rode on elephants or steeds bestrode. 10,000 voices shouting, "This is heaven indeed for perfect bliss." With garlands decked they idly strayed, and danced and laughed and sang and played. At length, as every soldier eyed, with food like Amrit satisfied, each dainty cake and tempting meat, no longer had he cared to eat. The soldier, servant, dame, and slave received whatever the wish might crave. As each in new wrought clothes arrayed, enjoyed the feast before him laid, each man was seen in white attire, unstained by spot or speck of mire. None was athirst or hungry there, and none had dust upon his hair. On every side in woody dells was milky food in bubbling wells, and there were all supplying cows, and honey dropping from the boughs. Nor wanted lakes of flower-made drink, with piles of meat upon the brink, boiled, stewed, and roasted very cheer, pitchick and jungle fowl and deer. There was the flesh of kid and boar, and dainty sauce in endless store, with juice of flowers concocted well, and soup that charmed the taste and smell, and pounded fruits of bitter taste, and many a bed was ready placed. Down by each river shelving side there stood great basins well supplied, and laid therein of dazzling sheen white brushes for the teeth were seen, and many a covered box wherein was sandal powdered for the skin, and mirrors bright with constant care, and piles of new attire were there, and store of sandals and of shoes, thousands of pairs for all to choose. Iron jewels, combs for hair and beard, umbrellas fair and bows appeared. Lakes gleamed that lent digestive aid, and some for pleasant bathing made, with waters fair and smooth inclined, for camels, horses, mules, and kine. Their Saudi barley heaped on high, their countless cattle to supply. The golden grain shone fair and bright, as sapphires o'er the ledge light. To all the gathered host it seemed as if that magic scene they dreamed, and wonder, as they gazed, increased at Bharadwaja's glorious feast. Thus in the hermit's grove they spent that night in joy and merriment, blessed as the gods who take their ease under the shade of Nandan's trees. Each minstrel bade the saint adieu, and to his blissful mansion flew, and every stream and heavenly dame returned as swiftly as she came. Canto 92. Bharat's Farewell. So Bharat with his army spent the watches of the night content, and gladly with the morning's light drew near his host the anchorite. When Bharadwaja saw him stand, with hand in reverence joined to hand, when fires of worship had been fed, he looked upon the prince and said, O blameless son, I pray thee tell, did the past night content thee well? Say if the feast my care supplied, thy host of followers gratified. His hands he joined, his head he bent, and spoke in answer reverent to the most high and radiant sage who issued from his hermitage. Well have I passed the night, thy feast gave joy to every man and beast, and I, great lord, and every peer were satisfied with sumptuous cheer. Thy banquet has delighted all, from highest chief to meanest thrall, and rich attire and drink and meat banish the thought of toil and heat. And now, O hermit good and great, a boon of thee I supplicate. To Rama's side my steps I bend, do thou with friendly eye command. O tell me how to guide my feet to virtuous Rama's lone retreat. Great hermit, I entreat thee say, how far from here and which the way? Thus, by fraternal love inspired, the chieftain of the saint inquired. Then thus replied the glorious seer, of matchless might, of vows austere. Ere the fourth leg from here be passed, amid a forest wild and vast, stands Chitrakota's mountain tall, lovely with wood and waterfall. North of the mountain thou wilt see the beauteous stream Mandakini, where swarm the waterfowl below, and gay trees on the margin grow. Then will a leafy cart between the river and the hill be seen. It is Rama's, and the princely pair of brothers live for certain there. Hence to the south thine army lead, and then more southward still proceed. So shalt thou find his lone retreat, and there the son of Raghu meet. Soon as the ordered march they knew, the widows of the monarch flew, leaving their cars most meet to ride, and flocked to Bharadwaja's side. There, with the good Sumitra queen, Kaushalya, sad and worn, was seen, caressing, still with sorrow faint, the feet of that illustrious saint. Kaikeyi too, her longings crossed, reproached of all, her object lost, before the famous hermit came, and clasped his feet, overwhelmed with shame. With circling steps she humbly went around the saint preeminent, and stood not far from Bharat's side, with heart oppressed and heavy-eyed. Then the great seer, who never broke one holy vow, to Bharat spoke. "Speak, Raghu's son, I fain would learn the story of its queen in turn." Obedient to the high request, by Bharadwaja thus addressed, his reverent hands together laid, he, skilled in speech, his answer made. "She whom, O saint, thou seest here, a goddess in her form appear, was the chief consort of the king, now worn with fast and sorrowing. As Aditi in days of yore, then all-preserving Vishnu bore, Kaushalya bore with happy faith Lord Rama of the Lion's Gate. She who, transfixed with torturing pangs, on her left arm so fondly hangs, as when her withering leaves decay, droops by the wood the acacia spray. Sumitra, pained with war, is she, the consort second of the tree. Two princely sons the lady bare, fair as the gods in heaven are fair. And she, the wicked dame through whom my brothers' lives are wrapped in gloom, and mourning for his offspring dear, the king was sought his heavenly spare. Proud, foolish-hearted, swift to ire, self-fancied darling of my sire, Kaikeyi, most ambitious queen, unlovely with her lovely mien. My mother, she, whose impious will is ever bent on deeds of ill, in whom the root and spring I see of all this war which crushes me. Quick-breathing like a furious snake, with tears and sobs the hero spake, with reddened eyes aglow with rage, and Bharadwaja, mighty sage, supreme in wisdom, calm and grave, in words like these good counsel gave. "O Bharat, hear the words I say, on her the fault thou must not lay, for many a blessing yet will spring from banished Rama's wandering." And Bharat, with the promise cheered, when circling round that saint revered, he humbly bade farewell, and then gave orders to collect his men. Prompt at the summons thousands flew, to cause which noble coursers drew, bright gleaming, glorious to behold, adorned with wealth of burnished gold. Then female elephants and male, gold-gartered, with flags that wowed the gale, marched with their bright bells' tinkling chime, like clouds when ends the summer time. Some cars were huge and some were light, for heavy draught or rapid flight, of costly price of every kind, with clouds of infantry behind. The dames, Kaushalya at their head, were in the noblest chariots led, and in every gentle bosom beat with hope the banished prince to meet. The royal Bharat, glory crowned, with all his retinue around, borne in a beauteous litter rode, like the young moon and sun that glowed. The army, as it streamed along, cars, elephants in endless throng, showed, marching on its southward way, like autumn clouds in long array. Canto 93. Chitrakuta in Sight. As through the woods its way pursued that mighty bannered multitude, wild elephants in terror fled, with all the startled hordes they led. And bears and deer were seen on hill, in forest glade by every reel, wide as the sea from coast to coast, the high-souled Bharat's mighty host. Covered the earth as cloudy trains obscure the sky when fall the rains. The stately elephants he led, and countless steeds the land overspread, so closely crowded that between their serried ranks no ground was seen. Then when the host had travelled far, and steeds were worn who drew the car, the glorious Bharat thus addressed Vasistha of his lords the best. The spot, methinks, we now behold, of which the holy hermit told, for as his words described I trace each several feature of the place. Before us Chitrakuta shows, Mandakini beside us flows. Afar umbrageous woods arise, like darksome clouds that veil the skies. Now tread these mountain beasts of mine on Chitrakuta's fair incline. The trees their rain of blossoms shed, on tablelands beneath them spread, as from black clouds the floods descend, when the hard days of summer end. Satrugna, look, the mountains see, where heavenly minstrels wend the free, and horses browse beneath the steep, countless as monsters in the deep. Scared by my host, the mountain deer, starting with tempest speed appear, like the long lines of cloud that fly in autumn through the windy sky. See, every warrior shows his head, with fragrant blooms and garlanded. All look like southern soldiers who lift up their shields of azure hue. This lonely ode beneath the hill that was so dark and drear and still, covered with man in endless streams, now like Ayodhya's city seems. The dust which countless hoops excite obscures the sky and veils the light. But see, swift winds those clouds dispel, as if they strove to please me well. See, guided in their sweet carrier, by many a skilful charioteer, those cars by fleetest coursers drawn, race onward over glade and lawn. Look, startled as the host comes near, the lovely peacocks fly in fear, gorgeous as if the fairest blooms of art had glorified their plumes. Look, where the sheltering covert shows the trooping deer, both bucks and does, that occupy in countless hearts this mountain populous with birds. Most lovely to my mind appears this place, with every charm endears. Fair as the road where tread the blest, here holy hermits take their rest. Then let the army onward press, and duly search its green recess. For the two lion lords till we Rama once more and Lakshman see. Thus Bharat spoke, and hero bands of men with weapon in their hands entered the tangled forest. Then a spire of smoke appeared in camp. Soon as they saw the rising smoke, to Bharat they returned and spoke. No fire where men are not, it is clear that Raghu's sons are dwelling here. Or if not here, those heroes dwell, whose mighty arms their foemen quell. Still other hermits here must be, like Rama, true and good as he. His ears attentive Bharat lent to their resistless argument. Then to his troops the chief who broke his foe's embattled army spoke. Here let the troops in silence stay, one step beyond they must not stray. Come Drishti and Sumantra, you, with me alone their path pursue. Their leader's speech the warriors heard, and from his place no soldier stirred, and Bharat bent his eager eyes where curling smoke was seen to rise. Their host his order well obeyed, and halting there in silence stayed, watching where from the thicket's shade they saw the smoke appear, and joy through all the army ran. Soon shall we meet, thought every man, the prince we hold so dear. End of Cantos 91, 92 and 93. Cantos 94 to 96 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 94, Chitrakoot. There long the son of Raghu dwelt, and love for hill and wood he felt. Then his Videhan spouse to please, and his own heart of war to ease, like some immortal Indra so, might Swarga's charms to Sasi so. Drew her sweet eyes to each delight of Chitrakoot's lovely height. Though reft of power and kingly sway, though friends and home are far away, I cannot mourn my altered lot, enamored of this charming spot. Look, darling, on this noble hill, which sweet birds with their music fill. Bright with 1,000 metal dyes, his lofty summits cleave the skies. See, there a silvery sheen is spread, and there, like blood, the rocks are red. There shows a streak of emerald green, and pink and yellow glow in between. There, where the higher peaks ascend, crystal and flowers and topaz blend, and others flash their light afar, like Mercury or some fair star. With such a store of metals dyed, the King of Hills is glorified. There, through the wild bird's populous home, the harmless bear and tiger roam. Hyenas range the woody slopes, with herds of deer and antelopes. See, love, the trees that clothe his side, all lovely in their summer pride, in richest wealth of leaves arrayed, with flower and fruit and light and shade. Look where the young rose-apple glows, what loaded boughs the mango shows. See, waving in the western wind, the light leaves of the tamarind, and mark the giant peepal true, the feathery clump of tall bamboo. Look, on the level lands above, delighting in successful love, in sweet enjoyment many a pair of heavenly minstrels revels there, while overhanging boughs support their swords and mantles as they sport. Then see that pleasant shelter where play the bright daughters of the air. The mountains seem sweet bright cascade, and sweet rill bursting from the shade, like some majestic elephant over whose burning head the torrents pour, where breathes the man who would not feel delicious languor over him steal, as the young morning breeze that springs from the cool cave with balmy wings, breathes round him laden with the scent of bud and blossom dew besprent. If many autumns here I spent with thee, my darling innocent, and Lakshman, I should never know the torture of the fires of war. This very scene so charms my sight, this mount so fills me with delight, where flowers in wild profusion spring, and ripe fruits glow and sweet birds sing. My beauteous one, a double good springs from my dwelling in the wood. Loosed is the bond my sire that tied, and Bharat too is gratified. My darling, dost thou feel with me delight from every charm we see, of which the mind and every sense feel the enchanting influence? My fathers, who have passed away, the royal saints, were wont to say that life in woodland shades like these secures a king immortal bliss. See, round the hill at random thrown, huge masses lie of rugged stone, of every shape and many a hue, yellow and white and red and blue, but all is fairer still by night, each rock reflects a softer light, when the whole mount from foot to crest in drops of lambent flame is dressed, when from a million harps a pledge of their own luminous glory plays, and clothed in fire each deep ravine, each pinnacle and crag is seen. Some parts the look of mansions wear, and others are as gardens fair, while others seem a massive block of solid undivided rock. Behold those pleasant beds overlaid with lotus leaves for lovers made, where mountain bark and costas throw cool shadows on the pair below. See where the lovers in their play have cast their flowery wreaths away, and fruit and lotus buds that crowned their boughs lie trodden on the ground. Not Kuru's realm is fair to see, Vasavakasara, Nalini, but rich in fruit and blossom still, more fair is Chitrakota's hill. Here shall the years appointed glide, with thee, my beauty, by my side, and Lakshman ever near. Here shall I live in all delight, make my ancestral fame more bright, tread in their path who walk aright, and to my oath adhere. Canto 95, Mandakini. Then Rama, like the lotus-eyed, descended from the mountain-side, and to the Maithili lady showed the lovely stream that softly flowed. And thus Ayodhya's lord addressed his bride of dames the loveliest, child of Videha's king her face, bright with the fair moon's tender grace. How sweetly glides, O darling, look, Mandakini's delightful brook, adorned with islets, blossoms gay, and sarasses and swans at play. The trees with which her banks are lined show flowers and fruit of every kind. The match in radiant sheen you see of King Kuvera's Nalini. My heart exhales with pleasure new the shelving band and forth to view, where gathering hearts of thirsty deer disturb the wave that ran so clear. Now look, those holy hermits mark, in skins of deer and coats of bark, with twisted coils of matted hair, the reverend men are bathing there. And as they lift their arms on high, the Lord of Day they glorify. these best of saints, my large-eyed spouse, are constant to their sacred vows. The mountain dances while the trees bend their proud summits to the breeze, and scatter many a flower and bud from branches that overhung the flood. There flows the stream like lucid pearl, round islets here the currents whirl, and perfect saints from middle air are flocking to the waters there. See, there lie flowers in many a heap, from boughs the whistling breezes sweep, and others wafted by the gale down the swift current dance and sail. Now see that pair of wildfowl rise, exulting with their joyful cries. Hark, darling, wafted from afar, how soft their pleasant voices are, to gaze on Chitrakota's hill, to look upon this lovely reel. To bend mine eyes on thee, dear wife, is sweeter than my city life. Come, bathe we in the pleasant reel, where dancing waves are never still, steered by those beings pure from sin, the sanctities who bathe therein. Come, dearest, to the stream descend, approach her as a darling friend, and dip thee in the silver flood, which lotuses and lilies stud. Let this fair hill Ayodhya seem, its sylvan things her people deem, and let these waters as they flow our own beloved Saryu show. How blessed, mine own dear love, am I, thou fond and true art ever nigh, and duteous faithful Lakshman stays beside me, and my word obeys. Here every day I bade me tries, fruit, honey, roots for food suffice, and never my thoughts with longing stray to distant home or royal sway. For who this charming brook can see, where hearts of rhodria wander free, and on the flowery wooded brink apes, elephants, and lions drink, nor feel all sorrow fly? Thus eloquently spoke the pride of Raghu's children to his bride, and wandered happy by her side, where Chitrakuta azure died, upraised his peaks on high. Canto 96. The Magic Shaft. Thus Rama showed to Janak's child the varied beauties of the wild, the hill, the brook, and each fair spot, then turned to seek their leafy cot. North of the mountain Rama found a cavern in the sloping ground, charming to view. Its floor was strewn with many a mass of ore and stone. In secret shadow far retired, where gay birds sang with joy inspired, and trees their graceful branches swayed, with loads of blossom downward weighed. Soon as he saw the cave which took its living heart and changed the look, thus Rama spoke to Sita, who gazed wondering on the sylvan view. Does this fair cave beneath the height with a young lady charm thy sight? Then let us resting here a while, the languor of the way beguile. That block of stone, so smooth and square, was set for thee to rest on there, and like a thriving kesar tree, this flowery shrub overshadows thee. Thus Rama spoke, and Janak's child, by nature ever soft and mild, in tender words which love betrayed, her answer to the hero made. O pride of Raghu's children still, my pleasure is to do thy will. Enough for me thy wish to know, for hast thou wandered to and fro. Thus Sita spake in gentle tone, and went obedient to the stone, of perfect face and faultless limb, prepared to rest a while with him. And Rama, as she thus replied, turned to his spouse again, and cried, Thou seest, love, this flowery shade, for sylvan creatures pleasure made, how the gum streams from trees and plants, torn by the tusks of elephants. Through all the forest clear and high resounds the shrill cicala's cry. Hark, how the kite above us moans, and calls her young in piteous tones. So may my hapless mother be, still mourning in a home for me. There mounted on the lofty sal, the loud Bringaraj repeats his call. How sweetly now he tunes his throat, responsive to the coil's note. Or else the bird that now has sung may be himself the coil's young. Linked with such winning sweetness are the notes he pours irregular. See, round the blooming mango clings that creeper with her tender rings. So in thy love, when none is near, thine arms are thrown round me, my dear. Thus in his joy he cried, and she, sweet speaker on her lover's knee, of faultless limb and perfect face, grew closer to her lord's embrace. Reclining in her husband's arms, a goddess in her wealth of charms, she filled his loving breast anew with mighty joy that thrilled him true. His finger on the rock he laid, which veins of sanguine ore displayed, and painted over his darling's eyes the holy sign in mineral dyes. Bright on her brow the metal lay, like the young sun's first gleaming ray, and showed her in her beauty fair as the soft light of morning's air. Then from the acacia's leaden tree he picked fair blossoms in his glee, and as he decked each lovely tress, his heart overflowed with happiness. So resting on that rocky seat, a while they spent in pastime sweet. Then onward knit the shady boughs went Rama with his maternal spouse, she roaming in the forest shade, where every kind of creature strayed, observed a monkey wandering near, and clung to Rama's arm in fear. The hero Rama fondly laced his mighty arms around her waist, consoled his beauty in her dread, and scared the monkey till he fled. That holy mark of sanguine ore that gleamed on Sita's brow before, shone by that close embrace impressed upon the hero's ample chest. Then Sita, when the beast who led the monkey troop afar had fled, laughed loudly in light-hearted glee that mark on Rama's chest to see. A clump of bright asokas fired the forest in their bloom attired, the restless blossoms as they gleamed a host of threatening monkeys seemed. Then Sita thus to Rama cried, as longingly the flowers she eyed, "Pride of thy race, now let us go where those asoka blossoms grow." He on his darling's pleasure bent, with his fair goddess thither went, and roamed delighted through the wood where blossoming asokas stood, as Siva with Queen Uma roves through Himalaya's majestic groves. Bright with purpureal glow the pair of happy lovers spotted there, and each upon the other set a flower inwoven coronet. There many crown and chain they wove of blooms from that Ashoka grove, and in their graceful sport the two fresh beauty over the mountain trio. The lover let his love survey its pleasant spot that round them lay, then turned they to their green retreat, where all was garnished gay and neat. By brotherly affection led, Sumitra's son to meet them sped, and showed the labours of the day, done while his brother was away. There lay 10 black deer duly slain, with arrows pure of poison stain, piled in a mighty heap to dry, with many other carcase nigh. And Lakshman's brother saw overjoyed the work that had his hands employed. Then to his consort thus he cried, "Now be the general gift supplied." Then Sita, fairest beauty, placed the food for living things to taste, and set before the brothers meat, and honey that the pair might eat. They ate the meal her hands supplied, their lips with water purified. Then Janak's daughter sat at last, and duly made her own repast. The other venison to be dried, piled up in heaps, was set aside, and Rama told his wife to stay, and drive the flocking crows away. Her husband saw her much distressed by one more bold than all the rest, whose wings wherever he chose could fly, now pierced the earth, now roamed the sky. Then Rama loved to see her steered to anger by the plaguing bird. Proud of his love, the beauteous dame, with burning rage, was all aflame. Now here, now there, again, again, she chased the crow, but all in vain, and raising her so quick to strike, with beak and wing and claw alike. Then how the proud lip quivered, how the dark frown marked her angry brow. When Rama saw her cheek aglow with passion, he rebuked the crow. But bold in impudence the bird, with no respect for Rama's word, fearless again at Sita flew. Then Rama's wrath to fury grew. The hero of the mighty arm spoke over a shaft the mystic charm, laid the dire weapon on his bow, and launched it at the shameless crow. The bird, empowered by gods to spring, threw out itself a rapid wing, through the three walls in terror fled, still followed by that arrow dread. Wherever he flew, now here, now there, a cloud of weapons filled the air. Back to the high-souled prince he fled, and bent at Rama's feet his head. And then, as Sita looked, began his speech in accents of a man. "O pardon, and for pity's sake, spare Rama, spare my life to take. Wherever I turn, wherever I flee, no shelter from the shaft I see." The chieftain heard the crow entreat, helpless and prostrate at his feet, and while soft pity moved his breast, with wisest speech the bird addressed. I took the troubled Sita's part, and furious anger filled my heart. Then on the string my arrow lay, charmed with a spell, thy life to slay. Thou seekest now my feet to crave forgiveness and thy life to save. So shall thy prayer have due respect. The suppliant I must still protect, but never in vain this dart may flee. Yield for thy life a part of thee. What portion of thy body, say, shall this mine arrow rend away? Thus far, O bird, thus far alone, on thee my pity may be shown. Forfeit a part thy life to buy, it is better so to live than die. Thus Rama spoke, the bird of air, pondered his speech with anxious care, and wisely deemed it good to give one of his eyes that he might live. To Raghu's son he made reply, "O Rama, I will yield an eye, so let me in thy grace confide, and live hereafter single-eyed." Then Rama charged the shaft, and lo, full in the eye it smote the crow, and the Videha lady gazed upon the ruined eye amazed. The crow to Rama humbly bent, then where his fancy led he went. Rama with Lakshman by his side, with needful work was occupied. End of Cantos 94, 95 and 96. Cantos 97 to 99 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 97. Lakshman's Anger. Thus Rama showed his love the real, whose waters ran beneath the hill, then resting on his mountain seat, refreshed her with the choicest meat. So there reposed the happy two, then Bharat's army nearer drew. Rose to the skies a dusty cloud, the sound of trampling feet was loud. The swelling roar of marching men drove the rose tiger from his den, and scared amain the serpent race, flying the hole and hiding place. The herds of deer in terror fled, the air was filled with birds overhead. The bear began to leave his tree, the monkey to the cave to flee, while elephants were all amazed, as though the wood around them blazed. The lion opened his ponderous jaw, the buffalo looked round in awe. The prince, who heard the deafening sound, and saw the sylvan creatures round fly widely startled from their rest, the glorious Lakshman thus addressed: "Sumitra's noble son, most dear, hark, Lakshman, what a roar I hear! The tumult of a coming crowd, appalling, deafening, deep and loud. The din that yet more fearful grows, scares elephants and buffaloes, are frightened by the lions, deer, are flying through the wood in fear. I fain would know who seeks this place. Comes Prince or monarch for the chase? Or does some mighty beast of prey frighten the sylvan hearts away? It is hard to reach this mountain height, yea, even for birds in airy flight. Then fain, O Lakshman, would I know what cause disturbs the forest so." Lakshman in haste the wood to view climbed a high bough that near him grew. The forest all around he eyed, first gazing on the eastern side, then northward when his eyes he bent. he saw a mighty armament of elephants and cars and horse, and men on foot, a mingled force, and banners waving in the breach, and spoke to Rama words like these: Quick, quick, my lord, put out the fire, let Sita to the cave retire, thy coat of mail around thee throw, prepare thine arrows and thy bow. In eager haste thus Lakshman cried, and Rama, lion lord, replied: Still closer be the armies camped, and say who leads the warlike band. Lakshman his answer thus returned, a furious rage within him burned, exciting him like kindled fire, to scorch the army in his ire. It is Bharat he has made the throne, by consecrating rights his own. To gain the whole dominion thus, he comes in arms to slaughter us. I mark tree high upon his car, he is Flagstaff of the Kovidar. I see his glittering banner glance, I see his chivalry advance, I see his eager warriors shine on elephants in lengthened line. Now grasp we each the shafts and bow, and higher up the mountain go. Or in this place, O hero, stand, with weapons in each ready hand. Perhaps beneath our might may fall this leader of the standard tall, and Bharat I this day may see, who brought this mighty war on thee, Sita and me, who drove away my brother from the royal sway. Bharat our foe at length is nigh, and by this hand shall surely die. Brother, I see no sin at all, if Bharat by my weapon fall. No fault is his who slays the foe, whose hand was first to strike the blow. With Bharat now the crime begins, who against thee and duty sins. The queen, athirst for royal sway, will see her darling son today fall by this hand, like some fair tree struck by an elephant slain by me. Kaikeyi's self shall perish too, with kith and kin and retinue, and art by my avenging deed shall from this mass of sin be freed. This day my wrath, too long restrained, shall fall upon the foe unchained, mad as the kindled flame that speeds, destroying through the grass and reeds. This day mine arrows keen and fierce the bodies of the foe shall pierce. The earth on Chitrakota's side shall run with torrents crimson dyed. The wandering beasts of prey shall feed on heart-cleft elephant and steed, and drag to mountain caves away the bodies that my arrows slay. Doubt not that Bharat and his train shall in this mighty earth be slain. So shall I pay the debt my bow, and these my deadly arrows woe. Canto 98. Lakshman calmed. Then Rama, nobly, calm, allayed the wrath that Lakshman's bosom swayed. What need have we the sword to wield, to bend the bow or lift the shield, if Bharat brave and wise and good himself has sought this sheltering earth? I swear my father's will to do, and if I now my brother slew, what gain in kingship should I find, despised and scorned by all mankind? Believe me, even as I would shrink from poisoned meat or deadly drink, no power or treasure would I win by fall of friend or kith or kin. Brother, believe the words I speak, for your dear sakes alone I speak. Duty and pleasure, wealth and gain, a holy life, a happy reign. If royal sway my heart desires, my brother's will the wish inspires. Their bliss and safety is my care, by this uplifted bow I swear. It were not so hard for me to gain this broad land girdled by the main, but even Indra's royal might should never be mine in duty's spite. If any bliss my soul can see, deprived of their Satrugna thee, and Bharat, may the flame destroy with ashy gloom the selfish joy. Far dearer than this life of mine, knowing the custom of our line, his heart with fond affection fraught, Bharat Ayodhya's towns resort, and hearing when I came that I, with thee and Sita, forced to fly, with matted hair and hermit dress, am wandering in the wilderness, while grief his troubled senses storms, and tender love his bosom warms, from every thought of evil clear, he is come to meet his brother here. Some grievous words perchance he spoke, Kaike's anger to provoke, then won the king and comes to lay before my feet the royal sway. Hither, methinks, in season due, comes Bharat for an interview, nor in his secret heart has he one evil thought against thee or me. What has he done e'en now reflect, how failed in love or due respect, to make thee doubt his fate and lay this evil to his jaws today? Thou shouldst not join with Bharat's name, so harsh a speech and idle blame. The blows thy tongue at Bharat deals, my sympathizing bosom feels. How, urged by stress of an ill, should sons of their fathers life-blood spill, or brothers slay in impious strife a brother dearer than his life? If thou these cruel words hast said, by strong desire of empire led, my brother Bharat will I pray to give to thee the kingly sway. Give him the realm, my speech shall be, and Bharat will, methinks, agree. Thus spoke the prince whose chief delight was duty and to aid the right, and Lakshman keenly felt the blame, and shrank within himself for shame. And then his answer thus returned, with downcast eye and cheek that burned: Brother, I win to see thy face, one sire himself has sought this place. Thus Lakshman spoke and stood ashamed, and Rama saw and thus exclaimed: It is the strong-armed monarch, he is come, methinks, his sons to see, to bid us both the forest quit, for joys for which he deems us fit. He thinks on all our care and pain, and now would lead us home again. My glorious father hence will bear Sita, who claims all tender care. I see two coursers, fleet as storms, of noble breed and lovely forms. I see the beast of mountain side, who bears the king our father wise. The aged victor march this way, in front of all the armed array. But doubt and fear within me rise, for when I look with eager eyes, I see no white umbrella spread, world famous, over the royal head. Now, Lakshman, from the tree descend, and to my words attention lend. Thus spoke the pious prince, and he descended from the lofty tree, and reverent hand to hand applied, stood humbly by his brother's side. The host, compelled by Bharat's care, the earth from trampling feet to spare, thence crowding half a league each way, and camped around the mountain lay. Below the tall hill's shelving side gleamed the bright army far and wide, spread over the ample space. By Bharat led, who firmly true, in duty from his bosom true, all pride and near his brother drew, to win the hero's grace. Canto 99. Bharat's Approach. Soon as the warriors took their rest, obeying Bharat's high behest, thus Bharat to Shatrugna spake: A band of soldiers with thee take, and with these hunters over and over the thickets of the wood explore. With bow, sword, arrows in their hands, let Guha with his kindred bands within this grove remaining trace the children of Kakutsta's race. And I meanwhile on foot will through this neighbouring earth my way pursue, with elders and the twice-born man, and every lord and citizen. There is, I feel, no rest for me, till Rama's face again I see, Lakshman in arms and glory great, and Sita born to happy fate. No rest until this cheek as bright as the fair moon rejoice my sight, no rest until I see the eye with which the lotus petals vie, till on my head those dear feet rest, with signs of royal rank impressed. None till my kingly brother gain his old hereditary reign, till over his limbs and noble head the consecrating drops be shed. How blessed is Janak's daughter, true to every wifely duty, who keeps faithful to her husband's side, whose realm is guarded by ocean's tide. This mountain too, above the rest, even as the king of hills is blessed, whose shades Kakutsta shine and hold, as Nandan charms the lord of gold. Yea, happy is the tangled grove, where savage beasts unnumbered rove, where glory of the warrior race, King Rama finds a dwelling place. Thus Bharat, strong-armed hero, spake, and walked within the pathless brake. Over plains where gay trees bloomed he went, through boughs in tangled network bent, and then from Rama's cot appeared the banner which the flame upreared. And Bharat joyed with every friend to mark those smoky wreaths ascend. Here Rama dwells, he thought, at last the ocean of our toil is past. Then sure that Rama's hermit cot was on the mountain side, he stayed his army on the spot, and on it Guha hied. End of Cantos 97, 98 and 99. Cantos 100 to 102 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 100. The Meeting. Then Bharat to Shatrughna showed this path, and eager onward strode, first bidding Saint Vasistha bring the widowed consorts of the king. As by fraternal love impelled, his onward course the hero held. Sumatra followed close behind, Shatrughna with an anxious mind. Not Bharat's self more fain could be to look on Rama's face than he. As speeding on, the spot he neared, amid the hermit's homes appeared, his brother's cot with leaves overspread, and by its side a lowly shed. Before the shed great heaps were left of gathered flowers and billets cleft, and on the trees hung grass and bark, Rama and Lakshman's path to mark, and heaps of fuel to provide, against the cold stood ready dried. The long-armed chief, as on he went, in glory's light preeminent, with joyous words like these addressed the brave Shatrughna and the rest. This is the place, I little doubt, which Bharadwaja pointed out, not far from where we stand must be, the woodless stream Mandakini. Here on the mountain's woody side roam elephants in tusked pride, and ever with a roar and cry each other as they meet defy. And see those smoke wreaths thick and dark, the presence of the flame they mark, which hermits in the forest strive by every art to keep alive. O happy me, my task is done, and I shall look on Raghu's son, like some great saint who loves to treat his elders with all reverence meet. Thus Bharat reached the forest real, thus roamed the Chitrakota's hill, then pity on his breast awoke, and to his friends the hero spoke. Woe, woe upon my life and birth! The Prince of Man, the Lord of Art, has sought the lonely youth to dwell, sequestered in a hermit's cell. Through me these sorrows fall, on him the splendid Lord of all. Through me resigning earthly bliss, he hides him in a home like this. Now will I, by the world abhorred, fall at the dear feet of my Lord, and that fair Sita's too, to win his pardon for my heinous sin. As thus he sadly mourned and sighed, the son of the Sarat spied a bower of leafy branches made, sacred and lovely in the shade, of fair proportions large and tall, well roofed with boughs of palm and sal, arranged in order due overhead, like grass upon the altar spread. Two glorious bows were gleaming there, like Indra's in the rainy air, terror of foemen backed with gold, meet for the mightiest hand to hold, and quivered arrows cast ablaze, bright gleaming like the day god's rays. The serpents with their eyes aglow adorned their capital below. Great swords adorned the cottage laid, each in a case of gold brocade. There hung the trusty shields whereon with purest gold the bosses shone, the brace to bind the bowman's arm, the glove to shield his hand from harm, a lasher to the cottage lent from many a golden ornament. Safe was the cart from fear of man, as from wild beasts the lion's den. The fire upon the altar burned, that to the north and east was turned. Bharat his eager glances bent, and gazed within the cart intent. In deerskin dress with matted hair, Rama his chief was sitting there, with lion shoulders broad and strong, with lotus eyes, arms thick and long. The righteous sovereign, who should be Lord paramount from sea to sea, high-minded, born to lofty fate, like Brahma's self, supremely great, with Lakshman by his side and her, fair Sita, for his minister. And Bharat gazing, overcome by sorrow for a while was dumb. Then yielding to his war, he ran to Rama, and with sobs began. He, who a royal seat should feel, with subjects round, to do his will, my elder brother, see him here, with sylvan creatures waiting near, the high-souled hero wont to wear the costliest robes, exceeding fair, now banished in a deerskin dress, here keeps the path of righteousness. How brooks the son of Raghu now the matted locks which load his brow, around whose princely head were twined sweet blossoms of the rarest kind? The prince, whose merits grew acquired by rites performed as he desired, owed now a store of married gain, bought by his body's toil and pain. Those limbs, to which pure sandal lent the freshness of its fragrant scent, exposed to sun and dust and rain, are now defiled with many a stain. And I, the wretched cause why this falls on the prince, whose right is bliss. Ah me, that ever I was born to be the people's hate and scorn. Thus Bharat cried, of anguish sprung, great drops upon his forehead hung. He fell overpowered, his grief was such, ere he his brother's feet could touch. As on the glorious prince he gazed, in vain his broken voice he raised. Dear Lord, through the tears and sobbing came the only words his lips could frame, and brave Shatrugna wept aloud, as low at Rama's feet he bowed. Then Rama, while his tears ran fast, his arms around his brothers cast. Guha Sumatra came to meet the princes in their wild retreat. Brihaspati and Sukra bright their greeting thus rejoice to pay to the dear Lord who brings the night, and the great God who rules the day. Then wept the dwellers of the shade, whose eyes the princes meet to ride, on mighty elephants surveyed, and cast all thought of joy aside. Canto 101. Bharat questioned. Then Rama gazed, and scarcely knew Bharat so worn and changed in hue. He raised him, kissed him on the head, embraced him, and thus kindly said, Where was thy father, brother dear, that thou art come to seek me here? Unmeet, if he be living yet, thy feet within the wood to set. I pray thee, now the cause declare, why thou hast left thy kingdom there, with matted locks and deerskin dress, to roam the distant wilderness. Thus questioned by the prince at length, Kaikeyi's son regained his strength, and hand to hand in reverence laid, to Rama thus his answer made. The great-armed monarch, O my lord, has dared to do a thing abhorred, left us, and grieving for his son, a home among the gods has won. My mother, Queen Kaikeyi, gave the order to the king her slave, and at the bidding of the dame, he wrought the sin which mars his fame. Athirst for sway, her hopes are crushed, she mourns her son, her husband lost, and through her impious crime will go for punishment to hell below. Now, O my lord, forgive me all, be gracious to thy lowly thrall, anointed king, accepted day, like Indra's self, the royal sway. Be gracious, prince, to lord and peer, and widowed queens who seek thee here, accept the kingdom thine by right, and so thy faithful friends delight. Let the broad land no longer be all widowed and forlorn of thee. Let the full moon of autumn reign, triumphant, over the night again. These lords and I before thee bend, O Rama, to our prayer attend. O do not thou disgrace deny, thy brother, pupil, slave am I. Look on this venerable ring, advices of our sire the king, from age to age, so honoured thou shouldst grant their supplication now. As weeping thus the hero prayed, his head at Rama's feet he laid. Like a mad elephant he sighed, and Rama gazed and thus replied, How, brother, can a man of worth, true to his vows of noble birth, a man like me, commit a sin, the lordship of the land to win? No slightest shade of fault I see, O tamer of thy foes, in thee. But never shouldst thou in childish thought the queen thy mother blame in art. O brother wise and sinless, know the sacred laws would have it so, that from good wife and son require obedience to their lord and sire. And we are all the kings, for thus the virtuous ever reckon us. Yea, brother, be it known to thee, his wives and sons and pupils we. His is the right, if he deem fit, to bid me throned as monarch seat, or in a coat of bark expel, and deerskin in the wood to dwell. And oh, remember, best of all, who acts as claims of duty call, as to a virtuous sire is due, such honour claims a mother too. So they, whose lives have ever been by duty led, the king and queen, said, Rama, seek the forest shade, and I, what could I else, obeyed. Thou must the royal power retain, and over the famed Ayodhya reign. I, dressed in bark, my days will spend, where Dandak's forest wilds extend. So the Sarat spoke, our king, his share to each apportioning. Before his honoured servants' eyes, then, heir of bliss, he sought the skies. The righteous monarch's honoured will, whom all revered, must guide thee still. And thou must still enjoy the share assigned thee by our father's care. So I, till twice 7 years are spent, will roam this wood in banishment, contented with the lot which he, my high-souled sire, has given me. The choice the monarch gave and deared to all mankind, by all revered, peer of the Lord supreme, far better, richer far in gain, of every blessing than to reign over all the worlds I deem. Canto 102. Bharat's Tidings. He spoke, and Bharat thus replied, If, false to every claim beside, I never in kingly duties fail, what will my royal life avail? Still, should the custom be observed, from which our line has never swerved, which to the younger son never gives the kingdom while the elder lives, now to Ayodhya rich and fair, with me, O Raghu's son, repair, and to protect and gladden all our house, thyself as king install. A king the world's opinion deems, a man to me a god he seems, whose life in virtuous thoughts and deeds the lives of other men exceeds. When I in distant Kekya stayed, and thou hast sought the forest shade, our father died, the saints' delight, so constant in each holy rite. Scarce with thy wife and Lakshman thou hadst journeyed forth to keep the vow, when mourning for his son forspent, to heavenly rest the monarch went. Then up, O Lord of man, away, his funeral rites of water pay. I and Satrugna, ere we came, neglected not the sacred claim, but in the spirit world, they say, that gift alone is fresh for aye, which best beloved hands have poured, and thou his dearest art, my lord. For thee he longed, for thee he grieved, his every thought on thee was bent, and crushed by war of thee bereaved, he thought of thee as hence he went. End of Cantos 100, 101, and 102.
Cantos 103 to 105 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 103. The Funeral Libation. When Rama heard from Bharat each dark sorrow of his mournful speech, and tidings of his father dead, his spirits fell, his senses fled.
For the said words his brother spoke struck on him like a thunder-stroke, fierce as the bolt which Indra throws, the victor of his Daitya foes. Raising his arms in anguish, he, as when the woodman hews a tree, with its fair flowery branches crowned, fainted and fell upon the ground. Lord of the earth, to earth he sank, helpless, as when a towering bank with sudden ruin buries deep an elephant who lay asleep. Then swift his wife and brothers flew, and water, weeping, over him threw. As slowly sense and strength he gained, fast from his eyes the tears he rained. And then in accents sad and weak, Kakutsta's son began to speak, and mourning for the monarch dead, with righteous words to Bharat said, "What calls me home, when he, alas, has gone the way which all must pass? Of him, the best of kings bereft, what guardian has Ayodhya left? How may I please his spirit? How delight the high-souled monarch now, who wept for me, and went above, by me ungraced with morning love? Ah, happy brothers, you have paid due offerings to his parting shade. Even when my banishment is over, back to my home I go no more, to look upon the widowed state, reft of a king disconsolate. Even then, O tamer of the foe, if to Ayodhya's town I go, who will direct me as of old, now other walls our father hold? From whom, my brother, shall I hear those words which ever charmed mine ear, and filled my bosom with delight, whenever he saw me act aright?" Thus Rama spoke, then nearer came, and looking on his moon-bright dame, "Sita, the king is gone," he said, "and Lakshman, know thy sire is dead, and with the gods on high enrolled, this mournful news has Bharat told." He spoke, the noble youths with sighs rained down the torrents from their eyes, and then the brothers of the chief, with words of comfort, soothed his grief. Now to the king our sire, who swayed the earth, be due libations paid. Soon as the monarch's fate she knew, sharp pangs of grief smote Sita through, nor could she look upon her lord with eyes from which the torrents poured. And Rama strove with tender care to soothe the weeping dame's despair, and then with piercing word distressed, the mournful Lakshman thus addressed: "Brother, I pray thee bring for me the pressed fruit of the inguri, and a bark mantle fresh and new, that I may pay this offering due. First of the tree shall Sita go, next thou, and I the last, for so moves the funeral pomp of war." Sumantra of the noble mind, gentle and modest, meek and kind, who, follower of each princely youth, to Rama clung with constant truth, now with royal brother's aid the grief of Rama soothed and stayed, and lent his arm his lord to guide down to the river's holy side. That lovely stream the heroes found, with oaths that ever blossomed crowned, and there in bitter sorrow bent their footsteps down the fair descent. Then where the stream that swiftly flowed a pure pellucid shallow showed, the funeral drops they duly shed, and, "Father, this be thine," they said. But he, the Lord who ruled the land, filled from the stream his hallowed hand, and turning to the southern side, stretched out his arm, and weeping cried, "This sacred water, clear and pure, an offering which shall I and dear to thee, O Lord of Kings, I give, accept it where the spirits live." Then, when the solemn rite was over, came Rama to the river shore, and offered, with his brother's aid, fresh tribute to his father's shade. With jujube fruit he mixed the seed of inguris from moisture freed, and placed it on a spot overspread with sacred grass, and weeping said, "Enjoy, great king, the cake which we, thy children, eat and offer thee, for never do blessed gods refuse to share the food which mortals use." Then Rama turned him to retrace the path that brought him to the place, and up the mountain's pleasant side, where lovely lawns lay fair, he hied.
Soon as his cottage door he gained, his brothers to his breast he strained. From them and Sita in their wars, so loud the cry of weeping rose, that like the roar of lions round the mountain rolled the echoing sound, and Bharat's army shook with fear, the weeping of the chiefs to hear. Bharat, the soldiers cried, it is plain, his brother Rama meets again. And with these cries that round us ring, they sorrow for their sire the king. Then, leaving car and wain behind, one eager thought in every mind, swift toward the weeping every man, as each could find a passage, ran. Some did abandon their eager course, with car and elephant and horse, and youthful captains on their feet, with longing sped their lord to meet. As though the new-come prince had been an exile for long years unseen, outbidden in their frantic jail by clattering hoof and rumbling wheel, sent forth a deafening noise as loud as heaven when black with many a cloud, then with their consorts gathered near, wild elephants in sudden fear rushed to a distant wood and shed an order round them as they fled. And every sylvan thing that dwelt within those shades the terror felt, deer, lion, tiger, boar and roar, bison, wild cow and buffalo. And when the tumult wild they heard, with trembling pinions flew each bird, from tree, from thicket and from lake, swan, quail, curlew, crane and drake. With men the ground was overspread, with startled birds the sky overhead. Then on his sacrificial ground the sinless, glorious chief was found, loading with curses deep and loud, the humpback and the queen, the crowd, whose cheeks were wet, whose eyes were dim, in fond affection ran to him. While the big tears their eyes bedewed, he looked upon the multitude, and then, as sire and mother do, his arms about his loved ones threw. Some to his feet with reverence pressed, some in his arms he strained, each friend with kindly words addressed, due share of honor gained. Then, by their mighty war overcome, the weeping heroes' cry, filled like the roar of many a drum, hill, cavern, earth and sky. Canto 104. The Meeting with the Queens. Vasistha, with his soul athirst, to look again on Rama first, in line the royal widows placed, and then the way behind them traced. The ladies moving, faint and slow, saw the fair stream before them flow, and by the bank their steps were led, which the two brothers visited. Kaushalya, with her faded cheek and weeping eyes, began to speak, and thus in mournful tones addressed the Queen Sumitra and the rest. See, in the wood the banks descend, which the two orphan youths frequent, whose noble spirits never fall, the wars surround them reft of all. Thy son with love that never tires draws water hence which mine requires. This day for lowly toil unfit, his pious task thy son should quit. As on the long-eyed lady straight, on holy grass, whose points were laid, directed to the southern sky, the funeral offering made her eye. When Rama's humble gift she spied, thus to the queens Kaushalya cried, the gift of Rama's hand behold, his tribute to the king high-souled, offered to him as text require, lord of Ikshaku's line his sire. Not such I deem the funeral food of kings with godlike might endued. Can he who knew all pleasures, he who ruled the earth from sea to sea, the mighty lord of monarchs, feed on injuries extracted seed? In all the world there cannot be a war I win more sad to see, than that my glorious son should make his funeral gift of such a cake. The ancient text I oft have heard, this day is true in every word. Never do the blessed gods refuse to eat the food their children use. The ladies suited the weeping dame, to Rama's hermitage they came, and there the hero met their eyes, like a god fallen from the skies. Him joyless, reft of all, they viewed, and tears their mournful eyes bedewed. The truthful hero left his seat, and clasped the lady's lotus feet. And they with soft hands brushed away the dust that on his shoulders lay. Then Lakshman, when he saw each queen, with weeping eyes and troubled mien, near to the royal ladies drew, and paid them gentle reverence too. He, Dasarat's offspring, signed, the heir of bliss by fortune kind, received from every dame no less each mark of love and tenderness. And Sita came and bent before the widows, while her eyes ran over, and pressed their feet with many a tear, they when they saw the lady dear. Pale, worn-out dwelling in the wild, embraced her as a darling child. Daughter of a royal Janak, bride of Dasarat's son, they cried, how couldst thou, offspring of a king, endure this war and suffering in the wild forest, when I trace each sign of trouble on thy face? That lotus which the sun has dried, that lily by the tempest tried, that gold whereon the dust is spread, that moon whence all the light is fled, sorrow assails my heart, alas, as fire consumes the wood and grass. Then Rama, as she spoke distressed, the feet of Saint Vasistha pressed, touched them with reverential love, then near him took his seat, thus Indra clasps in realms above the heavenly teacher's feet. Then with each counsellor and peer, Bharat of duteous mind, with citizens and captains near, sat humbly down behind. One with his hands to him upraised, in devotee's attire, Bharat upon his brother gazed, whose glory shone like fire. As when the pure Mahendra bends to the great Lord of life, among his noble crowd of friends this anxious thought was rife. What words to Raghu's son today will royal Bharat speak, whose heart has been so prompt to pay obeisance fond and meek? Then steadfast Rama, Lakshman wise, Bharat for truth renowned, shone like three fires that heavenward rise with holy priests around. Canto 105. Rama's Speech. A while they sat, its lip compressed, then Bharat thus his chief addressed. My mother here was made content, to me was given the government. This now, my lord, I yield to thee, enjoy it, from all trouble free. Like a great bridge of floods have rent, impetuous in their wild descent, all other hands but thine in vain would strive the burden to maintain. In vain the ass with steeds would vie, with Tarkasia birds that wings the sky. So, Lord of man, my power is slight to rival thine imperial might. Great joys his happy days attend, on whom the hopes of man depend. But wretched is the life he leads, who still the aid of others needs. And if the seed a man has sown, with care and kindly nurture grown, rear its huge trunk and spring in time, too bulky for a dwarf to climb, yet with perpetual blossom gay, no fruit upon the boughs display, never can that tree, thus nursed in vain, approval of the virtuous gain. The simile is meant to be applied, O mighty armed, to thee, because, our Lord and Leader, thou protectest not thy people now. O be the longing wish fulfilled of every chief of house and guild, to see again their sun-bright Lord, victorious to his realm restored. As thou returnest through the crowd, let roars of elephants be loud, and each fair woman lift her voice, and in her new-found king rejoice. The people all with longing moved, the words that Bharat spoke approved, and crowding near to Rama pressed, the hero with the same request. The steadfast Rama, when he viewed his glorious brother's mournful mood, with each ambitious heart controlled, thus the lamenting prince consoled. I cannot do the things I will, for Rama is but a mortal still. Fate with supreme resistless love, this way and that its slave will draw. All gathered heaps must waste away, all lofty law and powers decay. That is the end of life, and all, now firmly joined, apart must fall. One fear the ripened fruit must know, to fall upon the earth below. So every man who draws his breath must fear inevitable death. The pillared mansion, high, compact, must fall by time's strong hand attacked. So mortal man, the gradual prey of old and ruthless death, decay. The night that flies no more returns. Yamuna for the ocean yearns. Swift her impetuous waters flee, but roll not backward from the sea. The days and nights pass swiftly by, and steal our moments as they fly, even as the sun's unpitying rays drink up the floods in summer blaze. Then for thyself lament and leave, for that of other man to grieve. For if thou go, or if thou stay, thy life is shorter day by day. That travels with us, that attends our steps until our journey ends. That, when the traveller wins the goal, returns with the returning soul. The flowing hair grows wide and thin, and wrinkles mark the altered skin. The ills of age man's strength assail. Ah, what can mortal power avail? Man joy to see the sun arise. They watch him set with joyful eyes, but never reflect, too blind to see how fast their own brief moments flee. O its lovely change, for ever new, the season's sweet return they view, nor think, with heedless hearts the while, that life's decay as seasons smile. As happily on the boundless main meet drifting larks and part again, so wives and children, friends and gold, ours for a little time we hold. Soon by resistless laws of fate, to meet no more we separate. In all this changing world not one, the common lot of all can shun. Then why with useless tears deplore the dead whom tears can bring no more? As one might stand upon the way, and to a troop of travellers say, if ye allow it, sirs, I too will travel on the road with you. So why should mortal man lament, when on that path his feet are bent, which all men living needs must tread, where sire and ancestors have led? Life flies as torrents downward fall, speeding away without recall, so virtue should our thoughts engage, for bliss is mortal's heritage. By ceaseless care and honest zeal, for servants and for people's weal, by gifts, by duty nobly done, our glorious sire the skies has won. Our Lord the King, over earth who reigned, a blissful home in heaven has gained. By wealth in ample largesse spent, and many a right magnificent, with constant joy from first to last, a long and noble life he passed. Praised by the good, no tears should dim our eyes, O brother dear, for him. His human body, worn and tried by length of days, he cast aside, and gained a godlike bliss to stray in Brahma's heavenly home for aye. For such the wise as we are, deep in Veda lore, should never weep. Those who are firm and ever wise spurn vain lament and idle sighs. Be self-possessed, thy grief restrain, go in that city dwell again. Return, O best of man, and be obedient to our sire's decree, while I with every care fulfill our holy father's righteous will, observing in the lonely wood his charge approved by all the good. Thus Rama of the lofty mind to Bharat spoke his righteous speech, by every argument designed obedience to his sire to teach. End of Cantos 103, 104 and 105. Cantos 106 to 108 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 106, Bharat's Speech. Good Bharat, by the river side, to virtuous Rama's speech replied, and thus with varied law addressed the prince, while nobles round him pressed. In all this world, whomever can we find equal, scourge of foes, to thee no ill upon thy bosom weighs, no thoughts of joy thy spirit raise. Approved art thou of sages old, to whom thy doubts are ever told. Alike in death and life, to thee, the same to be and not to be. The man who such a soul can gain, can never be crushed by war or pain. Pure as the gods, high-minded, wise, concealed from thee no secret lies. Such glorious gifts are all thine own, and birth and death to thee are known. That ill can never thy soul depress with all-subduing bitterness. O let my prayer, dear brother, win thy pardon for my mother's sin, wrought for my sake who willed it not, when absent in a distant spot. Duty alone with binding chains, the vengeance due to crime restrains. Or on the sinner I should lift my hand in retribution swift. Can I, who know the right and spring from the Sarat purest king, can I commit a heinous crime, abhorred by all through endless time? The aged king I dare not blame, who died so rich in holy fame, my honored sire, my parted lord, even as a present God adored. Yet who in law of duty skilled, so foul a crime has ever willed, and dared defy both gain and right, to gratify a woman's spite? When death draws near, so people say, the sense of creatures dies away, and he has proved the ancient Tsar, by acting thus in spite of law. But O my honored lord, be kind, dismiss the trespass from thy mind. The sin the king committed, led by haste his consort's wrath and dread. For he who veils his sire's offence with tender care and reverence, his sons approved by all shall live. Not so their fate who never forgive. Be thou, my lord, the noble son, and the vile deed my sire has done, avowed by all the virtuous, never resent, lest thou the guilt too share. Preserve us, for on thee we call, our sire, Kaike, me and all, thy citizens, thy kith and kin. Preserve us, and reverse the sin. To live in oaths a devotee can scarce with royal tasks agree, nor can the hermit's matted hair sweet fiddly with a ruler's care. Do not, my brother, do not steal, pursue this life that suits thee ill. Meet duties of a king we count, his consecration paramount, that he with ready heart and hand may keep his people and his land. What warrior born to royal sway from certain good would turn away a doubtful duty to pursue that mocks him with the distant view? Thou wouldst to duty cleave and gain the meed that follows toil and pain. In thy great task no labor spare, rule the forecasts with justest care. Meet all the four the wise prefer, the order of the householder. Canst thou, whose thoughts to duty cleave, the best of all the orders leave? My better thou in law divine, my birth, my sense must yield to thine, while thou, my lord, art here to reign. How shall my hands thy rule maintain? O faithful lover of the right, take with thy friends thy royal might, let thy sire's realm, from trouble free, obey her rightful king in thee. Here let the priests and lords of state our monarch duly consecrate, with prayer and holy verses blessed by Saint Basista and the rest. Anointed king by us again, seek fair Ayodhya there to reign, and like imperial Indra god, by gods of storm thy might assert. From the three depths acquaintance on, and with thy wrath the wicked burn. Over all of us thy rule extend, and cheer with boons each faithful friend. Let thine enthronement, Lord, this day make all thy lovers glad and gay, and let all those who hate thee flee to the ten winds for fear of thee. Dear Lord, my mother's votes of hate with thy sweet virtues expiate, and from the stain of folly clear the Father whom we both revere. Brother, to me compassion show, I pray thee, with my head bent low. and to these friends who on thee call, as the great Father pities all. But if my tears and prayers be vain, and thou in oaths wilt still remain, I will with thee my path pursue, and make my home in forests too. Thus Bharat strove to bend his will, with suppliant head, but he, Earth's Lord, inexorable still, would keep his sire's decree. The firmness of the noble chief the wondering people moved, and rapture mingling with their grief, all wept and all approved. How firm his steadfast will, they cried, who keeps his promise thus. Ah, to Ayodhya's town, they sighed, he comes not back with us. The holy priest, the swains who tilled the earth, the sons of trade, and even the mournful queens were filled with joy as Bharat prayed, and bent their heads down weeping still, a while his prayer to aid. Canto 107. Rama's Speech. Thus by his friends encompassed round, he spoke, and Rama, far renowned, to his dear brother thus replied, whom holy rites had purified. O thou, whom Queen Kaikeyi bare, the best of kings, thy words are fair. Our royal father, one of yore, he wed her, to her father swore, the best of kingdoms to confer, a noble dowry meet for her. Then grateful, on the deadly day, of heavenly gods and demons fray, a future boon on her bestowed, to whose sweet care his life he owed. She to his mind that promise brought, and then the best of kings besought, to bid me to the forest flee, and give the rule, O prince, to thee. Thus bound by oath, the king, our lord, gave her those boons of free accord, and bade me, O thou chief of men, live in the woods for years and 10. I to this lonely wood have hied, with faithful Lakshman by my side, and Sita, by no tears deterred, resolved to keep my father's word. And thou, my noble brother, too, shouldst keep our father's promise true, anointed ruler of the state, maintain his word inviolate. From his great debt, dear brother, free our lord the king for love of me. Thy mother's breast with joy inspire, and from all war preserve thy sire. It is said, near Gaya's holy town, Gaya, great saint of high renown, this text recited when he paid due rites to its ancestral shade. A son is born, his sire to free from Pot's infernal pains, hence savior of his father he the name of Putra gains. Thus numerous sons are sought by prayer, in scripture trained with graces fair, that of the number one some day may funeral rites at Gaya pay. The mighty saints, who lived of old, this holy doctrine ever hold. Then, best of men, our sire release from pains of hell, and give him peace. Now, Bharat, to Ayodhya speed, the brave Shatrugna with thee lead. Take with thee all the twice-born men, and please its lord and citizen. I now, O king, without delay, to Dandak wood will bend my way, and Lakshman and the Maital dame will follow still, our path the same. Now, Bharat, lord of man be thou, and over Ayodhya reign. The sylvan world to me shall bow, king of the wild domain. Yea, let thy joyful steps be bent to that fair town to-day, and I, as happy and content, to Dandak wood will stray. The white umbrella over thy brow its cooling shade shall throw. I to the shadow of the bough and leafy trees will go. Shatrugna, for wise plans renowned, shall still on thee attend, and Lakshman, ever faithful found, be my familiar friend. Let us, his sons, O brother dear, the path of right pursue, and keep the king we all revere, still to his promise true. Canto 108. Javali's Speech. Thus Rama soothed his brother's grief. Then virtuous Javali, chief of twice-born sages, thus replied, in words that virtue's law defied. Hail, Raghu's princely son, dismiss a thought so weak and vain as this. Canst thou, with lofty heart and doubt, think with the dull ignoble crowd. For what are ties of kindred? Can one profit by a brother man? Alone the babe first opes his eyes, and all alone at last he dies. The man, I ween, has little sense, who looks with foolish reverence on father's or on mother's name, in others none a right may claim. Even as man may leave his house, and to a distant village roam, then from his lodging turn away, and journey on the following day. Such brief position mortals hold in sire and mother, house and gold, and never will the good and wise the brief uncertain lodging prize. Nor, best of man, shouldst thou disown thy sire's hereditary throne, and tread the rough and stony ground, where hardship, danger, wars abound. Come, let Ayodhya rich and bright see thee enthroned with every right. Her tresses bound in single braid, she waits thy coming long delayed. O come, thou royal prince, and share the kingly joys that wait thee there, and live in bliss transcending price, as Indra lives in paradise. The parted king is not to thee, nor right in living man has he. The king is one, thou prince of man, and other art, be counselled then. Thy royal sire, O chief, has sped on the long path we all must tread. The common lot of all is this, and thou in vain art robbed of bliss. For those, and only those, I weep, who to the path of duty keep. For here they suffer ceaseless war, and dying to destruction go. With pious care, each solemn day, will man their funeral offerings pay. See how the useful food they waste. He who is dead no more can taste. If one is fed, his strength renewed, whenever his brother takes his food. Then offerings to the parted pay, scarce will they serve him on his way. By crafty knaves these rules were framed, and to enforce man's gifts proclaimed. Give, worship, lead a life austere, keep lustral rites, quiet pleasures here. There is no future life, be wise, and do, O prince, as I advise. Enjoy, my lord, the present bliss, and things unseen from thought dismiss. Let this advice thy bosom move, the counsel sage which all approve. To Bharat's honest prayer incline, and take the rule so justly thine. End of Cantos 106, 107 and 108. Cantos 109 to 111 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 109. The Praises of Truth. By sage Javali does it rest, Rama of truthful hearts the best, with perfect skill and wisdom high, does to his speech made feet reply. Thy words that tempt to bliss are fair, but virtue's garb they falsely wear. For he from duty's path who strays, to wander in forbidden ways, allured by doctrine false and vain, praise from the good can never gain. Their lives the true and boaster show, pure and impure, and high and low. Elsewhere no mark to judge between, stainless and stained, and high and mean. They, to whose lot fair signs may fall, were but as they who lack them all. And those, to virtuous thoughts inclined, were but as men of evil mind. If in the sacred name of right I do this wrong in duty's spite, the path of virtue meanly quit, and this polluting sin commit, what man who marks the bounds between virtue and vice with insight keen, would rank me high in after time, stained with this soul-destroying crime? Whither could I, the sinner, turn, how hope a seat in heaven to earn? If I my plighted promise break, and thus the righteous path forsake, this world of ours is ever led to walk the ways which others tread, and as their princes they behold, the subjects too their lives will mould. That truth and mercy still must be beloved of kings is heaven's decree. Upheld by truth the monarch reigns, and truth the very world sustains. Truth evermore has been the love of holy saints and gods above, and he whose lips are truthful here wins after death the highest spare. As from a serpent's deadly tooth we shrink from him who scorns the truth. For holy truth is root and spring of justice and each holy thing, a might that every power transcends, linked to high bliss that never ends. Truth is all virtue's surest base, supreme in word and first in place. Oblations, gifts man offer here, vows, sacrifice and rites austere, and holy writ on truth depend, so man must still that truth defend. Truth, only truth protects the land, by truth unharmed our houses stand. Neglect of truth makes man distressed, and truth in highest heaven is blessed. Then how can I, rebellious, break commandments which my father spake? I ever true and faithful found, and by my word of honor bound. My father's bridge of truth shall stand, unharmed by my destructive hand. Not folly, ignorance, or greed, my darkened soul shall thus mislead. Have we not heard that God and shade turn from the hated offerings paid by him whose false and fickle mind no pledge can hold, no promise bind? Truth is all duty, as the soul, it quickens and supports the whole. The good respect this duty hence, its sacred claims I reverence. The warrior's duty I despise, that seeks the wrong in virtue's guise. Those claims I shrink from, which the base, cruel and covetous embrace. The heart conceives the guilty thought, then by the hand the sin is wrought, and with the pair is leagued the third, the tongue that speaks the lying word. Fortune and land and name and fame, to man's best care, have right and claim. The good will aye to truth adhere, and its high laws must man revere. Base were the deed thy lips would teach, approved as best by subtle speech. Shall I my plighted promise break, that I these woods my home would make? Shall I, as were its words advise, my father's solemn charge despise? Firm stands the oath, which then before my father's face I soothly swore, which Queen Kaike's anxious ear rejoiced with highest joy to hear. Still in the oath will I remain, with food prescribed my life sustain, and please with fruit and roots and flowers, ancestral shades and heavenly powers. Here every sense contented, still, heeding the bounds of good and ill, my settled course will I pursue, firm in my faith and ever true. Here in this wild and far retreat will I my noble task complete, and fire and wind and moon shall be partakers of its fruit with me. 100 offerings duly wrought is rank over gods of Indra brought, and mighty saints their heaven secured by torturing years on earth endured. That scoffing plea the hero spurned, and thus he spake once more, chiding the while his bosom turned Javali's impious law. Justice and courage never dismayed, pity for all distressed, truth, loving honor duly paid to Brahman, god and guest. In these the truth and virtuous say, should lives of man be passed, they form the right and happy way that leads to heaven at last. My father's thoughtless act I chide, that gave thee honored place, whose soul, from virtue turned aside, is faithless, dark and base. We rank the Buddhist with the thief, and all the impious crew, who share his sinful disbelief, and hate the right and true. Hence never should wise kings who seek to rule their people well, admit before their face to speak, to cast infidel. But twice-born man, in days gone by, of other sort than thou, have wrought good deeds, whose glories high are fresh among us now. This world they conquered, nor in vain they strove to win the skies. The twice-born hands pure lives maintain, and fires of worship rise. Those who in virtue's path delight, and with the virtuous live, whose flames of holy zeal are bright, whose hands are swift to give. Who injure none, and good and mild, in every grace excel, whose lives by sin are undefiled, we love and honor well. Thus Rama spoke in righteous rage, Javali speech to chide, when thus again the virtuous sage in truthful words replied. The atheist's law I use no more, not mine his impious creed. His words and doctrine I abhor, assumed at time of need. Even as I rose to speak with thee, the fit occasion came that bade me use the atheist's plea to turn thee from thine aim. The atheist creed I disavow, unsay the words of sin, and use the faithful's language now, thy favor, Prince, to win. Canto 110. The Sons of Ikshaku. Then spake Vasistha, who perceived that Rama's soul was wrought and grieved. Well knows the sage Javali all the changes that the world befall, and but to lead thee to revoke thy purpose were the words he spoke. Lord of the world, now hear from me how first this world began to be. First water was, and naught beside, tree earth was formed that stretches wide, then with the gods from out the same, the self-existent Brahma came. Then Brahma, in a boar's disguise, bade from the deep this earth arise. Then with his sons of tranquil soul, he made the world and framed the whole. From subtlest ether Brahma rose, no end, no laws, no chains he knows. His son had he, Marichi styled, and Kashyap was Marichi's child. From him Vivasat sprang, from him Manu, whose fame shall never be dim. Manu, who life to mortals gave, begot Ikshaku good and brave. First of Ayodhya's kings was he, pride of our famous dynasty. From him the glorious Kukshi sprang, whose fame through all the regions rang. Rival of Kukshi's ancient fame, his Aya, the great Bikukshi came. His son was Vana, lord of might, his Anaranya, strong in fight. No famine marred his blissful reign, no drought destroyed the kindly grain. Amid the sons of virtue chief, his happy realm never held a thief. His son was Prithu, glorious name. From him the wise Trishanku came. Embodied to the skies he went, for love of truth preeminent. He left a son renowned afar, known by the name of Thunduma. His son succeeding bore the name of Ivanasha, dear to fame. He passed away, him followed Dan, his son Mandhata, king of man. His son was blessed in high emprise, Susanthi, fortunate and wise. Two noble sons had he, to wit, Dhruvasanthi and Prasanajit. Bharat was Dhruvasanthi's son, his glorious arm the conquest won. Against his son King Asit rose, in fierce array his royal foes. Hyhyas, Talajanga styled, and Sasivindus fierce and wild. Long time he strove, but forced to yield, fled from the kingdom and the field. The wives he left had both conceived, so is the ancient tale believed. One of our rivals' hopes afraid, fell poisoned in the viands laid. It chanced that Chauvan, Brigu's child, had wandered to the pathless wild, where proud Himalaya's lovely height detained him with a strange delight. Then came the other widowed queen, with lotus eyes and beauteous mien, longing a noble son to bear,
and wooed the saint with earnest prayer. Wonders Kalindi, fairest dame, with reverent supplication came. To her the holy sage replied, O royal lady, from thy side a glorious son shall spring ere long, righteous and true and brave and strong. He is scourge of foes and lofty souled, his ancient race shall still uphold. Then round the sage the lady went, and bade farewell most reverent. Back to her home she turned once more, and there her promised son she bore. Because her rival mixed a bane, to render her conception vain, and her unripened fruit destroy, Sagar she called her rescued boy. He, when he paid that solemn rite, filled living creature with affright. Obedient to his high decree, his countless sons took out the sea. Prince Asamaj was Sagar's child, but him with cruel sin defiled. Unloaded with the people's hate, his father banished from the state. To Asamaj his consort bare, bright Ansuman his valiant heir. Ansuman's son, Dilipa famed, begat a son Bhagirath named. From him renowned Kakutstha came, thou bearest still the lineal name. Kakutstha's son was Raghu, thou art styled the son of Raghu now. From him came Purushadak bold, fierce hero of gigantic mould. Kalamasapada's name he bore, because his feet were spotted over. Sankan his son, to manhood grown, died sadly with his host overthrown. But ere he perished sprang from him Sudarshan, fair in face and limb. From beautiful Sudarshan came Prince Agnivarna, bright as flame. His son was Sigraha, for speed unmatched, and Maru was his seed. Prasusruka was Maru's child, his son was Ambarisha styled. Nahus was Ambarisha's heir, with hand to strike and heart to dare. His son was good Nabag from Yut, renowned for piety and truth. From great Nabag sprang children too, Aja and Subrat, pure and true. From Aja the Sarat came, whose virtuous life was free from blame. His eldest son art thou, his throne, O famous Rama, is thine own. Accept the sway so justly thine, and view the world with eyes benign. Forever in Ikshaku's race, the eldest takes his father's place, and while he lives no son beside, as Lord and King is sanctified. The rule by Raghu's children kept, thou must not spurn today, this realm of peerless wealth accept, and like thy father sway. Canto 111. Counsel to Bharat. Thus said Vasistha, and again to Rama spake in duteous strain. All men the light of life who see, with high respect should look on tree. High honor never must be denied to father, mother, holy guide. First to their sires their birth they owe, now with maternal love they grow. Their holy guides fair knowledge teach, so man should love and honor each. Thy sire and thou have learned of me, the sacred guide of him and thee. And if my word thou wilt obey, thou still wilt keep the virtuous way. See, with the chiefs of every guild, and all thy friends this place is filled. All these, as duty bids, protect, so still the righteous path respect. O for thine aged mother feel, nor spurn the virtuous dame's appeal. Obey, O prince, thy mother dear, and still to virtue's path adhere. Yield thou to Bharat's fond request, with earnest supplication pressed, so wilt thou to thyself be true, and fate and duty still pursue. Thus by his saintly guide addressed, with pleas in sweetest tones expressed, the Lord of Man in turn replied, to wise Vasistha by his side. The fondest son's observance never repays the sire and mother's care. The constant love that food provides, and dress and every need besides. Their pleasant words still soft and mild, their nurture of the helpless child, The words which the Sarat spake, my king and sire, I never will break. Then Bharat of the ample chest, the wise Sumantra thus addressed, bring sacred grass, O charioteer, and strew it on the level here, for I will sit and watch his face, until I win my brother's grace. Like a robbed Brahmin will I lie, nor taste of food, nor turn my eye, in front of Rama's leafy cot, until he yield will leave him not. When Bharat saw Sumantra's eye, looked up to Rama for reply, the prince himself in eager haste, the sacred grass in order placed. Him great and mighty Rama, best of royal saints, in turn addressed. What, Bharat, have I done, that thou beseechest me, a suppliant now? Thus stretched, to force redress for wrongs, to man a Brahman birth belongs. Not those upon whose kingly head the consecrating drops are shed. Up, Lord of man, arise and quit this fearful vow for thee unfit. Go, brother, seek Ayodhya's town, fair city of supreme renown. But Bharat, as his seat he took, cast all around an eager look. O people, join your prayers with mine, and so his stubborn heart incline. And all the people answered thus, full well is Rama known to us. Right is the word he speaks, and he is faithful to his sire's decree. Nor can we rashly venture now to turn him from his purposed vow. Then Rama spoke, O Bharat, heed thy virtuous friends, and mark their rede. Mark well what I and these advise, and duty view with clearer eyes. Thy hand on mine, O hero, place, touch water, and thy sin efface. Then Bharat rose, his hand he dipped, and purifying water seeped. Each citizen, he cried, give ear, attend, each counsellor and peer. My mother planned, by me untaught, to win the sway I never sought. Never Raghu's son could I despise, in duty's law supremely wise. Now if obedience to our sire this dwelling in the woods require, I, till the destined years be spent, will dwell alone in banishment. The virtuous Rama wonders steered the faithful speech of Bharat heard, and thus the hero's feelings found due utterance as he gazed around. Still to my father's word I hold, whatever he bought or pledged or sold. Never shall his living promise be annulled by Bharat or by me. Not thus my task will I evade, my exile on another laid. Most wise was Queen Kaikeyi's rede, and just and good my father's deed. Dear Bharat's patient soul I know, how reverence due he loves to show. In him, high-souled and faithful found, must each auspicious grace abound. When from the woods I turn again, I with his aid shall nobly reign, with one so good of peerless worth, a glorious lord of happy earth. Her boon Kaikeyi sought and won, I, as my father swore, have done. And oh, do thou, my brother dear, the monarch's name from falsehood clear. End of Cantos 109, 110 and 111. Cantos 112 to 114 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 112. The Sandals. High wonder, mingled with delight, took the great sages at the sight, thrilling their breasts who came to view the meeting of the peerless two. The saints and sages, holy train, departed to their home again, and high each holy voice was raised, and thus the glorious brothers praised. High fate is his, the sire of two most virtuous souls, so brave and true. With wonder and with joy intense,
our ears have heard their conference. Then the great sages, longing all to see the ten-necked tyrant fall, to Bharat, bravest of the brave, their salutary counsel gave. O thou of lofty lineage born, whom wisdom, conduct, fame adorn, thou for thy honoured father's sake shouldst Rama's righteous counsel take. All debts to Queen Kaikeyi paid, thy sire his home in heaven has made. So virtuous Rama we would see, from filial obligation free. Thus gave each royal sage advice, high saint and bard of paradise. Then quickly vanishing from the view, each to his proper home withdrew. Then Rama's face his rapture showed, and his full heart with joy overflowed, while, as the sages parted thence, he paid his humble reverence. Then Bharat shook in every limb, as suppliant does, he spake to him. The duty of a king respect, held by our race in high respect. And oh, thy gracious ear incline, to heed my mother's prayer and mine. The mighty realm to rule and guard, for me alone is task too hard. No power have I the love to gain, of noble citizen and swain. All those who know thee, warrior friend, on thee their eager glances bend. As labouring hinds, who till the plain, look fondly for the Lord of rain. O wisest prince, thy realm secure, and make its firm foundation sure. Kakutsta's son, thy mighty arm, can keep the nation free from harm. He spoke, and fell in sorrow drowned, at Rama's feet upon the ground. And there the hero soothed and sighed, and "Hear me, Raghu's son," he cried. Then Rama raised him up and pressed his brother to his loving breast, and sweetly as a wild swan cried to Bharat, dark and lotus-eyed. So just and true thy generous soul, thy hand may well this art control. But many a sage his aid will lend, with counsellor and peer and friend. With these advice their counsel ask, and so perform thy arduous task. The moon his beauty may forego, the cold forsake the hills of snow, and ocean over his banks may sweep, but I my father's word will keep. Now, whether love of thee or greed, thy mother led to plan the deed, forth from thy breast the memory throw, and filial love and reverence show. Thus spake Kaushalya's son again, Bharat replied in humble strain, to him who matched the sun in might, and lovely as the young moon's light. Put, noble brother, I entreat, these sandals on thy blessed feet. These, Lord of man, with gold bedecked, the realm and people will protect. Then Rama, as his brother prayed, beneath his feet the sandals laid, and these with fond affection gave to Bharat's hand, the good and brave. Then Bharat bowed his reverent head, and thus again to Rama said, Through 14 seasons will I wear the hermit's dress and matted hair, with fruit and roots my life sustain, and still beyond the realm remain, longing for thee to come again. The rule and all affairs of state I to these shoes will delegate. And if, O tamer of thy foes, when 14 years have reached their close, I see thee not that day return, the kindled fire my frame shall burn. Then Rama to his bosom drew dear Bharat and Shatrugna too. Be never wroth, he cried, with her, Kaikeyi's guardian minister. This glory of Ikshaku's line is Sita's honest prayer and mine. He spoke, and as the big tears fell, to his dear brother bade farewell. Round Rama, Bharat, strong and bold, in humble reverence paced, when the bright sandals wrought with gold above his brows were placed. The royal elephant who led the glorious pomp he found, and on the monster's mighty head those sandals duly bound. Then noble Rama, born to swell the glories of his race, to all in order bade farewell, with love and tender grace. To brothers, counsellors, and peers, still firm in duty proved, firm as the Lord of Snow uprears his mountains unremoved. No queen, for choking sobs and sighs, could say her last adieu. Then Rama bowed with flooded eyes, and to his cart withdrew. Canto 113. Bharat's Return. Bearing the sandals on his head, away triumphant Bharat sped, and clomb Satrughna by his side, the car wherein he wont to ride. Before the mighty army went, the lords for counsel eminent, Vasistha, Vamadev next, Javali pure with prayer and text. Then from the lovely river they turned eastward on their homeward way. With reverent steps from left to right they circled Chitrakota's height, and viewed his peaks on every side, with stains of 1,000 metals dyed. Then Bharat saw, not far away, where Bharadwaja's dwelling lay. And when the chieftain bold and sage had reached that holy hermitage, down from the car he sprang to greet the saint, and bowed before his feet. High rapture filled the hermit's breast, who thus the royal prince addressed. Say, Bharat, is thy duty done? Hast thou with Rama met, my son? The chief, whose soul to virtue clave, this answer to the hermit gave. I prayed him with our holy guide, but Raghu's son our prayer denied, and long besought by both of us, he answered Saint Vasistha thus. True to my vow I still will be, observant of my sire's decree. Till 14 years complete their course, that promise shall remain in force. The saint in highest wisdom taught these solemn words with wisdom fraught. To him in law of language learned, most eloquent himself returned. Obey my rede, let Bharat hold this pair of sandals decked with gold. They in Ayodhya shall ensure our welfare and our bliss secure. When Rama heard the royal priest, he rose, and looking to the east, consigned the sandals to my hand, that they for him might guard the land. Then from the high-souled chief's abode I turned upon my homeward road, dismissed by him, and now this pair of sandals to Ayodhya bear. To him the hermit thus replied, by Bharat's tidings gratified. No marvel thoughts so just and true, thou best of all who right pursue, should dwell in thee, O Prince of Man, as waters gather in the glen. He is not dead, we mourn in vain, thy blessed father lives again, whose noble son we thus behold, like virtue's self in human mould. He ceased, before him Bharat fell, to clasp his feet and said farewell. His reverent steps around him bent, and onward to Ayodhya went. His host of followers stretching far, with many an elephant and car, wagon and steed and mighty train, traversed their homeward way again. Over holy Yamuna they sped, fair stream with waves engarlanded. And then once more the river's queen, the blessed Ganga's self was seen, then making over that flood his way, where crocodiles and monsters lay. The king to Sringaveda drew his host and royal retinue. His onward way he thence pursued, and soon renowned Ayodhya viewed. Then bound by war and sad of cheer, Bharat addressed the charioteer. Ah, see, Ayodhya dark and sad, her glory gone, once bright and glad, of joy and beauty reft, forlorn, in silent grief she seems to mourn. Canto 114. Bharat's Departure. Deep, pleasant was the chariot's sound, as royal Bharat, far renowned, whirled by his mettled coursers fast, within Ayodhya city passed. There, dark and drear, was every home, where cats and owls had space to roam, as when the shades of midnight fall, with blackest gloom, and cover all. As Rohini, dear spouse of him whom Rahu hates, grows faint and dim, when, as she shines on high alone, the demon shade is over her throne. As bound by summer's heat aerial, scarce trickling from her parent hill, with dying fish in pools half dried, and fainting birds upon her side, as sacrificial flames arise, when holy oil their food supplies. But when no more the fire is fed, sink lustreless and cold and dead, like some brave host that filled the plain with harness rent and captains slain, when warrior elephants and steed mingled in wild confusion bleed, as when all spent her stalwart rocks from her base the loosened out, like a sad fallen star no more wearing the lovely light it wore. So mournful in her lost estate was that sad town disconsolate. Then Carbon Varat, good and brave, thus spake to him the steeds who drave. Why are Ayodhya streets so mute? Where is the voice of lyre and lute? Why sounds not as of old today the music of the minstrel's lay? Where are the reeds they used to twine? Where are the blossoms and the wine? Where is the cool refreshing scent of sandal dust with aloe blent? The elephant's impatient roar, the din of cars I hear no more. No more the horse's pleasant neigh rings out to meet me on my way. Ayodhya's youth, since Rama's flight, have lost their relish for the light. Her men roam forth no more, nor care bright garlands round their necks to wear. All grieve for banished Rama, feast and revelry and song have ceased. Like a black night when floods pour down, so dark and gloomy is the town. When will he come to make them gay, like some auspicious holiday? When will my brother, like a cloud, at summer's close, make glad the crowd? Then through the streets the hero rode, and passed within his sire's abode, like some deserted lion's den, forsaken by the Lord of man. Then to the inner bowers he came, once happy home of many a dame, now gloomy, sad, and drear, dark as of old that sunless day, when wept the gods in wild dismay, there poured he many a tear. End of Cantos 112, 113, and 114. Cantos 115 to 117 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 115, Nandigram. Then, when the pious chief had seen, lodged in a home, its widowed queen, still with his burning grief oppressed, his holy guides he thus addressed. I go to Nandigram, adieu. This day, my lords, to all of you, I go, my load of grief to bear, reft of the son of Raghu dear. The king my sire, alas, is dead, and Rama to the forest fled. There will I wait till he, restored, shall rule the realm, its rightful lord. They heard the high-souled monarch's speech, and thus with ready answer each of those great lords their chief addressed, with Saint Basista and the rest. Good are the words which thou hast said, by brotherly affection led, like thine own self, a faithful friend, true to thy brother to the end. A heart like thine must all approve, which not from virtue's path can move. Soon as the words he loved to hear fell upon the Varat's joyful ear, thus to the charioteer he spoke, My car with speed, Sumantra, yoke. Then Varat, with delighted mien, obeisance paid to every queen, and with Shatrugna by his side, mounting the car, away he hied. With lords and priests in long array, the brothers hastened on their way, and a great pomp the Brahmans led, with Saint Vasistha at their head. Then every face was eastward bent, as on to Nandigram they went. Behind the army followed all, unsummoned by their leader's call, and steeds and elephants and men streamed forth with every citizen. As Bharat in his chariot rode, his heart with love fraternal glowed, and with the sandals on his head, to Nandigram he quickly sped. Within the town he swiftly pressed, alighted, and his guides addressed. To me in trust my brother's hand consigned the lordship of the land, when he these gold-wrought sandals gave, as emblems to protect and save. Then Bharat bowed, and from his head the sacred pledge deposited, and thus to all the people cried, who ringed him round on every side, "Haste, for these sandals quickly bring the canopy that shades the king. Pay ye to them all reverence meet, as to my elder brother's feet. For they will right and law maintain, until King Rama come again. My brother, with a loving mind, these sandals to my jaws consigned. I, till he come, will guard with care the sacred trust for Raghu's heir. My watchful task will soon be done, the pledge restored to Raghu's son. Then shall I see, his wanderings over, these sandals on his feet once more. My brother, I shall meet at last, the burden from my shoulders cast, to Rama's hand the realm restore, and serve my elder as before. When Rama takes again this pair of sandals kept with pious care, and here his glorious reign begins, I shall be cleansed from all my sins. When the glad people's voices ring with welcome to the new-made king, joy will be mine fourfold as great, as if supreme I ruled the state. Thus humbly spoke in sad lament the chief in fame preeminent. Thus by his reverend lords obeyed, at Nandigram the kingdom swayed. With hermit's dress and matted hair, he dwelt with all his army there. The sandals of his brother's feet installed upon the royal seat. He all his powers to them referred, affairs of the state administered. In every care, in every task, when golden store was brought, he first, as though their rede to ask, those royal sandals sought. Canto 116. The Hermit's Speech. When Bharat took his homeward road, still Rama in the wood abode, but soon he marked the fear and care that darkened all the hermits there. For all who dwelt before the hill were sad with dread of coming ill. Each holy brow was lined by thought, and Rama's side they often sought. With gathering frowns the prince they eyed, and then withdrew and talked aside. Then Raghu's son, with anxious breast, the leader of the saints addressed. Can aught that I have done displease, O reverend sage, the devotees? Why are their loving looks, O say, thus sadly changed or turned away? Has Lakshman, through his want of heed, offended with unseemly deed? Or is the gentle Sita, she, who loved to honor you and me, is she the cause of this offense, failing in lowly reverence? One sage, over whom, exceeding old, had many a year of penance rolled, trembling in every aged limb, thus for the rest replied to him. How could we, O beloved, blame thy lofty-souled Vidyahan dame, who in the good of all delights, and more than all of anchorites? But yet through thee a numbing dread of fiends among our band has spread, obstructed by the demon's art, the trembling hermits talk apart. For Ravan's brother overbold, named Khara of gigantic mould, vexes with fury fierce and fell all those in Janastan who dwell. Resistless in his cruel deeds, on flesh of man the monster feeds, sinful and arrogant is he, and looks with special hate on thee. Since thou, beloved son, hast made thy home within this holy shade, the fiends have vexed with wilder rays the dwellers of the hermitage. In many a wild and dreadful form around the trembling saints they swarm. With hideous shape and foul disguise they terrify our holy eyes. They make our loathing souls endure insult and scorn and sights impure, and flocking round the altar stay, their holy rites we love to pay. In every spot throughout the grove, with evil thoughts the monsters rove, assailing with their secret might its unsuspecting anchorite. Ladle and dish away they fling, our fires with floods extinguishing, and when the sacred flame should burn, they trample on each water urn. Now when they see their sacred wood plagued by this impious brotherhood, the troubled saints away would roam, and seek in other shades a home. Hence will we fly, O Rama, ere the cruel fiends our bodies tear. Not far away a forest lies, rich in the roots and fruit we prize. To this will I and all repair, and join the holy hermits there. Be wise, and with us thither flee, before this Kara injure thee. Mighty art thou, O Rama, yet its day with peril is beset, if with thy consort by thy side thou in this wood wilt still abide. He ceased. The words the hero spake, the hermit's purpose failed to break. To Raghu's son farewell he said, and blessed the chief and comforted. Then with the rest the holy sage departed from the hermitage. So from the wood the saints withdrew, and Rama, bidding all adieu, in lowly reverence bent, instructed by their friendly speech, blessed with the gracious love of each, to his pure home he went. Nor would the son of Raghu stray a moment from the grove away, from which the saints had fled, and many a hermit thither came, attracted by his saintly fame, and the pure life he led. Canto 117. Anasuya. But dwelling in that lonely spot, left by the hermits pleased him not. I met the faithful Bharat here, the townsman and my mother dear. The painful memory lingers yet, and stings me with a vain regret. And here is the host of Bharat camped, and many a courser here has stamped, and elephants with ponderous feet have trampled through the calm retreat. So forth to seek a home he hied, his spouse and Laxman by his side. He came to Atri's pure retreat, paid reverence to his holy feet, and from the saint such welcome won, as a fond father gives his son. The noble prince with joy unfeigned, as a dear guest he entertained, and cheered the glorious Lakshman too, and Sita with observance due. Then Anasuya at the call of him who sought the good of all, his blameless venerable spouse, delighting in her holy vows, came from her chamber to his side. To her the virtuous hermit cried, "Receive, I pray, with friendly grace, this dame of my tell monarch's race." To Rama next he made known his wife, the devotee of saintliest life. 10,000 years this votaress bent, on sternest rites of penance spent. She, when the clouds withheld their rain, and drought 10 years consumed the plain, caused grateful roots and fruit to grow, and ordered Ganga here to flow. So from their cares the saints she freed, nor let these checks their rites impede. She wrought in heaven's behalf, and made 10 nights of one, the gods to aid. Let holy Anasuya be an honored mother, prince, to thee. Let thy Videhan spouse draw near to her whom all that live revere, stricken in years, whose loving mind is slow to wrath and ever kind. He ceased, and Rama gave assent, and said, with eyes on Sita bent, O princess, thou hast heard with me this counsel of the devotee. Now that her touch thy soul may bless, approach the saintly votaress. Come to the venerable dame, far known by Anasuya's name. The mighty things that she has done, high glory in the world have won. Thus spake the son of Raghu. She approached the saintly devotee, who with her white locks, old and frail, shook like a plantain in the gale. To their true spouse she bowed her head, and "Lady, I am Sita," said, raised suppliant hands, and prayed her tell that all was prosperous and well. The aged matron, when she saw fair Sita true to duty's law, addressed her thus: "High fate is thine, whose thoughts to virtue still incline. Thou, lady of the noble mind, hast kin and state and wealth resigned, to follow Rama, forced to tread where solitary oats are spread. Those women gain high spheres above, who still unchanged their husband's love, whether they dwell in town or wood, whether their hearts be ill or good. Though wicked, poor, or led away in love's forbidden paths to stray, the noble matron still will deem her lord a deity supreme. Regarding kin and friendship, I can see no better, holier tie, and every penance rite is dim beside the joy of serving him. But dark is this to her whose mind promptings of idle fancy blind, who led by evil thoughts away makes him who should command obey. Such women, O dear my tale dame, their virtue lose and honest fame, enslaved by sin and folly led in these holy paths to tread. But they who good and true like thee the present and the future see, like man by holy deeds will rise to mansions in the blissful skies. So keep thee pure from taint of sin, still to thy Lord be true, and fame and merit shalt thou win, to thy devotion due. End of Cantos 115, 116, and 117. Cantos 118 to 119 are Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 118, Anasuya's Gifts. Thus by the holy dame addressed, who banished envy from her breast, her lowly reverence Sita paid, and softly thus her answer made. No marvel, best of dames, thy speech the duties of a wife should teach. Yet I, O lady, also know due reverence to my lord to show, were he the meanest of the base, unhonored with a single grace. My husband still I never would leave, but firm through all to him would cleave. Still rather to a lord like mine, whose virtues high exalted shine, compassionate of lofty soul, with every sense in due control, true in his love of righteous mind, like a dear sire and mother kind. Even as he ever loves to treat Kausalya with observance meet, has his behaviour ever been to every other honoured queen. Nay, more a son-like reverence shows the noble Rama even to those on whom the king his father set his eyes one moment to forget. Deep in my heart the words are stowed, said by the mother of my lord, when from my home I turned away in the lone fearful woods to stray. The counsel of my mother deep impressed upon my soul I keep, when by the fire I took my stand, and Rama clasped in his my hand, and in my bosom cherished yet my friend's advice I never forget. Woman her holiest offering pays, when she her husband's will obeys. Good Savitri her lord obeyed, and highest saint in heaven was made, and for the self-same virtue thou hast heaven in thy possession now. And she with whom no dame could vie, now a bright goddess in the sky, sweet Rohini, the moon's dear queen, without her lord is never seen, and many a faithful wife beside, for her pure love is glorified. Thus Sita spake, soft rapture stole through Anasuya's saintly soul, kisses on Sita's head she pressed, and thus the Maital dame addressed. I by long rites and toils endured, rich store of merit have secured. From this my wealth will I bestow, a blessing ere I let thee go. So right and wise and true each word that from thy lips mine ears have heard. I love thee, be my pleasing task to grant the boon that thou shalt ask. Then Sita marvelled much, and while played over her lips a gentle smile, All has been done, O saint, she cried, and naught remains to wish beside. She spake, the lady's meek reply swelled Anusuya's rapture high. Sita, she said, my gift today thy sweet contentment shall repay. Accept this precious robe to wear, of heavenly fabric rich and rare. These gems thy limbs to ornament, this precious balsam sweet of scent. O my till dame, this gift of mine shall make thy limbs with beauty shine, and breathing over thy frame dispense its pure and lasting influence. This balsam on thy fair limbs spread, new radiance on thy Lord shall shed, as Lakshmi's beauty lends a grace to Vishnu's own celestial face. Then Sita took the gift the dame bestowed on her in friendship's name, the balsam, gems, and robe divine, the garlands wreathed of bloomy twine, then sat her down with reverence meet at saintly Anusuya's feet. The matron rich in rites and vows turned her to Rama's mighty spouse, and questioned us in turn to hear a pleasant tale to charm her ear. Sita, it is said that Raghu's son thy hand mid gathered sweetest won. I fain would hear thee, lady, tell the story as it all befell. Do thou repeat each thing that passed, reviewing all from first to last. Thus spake the dame to Sita, she, replying to the devotee, Then, lady, thy attention lend, rehearse the story to the end. King Janak, just and brave and strong, who loves the right and hates the wrong, well skilled in what the law ordains, for warriors over Videha reigns. Guiding one on the plough, his hand marked out for rights the sacred land, when as the ploughshare cleft the earth, child of the king I leapt to birth. Then as the ground he smoothed and cleared, he saw me all with dust besmeared, and on the new-found babe, amazed, the ruler of Videha gazed. In childless love the monarch pressed the welcome infant to his breast. My daughter, thus he cried, is she, and as his child he cared for me. Forth from the sky was heard overhead, as it were a human voice that said, Yea, even so, great king, this child henceforth thine own be justly styled. Videha's monarch, virtuous souled, rejoiced over me with joy untold, delighting in his new won prize, the darling of his heart and eyes. To his chief queen of saintly mind the precious treasure he consigned, and by her side she saw me grow, nursed to the love which mothers know. Then as he saw the seasons fly, and knew my marriage time was nigh, my sire was vexed with care, as sad as one who mourns the wealth he had. Scorn on the monarch's sire must wait, from man of high and low estate, the virgin's father all despise, though Indra's peer who ruled the skies. More near he saw, and still more near, the scorn that filled his soul with fear, on troubles below ocean tossed, like one whose shattered bark is lost. My father, knowing how I came, no daughter of a mortal dame, in all the regions failed to see a bridegroom meet to match with me. Each way with anxious heart he scanned, and thus at length the monarch planned. The bride's selection will I hold, with every rite prescribed of old. It pleased King Barun to bestow quiver and shafts and heavenly bow upon my father's sire who reigned, when Daksha his great rite ordained. Where was the man might bend or lift with utmost toil that wondrous gift? Not even in dreams could mortal king strain the great bow or draw the string. Of this tremendous bow possessed, my truthful father thus addressed the lords of many a region all assembled at the monarch's call. Whoever this bow can manage, he, the husband of my child, shall be. The sweetest viewed with hopeless eyes that wondrous bow of mountain size. Then to my sire they bade adieu, and all with humbled hearts withdrew. At length with Vishwamitra came, this son of Raghu, dear to fame, the royal sacrifice to view. Near to my father's home he drew, his brother Lakshman by his side, Rama in deeds heroic tried. My sire with honour entertained, the saint in law of duty trained, who does in turn address the king, Rama and Lakshman here who spring from royal Dasarat's long, to see thy bow so passing strong. Before the prince's eyes was laid that marvel as the Brahman prayed. One moment on the bow he gazed, quick to the notch the string he raised. Then in the wondering people's view, the cord with mighty force he drew. Then with an awful crash as loud as thunderbolts that cleave the cloud, the bow beneath the matchless strain of arms heroic snapped in twain. Thus giving purest water he, my sire, to Rama offered me. The prince the offered gift declined, till he should learn his father's mind. So horsemen swift Ayodhya sought, and back her aged monarch brought. Me then my sire to Rama gave, self-ruled, the bravest of the brave. And Urmila, the next to me, graced with all gifts most fair to see, my sire at Raghu's house allied, and gave her to be Lakshman's bride. Thus from the princes of the land Lord Rama won my maiden hand, and him exalted high above heroic chiefs I truly love. Canto 120. The Forest. When Anasuya, virtuous-souled, had heard the tale by Sita told, she kissed the lady's brow and laced her loving arms around her waist. With sweet-toned words, distinct and clear, thy pleasant tale has charmed mine ear, how the great king thy father held that maiden's choice unparalleled. But now the sun has sunk from sight, and left the world to holy night. Hark, how the leafy thickets sound, with gathering birds that twitter round. They sought their food by day, and all flock homeward when the shadows fall. See, here comes the hermit band, each with his pitcher in his hand. Fresh from the bat, their locks are wet, their coats of bark are dripping yet. Here saints their fires of worship tend, and curling wreaths of smoke ascend. Borne on the flames they mount above, dark as the brown wings of the dove. The distant trees, though well-nigh bare, gloom thickened by the evening air, and in the faint uncertain light shut the horizon from our sight. The beasts that prowl in darkness rove on every side about the grove, and the tame deer at ease reclined, their shelter near the altars find. The night over all the sky is spread with lunar stars and garlanded, and risen in his robes of light, the moon is beautifully bright. Now to thy Lord I bid thee go, thy pleasant tale has charmed me so. One thing alone I needs must pray, before me first thyself array. Here in thy heavenly raiment shine, and glad, dear love, these eyes of mine. Then like a heavenly goddess shone fair Sita with that raiment on. She bowed her to the matron's feet, then turned away her lord to meet. The hero prince with joy surveyed his Sita in her robes arrayed. As glorious to his arms she came, with love gifts of the saintly dame. She told him how the saint to show her fond affection would bestow that garland of celestial twine, those ornaments and robes divine. Then Rama's heart, nor Lakshman's less, was filled with pride and happiness, for honours high had Sita gained, which mortal dames have scarce obtained. There, honoured by each pious sage, who dwelt within the hermitage, beside his darling well content, that sacred night the hero spent. The princess, when the night had fled, farewell to all the hermits said, who gazed upon the distant shade, their lustral rites and offerings paid. The saints, who made their dwelling there, in words like these addressed the pair. O princess, monsters fierce and fell around that distant forest dwell. On blood from human veins they feed, and various forms assume at need. With savage beasts of fearful power, that human flesh and blood devour. Our holy saints they rend and tear, when met alone or unaware, and eat them in their cruel joy. These chase, O Rama, or destroy. By this one path our hermits go, to fetch the fruits that yonder grow. By this, O prince, thy feet should stray, through pathless forests far away. Thus by the reverend saints addressed, and by their prayers auspicious, blessed, he left the holy crowd, his wife and brother by his side. Within the mighty wood he hid, so sinks the day god in his pride, beneath a bank of cloud. End of Cantos 119 and 120. End of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith.